Chapter 1029, Beginning. On the Alchemy Emperor Proclamation, Ji Qingyan's name was shockingly ranked in the first place. First place, Ji Qingyan, a total of 5,843 matches, complete victory. Xiao Ruyan muttered out this row of words and was shocked until she could not close her mouth. When Ao Qian they all saw Ji Qingyan's battle results on the Alchemy Emperor Proclamation, each and every one of them exchanged glances too, endlessly shocked. Roughly 5,843 matches, not a single defeat. This battle result was seriously too insane. Men all made mistakes, horses all stumbled. Even someone stronger would come a time when they fumbled. But Yi Yuan actually had yet to taste defeat in close to 6,000 matches of pill battles. How heaven-defying the alchemy skills did one need to have? Looking at those alchemists ranked below Yi Yuan again, the difference from him was not an ordinary kind of big. Even the number 2 on the Alchemy Emperor Proclamation had close to 5,000 matches of pill battle, but lost 100 over matches. Only Yu Mengli was crystal clear in her heart regarding Yi Yuan's past life's achievements and did not have a very shocked expression. But her face did not stint in the slightest with an expression of idolization. Ao Qian they all were aware that this Cloudmarsh city's history was long and rich. The custom of pill battles was very flourishing. There were frequently powerful alchemists coming over to spar in alchemy skills. Moreover, Yi Yuan had merely just entered Alchemy Emperor realm back then. His strength was not yet as formidable as currently. At that time, he could already sweep away all alchemists and directly ascend the top seat of the Alchemy Emperor Proclamation. Ao Qian, the 4 of them, looked at Yi Yuan like they were seeing a ghost. Even though they had all witnessed Yi Yuan's pill refining capabilities, the ranking on that Alchemy Emperor Proclamation still made them somewhat breakdown. But regarding this matter, Ruan Shuangzhou knew a little about it. This was already 300 years ago. It was also precisely because His Excellency competed in alchemy in Cloudmarsh City back then, that he rose to fame and was canonized as a genius alchemist closest to alchemy god in 100,000 years. Because Milord was ranked first in Cloudmarsh City's 100,000-year history of pill battles. Although I wasn't present, I heard that back then, the entire Divine Realm's genius alchemists all flocked in great numbers in order to challenge Milord. But all of them failed without any exception, resulting in that later on, nobody dared to get on the stage to answer the challenge at all. That's why Milord's consecutive victories, match count stopped at 5,843 matches. Now that 300 years had passed, there is still no one capable of surpassing this achievement, Ruan Shuangzhou talked to himself, but his gaze was filled with a look of worship. Ao Qian and the rest all had expressions like they had seen a ghost. They were suppressed in the White Tiger dungeon for God knows how many years and were completely unaware of the things that happened in the outside world. They did not expect that such a sensational incident actually happened before in this Cloudmarsh city. They finally know now how Yi Yuan's reputation of closest to alchemy god came about. Honestly speaking, when they heard this label back then, they more or less still snorted in contempt inwardly. In the era where divine Tao dwindled to zero, how many exceedingly talented people did not dare to say that they could reach the deity realm either? What right did Yi Yuan have? But now, they felt that this title did not have any excessive aspects in the slightest. TCH, nothing to be excited about. Looking at your expressions, it's feeling shocked by Ji Qingyan's achievement, right? It's merely 5,000 over matches undefeated, that's all. Just as everyone was currently immersed in shock, a very scornful voice sounded out. Xiao Ruyan's brows knitted and she said unhappily, "Who are you, to be so arrogant? Merely 5,000 over matches. If you have the capabilities, you try consecutively winning 5,000 over matches too." The one speaking was a young man. Behind him even followed a divine king powerhouse. Presumably, his background was not ordinary too. That young man was merely alchemy venerable realm, but had a look of unruliness, looking very disdainful toward Yi Yuan's battle results on the Alchemy Emperor Proclamation. The young man looked towards Xiao Ruyan. A hint of astonishment flashed across his eyes, but he said with a laugh, "You guys just came to Cloudmarsh City, right?" Not recognizing this young master is also excusable. You remember it, this young master is called Ji Yu. Ji Qingyan's record will be broken by me. Ji Yu had an arrogant look with a kind of domineeringness that watched as masts and oars turned to dust while talking and laughing together. Xiao Ruyan was angered until she laughed because of his haughty manner. Seen before posturing, but never saw before posturing until this manner. The #1 achievement in 100,000 years, this guy actually dared to brag, saying that he was going to break it. It was fine if he was an alchemy emperor, but he was just an alchemy venerable. Yo, so impressive. I wonder what number your esteemed self is ranked on the Alchemy Emperor proclamation currently. Xiao Ruyan said with a laugh. Gu's face turned black and said, you know perfectly well that this young master is only alchemy venerable realm at present, you did it on purpose, right? But I'm not afraid to tell you either, this young master already has over 3,400 matches of consecutive victories on the Alchemy Venerable Proclamation. Latest by next year, the Alchemy Venerable Proclamation's first place will be mine. Hearing Gu blow his own trumpet, Xiao Ruyan was startled in her heart. 3,400 over matches of consecutive wins, this achievement was already rather impressive. But she still had a look of disdain on her face as she said, brag. Keep on bragging, who doesn't know how to boast? Gu's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, who's bragging to you? Randomly find a person to inquire about it, in this Cloudmarsh city, who doesn't know me, Gu. That Ji Qingyan, there will come a day where I'll trample him underfoot. Xiao Ruyan became enraged the moment she heard and said angrily, this young lady doesn't believe it. Come, this young lady is going to trample on you under her foot today. Don't you have over 3,400 matches of consecutive victories? I want to see just what kind of standard your more than 3,400 matches of consecutive wins is. Ren Dong also silently nodded by the side and said very earnestly, count me in. The moment Gu heard, he laughed. Alright, but, not any random nobody can challenge me, Gu. I have a condition, if you agree, this young master will accept your challenge. Gu smiled with evil designs as he said. Xiao Ruyan's face turned black, and she said, what condition? Gu seized Xiao Ruyan up lecherously and said, if you lose, you have to become Dao companions with me. How's that? You got to know, in this Cloudmarsh city, the female martial artists that want to become Dao companions with me, young Master Gu, line up over several streets. Each word that Gu said, Xiao Ruyan's face became a degree more sullen. Honestly speaking, she was still really quite nervous. This guy dared to say that he won over 3,400 matches consecutively, it was probably not wild talk. This sort of lies, randomly finding a person could expose it. There was no meaning at all. To be able to have this standard, he was likely really not too easy to push around. Seeing Xiao Ruyan hesitate, Gu became even more smug as he said, why, scared? Like I said, be a little low profile if you don't have much strength. Not everyone is what you're able to challenge. But if you want to be my young Master Gu's Dao companion, I still welcome it very much, haha. Xiao Ruyan was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. The first time Gu laid eyes on her, he found her to be to his liking very much. Just as he said, ordinary women, he really held in contempt. Agree with him. Right then, Yuan's nonchalant voice sounded out. Xiao Ruyan jumped in fright. Using watery eyes to look at Yuan, she said, Master, how can you be like this? Yuan said smilingly, you guys learned from me for so long. If you don't even have this bit of strength, you can find a piece of tofu to go commit suicide already. Chapter 1030, Silent Offering. Master, ha ha ha, are you all mistaken? This brat is at the very most just 30 years old. You guys actually call him your master. Ha ha ha, what does he have to teach you guys? Hearing Xiao Ruyan's form of address towards Yuan, Gu laughed himself into convulsions. He laughed for a long time and suddenly discovered that no one went along with him, and could not help feeling very awkward. And he suddenly noticed that Yuan's party all used strange eyes to look at him. This involuntarily made him rather angry from embarrassment. What are you looking at? Could it be that what I said was wrong? Gu said irately. What you said was very right. Alright, since there's nothing on, the two of you have a proper match with him then, Yuan said with a smile. Quickly look, Gu is having a pill battle with someone again. I wonder what kind of opponent he ran into this time is like. Will they give him a little trouble or not? How is that possible? Alchemy Venerable Realm, it's totally impossible for someone to be his match. Otherwise, how can he possibly win 3,420 matches in a row? Makes sense. Gu this brat is a little cocky, but his strength really is formidable. Continuing to develop with this trend, he might really be able to break Ji Qingyan's record. Ji Yuyu and Xiao Ruyan's pill battle immediately drew a large group of people's attention. Just as Ji Yuyu said, his fame in Cloudmarsh City was really huge. Having 3,400 over matches of consecutive wins was also not bragging. Virtually every time he had a pill battle, it would be a full house. Ji Yuyu's personality enjoyed this sort of, a myriad of stars surrounding the moon treatment, most of all. Xiao Ruyan was still somewhat not confident. After all, the opportunities she had to really compete with someone were too few. Although she knew that Yi Yuan was very incredible, she was uncertain whether she really learned the quintessence of Yi Yuan's pill refinement or not. When at the Crimson Afterglow Holy Land, Xiao Ruyan had once made a move to lecture a bunch of alchemy ancestors before. But at that time, it was just competing in fire control. While pill battles were a one-time comprehensive test towards alchemy skills, it was completely different from controlling fire. Furthermore, her opponent was also so powerful. Ji Yuyu saw through Xiao Ruyan's uncertainty and said smilingly, "Beauty, don't need to worry. Becoming Dao companions with me, I'll impart to you the quintessence of alchemy skills." Xiao Ruyan's face turned black, and she said in a solemn voice, "Don't come out and make a spectacle of yourself with your middling skills. When this young lady beats you down, you'll kneel and beg me to take you in as a disciple then." The agreement between them, if Ji Yuyu won, Xiao Ruyan would become Dao companions with him. If Xiao Ruyan won, Ji Yuyu would kneel and call out Master 3 times. Cloudmarsh City's pill battles were hosted by the City Lord Manor. The pill battles between alchemy venerables would be presided over by initial rank alchemy emperors. An alchemy emperor came onto the stage and slowly said, "According to the 2 of your agreement, the medicinal pill that your pill battle chose is the Emerald Sea Truewater pill. This pill is a water attribute high-grade tier 8 medicinal pill. The one with the better grade wins. Begin now." This Emerald Sea Truewater pill's refining difficulty was rather high. Ordinary alchemy venerable experts could not refine it at all. But to Ji Yuyu, this was not too difficult of a matter. With his strength, refining the Emerald Sea Truewater pill, there was an 80% assurance to refine a high-grade one. If his luck was good, he could even refine a transcendent grade. While Xiao Ruyan was merely middle-rank alchemy venerable, even if her strength was any more heaven-defying, being able to refine a complete medicinal pill was already pretty good. This pill battle was a competition that was impossible to lose to Ji Yuyu. He had the intention of showing off as well. After extracting and refining the medicinal embryo, Ji Yuyu separated his 2 palms. One hand brought out a fire dragon while the other hand brought out a fire tiger. A dragon and tiger began raising the temperature of the medicinal cauldron under his guidance. Tiger crouching, dragon coiling. This is an extremely profound fire-controlling art. Ji Yuyu actually used it effortlessly. His 3,000 over matches of consecutive victories were indeed not by a fluke. "You look at that lass, what fire-controlling art is that? Ha ha ha, does she think that she's lighting a fire to cook a meal? That sort of inferior fire-controlling art, she's sure that it can refine medicinal pills." But the 2 people who entered a pill-refining state already could not hear the comments of outsiders. One should not look at how Ji Yuyu was haughty. His alchemy skills were absolutely not undeserved reputation. Ordinary alchemy venerables were really not enough to look at. When Ao Qian saw Xiao Ruyan's level of fire-controlling art, he also could not quite look on anymore and could not resist saying, "My lord, Ruyan, that little lass looks like she's still rather nervous. This kind of fire-controlling skill, how can it win the other party? My lord, although your alchemy Dao is godlike, she's not you after all." But Yi Yuan said without a care, "Old Ao, no need to be anxious. Keep watching, and you'll know. Ruyan, this lass can still keep her cool at crucial moments." Ao Qian and the rest could not help being speechless. Already nervous until she could not control fire, she could still keep her cool. Which I saw through that she was keeping her cool. Right at this time, waves of exclamations suddenly emitted from the crowd. "Quickly look at that lass's medicinal cauldron. How is this possible? Glittering and crystal clear." The medicinal cauldron actually became glittering and crystal clear. The fire-controlling art that this lass used, could it be that legendary silent offering? This was the fire-controlling art that Lord Qingyunzi used when competing in alchemy back then. Back then, Lord Qingyunzi relied on this extremely unsightly fire-controlling art and astounded countless people, making countless geniuses yield in admiration. Didn't think that after a time interval of 300 years, this silent offering fire-controlling art actually appeared once more. For the sake of impartiality, the medicinal cauldrons that both parties used were only the most ordinary Tier 8 medicinal cauldrons. The requirements that this kind of ordinary Tier 8 medicinal cauldrons had towards fire-controlling art was exceedingly high. A moment of carelessness would affect the whole medicinal pill's refinement. While at this time, Xiao Ruyan's medicinal cauldron became glittering and crystal clear, akin to a glazed tile. This was the sign of receiving extremely uniform heat distribution. Only when the fire-controlling art reached an exceedingly high level could one affect the medicinal cauldron to such an extent. But just earlier, everyone was still mocking Xiao Ruyan's fire control like it was starting a fire to cook a meal. Such a scene was extremely similar to 300 years ago. Only when everyone came back to their senses did they recall the scene of Lord Qingyanzi rampaging in all four directions in Cloudmarsh City 300 years ago. The fire-controlling art was precisely silent offering. Just as everyone had their breath taken away, Yuan shook his head and said, still lacking some skill level. Just barely managed to smelt the medicinal cauldron to become glittering and crystal clear. Looks like the pill refinement this time is also just superior grade. Ren Dong, when your senior apprentice sister comes back, tell her that silent offering still needs to practice an additional 50,000 times. Ren Dong's expression was calm as he said with a nod, yes, master. Aoqian and the rest exchanged glances, thinking to themselves that this master was also a little too terrifying, right? You were the number one person in 100,000 years, but others were not. This already aroused everybody's cries of exclamation, but you made her practice an additional 50,000 times when she comes back. Was there teaching disciples like this? But in reality, Yuan taught disciples just like this. In Yuan's view, refining pills never had shortcuts to talk about. Without millions upon millions of repetitive dreary training, it was completely impossible to truly attain a higher level. Don't look at how Xiao Ruyan and Ren Dong normally behaved in a cheeky and boisterous manner. The hardships that they suffered in these dozen over years, only Yuan himself knew. Chapter 1031, Kowtow and acknowledge as master then. Next, entering the pill refining process, the two people each had their nerves wound up tightly. The Emerald Sea Truewater pill was not the average high-grade Tier 8 medicinal pill. It did not allow for them to have the slightest bit of carelessness. But Yu's refining method was the same as his personality, very high profile. While Xiao Ruyan's refinement was methodically and unhurried. Of course, this did not mean that Yu was flashy without substance. In truth, his alchemy skills were indeed very consummate. His 6-unity heavenly desolation art was displayed flawlessly and actually already reached the realm of major accomplishment. In contrast, Xiao Ruyan's was a notch weaker in technique again. What she used was the 5 elements heavenly word art. Not all alchemists could train refinement techniques to the level of the 8 diagrams wandering dragon secret art. To alchemy venerables, being able to cultivate the 6-unity heavenly desolation art was already very impressive. As for Xiao Ruyan, she still had not trained in the 6-unity heavenly desolation art at present. Fire controlling technique is just an aspect of refining pills. It was startling just now, but this match, it's probably still Yu who wins. Yeah, this boy's strength is too formidable. At a young age, he's able to cultivate the 6-unity heavenly desolation art to the realm of major accomplishment. In the same realm, how many people are his match? That girl's age is much younger than his. But her strength is indeed formidable too. It's just a pity that who she ran into was Yu. The surrounding alchemists were all people with rich experiences. They could practically discern the difference in superiority with one glance. The sturdiness of Yu's foundation made many of the older generations all sweat profusely with embarrassment. It was true that Xiao Ruyan was formidable, but she was still a little young in the end. Aoqian opened his mouth and was just about to say something. But seeing Yuan's relaxed expression, the words that reached the tip of his tongue was forced back down. Yuan said smilingly, "You guys don't need to worry. This has only just begun. It doesn't mean that the refining technique being high level, the medicinal pills refined will definitely be good." Aoqian was left speechless. He knew that Yuan would say it like that. But along with the progress of the refinement, Xiao Ruyan actually gradually entered an optimal state. The movements of her hands became faster and faster, and increasingly natural and smooth. The many alchemists observing the battle by the side actually became rather infatuated from watching. Hiss. Legendary realm. This lass actually cultivated the 5 elements heavenly word art to the legendary realm. Someone cried out in shock among the crowd. The gaze of that alchemy emperor expert presiding over the pill battle also became intent. He finally detected Xiao Ruyan's transformation. Regardless of what level of refinement technique, wanting to cultivate to the great circle of perfection was easy. But wanting to cultivate to the legendary realm was even harder than ascending to the heavens. Furthermore, along with the increase in cultivation realm, after people had the ability to cultivate high-level refinement techniques, there would also not be anyone who would expend huge amounts of energy to go cultivate the legendary realm that could not be touched at all. Qian finally heaved a sigh in relief when he saw Xiao Ruyan's state. But his gaze looked towards Yuan with endless shock. The master was monstrous, the disciples taught were actually so freakish too. Who knew that Yuan shook his head again and said to Rendong, "Your senior apprentice sister is too slow in entering the state. How many times have I told you guys, this 5 elements heavenly word art, the most important is to balance the powers of the 5 elements. She actually used such a long time before finding the feeling. Tell her when she comes back, the 5 elements heavenly word art also needs to train an additional 50,000 times." Qian nearly vomited out a mouthful of old blood. This master's requirements were also too stringent, right? Although he did not know alchemy, he still knew about the legendary realm. To be able to cultivate the 5 elements heavenly word art to the legendary realm was already an unthinkable thing. But Yuan actually still complained about her entering the state too slowly. Yes, master. Rendong was clearly already accustomed to this and did not feel that there was anything inappropriate. Time slowly trickled by. The two people's refinement also gradually entered a white-hot stage. Emerald Sea Truewater Pill, condense. Guu gave a loud cry. The medicinal pill finally formed. Immediately after, Xiao Ruyan also cried out lightly, condense. Right on the heels, the two people virtually formed the pill at the same time. Beauty, how is it? Ready to be my women yet? Guu said with a smug smile. Finishing refining, Xiao Ruyan still felt pretty good. But hearing Guu's words, her face turned cold again, and she said, "You'd better think about how to be this young lady's disciple." Heh. In alchemy venerable this realm, absolutely nobody is my match. Moreover, you're even just a middle-rank alchemy venerable. Resign yourself to your fate, Guu said with a confident look. While at this time, the surrounding people all had looks of anticipation. They all wanted to take a look at just who won this pill battle. Although Guu was strong, Xiao Ruyan had reached the legendary realm. Senior, open the furnace and examine the pill then, Guu said with a wide grin. The alchemy emperor nodded his head, but took no notice of him. He went to Xiao Ruyan's side rather impatiently. Open, the alchemy emperor pointed a finger. A medicinal pill flew out and landed in the container. The alchemy emperor's eyes lit up, and he said, "Indeed a superior grade Emerald Sea Truewater pill. A pity, if the medicinal cauldron was swapped for something a little better, it would definitely be a transcendent grade medicinal pill." The alchemy emperor's words made Guu's entire body tremble. The originally smug expression instantly turned stiff on his face. Superior grade medicinal pill, how was this possible? His gaze involuntarily looked at his own medicinal cauldron and instantly became uncertain. After that alchemy emperor sighed, he slowly came to Guu's side and retrieved the medicinal pill as he had done. High-grade Emerald Sea Truewater pill. Looks pretty good, just a little bit more to reach superior grade. A shame, it's still lacking some level of skill. This match, Xiao Ruyan wins, the alchemy emperor said sonorously. Guu's face was ashen pale. Until now, he still did not dare to believe that this was real. Impossible. This is impossible. How can she possibly refine a superior grade Emerald Sea Truewater pill? The alchemy emperor knew Guu and knew that this bottle's influence on him was probably tremendous. He sighed at once and said, "This lassie cultivated the 5 elements heavenly word art to the legendary realm and refined a superior grade medicinal pill. There are not many strange aspects. This match, you didn't lose unjustly." Legendary realm, Guu looked at Xiao Ruyan in disbelief. He could not tell no matter how he looked, how such a frail girl cultivated the 5 elements heavenly word art to the legendary realm. At this time, Xiao Ruyan finally let out a sigh in relief. Guu, this fellow was arrogant, but his capabilities were really considerable. He actually almost refined a superior grade medicinal pill. But her gaze secretly sneaked a peek at Yuan. She knew that her performance, master, was probably very unsatisfied. She guessed correctly. It was just that at this time, she could not care about the punishment anymore either, but said to Gu with a wide grin on her face, "How is it, young Master Gu, kowtow and acknowledge as master then?" Gu froze. Only then did he recall the two people's agreement. This match, he was completely defeated. According to the agreement, he had to kowtow to Xiao Ruyan and acknowledge her as his master in public. Gu revealed a look of struggle. He suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "This match, I'm willing to admit defeat. But to acknowledge you as my master, wait until after I have a match with him." Everyone followed his gaze and looked over, and discovered that the person he was pointing at was precisely Ren Dong. Chapter 1032, Sticking On. Gu's face no longer had that look of arrogance from before. He used an entire half-day's time before barely managing to crawl out from the shadow of failure. The so-called "the higher you climb, the harder you fall," using it to describe Gu was perfect. But Gu was indeed a talent as well. After half a day, he finally managed to recollect his mind and threw it into the face-off with Ren Dong. His goal was very simple: from where he fell down, from where he would get up. He wanted to regain confidence from Ren Dong. Otherwise, after today's pill battles, he, a genius alchemist who formerly dazzled Cloudmarsh City, would probably fade into the crowd from here on. Just who the hell is that little girl? Gu's 3,420 consecutive victories were actually ended just like that. Yeah, thinking about it, it's just like having a dream. After Lord Qingyan, Gu is the first genius alchemist to be able to win so many matches in a row. I virtually already thought that he'd definitely be able to reach Lord Qingyan's height in the future. Speaking of which, Silent Offering was Lord Qingyan's self-created fire-controlling ultimate skill. Could it be that this girlie actually has connections to Lord Qingyan? This is impossible, right? I've never heard of Lord Qingyan having a successor before. Gu winning over 3,400 matches in a row, no one would doubt his strength. For Xiao Ruyan to be able to beat Gu, it could only indicate that her strength was even greater. But at this time, everyone started to become interested in Ren Dong's strength. Busybodies already knew that Ren Dong was Xiao Ruyan's junior apprentice brother. Then whether or not Gu would fall down twice in the same place, this was very worth looking forward to. The pill battle began. This time, Gu unleashed all of his skills, hoping to display his strength to the limits. But everyone's gaze was focused on Ren Dong. Silent Offering again. Not long after, cries of exclamations sounded out everywhere again. Legendary realm. It's the legendary realm again. My god, just what kind of person can teach such a terrifying senior sister and junior brother? The pill refinement ended. The Alchemy Emperor examined the pill once more. Gu, high-grade medicinal pill. Ren Dong, superior-grade medicinal pill. Ren Dong wins. Hearing this verdict, Gu directly flopped weakly onto the ground, as if he was drained completely of his strength, battered out of his senses. Although he barely managed to calm his state of mind, the shadow of the last defeat was still hovering in his heart. Under such circumstances, it was already very not easy for him to still be able to refine a high-grade medicinal pill. It was just that the opponent he encountered was Ren Dong. The present Ren Dong was already completely different from the condescending Ren Dong back then. Through these dozen over years of tempering, he already grew into a true Grand Master of an era. At present, his alchemy Dao strength was not the slightest bit inferior to Xiao Ruyan's. With over 3,400 matches and he had yet to taste defeat. This time, he was defeated in 2 matches straight. This blow to him was too great. Heh, surpassing Lord Qingyan, you're still 10,000 years too early. Your over 3,400 over matches of consecutive wins doesn't have much quality at all. It's just that you never encountered a true opponent, that's all. While Lord Qingyan back then practically challenged the entire Divine Realm's genius alchemists with his strength alone. While you, how big of a commotion did you cause? Therefore, you have got to know how to hold someone in awe. Xiao Ruyan said nonchalantly. It was like Gu lost his soul, completely unable to accept this fact at all. When a person fell from the summit, this sort of tremendous drop was very easy to make him crumble. The current Gu was clearly like that. These few years, he was already extolled to the skies by the entire Cloudmarsh City, saying that he was going to surpass Qingyan's fame. But today, He was defeated twice in a row under Xiao Ruyan and Ren Dong's hands, immediately crushing his powerful confidence. When Xiao Ruyan saw Ji Yu's appearance, she also could not bother to haggle over it with him anymore. Honestly speaking, she did not wish to take such a guy in as a disciple. Forget it, this young lady is magnanimous and won't fuss about your offensive affront. Junior apprentice brother, let's go, Xiao Ruyan said. Ren Dong nodded his head and walked down the stage together with Xiao Ruyan. The two people did not walk out far when they heard Ji Yu shouting from behind. Xiao Ruyan and Ren Dong turned their heads around and were just about to speak, but Ji Yu had a solemn look as he said, I, Ji Yu, am a man of my words. Since I lost to you, I'll admit my loss. Ji Yu immediately gave a loud kowtow and shouted, Master. Ji Yu directly kowtowed 3 times and called Master thrice. It was not perfunctory at all. Him being so unabashed made Xiao Ruyan rather surprised instead. In this instant, her impression of Ji Yu had a slight change. Presumably, this guy was an ignorant youth whose confidence swelled to the extreme, unaware of the logic of, there was always someone better and a heaven beyond heaven. But honestly speaking, this guy's alchemy Dao strength was still rather formidable. Although his foundation was not as solid as the two of them, it was also hard to come by among young people. Xiao Ruyan waved her hand when she saw the situation and said, all right, this matter ends here. It's just losing 2 matches of pill battles, no big deal. Knowing humiliation and striving harder afterward, that is how a real man ought to be. Xiao Ruyan had an old teacher appearance, and actually really took herself to be his master, and started lecturing Ji Yu. She did not expect Ji Yu to say with a stern countenance, I, Ji Yu, am true to my words. These 2 matches, I'm wholehearted convinced by my loss. From now onwards, I, Ji Yu, will be Miss Ruyan's disciple. Master is high above, please accept a bow from this disciple. As he said, he gave another kowtow, and it was considered the ceremony of acknowledging a master. With this, it was Xiao Ruyan who was caught rather by surprise instead. She hurriedly waved her hand and said, no way, I don't have the qualifications to accept disciples. This young lady hasn't even graduated from apprenticeship myself. But Ji Yu scrambled to his feet and said, the two of us had an agreement beforehand, how can you renege on your word? There are so many people in the same profession bearing witness today, how can I, Ji Yu, be someone who gets fat on eating his words? No matter what, I'm already your disciple. Wherever you go, I'll follow. Hearing that, Xiao Ruyan's face turned black. This guy was actually like a dog's skin plaster, sticking onto her. Not far again, when Ao Qian saw this scene, he could not help finding it funny as he said, this brat has some good judgment. Him wanting to acknowledge Miss Xiao as his master is probably still aiming for milord. To be able to walk out from the shadow of defeat so quickly, he's a promising talent too. Yuan said with a smile, these 2 matches might be a new beginning for him. If he really completed 5,000 matches of consecutive victories, the path in the future will be even more arduous instead. When he breaks through to Alchemy Emperor realm, he'd probably also just be mediocre. The strength of Alchemy Emperor powerhouses, he likely still thought too simply in the past. Regarding Yuan's words, Ao Qian and the rest all deeply felt that way too. Yuan could crush 5,000 over Alchemy Emperors, did not mean that others could also crush 5,000 over Alchemy Emperors. No matter what, Alchemy Emperors were the current divine realm alchemists' apex existences. Their strength brooked no underestimation. Your Excellency, what to do about this matter? How about, I go and beat that brat down, in case he sticks onto? Ao Qian said. Yuan waved his hand and said, let him be. I want to see just how much sincerity he has. Chapter 1033, Play another round. Receiving Yuan's look, Xiao Ruyan and Ren Dong did not care about Ji Yu either. They directly followed Yuan and prepared to leave. Ji Yu was really like a sticky candy, following Xiao Ruyan at every step. The Divine King expert who was constantly following Ji Yu followed behind Ji Yu. Wang Qian, you return to the lodging and wait for me first. Before I find you, don't come over and look for me anymore, Ji Yu instructed. Wang Qian's expression stiffened, and he said with difficulty, young master, this. Could it be that you really want to acknowledge that little girl is your master? In my view, even though that girl's strength is very strong, it's still just slightly stronger compared to young master. She's still not qualified enough to be your master. Gu shook his head and said, "You don't understand. The disparity between me and her right now isn't large. But along with the passage of time, the disparity between me and her will become greater and greater. By the time we both reach peak Alchemy Emperor realm, this young master will probably not even be able to see her back view anymore." Wang Qian looked at his young master oddly. Gu's personality, he was all too clear. This sort of words that diminished his own prestige, he would never say it. Looks like today, he was really utterly convinced by his loss. "But young master, if family head knows of this matter," Wang Qian said hesitantly. Gu waved his hand and said, "You don't say, I don't say, how will he know?" Wang Qian knew young master's temperament. Helpless, he could only leave by himself. Yuan's party divided the crowd and were just about to leave, but had their path blocked by a group of people. The person at the front looked around 30+ years old, with a highly spirited appearance. The most conspicuous was the high-rank Alchemy Emperor badge on his chest. The Divine Realm had many Alchemy Emperors, but people who were able to reach high-rank Alchemy Emperor were scanty few. Between initial rank Alchemy Emperor and high-rank Alchemy Emperor was an insurmountable chasm. High-rank Alchemy Emperor was the highest rank realm among the alchemist realms that the Alchemist Association divided. Which was also to say that within the scope that the Alchemist Association recognized, high-rank Alchemy Emperor was the pinnacle of alchemists. Of course, it was not that there was no disparity between high-rank Alchemy Emperors and high-rank Alchemy Emperors. Among alchemists, there was a form of address towards an extremely small group of people, that was peak Alchemy Emperor. This peak Alchemy Emperor was somewhat similar to the void mystic realm in essence energy cultivation realms. Only by being publicly recognized by everyone as a peak Alchemy Emperor, was it truly standing at the apex of the Divine Realm's alchemists. And only peak Alchemy Emperors would be addressed respectfully as Z. This group of people was the bunch of people who truly guided the direction of the Divine Realm's alchemy world. Of course, even so, this high-rank Alchemy Emperor in front was an exceedingly rare existence too. Didn't think that our former peerless genius, Qingyan Z, actually fell to such a plight today. Tisk tisk, initial rank Alchemy Emperor, is it? The Qingyan Z who slaughtered in all directions in Cloudmarsh City back then actually returned to the starting point now. Ha ha ha, that person laughed wildly, his laughter carrying a ton of satisfaction. Seeing Yuan encounter a calamity at present, he seemed to be very liberated. But his words caused a mighty uproar among the crowd. Qingyan Z. Lord Zuo Qing said that he was Lord Qingyan Z just now. There's no mistake, right? What? That young man is Lord Qingyan Z. How is this possible? Didn't Lord Qingyan Z perish long ago? Could it be that who Lord Zuo Qing is talking about is another Qingyan Z? Are you a pig? In this world, apart from Ji Qingyan, who else dares to proclaim to be Qingyan Z? Everyone's gaze all looked over towards Yuan, being astounded by this unexpected news. Ji Qingyan not dying, this news, was seriously too astonishing. Especially in Cloudmarsh City, this place. In this city, Ji Qingyan was a godlike existence. His achievement on the Alchemy Emperor proclamation was a myth-like record. For 100,000 years, he was the one and only legendary figure. The alchemists mucking around in Cloudmarsh City, regardless of how strong their strength was, their goal was only one, Ji Qingyan. Back then when Qingyan Z fell, the entire Cloudmarsh City stunned. There were many alchemists who immediately formed organizations to mourn for Ji Qingyan. But now, Ji Qingyan actually came back to life. How could this news not shock them? Zuo Qing said with a roaring laugh, "That's right, this young man called Yuan at the moment is precisely your idol, Ji Qingyan. At present, he's merely just a stray dog." The expressions of Ao Qian and the rest all changed and they wanted to make a move to deal with Zuo Qing. This guy actually insulted people with words. Yuan waved his hand and stopped them from taking action, and he said nonchalantly, "A good dog doesn't block the path, get lost." Yo, this imposing momentum really doesn't lose out to back then. It's just a shame that your strength is far too lacking. Zuo Qing did not get angry either and just ridiculed. Yuan darted him a glance and said indifferently, "Looks like some people forgot about the matter of losing intel buck naked back then." Yuan naturally recognized this Zuo Qing in front of him. Among the people who challenged him back then, this Zuo Qing was also one whose strength was very formidable. It was just that this guy's utilitarian heart was too strong and wanted to step on his reputation to climb up. Other than things related to pill battles, they even added another clause. The one who loses would take off all of their clothes and run for 3 days and nights in Cloudmarsh City. The result was naturally that Zuo Qing was crushed until he was beaten blue and black. This matter was treated as a conversation topic 300 years ago and was a joke for a very long period of time. 300 years later, this Zuo Qing actually became Cloudmarsh City's deputy city lord with a shake of his body. With the White Tiger battle, the news of Ji Qingyan returning was already not some secret among the Divine Realm's upper echelons. With Zuo Qing's status, knowing about Yi Yuan was also not some unexpected thing. Upon hearing Yi Yuan mention this incident, Zuo Qing's face immediately became black as the bottom of a pot. Over 300 years had passed. Cloudmarsh City's alchemists had long changed batch after batch already. But there were still some who knew about the matter back then. Humph, a stray dog actually dares to be so cocky too. Publicly, appearing in Cloudmarsh City, aren't you afraid of Ji Kanglan coming to kill you? Zuo Qing said with a cold snort. Yi Yuan smiled and said, no need for you to worry about that. You'd best worry about the clothes on you. Zuo Qing could not help being stifled by this. Yi Yuan just kept using this matter to irk him. He could not do anything at all. You're indeed still as revolting as back then. However, since our beloved Lord Qingyan Zi came back, are you interested in playing another round? You're being addressed respectfully as Qingyan Zi. Even if you're only initial rank Alchemy Emperor at the moment, your strength probably can't be underestimated either, right? You look, this Cloudmarsh City's countless alchemists all view you as their idol. Could it be that you have no intention of broadening their horizons? Zuo Qing suddenly switched faces and said mockingly. Over 300 years had passed. Zuo Qing's strength could not be mentioned in the same breath long ago, while Yi Yuan only had initial rank Alchemy Emperor strength at present. He was betting on that Yi Yuan did not dare to compete with him. When he knew that Yi Yuan showed up in Cloudmarsh City, his first reaction was to come over and humiliate him ruthlessly. Zuo Qing's suggestion was not held in contempt by the surrounding audience. On the contrary, each and every one of them all revealed a look of anticipation. If it were others, they would definitely feel that Zuo Qing was bullying the weak as the strong. But Yi Yuan was different. Yi Yuan was the god in their hearts and was undefeatable. Even if Zuo Qing was a high-rank alchemy emperor, it was impossible for Lord Qingyan Zi to lose to him either. Chapter 1034, Han Qing Zi. Except, this was the way they saw it. Reaching Zuo Qing's boundary, one would know just how great the gap between initial rank Alchemy Emperor and high rank Alchemy Emperor was. He spent 300 years before breaking through from initial rank Alchemy Emperor to high rank Alchemy Emperor. While at present, Ji Qingyan had merely just entered Alchemy Emperor realm. Which was equivalent to saying that Yi Yuan was marching on the spot for these 300 years. Zuo Qing trained bitterly for 300 years. If he could not even beat the Ji Qingyan who was marching on the spot, he should find a piece of tofu to go commit suicide already. Him saying these words was undoubtedly wanting to extol Yi Yuan high up to the skies, then in front of everybody, to slay a god. As long as he could defeat Ji Qingyan, he would obtain innumerable fame and status. Of course, there was still limitless resources. Qingyan Zi was high up on the summit. His status was God knows how many times higher compared to when he just entered Alchemy Emperor realm back then. Slaughtering in all directions in Cloudmarsh City was merely minor squabbles. But 300 years later, Qingyan Zi was a true apex figure. Dragging Ji Qingyan down at this time, the implications were far greater compared to back then. Although somewhat winning through unorthodox means, who asked Ji Qingyan to dare appear in Cloudmarsh City in a swaggering manner? Yi Yuan smiled until Zuo Qing felt rather apprehensive. To Zuo Qing, Ji Qingyan was the nightmare that he could never wipe away for life. After the battle back then, Ji Qingyan had a meteoric rise and climbed directly to a high position, and only used a very short time to ascend to the pinnacle of the Divine Realm's alchemy world. While he, although it was not to the extent of fading into the crowd, so many years had passed, but he was still unable to break through to the boundary of peak Alchemy Emperor. This step was far too difficult. It's been 300 years. You, this fellow, are really sludge that can't hold a wall up. You're sure that you want to have a pill battle with me? Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back as he said with a faint smile. Seeing Yi Yuan's calm and collected appeared, Zuo Qing's heart could not refrain from pounding. Qingyan Zi's fame was seriously too overwhelming. Furthermore, his awe-inspiring reputation was gotten from match after match of crushing others. Except, the moment he thought about Yi Yuan's current realm, Zuo Qing set his mind at ease considerably again. This guy was definitely pretending to be mysterious. Look at what you're saying, to be able to obtain Lord Qingyan's guidance, this Zuo is honored in every possible way. Zuo Qing said with a smile. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, all right then, as you wish. Honestly speaking, coming to Cloudmarsh City, I really still somewhat reminisce the feeling back then. Hearing Yi Yuan and Zuo Qing's conversation, Ji Yu wished to find a piece of rock to commit suicide. He actually postured in front of Lord Qingyan. He really postured in front of Lord Qingyan. Who lent him the gall to dare posture in front of Lord Qingyan? Ji Yu's confidence swelled at one point and thought that he really could surpass Qingyan. But he could not even beat Lord Qingyan's disciples. Master, he's really Lord Qingyan. Ji Yu pulled Xiao Ruyan and thickened his skin to ask. Xiao Ruyan flung him off and said smilingly, otherwise, what do you think? Slap, slap. Ji Yu viciously gave himself 2 tight slaps and said, ask you to have eyes but fail to see. Ask you to be condescending. Master, you must take me in as a disciple. I, Ji Yu, must acknowledge you as my master. This young lady can't make the call. I myself haven't even graduated from apprenticeship yet. Xiao Ruyan said, ha ha ha, I knew that Lord Qingyan wouldn't die that easily. Lord Qingyan's demise was a major loss to the Divine Realm's alchemy world. Back then, I was even lamentful about this for a long time. Didn't think that he actually seized possession and revived. Lord Qingyan is my lifelong goal. Back then, when I heard the news of his demise, I really almost broke down. I just can't imagine that he really didn't die. Quite a number of alchemists, especially the young alchemists, were all like they were injected with stimulants. When they knew that Yi Yuan was Ji Qingyan, they were really incredibly agitated. In the alchemy world, Yi Yuan was an absolute paradigm-like figure. He was different from those veteran peak alchemy emperors. When he advanced to peak alchemy emperor, he was too young. Furthermore, being young and rash back then, slaughtering in all directions in Cloudmarsh City and becoming the number 1 person in 100,000 years, this made him become countless genius alchemists' idol. This emotional turmoil of losing and recovering their idol again was what ordinary people could not imagine. Seeing the appearance of emotions running high everywhere, Qian and company were endlessly amazed too. They were all the older generation figures already. The things that they had experienced were far too many. But they had never seen before that someone's sway in the divine realm could be so great. Even Qian, this old monster who lived for 40,000 years, he felt that he had broadened his horizons today too. As for Zuo Qing, he sneered coldly in his heart. When I trample your idol under my foot, I really want to see what kind of expressions you all have. The current Yi Yuan was already not the Ji Qingyan back then. Thinking in his heart, Zuo Qing opened his mouth again and said, Lord Qingyan, why not play the little game back then one more time? Yi Yuan was stunned and immediately could not help laughing in spite of himself as he said, your present identity is extraordinary. Doing this sort of disgraceful thing again isn't too good, right? Hoo, just having some fun. Zuo Qing said like he had everything planned out. Alright then, since you're willing to lose face yourself, that's up to you too. However, the two of us competing in alchemy, who will be the judge? Yi Yuan refrained from commenting. Zuo Qing froze. He did not think about this. With the two of their identities, the average person really could not become a judge. I wonder if this old man has the qualifications to be the judge. Right then, a hoarse and aged voice suddenly sounded out from among the crowd. Everyone looked over trying to find the owner of the voice. They saw an old man whose hair and beard were all white appear in the crowd, with a sage-like appearance. Zuo Qing's gaze turned serious as he said in surprise, turns out that it's Lord Han Qingzi. Oh, of course you have this qualification. Han Qingzi was an itinerant alchemist without any sect. But this person, was famous for being impartial. His prestige in the alchemy world was extremely high. It was naturally the most suitable for him to be the judge. But when Yi Yuan saw Han Qingzi, he could not help laughing as he said, you, this old fellow who's halfway into the earth, actually came to join in the fun too. Han Qingzi slowly got on the stage and said smilingly, the immemorial medicine garden opening, this kind of grand age, which alchemist wouldn't be moved. It's just that this old man never thought that you actually came back. Yi Yuan said with a smile, came back, some things have to be done. This kind of small squabble, I didn't think that you're also willing to join in. Not afraid of demeaning your status either. Han Qingzi burst into laughter when he heard that and said, you look at the expressions of everyone below the stage, do you still feel that it's a minor spat? Furthermore, not meeting for so many years, this old man is also very curious whether your alchemy Dao cultivation really declined or not. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, fine then. Thinking it over, only you're the most suited to. Begin then. Han Qingzi and Yi Yuan had a good talk but hung Cloudmarsh City's deputy city lord out to dry at one side. This made Zuo Qing gloomy to the extreme. But he also knew that with how Han Qingzi was chatting happily with Yi Yuan, regarding passing judgment this sort of thing, he absolutely would not be partial to one side. Chapter 1035, Let him run first. At the end, the pill formula that Han Qingzi picked for the two people was the Purple Clarity Jadeheaven pill. The Purple Clarity Jadeheaven pill was a high-grade Tier 9 medicinal pill. The difficulty level was intermediate. To high-rank alchemy emperors, it was also not that easy to be able to refine. Of course, with Zuo Qing's strength, refining it should not be too big of a problem. It was just the question of grade. Toward this, Yi Yuan had a look of indifference. Zuo Qing sneered coldly in his heart, pretentious. I'll see until when you can pretend like that. Begin then. Han Qing said coolly. Zuo Qing already mustered up enough power. Under Han Qingzi's command, his palm shook and directly shattered the spirit medicines on the table to dust. The moment Zuo Qing made his move, his technique astounded everyone. Zuo Qing was also considered an example of striving harder after knowing humiliation. After being defeated by Yi Yuan, he did not fall into low spirits. He cultivated with all his might instead. Within a short 300 years' time, he reached the boundary of high-rank alchemy emperor. Within 300 years from initial rank alchemy emperor to high-rank alchemy emperor, this was a very impressive achievement. Not everyone could be as freakish as Yi Yuan, to be able to accomplish to this extent within a short several dozen years. In truth, when Yi Yuan left Cloudmarsh City, he was already a middle-rank alchemy emperor. Those few years, Yi Yuan's pill battle intensity was tremendous. But he also learned from others' strong points and was also a massive improvement to his alchemy Dao strength. Therefore, that was why Zuo Qing's achievements would be overshadowed when placed in front of Yi Yuan. When Zuo Qing was still middle-rank alchemy emperor, Yi Yuan was already on equal footing with those apex powerhouses in the divine realm. As Cloudmarsh City's deputy city lord, Zuo Qing normally would not easily take action either. Making a move here today displayed his profound skills. Except, Yi Yuan did something that astounded people even more. He walked right out of the array formation and started chatting with Han Qingzi. Han Qingzi was stupefied and immediately laughed in spite of himself as he said, "You brat, this is also looking down on Zuo Qing too much, right? No matter what, he's also Cloudmarsh City's deputy city lord now. His strength can't be underestimated." Yi Yuan took a look at Zuo Qing and said with a faint smile, "Let him do it first. Otherwise, he'll say that I bully him later." Zuo Qing was originally fully immersed in the process of shattering the medicines and condensing the embryo. But his eyes glimpsed toward Yi Yuan's action, and he nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Fortunately, his strength indeed stood above others and controlled those spirit medicines. "This damn fellow, definitely infuriating me on purpose. Ignore him, as long as I refine the medicinal pill, this guy will lose for sure." Zuo Qing cursed inwardly. Actually, Yi Yuan was really not angering him. In Yi Yuan's view, once alchemists enter the pill refining state, they would devote their heart and soul into it. How could they still have the thought to care about others? But Zuo Qing just took notice of him. First of all, on focus, Zuo Qing lost to Yi Yuan by more than a level. Yi Yuan just purely felt that this sort of pill battle had no difficulty to speak of to him at all. Refining high-grade Tier 9 medicinal pills was nothing difficult for him. Refining the 9-truth pill the last time, Yi Yuan was just pursuing the strongest medicinal effect, that was why he would bring out his full strength. However, the moment Zuo Qing made his move just now, he already lost interest in the pill battle. Too weak. Yi Yuan's shattering medicine and condensing medicinal embryo, and Zuo Qing's shattering medicine and condensing medicinal embryo, the two were different. When experts made their move, the genuine and the fake would become clear at a glance. Zuo Qing's shattering medicine and condensing the embryo was completely unable to fully unleash the medicinal effects of the spirit medicines. His level of skill was still far too lacking. Han Qingzi shook his head and laughed in spite of himself as he said, in that case, he doesn't have any hope at all. Yi Yuan smiled and said, not even a shred. Han Qingzi sighed slightly and said, looks like these 20 years, not only did your alchemy Dao strength not decline, it grew with each passing day instead. Yi Yuan said, aren't you the same too? Han Qingzi shook his head and said, that's different. This lifetime, you probably put most of your effort on the martial path, right? But hearing the news of your demise back then, this old man was still really stunned for a long time. Yi Yuan said smilingly, it's still elder brother, you, who are concerned. About me, some old fellows were probably thrilled until they skipped around when they heard the news of my demise, right? Including that guy over there. Han Qingzi said with a smile, this old man doesn't have any conflicts of interest with you either. I naturally won't look forward to you dying. If you can really seek out the path of deity realm, it might even let us, these old fellows, receive endless benefits. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, how can the path of deity realm be so easy? For 100,000 years, how many astonishing talented people could not do it, let alone me? Han Qingzi scolded laughingly, you punk, being insincere with your words. The two people exchanged a glance, and both started laughing. These two people had a lively conversation and muddled the people below the stage silly. It was true that Lord Qingyan was their idol, but slighting Lord Zuo Qing like this was also looking down on people too much, right? After all, Lord Qingyan was only an initial rank alchemy emperor currently. Could it be that Lord Qingyan seizing possession and reviving, his personality also suffered influence? No one would have thought that this chat would be an entire day's time. Han Qingzi and Yi Yuan, the two people conversed very engrossedly. At times, they laughed heartily. Sometimes, their brows knitted despondently, as if completely forgotten about the pill battle. Refining high-grade Tier 9 medicinal pills, at least needed 3 days' time to be able to form the pill too. But Yi Yuan wasted a day just like that. How could he still compete? All the way until the second day noon, Yi Yuan slowly got up and said, elder brother, let's catch up later. I'll send this guy packing first. Han Qingzi nodded his head and said smilingly, you got to pay close attention. With this waste, it's a day and a half's time. Yi Yuan said with a smile, relax, definitely coming out before this guy. Done talking, Yi Yuan directly entered the array formation. But Han Qingzi's expression turned solemn. Slow by a day and a half, and still could come out before Zuo Qing. This point, even he himself could not do it either. Could it be that reviving for these 20 years, Ji Qingyan's alchemy Dao strength improvement was actually so great? Yi Yuan came before the table, and his palm force likewise shook, directly shattering those Tier 9 spirit medicines to dust. Similarly shattering medicines and condensing embryo, Yi Yuan's move was far more beautiful compared to him. Seeing this scene, Han Qingzi's expression became a little more solemn. Reaching his level, who was better or lousier, was clear at a glance. Just this move, Yi Yuan's strength was more than plenty to shake Zuo Qing off more than 10 streets behind. This brat's control of essence energy seems to have become more exquisite. Really a freak, Han Qingzi muttered to himself. The medicinal embryo's refinement done, Yi Yuan urged with one hand, and the cleansing sandal sacred flame started heating up the medicinal cauldron. His technique was virtually identical with Xiao Ruyan and Ren Dong's previously, like starting a fire to cook a meal. But the moment he made his move, it was totally different from the two disciples. Really seeing ghosts, clearly starting a fire to cook a meal, how can Lord Qingyan's silent offering make people feast their eyes upon it like so? Lord Qingyan is Lord Qingyan. Before reincarnating, how many years has it been since we've seen him take action already? This is the style of a peak alchemy emperor. But he's already slow by a day and a half's time. Can he catch up to Lord Zuo Qing's rate of progress? Chapter 1036, already gone. Han Qingzi's astonishment was completely different from the rest. Tier 9 Cleansing Sandal Sacred Flame. It was actually a Tier 9 Cleansing Sandal Sacred Flame. Using this essence fire to refine medicinal pills was simply successful in every endeavor. Although Yi Yuan was just initial rank alchemy emperor strength at the moment, no idea why, Han Qingzi kept having a feeling of not being able to see through. Looks like this Ji Qingyan is already not the Ji Qingyan back then. Han Qingzi heaved a long sigh and said. In the process of everyone's astonishment, Yi Yuan already heated the medicinal cauldron to a state of glittering and crystal clarity with immense speed. It was just that his kind of glittering and crystal clear was God knows how many times stronger compared to Xiao Ruyan and Ren Dong's kind of transparency. The entire medicinal cauldron was virtually already in a transparent state. Everyone all knew that the moment Yi Yuan's essence fire stopped, this medicinal cauldron would surely be wasted. This approach was overdrafting the medicinal cauldron's life force to stimulate an even stronger pill refinement effect. 8 diagrams Wandering Dragon's secret art. Legendary realm, shouted someone. The moment the pill refinement started, someone cried out in shock. Yi Yuan did not have any hesitation and directly entered the legendary realm. Furthermore, it was the extremely high rank 8 diagrams Wandering Dragon's secret art. Probably only an existence like Lord Qingyan could enter the legendary realm as and when he pleased, right? Indeed well deserving of being Lord Qingyan. This kind of refinement simply makes people feel refreshed in spirit. What Zuo Qing used was also the 8 diagrams Wandering Dragon's secret art. But it was the realm of major accomplishment. It did not even reach the great circle of perfection. In contrast, the disparity between the two people was too obvious. But Han Qingzi's brows furrowed and he muttered under his breath, this punk should have long grasped the 9 stars imperial heaven art already. He actually only used the 8 diagrams Wandering Dragon's secret art. Where did his confidence come from? Yi Yuan's every movement and action, Han Qingzi was very perplexed. It was leaping realms to do battle in the first place. Yi Yuan actually only used the 8 diagrams Wandering Dragon's secret art and wanted to refine a high-grade tier 9 medicinal pill. It was likely not easy, right? Zuo Qing, this high-rank alchemy emperor, was not touted out. A conservative estimation, Zuo Qing could also refine a high-grade purple clarity jade heaven pill. For Yi Yuan to want to win, it at least had to be superior grade 2. But could it be done? Even though it was just the 8 diagrams Wandering Dragon's secret art, each one of Yi Yuan's seals secretly incorporated heavenly Tao, giving people a feeling of mystery and hard to fathom. The same move, when used by different people, the effects were totally different. As luck would have it, what Zuo Qing and Yi Yuan used was both the 8 diagrams Wandering Dragon's secret art. The moment people with discerning eyes saw, they could immediately distinguish the level of superiority. The two people's understanding of alchemy skills was completely not on the same level. Through the transparent medicinal cauldron, people could see that in Yi Yuan's medicinal cauldron, that gradually forming medicinal pill seemed to be jumping for joy under the essence fire's envelopment, like it was dancing. Very soon, the people surrounding were completely brought into the pill refinement process of pleasing the eyes and mind by Yi Yuan. Ji Yu's heart nearly jumped out when he watched Yi Yuan's pill refinement in the crowd. Too terrific. This is true pill refinement. This is a true expert. Talking until the back, Ji Yu was virtually rambling incoherently already. Xiao Ruyan looked at him like looking at a moron and said speechlessly, "Didn't you say that you want to surpass Lord Qingyan? Where did that confidence of yours go to?" Ji Yu said, "That was merely youthful unbridledness, doesn't count. Now, I've already turned over a new leaf and swear to follow in Lord Qingyan's footsteps. Starting from now, he's my idol, my lifelong goal." Xiao Ruyan had nothing to say. This guy's transformation was also too great, right? Yesterday, he was still young and frivolous. Today, he turned over a new leaf already. However, Xiao Ruyan more or less also discerned a little. Ji Yu was really infatuated with alchemy Dao. Only the fascination of alchemy Dao could turn a haughty youth into this. Speaking of which, wasn't junior apprentice brother Ren Dong the same too? In a twinkle, a day's time passed. Everyone was immersed in Yi Yuan's pill refinement, unable to extricate themselves. Suddenly, Yi Yuan gave a light cry, "Purple clarity jade heaven pill, condense." The moment the essence fire was withdrawn, the medicinal pill was already formed. Murmur. Following Yi Yuan's essence fire withdrawing, the medicinal cauldron instantly turned into a pile of black charcoal, falling apart to pieces. Yi Yuan lightly beckoned, and the medicinal pill flew into the container. Han Qingzi's expression turned intent, and he said in amazement, "It's done already." He entered the array formation to carry out the inspection of the medicinal pill impatiently. When he saw the medicinal pill, he could not help looking at Yi Yuan in astonishment. Transcendent grade, you actually used the 8 diagrams Wandering Dragon's secret art to refine out a transcendent grade purple clarity jade heaven pill. Han Qingzi said in disbelief. Yi Yuan said with a smile, just a purple clarity jade heaven pill. It's also not some unique medicinal pill, how can it be that hard to refine? Medicinal pills used to compete in alchemy were all not some truly special medicinal pills. To a powerhouse like Yuan, refining was completely as easy as blowing off dust. Of course, that was referring to matching his strength. But the current Yuan was merely just an initial rank alchemy emperor. Saying these words was a little exaggerated. Han Qingzi was speechless as he said, I've also heard about your matters. It was said that your soul force already broke through the limitations of cultivation realm. Actually, you're already half a middle-rank alchemy emperor now. It's just that even so, your refinement was also a bit too shocking. Yuan said with a smile, reincarnating for another life, thought through some things that I couldn't figure out in the past instead. It's considered having some accidental gains. This purple clarity jade heaven pill is seriously not considered a big deal to me. Han Qingzi smiled bitterly when he heard that and said, you brat, you're really a freak. Saying that you have the greatest hope of breaking through to the alchemy god realm is absolutely not just saying it. Actually, Yuan did not tell the truth. The reason why he could attain such an effect was actually still all thanks to the refinement of the 9-truth pill the last time. After that time, his understanding of alchemy Dao became even deeper. Even if he deliberately concealed divine Dao laws, refining a medicinal pill like the purple clarity jade heaven pill was still very effortless. The refinement last time could be said to have utterly broadened his horizons, letting him stand on a higher level to look at the problem. Going back to refined tier 9 medicinal pills now, that feeling was totally different. Yuan patted Han Qingzi's shoulders and said with a smile, thanks for your auspicious words. The matters over here will have to trouble elder brother. This guy still needs to refine God knows how long. I won't be keeping company. Done talking, Yuan brought Xiao Ruyan and the rest and immediately left. When Ji Yu saw the situation, he also waddled along and followed behind. The moment Yuan left, a large group of people dispersed with a loud bang, all running after Yuan. They did not know what they wanted to do either and just followed Yuan regardless. Perhaps it was just purely wanting to see how this former apex expert was like at present. Han Qingzi could not help smiling wryly and saw Yuan off with his gaze. After half a day, it was already empty below the stage. Purple clarity jade heaven pill, condense. Zuo Qing gave a fierce cry and the medicinal pill finally formed. Ha ha ha, did pretty well this time. Even if it can't reach superior grade, it shouldn't be far off as well. Zuo Qing said with a loud laugh. Suddenly, he discovered that something was not quite right, and could not help looking below the stage, and was immediately stunned. Where are the people? Han Qingzi gave him a pitiful glance and went up to pat him on the shoulders as he said with a sigh, the people are already gone. Chapter 1037, The Dog at Grand Master's Feet. Master, that punk is still kneeling outside, insisting on acknowledging me as his master. I already taught him a vicious lesson just now, but he refused to leave. Xiao Ruyan was already messed by Ji Yu this sticky candy until she had no temper. No matter how she hit, how she scolded, Ji Yu was completely indifferent. In short, it was not retaliating when hit, not retorting when scolded, insisting on acknowledging Xiao Ruyan as his master. My lord, how about I go out and cripple that boy, and directly throw outside the city? Zhang Taking said ferociously. Yuan said with a smile, no need to care about him. Grind down his disposition first before talking. Shuangzhou, I let you all send news out, saying that I want to collect ancient spirit center fragrant grass and jadegreen sacred flower stamen. Is it already done? Ruan Shuangzhou bowed and said, My lord, the news was already let out. Your Excellency really has an immense reputation. Hearing that it was my lord who wanted to look for these two kinds of spirit medicines, each and every one of them all said that they wanted to gift to my lord for free. Now, pretty much the entire Cloudmarsh city is already stirred up, helping my lord to find these two types of spirit medicines. But these two kinds of spirit medicines are too rare. Even if it's the Cloudmarsh city, there might not have either. Aoqian scoffed in contempt and said, how are they looking on account of my lord's face? They are gifting my lord a favor. Although the ancient spirit center fragrant grass and jadegreen sacred flower stamen are seldom seen, my lord's favor is clearly more valuable compared to these two things. The matter of Yuan utterly trashing Zuo Qing already spread crazily in Cloudmarsh City these 2 days. For some time, the news of Qingyanzi returning caused a huge commotion, and already became the entire Cloudmarsh city's greatest topic of conversation. Qingyan Zi returned domineeringly. Not only did his alchemy Dao strength not decline, but it also became even more astonishing instead. With initial rank Alchemy Emperor strength, utterly trouncing the high-rank Alchemy Emperor, Deputy City Lord Zuo Qing. This sort of thing was simply inconceivable. However, Lord Qingyan Zi was a life form that accompanied miracles in the first place. It seemed like accomplishing to this extent was not something hard to imagine. Him being able to escape death in a great calamity and returning to Cloudmarsh City, wasn't it a miracle in itself? One had to know that Lord Qingyan Zi was the alchemist known as closest to alchemy god. Making him owe a favor was too worth it. Yi Yuan said with a smile, if can really find it, what's the harm in owing a favor? One sentence, it made Zhang Taking and Wu Lu both incredibly touched. These two kinds of spirit medicines were precisely the high-grade Tier 9 spirit medicines necessary for refining the pure source infusion divine pill. These few days, they had already deeply experienced how heaven-defying His Excellency was. Such a heaven-defying existence was actually willing to owe others a favor for them. How could this not move them? The few people were just talking when a noisy din suddenly sounded out outside the inn. Ruan Shuangzhou's expression changed, and he said, I'll go and take a look at what's the situation. But Yi Yuan waved his hands to stop it and said, no rush, take a look first. Outside the inn, a young man led a group of people, while opposite them was just Ji Yu alone. Jian Wushuang, I know that you bear a grudge with my Grand Master. Want to find trouble with him, go through me first. Ji Yu had a grim look and said without weakening his imposing manner. That young man called Jian Wushuang chortled with laughter and said, yo. Never heard before of Ji Qingyan accepting disciples in the past. It's just been 20 years, and he even has a grand pupil already. However, who the hell are you? To also dare stop this seat? Ji Yu said with a cold smile, Jian Wushuang, you pursued Spirit Snow Divine King back then but failed to win her heart and was even trampled by Grand Master like a dog. You actually still dare to come in front of him to be insolent. The moment these words came out, everyone was marveling at Ji Yu's boldness. This Jian Wushuang was the young sect master of one of the 8 great super holy lands, the Heavenly Sword sect. His sword Dao cultivation pierced the heavens and penetrated the earth. It was said that he already had 1 foot stepped into the ranks of void mystic experts. Didn't think that the immemorial medicine garden opening this time, the Heavenly Sword sect came over too. Jian Wushuang heard that Lord Qingyan Zi came back, he'll naturally come to find trouble with him at the first moment. Yeah, back then, Jian Wushuang pursued Spirit Snow Divine King bitterly but failed to win her heart. Spirit Snow Divine King only had eyes for Lord Qingyan Zi. The two people are sworn enemies. Especially when Spirit Snow Divine King suffered serious injuries and stayed for a month's time at the Medicine King Hall with Lord Qingyan Zi in close proximity. After this matter spread out, Jian Wushuang hated even more to the bones. Back then, Jian Wushuang went up to the Medicine King Hall to challenge Lord Qingyan Zi by himself. The result was that he was crushed by his divine soul attacks until heaven and earth turned dim, and he suffered heavy injuries. If not for that battle, perhaps Jian Wushuang would have long broken through to the realm of void mystic already. Looks like Ji Yu is determined to acknowledge Miss Xiao as master, to actually rebuke Jian Wushuang to his face. But with Lord Qingyan Zi's present strength, he's probably not Jian Wushuang's match. These 2 days, the inn where Yi Yuan was at was followed with great interest. Therefore, the moment a conflict occurred on that side, it immediately aroused a large group of martial artists' attention. Regarding Jian Wushuang and Ji Qingyan's various things back then, it was circulated widely in the divine realm. They were perfectly aware. It was just that regarding Yi Yuan's predicament, they became somewhat worried. They knew that Yi Yuan brought along several divine kings. But those few were likely still not a match compared to Jian Wushuang. While Yi Yuan himself was merely first-level Dao profound strength, it was even more impossible to be Jian Wushuang's match. Ji Yu was domineering too, to actually dare directly tear open Jian Wushuang's scar in front of so many people. With him saying that, Jian Wushuang's aura turned cold. The hairs all over Ji Yu's body was almost standing on its ends. Ji Yu knew that Yi Yuan was definitely watching him. Whether or not he could acknowledge him as his master would depend on this one chance. He absolutely could not weaken his momentum. He might as well resolve his heart and risk it all. Ji Yu raised his head high and stuck his chest out, and met Jian Wushuang's eyes proudly, not the slightest bit afraid. When Jian Wushuang saw Ji Yu's attitude, he suddenly laughed and said, "Not bad. Pretty good. Ji Qingyan's grand pupil indeed have balls. It's already been many years since anyone dared to speak this way to this seat." Ji Yu gave a cold laugh and said, "That is my Lord Grand Master meeting with a misfortune. Otherwise, how can you be qualified to be arrogant in this divine realm?" The moment Ji Yu's voice faded, Jian Wushuang's slap arrived, directly smacking Ji Yu out far away. This slap, Jian Wushuang hit it perfectly and did not claim Ji Yu's life, but struck until half of his face swelled up. Jian Wushuang slowly walked forward and said with a faint smile, "Talk, carry on talking." Ji Yu directly spewed out a mouthful of frothy blood, wanting to spray onto Jian Wushuang's face. But what kind of skill did Jian Wushuang had? How could he be dirtied by a nobody like him? Ji Yu said with a cold smile, "If not for Grand Master showing mercy back then, you, this trash, would have long become a moron already. Would there still be a chance to flaunt your might in front of this young master?" Jian Wushuang laughed again and said, "Brat, I know you. These few years in this Cloudmarsh city, you still have some fame, claiming to want to catch up to Ji Qingyan that fellow. However, you're already almost dying, and that Grand Master of yours is still like a cowardly turtle. He doesn't dare to come out." Done talking, Jian Wushuang pointed his fingers like a sword and lightly pointed forward. Chapter 1038. All right, kneel down then. Half of the wall behind Ji Yu collapsed with a loud bang. But Jian Wushuang's brows furrowed slightly. His face carried a hint of a shock as he said, merging into heaven and earth. And right then, Yi Yuan's figure slowly appeared not far away. His hand was still grabbing Ji Yu's collar. Yi Yuan loosened his hand, and Ji Yu plopped down onto the ground. His two eyes were staring wide open. Clearly, he still had not come back to his senses. That instant just now, he even thought that he was dead for sure. Now, he knew that he bet correctly. Lord Qingyan Zi really made a move and saved him. Pretty well done. Yi Yuan's nonchalant voice transmitted into his ears, akin to a heavenly melody. At this time, Ao Qian and the rest also came out in an instant, and they guarded around Yi Yuan's side. Jian Wushuang sized Yi Yuan up with a glance and suddenly let out a huge laugh and said, "Ha ha ha, the exalted peak alchemy emperor, Qingyan Zi, actually ended up in such a plight. Really didn't expect it. Perhaps this is called, heaven has eyes, right? Don't you guys think so? Ha ha ha." Seeing Yi Yuan change a body, furthermore, only had first level Dao profound strength at present, the delight in his heart welled up limitlessly, making him smile until he grinned from ear to ear. Nothing was more satisfying than seeing one's enemy encountering difficulties. Yi Yuan did not speak. He just watched him laugh quietly like that. Actually, only he was laughing too. In this Cloudmarsh city, everyone was firstly excited by Yi Yuan's return, and secondly sympathetic. Nobody would mock him at all. As for those subordinates that Jian Wushuang brought over, each and every one of them also laughed along. It was just that so many people surrounding and watching, their laughter appeared very dry. Finally, Jian Wushuang also realized that he was like a clown, before gradually ceasing the laughter. Yi Yuan looked at him and said smilingly, "Laughed enough. If you had your fill of laughter, bring your men and get lost then. Don't look for trouble yourself." Jian Wushuang's face turned black. He discovered that he forever could not find that sense of accomplishment in front of Ji Qingyan. He had clearly met with a misfortune currently, why was he still being mocked by him? "Ji Qingyan, you don't think that the current you can dismiss me with just a word, right? You're merely a homeless dog right now. Even if I don't kill you, do you think that Ji Candlin will let you go? Or perhaps, do you think he'll let you off so easily today?" Jian Wushuang said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Otherwise." Jian Wushuang suddenly discovered that he forever could not keep his cool in front of Yi Yuan. In comparison, he was always suppressed by Ji Qingyan. Thinking about this, Jian Wushuang could not help switching to a smiling face as he said, "We've also not met for a long time. The day we met again feels as if a lifetime has passed. Don't you feel that we should have a good talk about the old days and settle the scores? Am I very close to you? If you still don't get lost, don't blame me for not being courteous anymore." Yi Yuan said very calmly. "Ha ha, I want to see just how our Lord Qingyan can be discourteous to me. Could it be by relying on that group of trash behind you? Jian Wushuang said with a loud laugh. Hearing Ji Wushuang's words, the faces of Ao Qian and the rest all turned black. Especially Ao Qian, how formidable of an existence was he back then. Now, he was actually looked down upon by a junior like so. This simply made him explode with anger. But speaking of which, his current strength might even be inferior to Ruan Shuangzhou's, let alone talk about Jian Wushuang. Junior, if this old can recover my strength, I'll definitely tear that mouth of yours. Ao Qian gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Jian Wushuang said with a loud laugh, you this old fellow should enter a coffin already. Today, this seat can send you on your way. Yi Yuan secretly heaved a sigh in his heart. Each and every one of these fellows, how many years has it been, no changes at all. Zuo Qing was like that, Jian Wushuang was similarly like so. Could it be that they just could not be a little more mature? Speaking of which, they were plenty old already, but were still like snotty children, like to go around posturing. Fine then, today's matter has nothing to do with them. Don't you want to find trouble with me? What do you want to do? State your intention. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said. Jian Wushuang was stunned when he heard that and immediately burst into laughter and said, haha, what did I hear? The exalted Lord Qingyan actually lowered his head to me. Did you guys see that? Did you guys see that? Seeing Jian Wushuang's appearance of a despicable person realizing his ambition, the people surrounding and watching also showed indignant looks. Sigh, really a tiger landing in a plain gets bullied by dogs. Recalling when Lord Qingyan was at the height of his power back then, although he was not adept in martial strength, his divine soul mystic arts reached the acme of perfection. Even void mystic experts might not gain any advantage at his hands. But now, truly a villain intoxicated by success. Back then, Jian Wushuang was pummeled by Lord Qingyan until he cried his lungs out. How could the Spirit Snow Divine King possibly take fancy of this guy? Unless she's blind. In my view, Spirit Snow Divine King and Lord Qingyan, that's a match made in heaven. These people's words transmitted into Jian Wushuang's ears. He was enraged until he trembled all over. But a large group of martial artists already gathered at the scene. He could not possibly kill off one by one either. He could only cast all of his anger on Yi Yuan. Ji Qingyan, kneel down and kowtow for this seat today. If this seat feels happy, I might really let you go. Ha ha ha, Jian Wushuang said with a loud laugh. Jian Wushuang completely believed that Yi Yuan was really afraid of him. That was why he would compromise out of consideration for the general interest. After all, the way he saw it, Yi Yuan's first-level Dao profound strength was completely inadequate to pose the least bit of threat to him. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, all right, you start kowtowing then. No need for many, 3 will do. Then bring your people and scream, this young master will be able to forgive you. Jian Wushuang's smile involuntarily stiffened and his face turned black as he pointed at Yi Yuan furiously and said, Ji Qingyan, you tricked me. Yi Yuan said coolly, don't you know that Ji Kanglin already stepped into Void Mystic, while you actually haven't broken through yet? Want to become this young master's opponent, you also got to at least learn from Ji Kanglin. Your current bit of ability is also fit to be arrogant in front of this young master. Jian Wushuang's entire body shook from anger. Why had he not broken through to Void Mystic? Wasn't it still thanks to Yi Yuan? For so many years, Ji Qingyan had always been his inner demon. He was already stuck at the gates of Void Mystic for very long. But every time he almost broke through, Ji Qingyan's shadow could not be wiped away. Therefore, that was why he would come to the immemorial medicine garden this time, wanting to find an opportunity to break through. It was just that he never thought that he would encounter the Ji Qingyan who reincarnated the moment he came. Very good, I want to see on what basis a first-level Dao profound dares to be so wildly arrogant. Jian Wushuang's longsword swung, a terrifying sword intent headed for Yi Yuan grandly. But right at the same time, a terrifying energy undulation also spread out from Yi Yuan there. Yi Yuan already took out a fire rod at goodness knows when. An outrageous strength gushed out and was actually even stronger than his sword intent. Caught by surprise, Jian Wushuang was directly smashed out far away. He vomited a mouthful of blood. Since you knew that I came back, didn't you hear that I have a divine artifact in possession? Yi Yuan looked at Jian Wushuang with pity and said coolly. Chapter 1039, Extreme Sword Divine King. Divine artifact. It's really a divine artifact. Lord Qingyan Zi actually has a divine artifact in possession. No need for Yi Yuan to say, the others also felt the pressure of a divine artifact. Each and every one was incomparably shocked. A divine artifact coming into being was already not some secret in the divine realm long ago. It was just that they did not expect that Lord Qingyan Zi actually had a divine artifact in possession too. Regarding the divine artifact, Yi Yuan already could not be bothered to conceal it anymore either. This matter would spread sooner or later and could not be concealed at all. Jian Wuxuang struggled to his feet. Wiping away the fresh blood at the corners of his mouth, he used a dumbstruck gaze to look at Yi Yuan as he said, "You. How can you possibly have a divine artifact?" Yi Yuan said coolly, "Why can't I have a divine artifact?" "So, you can get lost already, right?" Currently, Jian Wuxuang felt aggrieved to the max. Ji Qingyan revived and only had first-level Dao profound strength currently. While he was already standing on the cusp of void mystic powerhouses. Originally thought that he could casually need Ji Qingyan. Did not think that Ji Qingyan actually brought out a divine artifact, this kind of great killing tool. He was still unable to do anything to Ji Qingyan. Could it be that in this life, I, Jian Wuxuang, would have to be completely trampled underfoot by this fellow? Jian Wuxuang knew that Yi Yuan did not unleash the true power of the divine artifact just now. Otherwise, he would probably not be getting injured that simple. As long as Yi Yuan had the divine artifact in his hands, he would not be able to gain any advantage. Jian Wuxuang gritted his teeth and said to his subordinates, "Let's go. Ji Qingyan, our score isn't over." Jian Wuxuang's threat appeared rather feeble. The might of a divine artifact, everyone knew. Unless it was a void mystic realm powerhouse, otherwise, no one could gain any advantage under Yi Yuan's hands at all. As long as Yi Yuan was willing to pay a sufficient price, he could even exterminate Jian Wuxuang just now. When Yi Yuan was still at Faceless Realm, he could already rely on the sacred dragon token to dance around with divine king powerhouses. Now that he advanced to Dao Profound, the sacred dragon token could naturally unleash even great power in his hands. When those surrounding martial artists saw this scene, they were all incomparably shocked. They originally thought that Yi Yuan coming back anew, but only had first-level Dao Profound strength, was a little shabby. But through this battle, Yi Yuan finally revealed his fangs. He naturally had some reliance to dare openly appear in Cloudmarsh City. "Since you came, what are you hiding your head but showing your tail for? Come on out." After Jian Wuxuang left, Yi Yuan suddenly said. Ao Qian and the rest were all startled. They all did not notice that there was actually still an expert spying by the side. A youth in pale blue long robes slowly walked out from the void, looked at Yi Yuan, and said with a faint smile, "Hu, younger brother Ji, long time no see. Really didn't think that there would be a day where we'd meet again still." Seeing the arrival, Yi Yuan's brows finally smoothened out. Clearly, he was very happy. "Honestly speaking, I myself didn't expect it either." Yi Yuan laughed and had a bear bug with the blue-robed youth. It looked like the two people's relationship was very close. Extreme Sword Divine King. That's Lord Qingyan Zi's sworn friend till death. Extreme Sword Divine King. In the crowd, someone suddenly cried out in shock. Extreme Sword Divine King, Huang Tianming, was one of the few void mystic powerhouses in the divine realm. Although not in the ranking of the 10 great divine kings, nobody dared to underestimate his strength either. Furthermore, anyone in the divine realm all knew that the Extreme Sword Divine Realm and Qingyan Zi were sworn friends of life and death with an extremely good relationship. Back then when Yi Yuan created the Falling Flower Floating Zero, it was precisely the Extreme Sword Divine King who was beside him. After the bear hug, Yi Yuan's face turned cold, and he said, "Thundercry, aren't you scramming yet? Do you wish to stay behind to drink a cup of tea?" Everyone was alarmed once again and could not help exchanging glances. Could it be that within this void, it actually still hid a powerhouse? Thundercry, could it be the Thundercry Divine King, Wu Yuanchao? He and the Extreme Sword Divine King are implacable enemies. It was said that he wasn't on good terms with Lord Qingyan Zi either. Looks like 80% it's him. Just as everyone was guessing it, a cold snort came from the void. Ji Qingyan, your current bit of strength also dared to barely manage to be presumptuous in front of this seat. Once the immemorial medicine garden opens, I hope that you can come out from inside alive. Done talking, there were no longer undulations in the void. Clearly, he already left here. Huang Tianming said with a bitter smile, why did you have to provoke him? Yi Yuan said smilingly, if I don't provoke him, do you think that he'd let me off? Huang Tianming could not help laughing as he said, makes sense. However, you coming back this time gave me a huge shock. After you break through to the Divine King realm, even I might not be your match anymore as well. Yi Yuan said disdainfully, the extreme sword Divine King is matchlessly tyrannical. Since when has he been so modest before? The two people exchanged a look but burst into laughter. Seeing an old friend, Yi Yuan also had a rare occurrence of joy and said with a smile, come, today, not going back without getting drunk. Ha ha, competing in drinking capacity, you're not my match. Huang Tianming said with a loud laugh. The two people put their arms around the shoulders and strutted away. Ji Grand Master, I. At this time, the Ji Yu who did not dare to make a sound by the side the whole time suddenly spoke up. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he could not help stopping his footsteps and said with a smile, who are you in the southern Ji Yu family? Ji Yu's expression involuntarily changed when he heard and said in surprise, turns out that Grand Master actually already saw through it. Huang Tianming scolded with a laugh, you foolish boy. What kind of judgment does Qingyan Zi have? Unless you don't use alchemy skills in front of him, otherwise, how can your little games escape his arcane eyes? Ji Yu could not help smiling embarrassedly. His face was smacked by Jian Wushuang until it swelled up. This smile was ugly to the extreme. Yi Yuan casually took out a medicinal pill and threw it to Ji Yu, saying, although you hit it very well, the southern Ji Yu family's crisscross flowing wind pill refining style is imprinted in the bones. People with discerning eyes can tell that it comes from the southern Ji Yu family with a glance. Who is Ji Yu Tianhua to you? The southern Ji Yu family was a mysterious alchemy faction in the divine realm. The family clan's alchemy skills were very formidable. It was just that they rarely moved about in the divine realm. Hence, people who knew were not many. Ji Yu consumed Yi Yuan's medicinal pill. The swelling on his face faded away very quickly. The internal injuries were also recovering very quickly. His entire person's essence, energy, and spirit immediately improved substantially. Hearing Yi Yuan mention Ji Yu Tianhua this name, Ji Yu said difficultly, Ji Yu Tianhua is precisely my father. Yi Yuan froze and laughed in spite of himself as he said, Ji Yu Tianhua's strength is extremely powerful. His understanding of alchemy Dao is also extremely deep. But you came to enter under my tutelage. If he knows, wouldn't he skin you? Yi Yuan also did not think that this Ji Yu was actually the descendant of an acquaintance. Ji Yu Tianhua was an alchemy path powerhouse who rose up in the same era as Yi Yuan. Calculating according to the time, his present alchemy Dao strength would not be beneath Zuo Qing's no matter what. Back then, Yi Yuan rampaged in all directions in Cloudmarsh City, his fame shaking the divine realm. It also drew this Ji Yu Tianhua over. The result was without any suspense at all. Ji Yu Tianhua was crushed by Yi Yuan until no patch of skin was left unscathed. However, Ji Yu Tianhua's strength in alchemy Dao, Yi Yuan still quite acknowledged it. The southern Ji Yu family's alchemy skills formed its own style and had quite a bit of skill. Yi Yuan also learned quite a few things from Ji Yu Tianhua. He did not expect that after time went by, his own disciples actually competed with Ji Yu Tianhua's son. Moreover, was crushed once again. Chapter 1040, Brother's Injury. Ji Yu shook his head and said, no way. The person father admires the most is Grand Master. If he knew that I entered Grand Master's tutelage, he'd be very relieved instead. Yi Yuan pondered for a moment and said coolly, since that's the case, you follow Yuan first and be an in-name disciple then. The moment Ji Yu heard, he could not help becoming overjoyed. He did a kowtow towards Xiao Ruyan and repeatedly called out, Master. Xiao Ruyan repeatedly shook her head and said, my strength isn't much stronger compared to him either. How can I be his master? Yi Yuan said coolly, as the saying goes, those who reached first can teach. Your foundation is much more solid than his. You can naturally be the teacher. Xiao Ruyan pouted and said somewhat unwillingly, fine then. After 3 rounds of drinks, Huang Tianming sighed slightly and said, younger brother Ji, this foolish brother has done you wrong. Yi Yuan glanced at Huang Tianming and said with a sigh, oh old Huang, having a brother like you is my fortune. The hidden injuries on your body should be left behind by Ji Kanglin, right? Actually, the moment he laid eyes on Huang Tianming, Yi Yuan knew that his condition was not right. Carefully studying in detail this time, he saw through the injuries on Kwang Tianming. It was caused by the 8 extreme sword art. Kwang Tianming was stupefied and said with a bitter smile, "Nothing can be hidden from you, this punk. In this world, how many people are more familiar with the 8 extreme sword art than me? Your breathing is disorderly, and there are several streaks of sword chi faintly exuding from your body. You probably already almost can't suppress it anymore, right? If not for this case, with your personality, how could you get involved with the immemorial medicine garden, this messy situation?" Yi Yuan's gaze looked at Kwang Tianming heatedly as he said. Kwang Tianming's disposition was carefree and uninhibited. He pursued the limits of sword Dao wholeheartedly and never took foreign objects to heart. Although the immemorial medicine garden had many natural treasures, Kwang Tianming did not take fancy on them. If not for sustaining severe injuries, it was also impossible for him to come to this immemorial medicine garden, wanting to find spirit medicines to treat his injuries. Yeah, the immemorial medicine garden's undulations this time is uncommon. Large quantities of seldom-seen spirit medicines already appeared at the peripherals. Most likely, the immemorial medicine garden opening this time, there will be precious treasures coming into being. Quite a number of void mystic experts probably wouldn't be able to endure the loneliness, Kwang Tianming said. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "I've also discovered that the entire Cloudmarsh city's essence energy seems to be considerably more plentiful compared to in the past. Looks like the immemorial medicine garden opening this time is rather extraordinary. A great era is coming. This immemorial medicine garden also can't endure the loneliness anymore. Undercurrents are surging in the divine realm. Divine artifacts coming into being one after another. Perhaps, this is our lucky chance. It's just that I never thought that younger brother, you, actually obtained a divine artifact too." Kwang Tianming said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Misfortune might be a blessing in disguise. Had another lucky encounter in this life, that's how I acquire the dragon race's supreme treasure." Yi Yuan thought to himself, what I acquired is not just a simple divine artifact. Between the vast heaven steel and the sacred dragon token, the degree of terror of the former is still far above the sacred dragon token. It was just that these two items' implications were too serious. Yi Yuan would not easily spread the news out. "Alright, enough nonsense. I'll suppress the sword chi in your body for you first. Or else, at this rate, before the immemorial medicine garden opens, you're probably going to become a cripple already," Yi Yuan said. Kwang Tianming nodded his head. He also knew that his own body could not delay anymore. Fortunately, he ran into Yi Yuan. Otherwise, the consequences would really be too ghastly to imagine. After several hours, Yi Yuan's fingers suddenly tapped onto Kwang Tianming's back, leaving illusionary images. Kwang Tianming immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. But the complexion on his face became much better. "I've troubled you, younger brother," Kwang Tianming said, but Yi Yuan frowned and said, "I didn't think that Ji Kanglin's strength is actually powerful to such a degree already. Looks like being able to escape from his hands the last time was really a fluke." Kwang Tianming nodded and said, "Back then, I heard of the Medicine King Hall's accident and the news of you, younger brother's demise. I was immediately filled with righteous indignation and immediately charged up to the Medicine King Hall. I didn't expect that at that time, Ji Kanglin already cultivated to the 8th extreme. I didn't last more than a few moves under his hands before being defeated, nearly losing my life at his hands. Even so, his sword intent was still akin to bone-festering maggots, wreaking havoc inside my body. Extreme Sword Divine King, Kwang Tianming, had long already stepped into the realm of void mystic 80 years ago. Compared to Ji Kanglin, he should be a veteran void mystic expert. But that time they exchanged blows 20 years ago, Kwang Tianming was actually not his match already. Now that 20 years had passed, Ji Kanglin's strength would only be even more terrifying. For Yi Yuan to be able to succeed the last time, on the one hand was Ji Kanglin underestimating the enemy. On the other hand, it was Yi Yuan who caught him overly unawares. Ji Kanglin also did not expect that Yi Yuan actually used a self-harming method and breached his Divine King domain. And also did not think that Yi Yuan actually still had such a terrifying divine artifact in possession. If he was long prepared, it would be impossible for Yi Yuan to succeed. Yi Yuan's expression became rather ugly but forced the origin magnetism spirit wood out of his body. "Take it, nourish it for a while inside your body. It should be able to eradicate the powers of lightning within your body. Looks like you had enough to choke on being hunted down by Wu Yuanchao these few days." The injuries within your body are so severe. It's probably also thanks to him, right? Yuan seethed with killing intent as he said. He helped Kuang Tianming to treat his injuries just now and discovered that within his body not only had the 8 extreme sword qi, but there was also still a lightning power with very strong destructive force. Originally, these powers of lightning was not a big deal, but Kuang Tianming was unable to purge the 8 extreme sword qi in the first place. These powers of lightning undoubtedly piled on a disaster on top of someone who was already unfortunate. Currently, the aura in Kuang Tianming's body was incomparably chaotic and already almost could not be suppressed. Yuan expended a Herculean effort before barely managing to seal the 8 extreme sword qi with an extremely brilliant method. But this could only alleviate the symptoms and not treat the root. Before long, the 8 extreme sword qi would still break through the seal. At that time, Kuang Tianming's condition would be even more severe. Kuang Tianming knew that he could not hide it and could only nod his head and say, "Ever since that guy knew that I suffered injuries, he kept on chasing me down. Today, if not for being apprehensive of your divine artifact, he probably wouldn't leave so easily either. However, you actually even have a rare object like the origin magnetism spirit wood. Furthermore, it's even tier 9. Truly makes me incredibly shocked. If Thundercry that fellow knows that you have this object, he'll probably want to obtain it at all costs." Yuan said viciously, "I'm still afraid that he wouldn't come. Alright, this period of time, you recuperate well. As for the matter of medicinal pills, don't need you to worry. Leave it all to me." Kuang Tianming did not know the inside story and said in surprise, "Younger brother, I'm not doubting your strength. It's just that, in your present state, you probably can't refine the medicinal pills I need, right?" Yuan was merely first-level Dao profound strength currently. Even counting in that his previous life's alchemy skills and experiences were all there, it was also not possible to refine medicinal pills that a void mystic expert needed. He naturally did not know that Yuan's soul force was long not constrained by cultivation realm already. Furthermore, he even comprehended divine Dao laws. His alchemy skills were already no longer what it was. Hoo, when have your younger brother, done unreliable things? You just have to recuperate at ease will do, Yuan said with a chuckle. Chapter 1041, Someone Cutting In. Master, you're certain that you want me to start training from tier 1 alchemy techniques? Gu looked at Xiao Ruyan wide-eyed as he asked with a bitter look. Xiao Ruyan had a look of disdain as she looked at Gu and said, "Me and junior apprentice brother both trained like this. If you aren't willing, you don't have to train." Gu was stunned. He even thought that Xiao Ruyan was deliberately taking revenge on his behavior back then, and designed this threshold to come and make things difficult for him. What was there to train for tier 1 alchemy techniques? Who was he, Gu? He was an exalted alchemy venerable expert, a big shot who won 3,420 matches consecutively in Cloudmarsh City. His foundation was incomparably solid. Was there still a need to practice this sort of child's plaything? But he never expected that Xiao Ruyan they all actually trained like this. Gu could not help turning his eyes towards martial uncle Ren Dong. Ren Dong nodded and said, "Senior sister didn't lie to you. Back then, our expressions were the exact same as yours right now." Gu was speechless and could not help asking, "Then, this needs to be trained to what level?" Xiao Ruyan said, "Train all of the tier 1 alchemy techniques to the legendary realm, and you can cultivate tier 2 alchemy techniques, so on and so forth. But, before you cultivate tier 2 alchemy techniques, I will explain the medicinal theory of tier 1 medicinal pills for you to hear afresh." Gu blinked twice, his eyes filled with disbelief. Tier 1 medicinal pills and medicinal theory. What's there to learn? Gu was really speechless. What he pursued was the limits of the alchemy path, just like Lord Qingyunzi. But the master that he currently acknowledged actually made him start learning from scratch. Was this drilling him like a newbie? Xiao Ruyan snorted coldly and said, "Why? Looking down on tier 1 alchemy techniques and tier 1 medicinal pills, is it? Doesn't matter either way, you're just an in-name disciple right now. I still have many things I need to practice myself. If you're not willing to train, get lost as soon as possible." Done talking, Xiao Ruyan and Ren Dong turned around and left, and started cultivating the 5 elements heavenly word art not far away. But seeing this scene, Gu was endlessly surprised in his heart. He did not cultivate the Tier 1 alchemy techniques straight away but observed master and martial uncle by the side. Ji Yu was very perplexed. Xiao Ruyan and Ren Dong already cultivated the 5 elements heavenly word art to the legendary realm. Why did they still want to carry on cultivating? He just watched them like that, then discovered that the two people cultivated the 5 elements heavenly word art again and again just like that. Such dreary and dull cultivation, it was still his first time seeing. 10 times, 50 times, 100 times, 500 times. The more Ji Yu watched, the more shocked he got. The two people did not have the intention of stopping at all. They just trained like this over and over again. Exhausted and became tired out, they would casually consume medicinal pills and meditate on the spot to recover. After recovering, they would continue cultivating again. As for Ji Yu, they completely treated him like he did not exist. Ji Yu finally knew the reason why Xiao Ruyan and Ren Dong were both younger than him, but their strength already surpassed him. Diligence. What they competed in was not talent, but diligence. He also finally knew that Xiao Ruyan was not joking with him. Master and martial uncle definitely both started cultivating from Tier 1 alchemy techniques. This was also to say that the two of them already cultivated the alchemy arts before Tier 5 all to the legendary realm. How much time and energy did this have to expend? Ji Yu did not dare to go and think at all. Comparing talent, Ji Yu, was confident that he was not inferior to anyone. He even felt that his talent was higher than both Xiao Ruyan and Ren Dong. But him getting defeated at their hands was an indisputable fact. What he thought was correct. Carrying on training like this, soon enough, his disparity with master and martial uncle would only become greater and greater. Up till now, he finally knew why Ji Qingyan was able to become an existence that alchemists looked up to. Without a doubt, Lord Qingyan's alchemy Dao talent was very terrifying. However, the effort behind him was what everybody could not see. Without repetitive tempering, even if his talent was any higher, it was also not possible to win 5,800 over matches in a row. People more impressive than you, but was 100 times, 1,000 times more hardworking compared to you. How could you have a reason to not lose? Ji Yu sucked in a deep breath and purged all of the distracting thoughts out of his mind. The movements of his hands slowly begun. It was precisely the starting stance of the lesser faceless art. When Xiao Ruyan trio were all immersed in the middle of frenzied cultivation, Zhang Taking was currently stomping his feet in rage. "Milord, that bunch of fellows are seriously bullying people too far. They know that you're collecting the ancient spirit center fragrant grass and jadegreen sacred flower stamen. No idea which bastard was it, they actually cleared these 2 kinds of spirit medicines all away within the city. These 2 kinds of spirit medicines concerned whether or not Zhang Taking and Wu Luo, the 2 people, could recover their strength." He was naturally very nervous. Yuan was slightly surprised as he said, "Why? Are there a lot of ancient spirit center fragrant grass and jadegreen sacred flower stamen?" Zhang Taking said, "To talk about prior to this, there really weren't these 2 kinds of spirit medicines. But this period of time, don't know why either, many precious spirit medicines appeared at the peripherals of the immemorial medicine garden. Among them had these 2 kinds of spirit medicines. I've already inquired before, 2 stalks of ancient spirit center fragrant grass and a strain of jadegreen sacred flower stamen appeared in the city for a recent period of time. But not long after Milord sent the word out, they were cut off by people. This is clearly somebody wanting to oppose Milord." Aoqian frowned and said, "It would be best if there is, don't insist on it if there isn't either. Since Milord promised you guys, he naturally won't go back on his word." Presently, the forces in Cloudmarsh City are gathering their people. Milord's identity is already exposed too. It's hard to guarantee that an enemy like Jian Wushuang wouldn't appear. Making too many enemies has no benefits for us. When Zhang Taking heard that, he also knew that he was overly anxious, and said in embarrassment, It was Taking who didn't consider thoroughly. Hope that your excellency doesn't blame." Yuan waved his hand and said smilingly, "Just some clowns jumping around. Since they dare to bully until on top of my head, they will have to be prepared to receive my wrath. Since my identity is already exposed, even if I avoid them, they will also think of ways to drop in. Since these 2 types of spirit medicines appeared, we naturally have to get it back. The immemorial medicine garden is rather unusual this time. If your strength is a little stronger, we will also have some assurance in safety." Yuan's words made Zhang Taking very agitated. But, just who on earth did this? I've inquired for many days and didn't find out either, Zhang Taking said gloomily. These few days, Cloudmarsh City was a meeting of wind and clouds, various factions mixing together like dragons and fishes jumbling up together. Experts in the city were as many as clouds. In comparison, their party was still a little weak. Yi Yuan said, calculating based on the time, it shouldn't be Jian Wuxuang. Looks like there's someone stirring things up in the dark. Forget it, can't guess then can't guess. Let's go and ask, and we'll know. As he said, Yi Yuan got up and walked out. Zhang Taking was stunned and chased after to ask, "Milord, Taking has already inquired for quite a few days but didn't find any clues either." Those few sellers also seemed to be unaware of the other party's background. "Who do we go look for to ask?" Yi Yuan said with a smile, "This Cloudmarsh City, who understands the situation in the city the best?" Zhang Taking shook his head stiffly. Yi Yuan chuckled and headed straight out of the door. Chapter 1042, Old Man Han. When Ao Qian and the others all saw, City Lord Manor, these three big words, all of them could not help exchanging glances. Cloudmarsh City's City Lord was a very mysterious existence. The ones managing normally were all several deputy City Lords acting on behalf. But barely anyone had seen before the City Lord's real appearance. Even an old monster like Ao Qian also knew very well that Cloudmarsh City's City Lord was not to be provoked. A land where wind and clouds met like Cloudmarsh City, even if it wasn't the immemorial medicine garden opening, it was still a place that was extremely hard to manage. Without some skills, how could one be able to hold down such a large city? Your Excellency, you wouldn't be. Zhang Taking's words had yet to finish speaking when Yi Yuan already mustered up essence energy and projected his voice out. Old Man Han, an old friend came to visit. Why haven't you come out to welcome me? The moment these words were uttered, several terrifying killing intents instantly locked onto the few people. Even an existence like Ao Qian had cold sweat pouring profusely at this time too. Among these killing intents, there were definitely void mystic powerhouses. Once they had any unusual movements, the other party would give them a deadly blow without the slightest hesitation. If in his top condition, Ao Qian naturally did not fear. But at the moment, his strength was too weak. If they were to really do battle, there was only a road that led to death. Your Excellency, we'd better leave. Zhang Taking was rather scared already and could not resist going forward to urge. But Yi Yuan was calm and collected. It was as if he did not sense any killing intent at all. After several breaths, a faint voice transmitted out. Come on in. Yi Yuan smiled slightly and passed right through the City Lord Manor's array formation, and entered the City Lord Manor's rear hall. Milord, Zhang Taking and the rest were about to catch up when that killing intent suddenly became much more piercingly cold. You all wait outside, a voice transmitted out faintly, revealing killing intent. Ao Qian was rather indignant as he said, wait until this father of yours recovers his strength. See if you dregs still dare to be cocky in front of me. Talking was talking, Ao Qian also knew that he did not have the capital to be arrogant at present. His only hope lay on Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan followed the aura of that voice and arrived at a very covert courtyard in the rear hall. He did not stop and directly walked towards a corner of the courtyard. The space around had an undulation. A massive transformation actually occurred to the scenery before Yi Yuan's eyes. A thatched house, smoke curling up from the chimney. Around the cottage was filled with some spirit medicines overflowing with fragrance. Looking at the grade, the lowest was also not beneath tier 9. If someone else came in, they would even think that they entered a treasure vault. An old man wearing a straw hat on his head sat by the river and was actually fishing. There's tea in the pavilion, take it yourself. Don't startle my fish, the old man said without even turning around. Yi Yuan smiled and was not in a rush either. He slowly came to a wooden pavilion and poured himself a cup to drink on his own. Not only did you not die, your formation's ability actually even improved a step further, truly a freak. The old man said calmly. Yi Yuan sipped tea as he smiled and said, Old Man Han, you've been fishing by the river here for 50,000 years, have you really caught anything? The old man used a hoarse voice to say, what do you think? Yi Yuan said smilingly, those who are willing, takes the bait. It's just that this bait is yourself, right? When the old man heard these words, he finally put down the fishing rod and slowly walked into the pavilion. He then sat down opposite Yi Yuan. I didn't expect that you reincarnated, and even your heart realm became much keener. Recalling when you asked me the same question back then, At that time, you couldn't figure it out, the old man said. Yi Yuan said, Old man Han, pretending you don't know anything in front o' me. How can the matters that happen in this Cloudmarsh city escape your eyes and ears? Yi Yuan used merging into heaven and earth in the city before. This old man Han definitely already knew that he comprehended heaven-man unity long ago. Old man Han said smilingly, knowing is one thing, surprise is another thing. Your soul force already broke through the shackles of cultivation realm. Looks like the rumors of your father obtaining a divine Tao medicinal canon should be true. The medicine god's soul canon was an extremely hidden matter in the Medicine King Hall. Even Yi Yuan himself only knew after reincarnating too. Yi Yuan did not think that these old geezers had long heard of it. These old geezers were all very cunning. Every one of them was a real piece of work. Only after reincarnating once did Yi Yuan discover that compared to this old man in front of him, there was likely still some gap. Of course, this was just what he thought in his heart. On the surface, he was like an old well without ripples. He said coolly, you don't need to broach the subject in a roundabout manner anymore as well. Otherwise, why do you think SG father and son ended up in such a plight? Yi Yuan's words were equivalent to covertly admitting the existence of the medicine god's soul canon. It was just that Yi Yuan being so scoundrelly made old man Han somewhat stunned in his heart. Did this boy really had something to rely on, or was his thinking too shallow? Old man Han could not help sizing up this rather unfamiliar face in front of him anew and suddenly discovered that he actually could not quite see through. Although Yi Yuan's seniority was shallow back then, his alchemy Tao strength made the world submit. He naturally had the qualifications to be on equal footing with them, these old fellows. But these old guys, which one would appear as simple as on the surface? Just take Ji Zhengyang as an example. He secretly cultivated the medicine god's soul canon and refined a half-step divine pill. At that time, it astounded everybody. While this old man Han was practically a peer of the same generation with Ji Zhengyang. His strength was unfathomable. Ji Qingyan was actually just a piece of blank paper in front of him. But when he looked at Yi Yuan again in this life, he actually felt as if a layer of veil was covering Yi Yuan, making him have a feeling of being amidst cloud and mist. Finally, old man Han heaved a long sigh and said, looks like these short 20 years, many things happened. If say in his previous life, these geezers, only brought Yi Yuan along for fun, now, it was different. Now, Yi Yuan truly had the qualifications to sit opposite of them. Hearing old man Han's emotional sigh, Yi Yuan said with a smile, you aren't moved. Old man Han said, naturally moved. Why not try to take it? I have no confidence. Yi Yuan shrugged and said, fine then. Truly, the older the person, the smaller the guts. I already delivered to your mouth, didn't think that you're actually not eating. I even thought that I'd have to expend some effort today before I can make you open your mouth. Old man Han could not help choking up when he heard that and huffed as he said, you brat, still like this. You're at any rate a junior too, don't you know how to respect the elderly a little? Yi Yuan said, I only respect lovable geezers. You, this geezer, are not lovable, so not respecting. However, you're a little more likable than old man Jing. Hence, that's why I'd sit here and talk with you. Old man Han said, speaking of old man Jing, you got to be a little careful. That geezer is indeed full of wickedness. He might be waiting for you somewhere. Yi Yuan said smilingly, since I have a second chance in life, this score naturally has to be settled one by one. Old man Jing not coming to find me, I'll go and look for him anyway. Alright, meeting an old acquaintance today, emotions are rather agitated, speak less crap. You should know my intentions for coming, say it out straight. Old man Han nodded his head and said, speaking of which, it's your old friend too, Fianblade Mountain, Yu Xinping. Remember to be more light-handed, don't stir up too big of a commotion. Chapter 1043, Growing Dizzy with Success. Only when they saw Yi Yuan walk out of the City Lord Manor without a scratch did Ao Qian and the rest let out a sigh in relief. My lord, are you all right? Zhang Taking asked worriedly. What can there be? Aren't I perfectly well? Come, let's go and settle scores. Yi Yuan said. Zhang Taking was stunned and said, My lord, you know who's playing tricks. Of course, otherwise, what did I come here for? Yi Yuan said. Zhang Taking had a look of worship as he said, My lord, this Cloudmarsh City's city lord is incredibly mysterious. This old man is also considered a veteran already, but I really don't know what kind of person this Cloudmarsh City's city lord is. Wu Luo, who was by the side, nodded and said, there are actually void mystic powerhouses guarding his gate for him. This city lord is definitely not an ordinary existence. Yi Yuan said smilingly, old man Han just likes to pretend to be mysterious. Actually, it's no big deal either. Have you guys heard the title of alchemy fanatic before? The moment these words were uttered, Ao Qian was still alright, but Wu Luo, Zhang Taking, and Ruan Shuangzhou all turned pale with fright. Cloudmarsh City's city lord is the alchemy fanatic, Han Jing, whose name shook the divine realm 50,000 years ago. Zhang Taking yelled out at the top of his voice. Rumor has it that 50,000 years ago, after him and the present void divine king had a great battle, he vanished. I didn't think that he actually became Cloudmarsh City's city lord. Furthermore, it's 50,000 years in one go. Ruan Shuangzhou exclaimed. Yeah, Senior Han Jing only used 1,000 years to reach peak alchemy emperor. At that time, the divine realm was incomparably stirred. Zhang Taking said halfway and stopped. He suddenly recalled that his own lord seemed to be even more freakish and only used 300 years of time to break through to peak alchemy emperor. After another 200 years of accumulation, he could already debate on Dao shoulder to shoulder with Han Jing, this kind of peerless powerhouse. Yi Yuan said with a smile, old man Han is indeed an unparalleled genius. His strength is not beneath my father's and mine. But these old fellows, when you have more contact with him, you'll discover that they are all just a bunch of guys deliberately mystifying things. This way, it would make people feel that they are very mysterious, with a feeling of inscrutability and enigma. Actually, it's also just that. Hearing these words, everyone could not help being speechless. Wanting to uncover their mysterious veil, one at least also had to have strength on equal footing with them. Otherwise, who would care about you? The rankings in the martial arts words were incomparably strict. Strength falling short, one would forever not be able to integrate into that circle. Just take the previous life's Ji Qingyan, his friends and enemies were basically all the divine realm's pinnacle most existences. Even ordinary divine king, powerhouses did not have the right to speak with him either. Yi Yuan waved his hand and looked at everyone as he said with a smile, come on, if that bunch of fellows is sensible, this matter is also considered over. If not sensible, then I'll have to trouble you all a bit. Seeing Yi Yuan's eyes that harbored ill intent, a blast of cold wind hit Zhang Taking and the rest from behind. These eyes felt like a wolf eyeing a sheep. My lord, what do you want to do? Zhang Taking said weakly. You guys will know at that time. Fianblade Mountain was not a super holy land, but in terms of strength, it was not much weaker compared to super holy lands either. Originally, Fianblade Mountain was just a rank 1 holy land whose strength was quite strong. But 1,000 years ago, their holy land produced a peerless genius who actually broke through to the realm of void mystic. Ever since then, Fianblade Mountain's status skyrocketed, even approaching super holy lands. Yu Xinping's lifelong wish was to let Fianblade Mountain become a super holy land. However, the 8 great super holy lands, each one of them was a force with extremely profound foundations and was not that easy to be replaced. In these 100,000 years, there were quite a few rank 1 holy land that produced void mystic realm powerhouses before. But those truly able to reach super holy land were extremely few. Ever since Fianblade Mountain produced a Yu Xinping, they had always been rampant and domineering when doing things. In these 1,000 years, they had done quite a number of wicked deeds. Over 100 years ago, Yu Xinping had once requested a pill from Ji Qingyan, but he was rejected by Ji Qingyan with stern words. This matter made him brood over it. Ever since then, their enmity towards the Medicine King Hall was very strong. At this moment, Yu Xinping was currently being pleased with himself at Fianblade Mountain's stronghold. Ha ha ha, doesn't Ji Qingyan that punk wants ancient spirit center fragrant grass and jadegreen sacred flower stamens? I'll collect it all for him, see how he still refine pills. You all watch closely for me, although these 2 kinds of spirit medicines are scarce, with the immemorial medicine garden's abnormal happenings, it might still appear again. As long as it shows up on the market, immediately bring it in for me. Yu Xinping said with a loud laugh. Yes, Mountain Lord, we've already sent out the manpower. As long as we receive news of these 2 kinds of spirit medicines, we'll purchase them right away. The one talking was Yu Xinping's right-hand man, Peak Divine King, Yu Rongwei. These few years, Yu Xinping groomed a large batch of experts for Fianblade Mountain. The inflation in strength was very impressive. In comparison, the temperament of an upstart also became increasingly distinct. Things like exterminating entire clans would happen at the slightest provocation. Heh. At the thought of Ji Qingyan, that punk's hopeless look, this seat is incomparably satisfied in my heart. Jian Wushuang, that punk is really dumb, to provoke Ji Qingyan without even understanding the situation. He deserved to be pummeled. Yu Xinping said with a laugh. Not that he was afraid of Yi Yuan. Even if Yi Yuan had a divine artifact in possession, with his void mystic realm strength, he was fearless too. Furthermore, the intel that he obtained was more comprehensive than Jian Wushuang. Yi Yuan expended too much divine essence in the great battle the last time. Most likely, the divine artifact could not be used more than a few times already. But he more or less still had some dread towards divine artifacts. It was just perfect, after Yi Yuan suppressed Zuo Qing and released. News about wanting these two kinds of spirit medicines, Yu Xinping had a flash of inspiration and secretly purchased these two kinds of spirit medicines, not giving Yi Yuan the slightest chance. Haha, Mountain Lord is brilliant. That punk probably never would have dreamed that it's us buying the spirit medicines in secret. It's simply nothing more than wishful thinking for him to want to obtain these two kinds of spirit medicines before the immemorial medicine garden opens. Yu Rongwei said with a laugh. Yu Xinping nodded and said, although that brat has a divine artifact, his strength is still too weak. If my conjectures are right, he's definitely finding these two kinds of spirit medicines to help those two subordinates of his to refine medicinal pills. This way, his assurance of entering the immemorial medicine garden will also be several points greater. But now, the more Yu Xinping talked, the more delighted he got. He could not refrain from letting out laughter. Back then, he was given a good scolding by enumerating his wrongdoings, saying that he committed all sorts of wicked deeds, and was unworthy to receive medicinal pills, such and such. And even destroyed all of the spirit medicines that Yu Xinping found painstakingly to his face. Yu Xinping immediately blew up back then and wanted to make a move against Yu Xinping, but was severely injured by the Medicine King Hall's experts and fled. This matter was unprecedented humiliation in Yu Xinping's lifetime. Moreover, he was constantly mocked by people later on. With his character, how could he endure it? Just as Yu Xinping's was being pleased with himself, his expression suddenly changed. A horrifying aura descended from the sky and directly crushed down. Not good, quickly dodge. Yu Xinping's figure instantly vanished from where he stood, only to hear a boom. The place Yu Xinping was at was directly crushed into a wasteland. Yi Yuan stood in the air and looked at Yu Xinping with a smile that was not a smile and said, Yu Xinping, after so many years of not meeting, I didn't think that you're still this filthy. Chapter 1044, Rampaging Ao Qian. Yi Yuan beckoned lightly. The vast heaven pagoda turned into a small pagoda and returned to his hand. Seeing this scene, Yu Xinping's eyes revealed a look of greed. Rumors had it that apart from a dragon clan divine artifact, Yi Yuan still had a quasi-divine artifact in his hands, likewise unbelievably powerful. It should be this small pagoda. Ji Qingyan, are you tired of living? To actually dare provoke your grandpa Yu Xinping said with a black face. He never would have thought that Yi Yuan actually dared to drop in and taunt so blusteringly, directly wrecking his lair. Yi Yuan said coolly, it's you who provoked me first. Hand over the ancient spirit center fragrant grass and jadegreen sacred flower stamen, and be spared a bout of fleshy agony. Yu Xinping was alarmed in his heart, but he refused to admit it verbally and snorted coldly as he said, Ji Qingyan, don't make trouble willfully. What ancient spirit center fragrant grass? I've never seen it before at all. If you want to find trouble, Grandpa Yu will take you on. Don't think that you're impressive with a divine artifact. Just those few small fries behind you, this seat doesn't think anything of them yet. Yi Yuan shook his head and sighed as he said, in that case, you want to talk again after fighting? Yu Xinping said with a cold smile, stop putting up an act there. The White Tiger battle, you were beaten by Ji Kanglin like a homeless cur. Still dare to feign ignorance in front of your grandpa Yu. Since you delivered yourself to the doorstep, let's settle the old and new grudges. Together. Done talking, a terrifying aura spread out. Yu Xinping actually directly opened up his Divine King domain. The terror of a void mystic powerhouse was displayed in its entirety at this moment. Lord Qingyan Zi was too reckless. Yu Xinping is a void mystic expert. With his present strength, how can he possibly be Yu Xinping's match? Although Yu Xinping's strength didn't increase much for so many years, he's a void mystic expert in the end. Even if Lord Qingyan Zi is wielding a divine artifact in his hand, the disparity with him is also a little too big. Looks like Yu Xinping has the intention of opposing Lord Qingyan Zi and took away these two kinds of spirit medicines in the dark. No wonder we couldn't find all along. It's just that the strengths of these subordinates brought by Lord Qingyan Zi are really lacking. Ao Qian, Zhang Taking, and Wu Luo only had the strength of ordinary divine kings at the moment. While Ruan Shuangzhou was just slightly better than them, with a first-rate divine king strength. But the four of them simply could not withstand a single blow in front of Fianblade Mountain's experts. Disregarding the rest, one Yu Xinping was sufficient to crush all of them. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "Since you're asking for trouble yourself, don't blame me." Done talking, Yi Yuan came before Ao Qian trio with a flash and fired out some things with extremely swift skill. As for what they were, everyone did not see clearly. Ao Qian trio's bodies trembled all over, their auras suddenly soaring. "Ha ha ha, my lord, what did you do just now? Why do I feel like I've recovered to my peak state?" Zhang Taking was beside himself with joy as he said with a laugh. Just earlier, he suddenly felt a wave of stinging pain at his back and head. Then, boundless strength returned to his body. Within virtually a blink of an eye, his strength recovered to his peak state. Wu Luo's sensation was the same as him. Currently, his aura also rose to the boundary of peak divine king. As for Ao Qian, he suddenly opened his two eyes. Rays of brilliance emitted from his eyes. A terrifying dragon pressure instantly enveloped the entire city. "Although I didn't recover to my prime, pummeling this brat is enough." "My lord, how to beat up his brat?" Ao Qian looked at Yu Xinping with ill intent as he said. Yi Yuan shot the three of them a glance rather sympathetically and said coolly, "Only 2 hours, pummel at will. Pummel until they cry for their mummies." Yi Yuan used the golden needle acupoint piercing method just now to stimulate the trio's potential, making them recover to their peak state temporarily. It was just that this state could only last for 2 hours. After 2 hours, they would be utterly drained, unable to use even a trace of essence energy. Even a normal person without any strength to tie a chicken up could easily kill them. Although they did not know how severe the aftermath was, Ao Qian trio were also people with vast experiences and knew that it would definitely have aftereffects. But, this feeling of returning to the peak was truly very wonderful. One had to know that the least among them was already suppressed for more than 3,000 years too. Even if it was just a momentary recovery, it also made them have a feeling of heroism. Seeing the Ao Qian trio whose auras suddenly became flourishing, Yu Xinping's expression could not help changing drastically. The other two people were still alright, but that dragon race powerhouse was simply daunting to the max. Instinctively, Yu Xinping wanted to turn tail and run. But Ao Qian did not give him any chance at all. In a blink of an eye, he barged into his divine king domain carrying a violent impact force. Ao Qian's bloodline power was fearsome to the extreme. Even Yu Xinping's divine king domain could not block it, directly being smashed underground. "Ha ha ha, little bastard, this seed will let you take a look at who's the small fry. When this seed roamed the divine realm, your grandfather's grandfather wasn't even born yet." Ao Qian laughed wildly and directly charged under the ground. This period of time, he was really oppressed to the extreme. Any random Tom, Dick, and Harry would dare to posture in front of him. Who was he, Ao Qian? In these 50,000 years, apart from Long Tang, he was practically the dragon clan's strongest. His strength, even void mystic powerhouses had to prostrate for him too. But the wheels of time turned, these junior brats were all absurdly arrogant in front of him. How could he not be furious? Today, he finally vented the grievances in this period of time all on Yu Xinping. Right when everyone was in a daze, a series of horrifying undulations came from underneath the earth. Enormous debris tossed upwards from time to time, making everyone's heart spasm when they heard. "Haha, old Wu, old man Ao is having a great time fighting. We should make a move too," Zhang Taking said with a big laugh. Wu Luo nodded his head. The two people brought along a powerful momentum and charged towards the Fianblade Mountain's divine kings. Yu Rongwei's expression changed, and he cried out, "Don't be afraid, our numbers are many. The two of them are merely peak divine kings. Want to gain any advantages from us, dream on." Zhang Taking chortled with laughter and said, "Haha, old Wu, looks like we're being looked down upon." "What to do?" Wu Luo said expressionlessly. Then let's help them to loosen up their bones and ligaments well. Let them know what's called respecting one's elders. Haha, I have this very intention. Wu Luo's bloodline released fully and directly smashed a fist at Yu Rongwei. Without any surprise, Yu Rongwei was smashed flying with one punch, while Wu Luo chased after like he was completely fine. Zhang Taking also displayed his invincible might, facing off with 4 first-rate divine kings alone, but fought until they did not have the slightest strength to retaliate. Originally, everybody thought that Yi Yuan was sending himself to the tiger's mouth. No one expected that in a blink of an eye, it was Yi Yuan's side that was akin to tigers entering a flock of sheep. The 3 mighty divine king experts under Yi Yuan bashed the Fianblade Mountains experts up with an absolute overwhelming stance. Chapter 1045, Do Come Again. After an hour, the Fianblade Mountains group of experts had utterly fallen into the enemy's hands. I admit defeat. Don't fight anymore. Yu Xinping, who was currently being pummeled, shouted at the top of his voice. Ao Qian, who was at full strength, was seriously too terrifying, beating him until he did not have strength remaining to counterattack. In just an hour, he already could not hold on anymore. Yi Yuan said it very clearly earlier. It was in 2 hours. But continue fighting at this rate, Yu Xinping was probably going to be finished off by Ao Qian in less than 2 hours. Except, he shouted as much as he can, but Ao Qian's attacks did not slack off at all. He had pent up for close to 20,000 years' time. This time, he finally managed to return to his peak state. How would Yu Xinping be treated fairly if he did not grasp it well? And Yi Yuan also did not seem to have the intention of letting him stop. You say fight, and we fight. You stop, and we stop. Then wouldn't I have no face? Ao Qian, carry on beating for me. Isn't he void mystic realm? Pummel him until his insides are void for me. Yi Yuan said coolly. The moment Ao Qian heard, his entire person seemed to be injected with stimulants, his offensive power instantly becoming several times fiercer. Although he opened up his Divine King domain, his Divine King domain could not block in the least bit under Ao Qian's bloodline power. The area affected by the great battle of void mystic realm powerhouses was extremely vast. This large stretch of region already became a wasteland. In the depths of the city Lord Manor, Old Man Han let out a slight sigh and said, "This brat," asked him to go easy, but he just doesn't listen. But his golden needle acupoint piercing's power seems to be greater than in the past. This brat is exuding bizarreness everywhere after returning this time. Even I actually can't figure him out too. It seems like the immemorial medicine garden's opening this time is somewhat worth watching. Done talking, he suddenly lifted the fishing rod. A frolicking little fish was actually hauled up by him. The moment Old Man Han saw, he could not help saying emotionally, "You got pulled up, looks like another 1,000 years passed." Finished talking, he freed the little fish from the fish hook and casually tossed it back into that large river again. While at this time, Yu Xinping was covered in blood all over, his breathing extremely chaotic, looking like he almost could not endure anymore. I have something to say. Yu Xinping seized a breather and shouted at the top of his voice. Only then did Yi Yuan waved his hand, signaling for the 3 people to stop. Ao Qian stopped. Only then did everyone saw Yu Xinping's appearance currently. His clothing was ragged, his face, arms, body, bloodstains were everywhere, he was in an extremely sorry plight. How was there still any hint of a mountain lord's dignity? Just as Yi Yuan said, he did not seem like a void mystic expert at all right now, but like an expert with his insides void instead. As for the rest, they were not much better than him either. Yu Rongwei's situation was even more tragic than Yu Xinping's. His entire person was already almost pummeled into a heap of minced meat. While the other Divine King experts were similarly pummeled by Zhang Taking until they were searching for their teeth. These 3 peerless powerhouses making a move, the spectacle was not an ordinary kind of shocking. Putting aside Ao Qian, for Wu Luo and Zhang Taking to be able to become the White Tiger clan's number 2 and number 3 prisoners, how could their strength be what ordinary peak Divine Kings could compete with? Although they did not reach the realm of Void Mystic, they were also not too far off already. Yi Yuan slowly walked in front of Yu Xinping and said coolly, "What do you have? Say it quickly. There's still some time from 2 hours, enough to beat you up until your teeth all fall out." Yu Xinping was incredibly aggrieved. But facing such a powerful adversary, he really did not have any temper at all. Ao Qian's strength completely overpowered him. Furthermore, No idea what kind of stimulant this guy was injected with, his combat power was off the charts. Yu Xinping could not resist at all. If he knew that Ao Qian had already been pent up for 20,000 years in a dungeon, he would probably have long laid down arms and surrendered. Yu Xinping gritted his teeth and said, "The ancient spirit center fragrant grass and jadegreen sacred flower stamen matter was indeed done by me. That day, I heard that you wanted these two kinds of spirit medicines, so I sent people to collect in advance. Those two people were even unwilling to sell to me, insisting on giving to you. Then, I made people kill them and forcefully snatched these two kinds of spirit medicines." The moment these words came out, this area instantly seethed with excitement. Fianblade Mountain's methods were truly a little too vicious. In order to take revenge on Ji Qingyan, Yu Xinping actually indiscriminately slaughtered the innocent. Yu Xinping did not wish to tell the truth either, but he knew that Yi Yuan was very astute. Not telling the truth, he would not be able to pass this hurdle today. In any case, Fianblade Mountain's reputation was not any good in the first place. Being a bit lousier did not matter either. There was no need to fear an itch when there were many lice. This martial arts world ultimately still depended on strength to speak. Even if these people were any more displeased, what could they do to him? Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "At least you're sensible. Where are the spirit medicines?" The corners of Yu Xinping's mouth twitched, but he still toughened his scalp and said, "The spirit medicines were already swallowed by me." Hearing this, the public sentiment was even more stirred. Each and every one of them pointed at Yu Xinping and cursed bitterly. Especially Zhang Taking, he wished that he could go forward and twist his head off. But this outcome did not surpass Yi Yuan's expectations. He said nonchalantly, "What needs to be done? Don't need me to teach you, right?" Yu Xinping's expression was incomparably ugly. He fished out a storage ring and threw it to Yi Yuan, saying, "In here are spirit medicines that my Fianblade Mountain gathered in this period of time. There are even 50,000 heaven essence crystals. It should be enough to compensate you, right?" This trip to the immemorial medicine garden, Fianblade Mountain was one of the earliest batches of factions to come. This period of time, they gathered quite a number of high-ranked spirit medicines. Yu Xinping never would have thought that the consequences of provoking Yi Yuan were actually to this extent. What he was even more puzzled about was that he clearly did this thing very covertly. How on earth did Yi Yuan discover? Yi Yuan received the storage ring and said coolly, "Yu Xinping, if you feel that provoking this young master is very fun, you're welcome to come and provoke again next time. But you have to remember to prepare a bit more spirit medicines next time. Otherwise, it probably won't be settled so easily." Done talking, Yi Yuan brought out Qian and the rest and left this place. Only a mess remained. Fianblade Mountain's stronghold already completely became a wasteland. Returning to the residence, Zhang Taking's expression was incomparably ugly as he said unhappily, "My lord, old man Ao's strength is already sufficient to kill that damn guy. Why would you let him off?" He was very perplexed. Ao Qian's strength clearly completely crushed Yu Xinping. There was only a bit more to be able to finish him off. While on their side, eradicating the other party's group was also not unachievable. No idea why His Excellency was benevolent and let this group of people go. Towards Yu Xinping, Zhang Taking's resentment was rather high. Originally, his strength could recover right away. But now, they must wait for the immemorial medicine garden to open before having an opportunity to recover. But Ao Qian snorted coldly as he said, "You idiot. If I could kill him, would His Excellency make me stop? A rabbit in a pinch will even bite, let alone that fellow is a void mystic expert." Coming for the immemorial medicine garden this time, he definitely prepared quite a few trumps cards. Really forcing him into a corner, none of us will gain any advantages. Don't you forget, we only have 2 hours time. Chapter 1046, Powerhouses Gather. Ao Qian saw it clearly in his heart. Actually, he had long perceived this outcome. Therefore, although he looked like he was beating ruthlessly, he did not unleash genuine killing moves. That Yu Xinping was at any rate a void mystic expert. Really forcing him into a corner, he probably would not be that easy to deal with either. The reason why Yu Xinping did not utilize trump cards was just that he did not wish to expose himself too early. If he revealed all of his trump cards at this time, he would not have much reliance upon entering the immemorial medicine garden. The immemorial medicine garden opening this time already drew a large batch of experts over. Even void mystic powerhouses might not be able to gain any advantages either. Exposing trump cards too early, either directly get lost, or go in and court death. There was probably no third path to take. Yuan looked at the three people and said with a smile, I stimulated your potential with the golden needle acupoint piercing skill, letting you guys briefly recover to your prime. But right away, you all will be drained all over your body. For 3 days, your meridians will be swollen in pain, your entire body's akin to being burned by a blazing fire. You'll likely not be able to even twitch your fingers. The moment these words came out, the three people's countenance instantly changed. This sort of taste was not too enjoyable. They knew that the consequences were very serious, but they did not think that it would be so severe. My lord, is there any way to ease it a little? Zhang Taking said weakly. Yuan shook his head and said, there's no way. I can only make sure of not damaging your martial Dao foundations. But a tiny bit of anguish still has to be suffered. The three people's expressions were incomparably ugly, but they also knew that what Yuan said was the truth. This kind of potential stimulating techniques commonly needed to pay an enormous price. This sort of price was not as simple as lying in bed for 2 days. For Yuan to be able to achieve this was already extremely heaven-defying means. Just as they were talking, the three people suddenly spasmed, their entire bodies becoming rigid, then directly toppling down stiffly. It came, right away. The expression on Zhang Taking's face contorted, his entire person spasming non-stop, looking very pitiful. Yuan smiled and said, the three of you rest with your minds at ease. I'm going to enter closed seclusion these 2 days to refine the pure source infusion divine pill. Just treat it as a reward for you guys, hoo-hoo. Hearing these words, Aoqian was still alright, but Zhang Taking and Wu Luo, the duo trembled all over. Although their whole bodies were spasming, their eyes went wide open, staring fixedly at Yuan. They wanted to know whether Yuan was messing with them or not. Yuan said with a smile, Old man Han, that fellow is sitting on Cloudmarsh City. Since the immemorial medicine garden has fluctuations, these 2 kinds of spirit medicines can't stump him yet. It's been hard on you guys these few days. The matter regarding the medicinal pills, leave it to me. Several days later, rays of light spilled over outside Cloudmarsh City. Essence energy powerful until it made people feel asphyxiated gushed out. Everybody knew that the immemorial medicine garden, which opened once every 500 years, was finally opening. At this time, a large group of martial artists gathered at the outer regions of the immemorial medicine garden. You guys, look, that's the super holy land, Dawn Heavenly Palace's people. The one leading is their vice palace lord, Shu Yunqing. Also, that old man beside him is known as the #1 person under the Grand Yan Divine King, Ding Zongguo. Looks like the immemorial medicine garden trip this time, they are hell-bent on it. Also, over there, Heavenly Sword Sect's Vice Sect Master, Sword 13. I didn't think that he actually came too. The other day, Jian Wushuang provoked Lord Qingyanzi. As a result, he was beaten up until he was searching the ground for his teeth. Now that Sword 13 came, Lord Qingyanzi will likely have huge pressure. Hiss. The 7 Absolute Cities people came too. The 7 Absolute Cities Deputy City Lord, He Dazhang, is a void mystic realm powerhouse too. What's even more damnable is that the patron behind Fianblade Mountain is precisely the 7 Absolute City. If Yu Xinping joins hands with He Dazhang to deal with Lord Qingyanzi, the situation will be bad. Out of the 8 great super holy lands, 3 came at once. As for rank 1 holy land powerhouses, there are even too many to enumerate. The immemorial medicine garden opening up this time is truly extraordinary. It's just that I still feel worried about Lord Qingyanzi. His enemies this time are far too powerful. In his present state, dealing with so many experts all at once, how to hold out? The immemorial medicine garden opening, all the major factions flocked in with great numbers. The spectacle was extremely shocking. Wanting to meet one of these void mystic realm powerhouses was difficult normally. But today, there was quite a number the moment they appeared. Of course, these were still just the super holy land's void mystic experts. The people all knew that the Thundercry Divine King and Extreme Sword Divine King both came too. As for the void mystic powerhouses still hiding in the dark, God knows how many there were. Right at this time, Yuan brought along a group of people and finally showed up at the immemorial medicine garden's entrance area, immediately stirring up a commotion. His fame was too great, and his prestige in Cloudmarsh City was too high as well. Areas that he passed through, there was none who did not give sidelong glances. Yi Yuan appeared very warm, nodding his head to gesticulate to his worshippers, responding with a faint smile. Seeing the stir on this side, Jian Wushwang's expression suddenly darkened and instinctively wanted to make a move against Yi Yuan. Hold your horses, Wushwang. Our objective this time is the divine-ranked spirit medicines in the immemorial medicine garden. We mustn't suffer a great loss because of some small gains. Sword 13's voice sounded out by Jian Wushwang's ear. Right now at the immemorial medicine garden, various forces were swarming, keeping each other in check. Nobody dared to make a move first either. The moment a great battle began, others would be like a fisherman benefiting from a snipe and clams tussle. Jian Wushwang said hatefully, Uncle 13, I just can't take this lying down. I say, why is Ji Qingyan's life so tenacious? Ji Canglin killed even his father, this brat is actually not dead yet. It's also fine if he didn't die, but on what basis is he able to obtain a divine artifact? Sword 13 said coolly, he carried a divine artifact and swaggered through the streets and has already been targeted by many people. He'll be taken care of by someone who has the intent sooner or later. When we enter the immemorial medicine garden, after everyone scatters, find a suitable opportunity and finish him off will do. As for now, better wait for the immemorial medicine garden to open. Put your mind at ease. Jian Wushwang was helpless and could only nod his head. Over here, Yu Shinping was ready to make trouble too. He saw that the Zhang taking in Wu Luo beside Yi Yuan already broke through to peak Divine King, and knew that Yi Yuan found those two kinds of spirit medicines through another way. This guy could clearly find the spirit medicines and still wanted to beat him half to death. It was definitely on purpose. His thought arriving here, his temper flared up at once. He Dazhong said coolly, at present, the situation is messy and convoluted. You'd better not have wicked ideas anymore. If Ji Qingyan was so easy to kill, he'd have died countless over. How could he wait for your arrival? The moment Yu Shinping heard, his bluster instantly weakened. Yeah, he thought that the Yi Yuan after reincarnating was a soft persimmon, and wanted to knead a bit. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was still a tough nut to crack, breaking off a mouthful of his teeth. I got it, but after entering the immemorial medicine garden, I must find an opportunity to eliminate this fellow. Yu Shinping said hatefully. Right then, another group of people arrived at the horizons. Each and every one of them wore black outfits, their auras imposing. It's the Medicine King Hall's people. That person in front is the Medicine King Hall's former deputy hall master, Sun Man. Someone cried out in shock. Chapter 1047, Not far from Hour of Doom. Ever since after that massive change 20 years ago, the Medicine King Hall rarely showed face. I didn't think that they actually came to the immemorial medicine garden this time as well. There's a good show to watch now. I wonder what kind of expression Sun Man will have when he sees Ji Qingyan. These few years, the outside world basically all don't know the Medicine King Hall's situation. Looking at it now, Ji Canglin seems to have taken over the Medicine King Hall's past members across the board. Even Sun Man, a Void Mystic Realm expert, submitted himself to Ji Canglin's rule. The past Medicine King Hall, powerhouses gathered together. Ji Zhengyang and Ji Qingyan father and son's strength in itself was unfathomable to begin with. Adding in Sun Man and Ji Canglin, these people, that was how it formed a super holy land. But after the Ji father and son perished, where these experts belonged to became an unresolved matter. Outsiders had no knowledge of it. All the way until Sun Man showed face today did the Medicine King Hall display the tip of the iceberg to the world. The present Medicine King Hall's strength was still incomparably terrifying. Disregarding a veteran void mystic powerhouse like Sun Man, Ji Canglin's strength in itself was already unfathomable. When Yi Yuan saw Sun Man arriving, his brows furrowed slightly too. Ji Zhengyang and Sun Man were sworn brothers. Their relationship was incomparably solid. In the past, when Yi Yuan saw Sun Man, he would have to call Uncle Sun. But now, he actually submitted until Ji Canglin's rule. That Ji Bingyan by his side was also Ji Zhengyang's foster son. But now, they all betrayed the Ji father and son. What on earth happened in between this? Sun Man clearly discovered Yi Yuan too, but his expression was incomparably cold. He said to Ji Bingyan indifferently, Bingyan, you go and take down that traitor. Sun Man did not conceal anything regarding this voice. Everyone heard it clearly, but this result made everyone absent-minded. Traitor, where did this come from? Yi Yuan was the Medicine King Hall's young lord. The entire Medicine King Hall could be said to be his. How could he be the Medicine King Hall's traitor? However, Sun Man continued slowly, everybody, the change 20 years ago truly could not be helped. Ji Qingyan, this traitor, viciously killed his father for the sake of the divine Tao secret canon, the medicine god's soul canon. Fortunately, he was detected by Ji Kanglin, who executed him on the spot. Except, I didn't think that this villain actually got away with deceiving everyone and fled to the lower realms carrying a wisp of remnant soul. Now, not only has his strength improved further, he even obtained a divine artifact. If we let him carry on growing unchecked, it will likely be a calamity for the divine realm. The moment Sun Man's words came out, there was a hubbub immediately. They never would have thought that Yi Yuan actually carried out such a crazy act. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a chill crept out. He also did not expect that the Sun Man who treated him like a real uncle in the past would actually say this sort of incisive words. Yi Yuan did not refute, because he knew that refuting did not have any use at all. The medicine god's soul canon was indeed in his hands, while the medicine king hall's upper echelons formerly were all Ji Kanglin's people now. All disputes would appear that feeble and weak. Of course, actually, when the vast majority of the people heard divine Tao secret canon and divine artifact, these two terms, they all revealed greedy looks. The medicine king hall unforeseen accident, that was the medicine king hall's own affairs. It had nothing to do with the outside world. Even if Yi Yuan was really this sort of person, it had nothing to do with them too. However, divine Tao secret canon and divine artifact, these two things were different. Moreover, with Sun Man's words, them taking action against Yi Yuan would even stand on the side of righteousness. Ji Qingyan, I didn't think that you're actually such a vicious and shameless person. A traitorous villain like you who murders their own father, everyone has the right to punish. Yu Xinping reproached furiously. Jian Wuxuang also could not stand not being in the spotlight, so he reproached, Ji Qingyan, you normally appear gentlemanly, now, you have nothing to say, right? Today, I'm going to carry out justice on behalf of the heaven, and exterminate you, this villain. At this time, Ruan Shuangzhou and the rest behind Yi Yuan were all filled with righteous indignation. They knew that Yi Yuan practically got caught in a hopeless situation himself for white light. How could this kind of person who helped his friend with his life on the line possibly murder his father? But Yi Yuan stopped them with a hand gesture. He just said to Ji Bingyan nonchalantly, what are you in a daze for? Still not making a move. Ji Bingyan's face fell, and his figure moved explosively. Seeing Ji Bingyan take action, Jian Wuxuang could not contain himself anymore and roared out, Ji Bingyan, I'll lend you a helping hand. Yu Xinping also yelled out, my Fianblade Mountain cannot bear the sight of this kind of wicked people the most. Kill. Right at this moment, a bolt of lightning flashed across the void. Another figure suddenly charged out. It was precisely the Thundercry Divine King. In an instant, 4 mighty apex experts charged over toward Yi Yuan with a besieging momentum. That aura practically suffocated people. Among the 4 people, there were even 2 who were Void Mystic Realm experts. While on Yi Yuan's side, there was only Kuang Tianming, 1 Void Mystic expert. With this, Lord Qingyan Zi is dead for sure. Sigh, I say, you guys, is he really this sort of villainous traitor who murders his own father? I don't believe this. Lord Qingyan Zi is praised by the people. How can he possibly be this sort of person? It's merely a one-sided story from that Sun Man. Sigh, no matter what, Qingyan Zi has made too many enemies. These 4 great experts surrounding and attacking, he has no possibility of escaping alive at all. Everyone was feeling sorry. These 4 great experts joining hands, it was virtually a certain death scenario. But Yi Yuan did not have the intention of making a move. He stood with his hands behind his back as if it did not concern him. Kuang Tianming did not have the slightest hesitation and directly clashed with the Thundercry Divine King. The 2 of them were sworn enemies. Right then, Wu Luo and Zhang Taking, the 2 people erupted with an aura that made people astounded, making the 3 people who were currently rushing over greatly astonished. Divine King Domain. These 2 people both broke through to the realm of Void Mystic. How is this possible? This is also too freakish, right? A few days ago, these 2 people were still ordinary deity realms and needed to use the Golden Needle acupoint piercing method before they can unleash the combat strength of peak Divine Kings. It's only been a few days, and they actually both broke through to the realm of Void Mystic. Originally I thought that Qingyan Zi was a soft persimmon. I didn't think that their side actually produced 2 additional void mystic powerhouses all at once. With this, wouldn't Qingyan Z become the #1 force? Ji Bingyan Trio's figures stopped abruptly, forcefully stopping in midair. Facing 2 mighty void mystic experts, the 3 of them were not enough at all. What, weren't you still pretty haughty just now? Saying you wanted to kill His Excellency. Why all shriveled up now? Zhang Taking said with a cold smile. His Excellency has deep sentiments and fierce loyalty. You all actually slandered him with words. Deserve death, Wu Luo said, seething with killing intent. Ji Bingyan was still alright, but Jian Wushuang and Yu Xinping's faces were both awful, like they had eaten a fly. They thought that finding a helper this time, they could tyrannize Yi Yuan properly. They did not expect that Yi Yuan summoned 2 mighty void mystic experts with a wave of a hand. With this, they neither advance nor retreat and actually froze there. As for the Thundercry Divine King's side, seeing the sudden change over here, his expression changed greatly too. Lightning flashed, and he actually disappeared with even greater speed than when he came. Yi Yuan looked at Sun Man from far away and said coolly, Uncle Sun, this is my last time calling you like this. I hope that you don't let me find out you had anything to do with my father's death. Otherwise, your hour of doom won't be far. Chapter 1048, The Immemorial Medicine Garden Opening. Yi Yuan's threat made Sun Man's expression change. He gave a cold snort and said, You villainous traitor, you still want to mislead the public. If not for Canglin having important business to attend to lately, he'll definitely execute you summarily today. Yi Yuan said coolly, Whatever you say. But my words earlier, you have got to remember them. As he said, he swept past the faces of the Medicine King Hall's people one by one, saying in a cold voice, You all, if there's one, it counts as one. If you were really compelled by Ji Canglin to submit to him, I don't blame you guys. But if I discover that any one of you is his accomplice, I, Ji Qingyan, swear here, to definitely bathe the Medicine King Hall in blood in the future. Yi Yuan's words contained an icy intent of slaughter, making everyone feel a chill when they heard. Everyone all sensed his determination. The resentment pent up in the heart for these 20 years, Yi Yuan finally poured it out, making everyone's faces change. Such genuine sentiments were able to move people the most. He wanted to avenge his father. It was naturally impossible to be someone who murders his own father. Like I said, Qingyan Z is famed for being loyal. How can he possibly do this sort of treacherous thing like murdering his father? Qingyan Z's words earlier were absolutely from the bottom of his heart. Ji Canglin plotted to harm the Ji father and son. Now, he actually even wants to sling mud at Qingyan Z. Truly shameless. Qingyan Z hates evil as if it's his enemy and had once eradicated many wicked villains. How could he do such a thing himself? Hearing a series of subdued whispers, Sun Man's face fell slightly. He did not think that the situation he operated painstakingly was actually broken by a sentence from Yi Yuan. If Yi Yuan's strength was lacking, he could trample Yi Yuan to death without any scruple. But sadly, Yi Yuan created 2 void mystic experts overnight. This was simply something appalling to the ears. Counting in Kuang Tianming, Yi Yuan's side with 3 mighty void mystic experts was sufficient to contend with any faction. Actually, even Zhang Taking and Wu Luo themselves were also akin to have fallen into cloud and mist right now. This sort of feeling was seriously too wonderful. The 2 of their talents were abnormally high, but to talk about breaking through to void mystic realm, it was still a little lacking. But the arcane insight rank pure source infusion divine pill that Yi Yuan refined punched through that layer of windowpane paper without a hitch. These few days, Yi Yuan was in closed seclusion inside the vast heaven pagoda. Laying down a powerful isolating array formation, he finally refined arcane insight rank pure source infusion divine pills. Zhang Taking and Wu Luo would never have dreamed that not only did the 2 of them completely recover their strength, they even went a step further, breaking through to void mystic realm. Although just broken through to the realm of void mystic, their strengths were vastly inferior compared to even Yu Xinping. But void mystic realm was void mystic realm. This was the divine realm's pinnacle most existence. Right then, an intense tremor occurred ahead. Violent essence energy burst forth like floodwater breaking a dam. The ancient grand array which sealed the immemorial medicine garden finally opened up a crack. The immemorial medicine garden was finally opening. With this, everyone could not contain themselves, flooding over into the immemorial medicine garden like tidewater. Sun Man gave a cold snort and said to Ji Bingyan, Let's go. Yu Xinping shot Yi Yuan a hateful glare and said, brat, consider yourself lucky. Let's go." In a blink, tens of thousands of martial artists flooded into the immemorial medicine garden. "Milord, are we just letting them go like this? We have 3 great void mystic experts currently. Are we still afraid of these bastards?" Zhang Taking said, but Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Sun Man's strength, I'm clearest about it. If he wasn't wary of others benefiting from the struggle and wanting to preserve their strength to enter the immemorial medicine garden as well, with the 2 of your strength, it's completely not enough for him to be wary of." Zhang Taking could not help choking up as he said in disbelief, "I, old Zhang, am in any case a void mystic powerhouse too. It's not to the extent of not even having the strength to retaliate, right?" Kuang Tianming by the side said coolly, "If I wasn't injured, killing the 2 of you won't expend much strength. But my strength is inadequate to look at in front of Sun Man all the same." When Zhang Taking and Wu Luo, the 2 of them, heard it, they could not help sucking in a cold breath. Initially, that bit of smugness because of breaking through to the realm of Void Mystic was instantly struck down until it was severely bruised. The realm of Void Mystic similarly had the distinction of superiority or inferiority. But it did not have specific divisions of realms. The relative superiority or inferiority in strength was completely based on the martial artist's own comprehensions toward heavenly Tao. Sun Man was once the Medicine King Hall's number 2 expert, his strength second only to Hall Master Ji Zhengyang. His strength could be imagined. Martial artists who had just entered the realm of Void Mystic completely could not stir up any waves in front of him. Aoqian also let out an emotional sigh as he said, "This old man not emerging for 20,000 years, I didn't expect that strength of martial artists these days already shook this old man off by a great deal." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "You don't need to belittle your capabilities either. When we find a 100,000-year-old heart-end grass, even if you don't reach the height of the 10 great divine kings, you absolutely won't be the least bit inferior compared to Sun Man too." Speaking of this, Aoqian also had a look of anticipation as he said, "Honestly speaking, seeing these 2 punks, medicinal effects, I'm really craning my neck in anticipation of the Unreal Enlightenment Divine Pill." Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Unreal Enlightenment Divine Pill, I can't refine it yet in my current state. Need the Divine Soul Realm to improve further for it to work. Alright, let's go in too." In this short while, there was already a large batch of martial artists that flooded into the immemorial medicine garden. Yi Yuan's party was already half a beat slow. Walking into the immemorial medicine garden, sensing the abnormally thick essence energy undulations immediately gave people a feeling of being refreshed in mind and spirit. Violent essence energy instantly rushed into all of the limbs and bones in Yi Yuan's body, making him feel like his thoughts were incomparably smooth. Really worth of being the immemorial medicine garden. No wonder it can inoculate so many natural treasures. Wu Luo said with an emotional sigh. Yi Yuan nodded his head when he heard that and said, "The immemorial medicine garden has already existed for countless years and already had countless martial artists enter inside before too. But the regions that these people truly reached were likely less than 1,000th of the immemorial medicine garden. The truly good stuff, with the current divine realm martial artist strength, they can't go in at all." Aoqian said, "Milord, they all said that divine rank spirit medicines are coming into being this time. Could it be true? The immemorial medicine garden's abnormal activities this time attracted a large batch of experts over. Just the super holy lands, 4 houses came. Such a lineup did not exist when the immemorial medicine garden opened in the past. Probably only when divine ranked spirit medicines came into being, could it draw so many powerful factions too, right?" Yi Yuan smiled lightly when he heard that and said, "Divine ranked spirit medicine, even if they obtain them, who has the ability to refine out medicinal pills? Furthermore, even if those few came, they might not be able to gain any advantages at the hands of divine ranked spirit medicines either, right? What's truly terrifying inside this immemorial medicine garden are not those desolate beasts, but those spirit medicines that became spirits one." When everyone heard Yi Yuan's words, their expressions all became slightly apprehensive. These few people were all very old figures already. But this version, it was still their first time hearing. Except, calculating based on Yi Yuan's age, it should be his first time entering here too, right? Why would he know so clearly? "Milord, then, where should we go now?" Zhang Taking asked. Chapter 1049, Purple Evil Skygloom. The immemorial medicine garden was very large. Several tens of thousands of martial artists went it. Very quickly, they dispersed. Those super holy lands experts were long gone already. They simply turned their noses up at the spirit medicines in the vicinity and immediately hastened to the divine-ranked spirit medicines in the deep regions. Yuan did not stop either. Their party was going to look for a 100,000-year-old heart-end grass first. And a 100,000-year-old heart-end grass was impossible to find in the outer regions. Rumble, rumble, Ruan Shuangzhou and Ao Qian, the two of them each took care of a Tier 9 desolate beast. Ao Qian said with a frown, "We've just reached the 30,000 years region. These desolate beast strengths are actually already this powerful. The immemorial medicine garden opening this time is truly quite extraordinary. Could it be that there really are divine-ranked spirit medicines coming into being? Yeah, I've come to the immemorial medicine garden before in the past. But the strength of the 30,000-year region's desolate beasts at that time were not this powerful." Ruan Shuangzhou said as well. The immemorial medicine garden's regions were calculated using the age of spirit medicines. Regions below 100,000 years old, 10,000 years per rank. The strength of the desolate beasts would become stronger along with the increase in age. The immemorial medicine garden's desolate beasts, some were present in the divine realm, some were not available in the divine realm. But there was one thing, although the strengths of the desolate beasts here were extremely powerful, they would never take human form. Furthermore, desolate beasts were bloodthirsty by nature. As long as they saw humans, they would launch attacks. There was not the least bit of intellect to speak of at all. It was completely different from the outside world's demon race. Hence, that was why they were called desolate beasts. With the strength of Yuan's party, these desolate beasts in the outer regions naturally could not enter their sights. But they could sense the desolate beasts' increase in strength. Dividing spirit medicines according to grade, it was divided into a total of 9 grades. But along with the increase in age, the medicinal effect of the spirit medicines would continue building up. Tier 9 spirit medicines would not advance ranks. But along with the increase in age, their medicinal effects would also increase to a rather terrifying level. It was just that these spirit medicines were too rare. It virtually resided in a state of extinction in the outside world. One would only have an opportunity to find them in this immemorial medicine garden. Of course, tremendous risks came along with it too. Yuan also frowned and said, "Looks like the difficulty level of us wanting to find a 100,000-year-old heart-end grass will likely be quite a bit difficult. In a while, when we reach the 100,000 years region, everybody be more careful. Make sure not to provoke those desolate beasts." 100,000 years was a dividing crest. Reaching the 100,000 years region, the strength of the desolate beasts practically already reached the level of void mystic experts. Going further in, the degree of danger would rise by more than several times. But now, the desolate beast strength as a whole all went up a step. Once they ran into desolate beasts in the 100,000 years region, the consequences were too dreadful to contemplate. Everyone all nodded when they heard this, having solemn looks on their faces. The party was cautious. Using 3 days' time, they finally entered the 100,000 years region. Heart-end grass normally grows in the cracks of rocks. Let's head into that valley too. Search, Yuan said and pointed to a direction. In terms of mastery over spirit medicines, these former big shots could not catch up to Yuan even if they whipped their horses. There was naturally no objections. The party followed step by step and walked into a valley, and started searching. Suddenly, Yuan's entire body trembled and he said, That is purple evil skygloom. A 100,000-year-old purple evil skygloom. Haha, our luck is seriously too good. Far away, a stalk of purple-colored spirit medicine was very conspicuous. Fragrance spilled over. One look, and it was clear that it was not an ordinary item. This place was the 100,000 years region. No need to think, and one would also know that it was good stuff. Although this place was called the 100,000 years region, it did not mean that there were spirit medicines all over the place here. On the contrary, the land here was vast, and the medicine scarce. Finding a stock of 100,000-year-old spirit medicine was also not much different from winning the lottery. A single misstep and one would even be chased down by desolate beasts endlessly. Everyone was perplexed and asked Yuan, "My lord, what is the purple evil skygloom?" Tier 9 spirit medicines were extremely rare. Moreover, along with the difference in age, changes would even occur to their form. Let alone martial artists, even many alchemy emperor experts could not recognize at all when they saw some rarely seen spirit medicines. Yuan was rather agitated as he said, the purple evil skygloom is a kind of extremely rare Tier 9 spirit medicines. It carries a portion of heavenly Tao laws naturally, which is extremely hard to form. A 100,000-year-old purple evil skygloom can make void mystic experts advance a step further. Hearing Yi Yuan say finish, everyone trembled all over. Especially Ao Qian and Kuang Tianming, they were both already veteran void mystic powerhouses. They were deeply aware of how difficult it was for void mystic experts to improve even a little. But, with this purple evil skygloom, just swallowing it could let void mystic experts break through their original strength. This was simply a heaven-defying treasure. My lord, is this whatever purple evil skygloom really that incredible? Ao Qian said rather disbelievingly. Yi Yuan was quite excited as he said, this is only just the effects of swallowing the spirit medicines. I saw before a pill formula in an ancient record. One of the core medicines in this pill formula is the purple evil skygloom. If refined it into a pill, just think how powerful its medicinal effects will be. Kuang Tianming drew a deep breath and said, then still waiting for what, younger brother? Let's quickly go and harvest it. Yi Yuan nodded his head and stepped forward. He carried some agitation and walked over towards the purple evil skygloom. Everyone had just walked halfway when a terrifying roar sounded out, making everyone's expressions change. An enormous bull-shaped desolate beast walked out from the depths of the valley. That aura, even when a void mystic powerhouse like Zhang Taking saw it, he also shuddered. This large bull was practically 3 people high and over 100 feet long. Each step it took, the earth seemed to be quaking. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he said, not good, this is wild earth bull. Its strength absolutely doesn't lose out to void mystic realm powerhouses. This, my lord, he already blocked the purple evil skygloom. Are we still going over or not? Zhang Taking said with an ugly expression. Yi Yuan rebuked, you go over if you want to. I don't want to die. Quickly run, still in a daze for what? While talking, that wild earth bull already accelerated and galloped over. Before the bull arrived, that terrifying impact force already arrived in front of everybody. Seeing this sort of power and momentum, how could Zhang Taking still dare to be concerned about what purple evil skygloom? He turned his butt around and ran. One should not simply look at how the wild earth bull's size was massive, its movements were actually incomparably agile. In a blink of an eye, it caught up to Yi Yuan and the others. Zhang Taking saw that they could not escape and yelled out, Wu Luo, fight it out with him. Retreat while fighting, cover his excellency out of the valley. Wu Luo also understood without many words. The two people's divine king domains opened fully and directly clashed with the wild earth bull. A tremendous impact actually directly knocked Wu Luo and Zhang Taking, the two of them, flying. This wild earth bull's strength was too terrifying. Wu Luo and Zhang Taking fought as they retreated, very quickly covering Yi Yuan out of this stretch of valley. The wild earth bull still did not have its fill and directly followed and charged out. When Yi Yuan's party and the wild earth bull all disappeared, a figure slowly appeared and came right beside the purple evil skygloom. A hint of a smug smile curled at the corners of his mouth. A bunch of fools, busying about for half a day, didn't it still benefited me, Wu Yuanchao? This person was precisely the Thundercry Divine King, Wu Yuanchao, who was hiding at that place all along. Chapter 1050. No discussion about scamming you. What the Thundercry Divine King was most adept in, apart from lightning-style cultivation methods, was this concealment and tracking art. Along the way, he had been following Yi Yuan's party all along, wanting to fish in troubled waters. If Yi Yuan they all encountered great danger, he did not mind supplementing a knife from the back. If Yi Yuan they all found good stuff, he could also beat them to the draw. He did not recognize this purple evil skygloom either. But Yi Yuan's words earlier made him endlessly moved. Any void mystic expert also probably would not be unmoved hearing Yi Yuan's words. He was still planning on how to cut in just now. He did not expect a wild earth bull to suddenly charge out. Truly obtained it without any effort at all. This fine item, I'll accept it. Wu Yuanchao was wildly ecstatic in his heart, reaching his hand out, wanting to pluck the purple evil skygloom. Right then, a purple light flashed from the purple evil skygloom. Wu Yuanchao's expression changed, and he instinctively wanted to shrink back. The purple light actually pierced through his essence energy shield incomparably swift and fiercely, stabbing him. In an instant, a wave of black aura followed along the wound, wanting to creep upwards. Venomous. Wu Yuanchao's expression changed drastically, and he frenziedly urged his emperor qi, wanting to force the venom out of the wound. However, it was not over yet. An enormous snake shot up to the sky from beneath the earth, opened its gaping maws, and bit down at Wu Yuanchao. How could Wu Yuanchao still bother about forcing out the venom? He instantly opened up his divine king domain. Slashing his hand, a bolt of lightning charged towards the massive snake. The massive snake also spewed out a violent essence energy attack, directly clashing together with Wu Yuanchao. Under an attack, they were actually evenly matched. That enormous snake seemed to have went nuts. It continuously unleashed attacks at Wu Yuanchao. The one snake and one human started a great battle in the valley. Wu Yuanchao was incomparably alarmed in his heart. This massive snake's strength was actually very nearly the same as his. His expression became ugly. He could distinctly sense that the venom from the wound earlier were creeping into his body again. Right then, several figures rose and dipped, and appeared in the valley. They were none other than precisely Yi Yuan and the others who had just left the valley. Wu Yuanchao was currently in the heat of battle, but the appearance of Yi Yuan's group could not hide from his ears and eyes at all. This made him instantly have a foreboding premonition. Hoo-hoo, truly touching. Thundercry, I really don't know how to thank you. This heaven-devouring python is the purple evil Skygloom's guardian beast. I was just fretting over what to do, but you lured him away. You're such a good guy. This Yi is shedding tears of gratitude. Yi Yuan's words were said very sincerely, but the teasing look on his face was displayed completely. Hearing these words, how could Wu Yuanchao still not know that he was duped? Turned out that this guy had long known that he had been following them all along. That was why he set up such a play, making him fall into the trap himself. But he was already very careful this time and followed very far away the whole time. Moreover, his concealment and tracking art was unleashed to the limits. He was confident that it was sufficient to hide from void mystic experts, but why could he not even hide from a first-level Dao profound fellow? Also, what was the deal with that wild earth bull? Could it be that this Ji Qingyan could even communicate with this desolate beast to cooperate with him and act out a show? Even if Ji Qingyan had this ability, there was also no time to go and do this. The moment wild earth bulls see forest joy grass, it will go crazy. Still remember that stock of spirit medicine I plucked at the 70,000 years region. That is a forest joy grass. Now, that wild earth bull has already chased my clone out far away. Oh, your concealment and tracking art is indeed very impressive, but sorry about that. I recently had some breakthroughs in Hard Realm again. The level of skill you have is not enough. Yi Yuan seemed to know what Wu Yuanchao wanted to ask and directly answered him altogether. Hearing Yi Yuan's words far away, Wu Yuanchao nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. His aura was chaotic, and he nearly got swept by the heaven-devouring python's tail. Anger attacking the heart, that venom already crept up his arm following his blood. He was incapable of speaking currently and could only listen to Yi Yuan rattle on non-stop. Oh, I forgot to tell you. The purple evil Skygloom can't be picked like that. You need to pluck it with the power of flames, then seal it using a jade bottle. This purple evil Skygloom's poison is very formidable. Don't look at how you're a void mystic expert. If the venom flow to the heart channels, your cultivation realm will fall drastically even if you don't die. If I were you, I'd hurry and find a place to enter closed seclusion and force the poison out right now. Otherwise, nobody can save you. Oh, don't think about redirecting the troubled waters. You touch the purple evil Skygloom, the heaven-devouring python will keep chasing you down. As for whether or not you can shake him off before the poison kicks in, it will depend on your luck, Yi Yuan said unhurriedly. Pooh! Wu Yuanchao finally could not resist spewing out a mouthful of blood. Yi Yuan was like a roundworm in his stomach, completely aware of what he was thinking. He did indeed had the idea of redirecting the troubled waters just now. But Yi Yuan actually saw through him with one glance. Furthermore, hearing Yi Yuan's words, Wu Yuanchao's entire person went cold. This poison was actually so formidable. At this point, rather believe that it exists than not. Thinking up to here, how could Wu Yuanchao still dare to stay? He opened up his divine king domain and suddenly erupted with a shocking attack, immediately blasting the heaven-devouring python far away. He immediately did not dare to stay either, directly urging his movement technique to the limits and fled for his life. The heaven-devouring python seemed to have been enraged by Wu Yuanchao's blow and directly dashed at full speed towards outside of the valley. Its speed was actually not the slightest bit slow. Seeing this scene, everyone behind Yi Yuan was speechless. Just earlier, they were also all kept in the dark by Yi Yuan. Seeing Yi Yuan use a clone to lure the wild earth bull away, each and every one of them even chuckled inwardly. When they saw Wu Yuanchao being attacked by the heaven-devouring python, they all had blank looks, uncertain about what happened. Only when Yi Yuan explained clearly did they come to a realization. While currently, the most agitated one was none other than the extreme sword divine king, Kuang Tianming. He and Wu Yuanchao were sworn enemies. These few years, there was no lack of being hunted down by him. Yet, Wu Yuanchao, this fellow's concealment and tracking art was extremely brilliant. Kuang Tianming could not shake him off no matter what. He knew that Yi Yuan doing all this today was all for the sake of helping him take revenge. How could he not be moved? Younger brother, what do you want elder brother to say about you? This great gift is seriously too unexpected. Kuang Tianming said agitatedly. Yi Yuan said with a smile, this guy has been following behind us the entire time harboring malicious intentions. It just so happened to have given me an opportunity to help elder brother take revenge. Us brothers don't have to say this sort of distant words. Kuang Tianming nodded and said, all right, us brothers won't regard each other as strangers. When elder brother heals from my injuries, I'll accompany you along to charge up to the Medicine King Hall. I don't believe that Ji Canglin this guy can cover the sky with one hand. Yi Yuan said smilingly, even if elder brother doesn't say, I'll also invite you along. But, the urgent matter on hand, let's better treat your injuries. Milord, why do I feel like you're very familiar with this place? Zhang Taking suddenly asked a sentence absent-mindedly. Yi Yuan said with a smile, because I came here before. Chapter 1051, Bringing Disaster to the Fishes in the Moat. Milord, you came to the immemorial medicine garden before. How is this possible? Zhang Taking could not help opening his eyes wide, as he said in disbelief. Yi Yuan's past, the people present were already all aware. Counting in his years in this previous life, Yi Yuan was at the very most also just a little over 500 years old right now. While the immemorial medicine garden itself opened every 500 years. How could Yi Yuan have possibly come in before? Not just Zhang Taking, even the others also looked at Yi Yuan with doubtful looks. Yi Yuan explained with a smile, what's hard to explain about this? You guys don't forget about my previous life's identity. The last time the immemorial medicine garden opened, I was merely 11 or 12 years old. But at that time, I already set the alchemy path as the target of my lifetime aspiration. Father personally brought me into the immemorial medicine garden before. It was just that one time, nobody knew at all. Everyone exchanged glances. Only now did they know that there was still such a thing. When alchemists cultivated to a peak realm, their combat power was not the slightest bit inferior compared to martial artists. Their divine soul, attacks, even void mystic experts felt endless headaches too. Otherwise, what right did Ji Zhengyang, an alchemist, had to set up such a large super holy land single-handedly? And also based on what to suppress an apex expert like Sun Man? With Ji Zhengyang's strength, stealthily bringing Yi Yuan into the immemorial medicine garden, it was not surprising that nobody discovered it at all. No wonder Yi Yuan was able to find this valley. Turns out that he had long known that this place had a purple evil skygloom and also knew that this place had a wild earth bull and heaven-devouring python, and specially dug a large pit for Wu Yuanchao to jump. Everyone could not help pitying Wu Yuanchao. This guy thought himself to be clever, but from the start, he was already schemed against by Yi Yuan. Kuang Tianming sighed with admiration as he said, younger brother, I really didn't discover in the past, when you play tricks, it's not perfunctory at all. Kuang Tianming and Yi Yuan were considered old friends already. But only today, did he discover that the current Yi Yuan was already not the Ji Qingyan back then. The previous life's Ji Qingyan just studied the alchemy path blindly and exceedingly rarely had his mind wander. But the present Yi Yuan was decisive in going for the kill and coped with all matters with schemes. Others virtually could not gain any bit of advantage at his hands. Yi Yuan said with a smile, merely forced by the circumstances. In the past, I wasn't willing to have these schemes. But after reincarnating, my strength is too weak. Not having some schemes, it will probably be very hard to survive until today. Kuang Tianming's expression became stern, and he nodded his head. Although only 20 years had passed, these 20 years to Yi Yuan, he probably experienced a great deal. Yuan slowly came in front of the purple evil skygloom and directly chopped it off with a fire blade. The purple evil skygloom was felled at the sound of it. Yuan guided with essence energy, drawing it into a jade bottle prepared long ago. "Milord, is this purple evil skygloom really as miraculous as you said?" Zhang Taking said curiously. Yuan smiled and said, "Just bluffing that fellow. If you really swallow this thing, it will be weird if you aren't poisoned to death. How can it be that easy for void mystic experts to want to break through? Although this purple evil skygloom naturally carries heavenly Tao laws, it's extremely limited too. If it's refined into a pill, it's really able to help void mystic experts comprehend heavenly Tao. It's just that the other few core medicines are similarly very hard to source. Unless this purple evil skygloom can grow to 1,000,000 years old." The moment Kuang Tianming heard, he could not help laughing as he said, "You brat, hoo-hoo, I'm really convinced by you. Wu Yuanchao, that guy probably even has the will to die right now, right?" Wu Yuanchao sprinted wildly. He was bitten by a heaven-devouring python. A moment of carelessness, and he was struck by the heaven-devouring python again. Now, he was already severely wounded and dying. The heaven-devouring python's strength was around his level to begin with. At this time, the purple evil skygloom poison already gradually spread. When one aspect was weaker, the others would be stronger. He was completely not the heaven-devouring python's match anymore. At this time, he could only flee for his life. But the faster he ran, the shorter the time taken for the poison to flare up. This purple evil skygloom's poison was truly formidable. Even with his void mystic realm Emperor Qi, it still could not stop its corrosion. Currently, he was already seething with hatred towards Yuan in his heart. Except, he knew that if the heaven-devouring python continued pursuing like this, he would have no chance at all to go and take revenge. Right then, Wu Yuanchao suddenly saw that there was a group of people ahead and was immediately overjoyed. This was his final stock of life-saving straw. Hence, he mustered up essence energy and sprinted over there frenziedly. Help! Wu Yuanchao used the last of his strength to yell out. Over here, the 7 Absolute Cities Deputy City Lord, He Dazhong's brows furrowed as he said, "Who is it? To actually draw over such a powerful desolate beast?" The Yu Xinping by his side strained his eyes to look into the distance and said with a frown, "That movement technique flows like lightning. It should be the Thundercry Divine King, Wu Yuanchao. Brother he seems to be crying for help." He Dazhong said indifferently, "No need to worry about him. This guy isn't some good person either. Save us the trouble." But Yu Xinping said with knitted brows, "This guy seems to have suffered serious injuries. Although this desolate beast is powerful, with his strength, it shouldn't be to the extent of getting into such a mess, right? Not good. This guy is heading over to our side, he wants to redirect the troubled waters." He Dazhong's expression darkened too, dousing Wu Yuanchao in a torrent of abuse in his heart. He did not know that while the heaven-devouring python seemed violent, it would not attack them at all. Seeing Wu Yuanchao head over in this direction, they even thought that they could not escape, and could only take action to deal with the heaven-devouring python. He Dazhong's expression became intent. With a flash, he already arrived before the heaven-devouring python and said with a cold snort, "Vile beast, scram further away for this old man." The heaven-devouring python only wanted to pursue Wu Yuanchao wholeheartedly. I did not expect that someone actually dared to block its path. It immediately roared and attacked He Dazhong. He Dazhong's face fell, and he said, "Vile beast, courting death." Only to see his aura release fully. A terrifying divine king domain instantly expanded out. A light and fleeting palm smacked out. It was only to hear a bang, sending the gigantic heaven-devouring python out far away. The heaven-devouring python repeatedly cried out. Its massive body squirmed wantonly in the air, terrifying to the extreme. Suddenly, He Dazhong's expression changed, and he said, "Not good, quickly leave this place." Just as he was talking, that heaven-devouring python suddenly opened his massive maws wide. A large cloud of green-colored smoke sprayed out from its mouth. When the 7 Absolute Cities people saw the situation, their expressions all changed greatly. Each and every one of them displayed their movement techniques, fleeing desperately for their lives. This green fog was a highly toxic thing. With one glance, how could they dare to touch? Indeed, places that the green fog passed through, flowers and grass withered completely. The whole process was incomparably toxic. In a blink of an eye, There were disciples from 7 Absolute City and Fianblade Mountain whose strengths were slightly weaker, collapsing onto the ground. Vile beast, seeking death. He Dajong could not help flying into a great rage and suddenly smacked a palm out. This palm, the power seemed to be several times greater compared to that palm from before. The heaven-devouring python was directly smacked out 100,000 feet away, collapsing onto the ground and started spasming. The power of He Dajong's one palm was actually daunting to the extreme. Hurry up and leave this area. Take care not to be infected by the toxic gas. I'll go and slay this fiend. He Dajong shouted out and charged over towards the heaven-devouring python. The heaven-devouring python that was originally still twitching on the ground actually came back to life and directly escaped into the distance. Chapter 1052, Working in Cahoots. He Dajong also did not expect that this heaven-devouring python was actually this resistant to a beating. That bit just now was actually just feigning death. It was already too late to want to pursue again. At present, they had already entered the 100,000 years region. If he left rashly, it would be very easy for the main unit to encounter the attacks of desolate beasts. Helpless, he could only watch the heaven-devouring python make a clean getaway. Returning to count the disciples, He Dajong immediately flared up with rage. The heaven-devouring python's cloud of poisonous smog earlier actually directly poisoned several dozens disciples of the two great factions to death. It could be said to be heavy losses. Among these disciples, there was quite a number of elite disciples that he specially brought out this time to temper themselves. He did not think that before even entering the dangerous regions, they actually died just like that bafflingly. Thinking up to here, his fury directly turned onto Wu Yuanchao. Looking at Wu Yuanchao again, his entire face already became a pale purple color. Especially his lips, it was even blackish purple. Brother this matter, it's all that Ji Qingyun's fault. May I be permitted to force out the poison and treat my injuries first? Wu Yuanchao already almost could not speak anymore. He could only use Emperor Qi to guard his heart channels at this time to prevent immediate death from the poison flaring up. As for the rest, he could only slowly figure it out again. Of course, the prerequisite was that He Dajong could let him off. When He Dajong heard this, his brows furrowed, and he said, "You went to provoke that Ji Qingyan." Wu Yuanchao nodded his head weakly and briefly recounted the entire sequence of events. He said with a sigh, "I didn't think that this brat's strength is measly right now, but he's actually so troublesome as well." He Dajong and Yu Xinping exchanged a glance, both revealing a thick look of apprehension. Although Ji Qingyan only had first-level Dao profound strength at the moment, it seemed like he was even harder to tangle with compared to his previous life. In his past life, although his status was extremely high, he wasn't so terrifyingly scheming. But the Ji Qingyan in this life, his mentality was clearly exceedingly mature already. "Brother as long as you let me force out the poison and treat my injuries, I, Wu Yuanchao, am willing to swear a heavenly Dao oath, to lend a helping hand to your 7 Absolute City inside this immemorial medicine garden. All of the spirit medicines that I obtain will all belong to the 7 Absolute City." Wu Yuanchao gasped for air as he said. This was already Wu Yuanchao's final chip. This trip to the immemorial medicine garden, he originally came with a gloating expression. But now, he had utterly stumbled. And all of this was all thanks to Yi Yuan. He was already not thinking about other things now. He was only thinking of taking revenge on Yi Yuan. Wu Yuanchao knew that the 7 Absolute Cities' opponents this time were many. Divine-ranked spirit medicines coming into being, these few major forces were bound to unfurl an intense slaughter. An additional void mystic expert holding down the fort, the 7 Absolute Cities' chances of victory would clearly be much greater. Sure enough, hearing Wu Yuanchao's words, the killing intent in He Dajong's eyes faded away considerably. Indeed, the immemorial medicine garden's commotion this time was too great. None of these major factions would let such an opportunity slip by. At that time, when divine-ranked spirit medicines came into being, they would definitely get into a free-for-all fight. If Wu Yuanchao could swear a heavenly Dao oath, it could be taken into consideration. Wu Yuanchao was an itinerant cultivator, no sect, no faction. Joining the 7 Absolute Cities camp did not have much burden either. Fine, if you can help this seat obtain divine-ranked spirit medicines, the matter this time will be dropped at that. He Dajong said in a cold voice. Wu Yuanchao nodded his head feebly and started to purge the poison to treat his injuries. His condition, even swearing a heavenly Dao oath was enough to choke on. Void mystic experts were indeed incomparably powerful. That purple evil skygloom's poison, even if divine king experts were hit by it, it was certain death too. But with the passage of time, Wu Yuanchao forcefully forced out most of the poison. Ji Qingyan, if I don't avenge this grudge, I, Wu Yuanchao, am not a human. Wu Yuanchao slowly stood up and gnashed his teeth in hatred as he said. He had become famous for many years. Ever since stepping into Void Mystic, he had yet to suffer such a great loss before. This time, he nearly lost even his small life. How could he not hate? Yu Xinping shot Wu Yuanchao a glance rather sympathetically, thinking to himself that the loss he suffered at Ji Qingyan there was seriously nothing compared to Wu Yuanchao. After Yi Yuan collected the purple evil skygloom, he walked even deeper into that valley. The group of people following behind Yi Yuan was endlessly shocked. Ever since after scamming Wu Yuanchao, their party no longer ran into desolate beasts. Only then did Ao Qian and the others came to a realization. Turned out that the desolate beasts they ran into along the way were all intentional by Yi Yuan. The goal was in order to beguile Wu Yuanchao. Yi Yuan was completely traveling the path with ease and knew this place well. This 100,000 years region, he simply knew it like the palm of his hand. "Milord, you're simply cheating here. Why do I feel like you're just like in your own backyard within this immemorial medicine garden?" Zhang Taking said in shock. The others did not speak, but look at the expressions, they were roughly thinking the same as Zhang Taking. Yi Yuan said smilingly, "My father was the divine realm's strongest alchemist, not one of." Each time the immemorial medicine garden opened, he would enter inside and was already thoroughly familiar with this place long ago. That year, when I came in with him, I was only playing a supporting role by the side, and pretty much memorized the terrain here while I was at it. When everyone heard, they all sucked in a cold breath. Yi Yuan said it casually, but the terrain inside this immemorial medicine garden was incomparably convoluted. Moreover, array formations revolved around inside. Wanting to remember all of the terrain features was simply even harder than ascending to the heavens. Back then, he, an 11 or 12 years old brat, actually had such remarkable memory. This was simply something inconceivable. Forget about 11 or 12 years old, even they right now could not remember it either. This guy in front of them was simply freakish without limits. But milord, since you're so familiar with this place, why not harvest away all of the spirit medicines? Disregarding other places, just these 100,000-year-old spirit medicines, bringing them out are all priceless treasures. Zhang Taking said with a greedy look. But Yi Yuan shook his head when he heard that and said, "To alchemists, spirit medicines are life. But draining the pond to catch all of the fish, this sort of thing goes against natural laws. If one really does it, one will suffer heavenly punishment. Back then, Father bringing me in here was primarily in order to let me familiarize with these spirit medicines, medicinal properties and experience it firsthand a little. As for harvesting them away, that's a big no-no. There's still this reasoning," Zhang Taking said in surprise. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Spirit medicines are born from heaven and earth. The more powerful the spirit medicines, the greater that spiritual qi contained. Such a place like the immemorial medicine garden, one must make sure not to clean away all these spirit medicines." Zhang Taking mumbled to himself when he heard that, most likely, apart from a freak like milord, nobody can collect away all of these spirit medicines either, right? This point, thinking about Wu Yuanchao's outcome, and one would know. The spirit medicines in this 100,000 years region were not that easy to harvest. Yi Yuan brought the people below a cliff. Lifting his hand and looking over, he said, "That's a 100,000-year-old heart-end grass. 500 years have passed, it's indeed still here." Seeing the heart-end grass, Ao Qian's entire body trembled too, his emotions unable to calm down. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "You don't have to be so agitated either. An unreal enlightenment divine pill refined from a 100,000-year-old heart-end grass is unable to let you recover to your peak strength too. At the very most, it's also just reaching the strength of that golden needle acupoint piercing." Ao Qian nodded and said, "This old man knows. But that is already sufficient." Chapter 1053, Golden-Colored Divine Soul. Ao Qian was suppressed for 20,000 years. His martial Dao foundation was already pretty much ruined. For him to be able to barely maintain at Divine King realm was already a miracle. How could wanting to let him recover to his peak state be easy? Yi Yuan saw through the hint of unwillingness in Ao Qian's heart and said with a smile, mystic-grade medicinal pills are not what the average person can refine. With my present strength, refining 100,000-year-old spirit medicines are already the limit. When I break through to middle-stage Tao Profound Realm, I should roughly be able to refine 500,000-year-old spirit medicines. The moment Ao Qian heard, he could not help being pleasantly surprised as he said, Then Ao Qian thanks your excellency very much. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said, Don't thank too early. For you to want to truly recover to peak strength, you need a 500,000-year-old blossom-face proudheart fruit, a 500,000-year-old void nether heavenly orchid, as well as an ethereal blood ginseng, 500,000-year-old items. You're also aware of how hard it is. Hearing these words, Ao Qian's expression could not help changing. Spirit medicines in the 500,000-year region, the degree of danger inside completely could not be compared to currently. Even if he was in his prime, he did not dare say to be able to retreat unscathed too. The 100,000 years region was still fine. Heading deeper in, medicine spirits would appear. Those things were spirit medicines cultivated into spirits. Not only their aggressiveness was high, but their strength also rivaled void mystic realm powerhouses too. If it was one or two medicine spirits, it would be fine still. If they ran into a large group, even Ao Qian would also have to succumb. My lord, this, Ao Qian said with a look of difficulty. Honestly speaking, ever since acknowledging Yi Yuan as master, Zhang taking and the rest of their contributions were not much. But the benefits obtained were far too much. The spirit medicines that Ao Qian required were seriously too rare. Therefore, the degree of danger would also soar exponentially. Making Yi Yuan take risks on his behalf again, he really could not quite get over it. Yi Yuan said smilingly, Don't you worry, the 500,000-year region, others can't go there, but it can't stump me, Yi Yuan. Speaking of which, you're lucky too, this ethereal blood ginseng is an extremely seldom seen item. One might not even find it in this immemorial medicine garden too. But I just so happened to have obtained a stock before in the past one. The moment Ao Qian heard, he could not help being overjoyed. My lord, as long as Ao Qian is able to recover my strength, this old life will be sold to you from here on. Forget about 1,000 years, even 10,000 years, this old man absolutely won't bat an eyelid too. Ao Qian said. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, Screw off. You, this character who's already obsolete, if you don't break through to deity realm, you probably can't even live past 3,000 years. Still talking about 10,000 years. Ao Qian's old face turned red, and he had a look of embarrassment on his face. Although he swallowed a heaven-defying item like the crane essence, his lifespan ultimately had a limit. Only by breaking through to deity realm, could he extend his longevity. Otherwise, even if Yi Yuan continued to refine medicinal pills for him, it would not have the least bit of effect either. Putting away the hard-end grass, Yi Yuan found a safe spot and started closed seclusion to refine the Unreal Enlightenment Divine Pill. The Unreal Enlightenment Divine Pill was a true blue super tier 9 medicinal pill. It could help void mystic realm powerhouses consolidate their foundations and nurture their essence, and restore martial Tao foundation. It was unbelievably heaven-defying. The so-called mystic-grade medicinal pills were also called super tier 9 medicinal pills. The difficulty of refining was countless greater compared to high-grade tier 9 medicinal pills. They were specifically for void mystic realm powerhouses to use. Ever since divine Tao dwindled to zero, people were already unable to break through the fetters. Hence, they exhausted all kinds of methods to break through the limits of the divine king realm. The realm of void mystic was born in response to the proper time and conditions due to this. In contrast, mystic-grade medicinal pills were also unearthed by alchemists. To be able to refine mystic-grade medicinal pills was the hallmark of becoming a peak alchemy emperor. However, this step had stumped innumerable alchemists. In the entire divine realm, void mystic powerhouses were very few and far between, while the number of peak alchemy emperors were even fewer than void mystic powerhouses. It could be seen from this how difficult it was to become a peak alchemy emperor. Apart from Yi Yuan, the divine realm's peak alchemy emperors were all some old antiques who had already become famous for a long time and would not easily take action. Not only were these people's alchemy Tao strength very formidable, but their strengths were also very terrifying. And after Yi Yuan accumulated insights of 300 years at peak alchemy emperor, his alchemy Tao strength already surpassed many old fogies who had made a name for themselves, such as Quan Xingzi. Just talking in terms of alchemy Dao strength, an old monster like Old Man Han might not be as powerful as Yi Yuan too. More importantly, Yi Yuan comprehended divine Dao laws at present. On the Dao of alchemy, he already completely surpassed those old fellows. Yi Yuan was certain that as long as his strength recovered to its peak, he could absolutely be exactly like his father, Ji Zhengyang, refining a half-divine pill, even a divine pill. But before refining the unreal enlightenment divine pill, Yi Yuan still had to do one thing, that was breaking through his divine soul realm to late-stage alchemy emperor. Yi Yuan's mind stirred, and a portion of the golden characters circulated obediently in his divine soul. Yi Yuan shut his eyes and meticulously sensed the undulations of divine Dao laws. Wanting to understand these divine inscriptions, the hardest was crossing the threshold. Just like an uncommon language, if one did not grasp the inherent rules, there was absolutely no way to learn it. With Yi Yuan's talent, he was unable to understand the profundities of the medicine god soul canon's divine inscriptions all the way until before breaking through to Dao profound realm. But ever since the last time he aroused the divine inscriptions, letting him savor the mysteries of divine Dao laws, Yi Yuan became unstoppable. His understanding of these divine inscriptions gradually deepened. This sort of divine Dao law's undulations made Yi Yuan wallow inside in ecstasy. Although the time was not long, Yi Yuan's divine soul realm already gradually closed in on high-rank alchemy emperor. During his closed seclusion this time, he was planning on breaking through in one go. Yet, just as Yi Yuan was comprehending the Dao, the soul-suppressing pearl suddenly started vibrating. Yi Yuan had yet to notice what was going on and was already pulled into the soul-suppressing space. Regarding this place, Yi Yuan was already very familiar. But this time, inside the soul-suppressing place did not have a lightning ocean and also did not have those sort of divine soul-impacting undulations. What came in together with Yi Yuan was even the divine inscriptions. Yi Yuan discovered to his delight that after entering here, the incomparably profound divine inscriptions were actually disassembled into countless fragments. These fragments floated before Yi Yuan's eyes and actually let his comprehension towards the divine inscriptions become easier. This discovery made Yi Yuan beside himself with joy. The soul-suppressing space actually decomposed the divine inscriptions into the most primitive laws, presenting before Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not dare to dawdle and instantly entered the realm of heaven-man unity, and carefully comprehended these profound divine Dao laws. 2 days later, Yi Yuan slowly opened his eyes. But his divine soul's undulations were several times stronger than before. Under the soul-suppressing pearl's help, he actually only used 2 days' time and successfully broke through to the realm of high-rank alchemy emperor. Viewing his own divine soul internally, Yi Yuan nearly cried out in shock. What's going on here? Why would my divine soul emit a faint golden color? Yi Yuan said in puzzlement. Currently, Yi Yuan's divine soul took on a faint golden yellow color. Although it was very faint, it added a kind of light halo on Yi Yuan, making him look incomparably sacred. This discovery made Yi Yuan incomparably astonished. Chapter 1054, 7-Star Mila. Could it be that my divine soul can break through the shackles of divine Dao? Thinking up to here, Yi Yuan nearly jumped up. Very clearly, his divine soul producing an abnormal change was because of studying the divine inscriptions. Then could it be that when his understanding of divine Dao laws grew deeper and deeper, there would eventually come a day where he could break through to the deity realm? But very quickly, Yi Yuan denied this notion. In these 100,000 years, although no deity realm powerhouses had appeared before again, martial artists' research toward divine Dao had never stopped before. The ones researching divine inscriptions were absolutely not just him, Yi Yuan, alone. Yi Yuan even felt that the reason why the 10 great divine kings could attain such heights was likely to a very large degree, because of comprehending divine inscriptions. However, they still did not break through to deity realm. Don't overthink anymore. How can the deity realm be so easy to break through? Golden-colored divine soul is exclusive to deity realm powerhouses. Attaining divine Dao, the divine soul would definitely gradually turn golden. Not just the divine soul, after breaking through to deity realm, your bloodline, as well as divine essence, will all transform into a golden color. Yet, without the permission of heavenly Dao, you'll forever not be able to achieve divine Dao. Long Teng's figure suddenly appeared beside Yi Yuan and gave his head a blow. Yi Yuan could not help being stifled when he heard. This was just like when he had just opened up a window, thinking that he could see the scenery outside, but was kicked back by Long Teng heartlessly with one foot. In that case, Senior Long Teng, you already reached that level back then too. Oh, also, Senior Fang Tian, Yi Yuan said gloomily. Long Teng nodded and said, Fang Tian's essence, energy, and spirit, had all already reached the limits, that's why he would think of forcefully breaking through to deity realm. Yet, this was simply nothing more than wishful thinking. As for me, I was still significantly worse compared to Fang Tian. When Yi Yuan heard, the corners of his mouth involuntarily twitched slightly. Fang Tian's strength back then was far stronger than his. Essence, energy, and spirit, three paths at the great circle of perfection, such horrifying strengths were sufficient to sweep away any existence in the divine realm. But even so, Fang Tian was still unable to break through the divine Tao shackles. Yi Yuan said with an emotional sigh, I understand. Back then, Father should have comprehended the medicine god's soul canon's divine inscriptions, and his divine soul should have turned golden too. Hence, that's how he was able to refine a half-divine pill. His divine soul realm back then was probably the divine realm's strongest. Long Teng nodded and said, exactly so. Yi Yuan said with a smile, Hoo-hoo, I was greedy. How can the deity realm be so easy to break through? But comprehending the medicine god's soul canon, I seem to be able to enter the soul-suppressing space at any time. Comprehending the medicine god's soul canon's divine inscriptions in there can be said to yield twice the results with half the effort. Long Teng said, this soul-suppressing pearl is truly magical. I even have a feeling that its grade is probably not lower than the vast heaven steel. The process of refining the Unreal Enlightenment divine pill was unexpectedly smooth. After the divine soul had a qualitative transformation, Yi Yuan refining medicinal pills was simply akin to having divine aid. His foundation was exceptionally solid in the first place, and his understanding of medicinal properties was also exceedingly profound. Adding on the golden divine soul, the Unreal Enlightenment divine pill that originally should be very taxing was not as difficult to refine as imagined. The only thing that he was lacking was essence energy. After finishing refining, his entire person appeared somewhat drained. The medicinal pill entered his hand. A hint of self-satisfaction flashed across Yi Yuan's eyes. In his previous life, refining mystic-grade medicinal pills was not considered a very difficult matter to him. But it was absolutely not as effortless as it was now. My lord, how is it? Ao Qian asked rather agitatedly. Seeing that not only did the others recover their strength and even improved a step further, Ao Qian could not help becoming somewhat anxious about his gains and losses. After all, the medicinal pills that he required, the degree of difficulty was too high. Even peak alchemy emperors might not be able to refine them too. He naturally did not doubt Yi Yuan's ability, but he was afraid that Yi Yuan was unable to refine out a high-quality medicinal pill. Yi Yuan said with a smile, Unreal Enlightenment Divine Pill, Arcane Insight Rank. Ao Qian's entire body trembled, and tears actually coursed down his old face. 3 days later, in the 500,000 years region, Jian Wushuang suddenly said agitatedly, Uncle 13, you look, that's a 7 stars Mila. Sword 13 nodded and said, that's right, it's indeed a 7 stars Mila. With it, Wushuang, you can finally break through to the realm of Void Mystic. The Heavenly Sword sect entering the immemorial medicine garden this time, their objective apart from divine rank spirit medicines was this 7 stars Mila. A 7 stars Mila had the function of driving out mental demons. A 500,000-year-old 7 stars Mila could virtually shield all mental demons and had exceedingly good effects towards a martial artist's breakthrough. Jian Wushuang was actually a Heavenly Sword sect genius with exceedingly powerful talent and rose up at practically the same time with Ji Qingyan. But in this era, any genius would have to be trampled underneath Ji Qingyan's foot. Regardless of whether they were alchemists or martial artists, which person could stand at the pinnacle of this divine realm, and sit as equals at the same table with those peak figures within 500 years. These few years, Jian Wushuang had been unable to break through Ji Qingyan this devilish obstruction all along. Hence, he kept failing to step into the realm of Void Mystic. Otherwise, with his talent, his current strength should likely not be beneath the Extreme Sword Divine King and Thundercry Divine King already. Ha ha ha, truly, heaven is blessing me, Jian Wushuang said with wild elation. As if replying to Jian Wushuang's wild laughter, an angry roar billowed into the sky. Jian Wushuang's expression changed. A lion-formed desolate beast already appeared in his sights. Sword 13's face fell, and he said, it's the desolate ancient celestial lion. Appearing in this region, its strength is likely already not inferior to mine. Wushuang, I'll draw it away, you go and pluck the 7 stars Mila. Jian Wushuang's expression sunk, and he said with a nod, be careful, Uncle 13. Sword 13 slowly nodded his head. Lifting his hand, it was a ray of sword light that rumbled straight for the desolate ancient celestial lion. The desolate ancient celestial lion actually did not evade nor dodge and received this ray of sword light, and was completely unscathed. Sword 13's expression changed. This desolate ancient celestial lion's strength was even above his expectations. Vile beast, prepare to die. Sword 13 gave a loud cry and immediately opened up his divine king domain. A violent attack rumbled over towards the desolate ancient celestial lion explosively. The desolate ancient celestial lion was finally infuriated by Sword 13. With a crazed howl, its figure chased over towards Sword 13 like lightning. Sword 13's speed was exceedingly swift and led him away into the distance. When Jian Wushuang saw the situation, he could not help being overjoyed and sprinted over towards the 7 stars Mila. Right then, Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly changed. Countless sharp spikes stabbed towards him. Jian Wushuang's scalp tingled, but it was already too late to want to dodge. He might as well take advantage of the opportunity to roll on the ground, avoiding this attack with a narrow shave. This 7 stars Mila actually became a spirit. This time, it's rather troublesome, Jian Wushuang said with a frown. The 7 stars Mila did not give Jian Wushuang the slightest chance to rest. Countless sharp spikes blotted out the skies and covered the earth and rammed at him. These spurs were incomparably sharp. If stabbed to this extent, no need to think, and one would also know the result. Jian Wushuang was in an incomparably dismal state and just fled for his life ardently. How could he still care about plucking the 7 stars Mila? All of a sudden, he discovered that those sharp spikes were no more. The tempest-like spurs actually stopped. He focused his eyes and looked over. He saw Yuan currently playing with the 7 stars Mila in his hand, looking at him with a smile on his face. Chapter 1055, Flattering Oneself. Seeing this scene, Jian Wushuang exploded all at once. Ji Qingyan, you despicable person. Our heavenly sword sect is currently surrounding and suppressing the 7 stars Mila, but you actually sit idly and reap the fruits of others' labor. Hand over the 7 stars Mila, and I'll spare you from death. Yuan said with an innocent look, my great young master Jian, I saved your life. Do you treat your savior this way? This 7 stars Mila has already become a medicine spirit. With your strength, you can't deal with it at all. If not for me taking it in, you'd already become a corpse now. Jian Wushuang was stifled. He was teetering on his feet just now and clearly could not hold on any more already. If those spurs were released for a while more, it would really be hard to say what the outcome would be. But earlier, he saw Sword 13 and that desolate ancient celestial lion fight until the skies turned dark and the earth dimmed. He himself was already made dusty and dirty in appearance by this 7 stars Mila. But in the end, Ji Qingyan got off cheap. He could not accept this result at all. Bullshit. It was clearly you who stole my 7 stars Mila, and you're still not admitting that you got off cheap here. Truly shameless to the extreme. Jian Wushuang shouted fiercely. Jian Wushuang felt like he was about to have a breakdown. Why was he nearly pricked to death by the 7 stars Mila, while this guy conveniently plucked it without extra trouble? One had to know that Yuan was merely first-level Dao Profound currently. Yuan was defeated by this guy's shamelessness and could only say, alright then, alright, even if I stole your 7 stars Mila, what do you want to do to me then? Jian Wushuang was filled with righteous indignation and drew his longsword without even thinking about it and said, leave behind the 7 stars Mila, and I'll spare you from death. Yuan said with a doubtful look, really want me to leave it behind? Rubbish, are you leaving it or not? Yuan said helplessly, fine, since you want it, giving it to you then. Done talking, Yuan directly threw the 7 stars Mila over. Jian Wushuang could not help being thrilled when he saw the situation, and instinctively wanted to reach his hand out to go and catch. This 7 stars Mila was too important to him. Without it, he would not be able to break through to the realm of Void Mystic. But the next instant, Jian Wushuang's expression changed drastically. That 7 stars Mila breaking free of Yuan's palm immediately seemed to come to life. Spikes that covered the skies sprayed towards Jian Wushuang. This time, Jian Wushuang was too close to it. There was no way to avoid it at all. Right at this critical moment, several beams of Swift and fierce sword light tore through the air and arrived. The spurs were broken by the sword light one after another. A figure arrived with a howl. Who could it be if not Sword 13? It was just that the Sword 13 at this time had holes everywhere on his body. His aura was also very chaotic, and there were even blackish red bloodstains. It looked like he had clearly just gone through a great battle. Seeing Yi Yuan, Sword 13's expression darkened slightly, and he said, "Ji Qingyan, you dare to kill Wushwang. This is seeking death here." Yi Yuan said helplessly, "Are your heavenly sword sect's people all so unreasonable? I saved Jian Wushwang earlier. He insisted that I snatched his 7 stars Mila, and I returned the 7 stars Mila to him. You're saying to kill me too?" Sword 13 said with a cold snort, "Humph. Who in the divine realm doesn't know that you and Wushwang are sworn enemies? Will you be so kind-hearted?" Yi Yuan sighed and said, "That Jian Wushwang is flattering himself. He's not qualified enough to be sworn enemies with me." Sword 13 could not help choking up when he heard that and wanted to speak up to refute, but could not find the words. Yi Yuan was just elaborating a fact. Regardless of whether in his previous life or present life, Jian Wushwang was never an opponent in Yi Yuan's eyes. It was Jian Wushwang's wishful thinking on his own part, viewing Yi Yuan as his mortal foe. Jian Wushwang provoked Ji Qingyan back then for Mu Lingshe. As a result, he was almost wasted by Ji Qingyan. At that time, although they were both successors of 2 mighty super holy lands, the strength disparity between the 2 people was too great. Even in this life, Yi Yuan wielded a divine artifact in his hand and even brought along a large group of void mystic powerhouses. There was no need to make a move at all to deal with Jian Wushwang. Except, these words stomped Jian Wushwang's pride into the earth in his ears. He roared, "Ji Qingyan, if you have the capabilities, don't use the divine artifact. Let's go one-on-one directly. With the likes of your current bit of strength, it isn't even enough to fill the crevices between my teeth." The current Jian Wushwang had already utterly lost his reason. He felt that Yi Yuan was simply a jinx sent down by heaven specifically to target him. Yet, when Sword 13 heard these words, he wished that he could find a hole in the ground to tunnel into. Fights between martial artists would never talk about making others use something, or not use something. A life or death battle, any item was a part of strength, inclusive of luck. As long as one could beat their opponent, any means was not an issue. Being able to obtain a divine artifact in itself was a part of Yi Yuan's strength. How was there the logic of making people tie their 2 hands up? Jian Wushwang saying this sort of words was an expression of yielding in itself already. Who knew that after Yi Yuan heard, he said with a faint smile, "Is that so? Then you receive this move of mine and give it a shot." Jian Wushwang had yet to come back to his senses when a terrifying soul force already spread out. His divine soul instantly sunk into darkness. When Jian Wushwang saw the situation, his expression could not help changing drastically, myriad soul extinction. Your divine soul boundary already broke through to high-rank Alchemy Emperor. In this instant, Jian Wushwang suddenly felt like his divine soul had tendencies of going to collapse and dissipate. His entire person was in a listless and muddled state. Back then, Yi Yuan used precisely this move to severely injure him. He did not expect that after reincarnating, Jian Wushwang still did not have the strength to retaliate under this move. Alchemists were not completely powerless to retaliate against martial artists. If the alchemist's divine soul mystic art was powerful enough, it was quite a headache for martial artists. Like Ji Zhengyang, Old Man Han, this kind of existence, it was also just a flick of a finger for them to eradicate void mystic powerhouses whose strength were slightly weaker. Unless martial artists were able to kill alchemists in an extremely short time or had a powerful divine soul defensive holy artifact, otherwise, there was only resigning themselves to fate. Don't. I admit defeat. Jian Wushwang utterly crumbled. Sword 13 did not intervene. He saw that Yi Yuan did not have killing intent. It was just that sensing Yi Yuan's myriad soul extinction, his expression was very ugly. He also did not expect that after this reincarnation, Jian Wushwang still did not have the strength to retaliate in front of Ji Qingyan. He did not blame Jian Wushwang. About Jian Wushwang's talent, the Heavenly Sword sect was already aware of it. Want to blame someone, they could only blame Ji Qingyan for being too powerful. Being born in the same era as such a genius was simply a tragedy. In a blink of an eye, the soul force retreated like tidewater. The pressure on Jian Wushwang's divine soul lightened, then he gasped heavily for air. He felt that he had already circled one round around the gates of hell and back. Yi Yuan said to Sword 13 nonchalantly, although Jian Wuxuang provoked me time and again, there isn't deep-seated hatred between him and me. If I wanted to kill him, he'd have already died God knows how many times. Even if I really killed him back then, what can your heavenly sword sect do to me? Even though he's somewhat condescending, the offense doesn't deserve death. Sword 13 knew that what Yi Yuan said was the truth. But he was also very unwilling to acknowledge this truth. Since you wanted to save him, why did you want to kill him with the 7 stars Mila again earlier? Sword 13 said solemnly. Yi Yuan said with a smile, just cracking a joke with him. Didn't you come back? Would you watch him be killed before your eyes? Chapter 1056. Dragon Prancing the 4 Seas. Alright, since you returned, it has nothing to do with me anymore as well. This 7 stars Mila, presumably, you can take care of it yourself. I was only dropping in while passing through. Making a move first. Done talking, Yi Yuan brought out Qian and the others to leave. Although this 7 stars Mila was good stuff, Yi Yuan did not need it. The reason why he took action earlier was really just conveniently saving Jian Wuxuang's life. Yet, Jian Wuxuang still pestered incessantly as he shouted, Uncle 13, this guy's clearly here for the sake of the 7 stars Mila. It's just that he saw you return, that's why he didn't dare to make a move. This guy is harboring evil designs, can't let them leave. Sword 13 said in a solemn voice, halt. Yi Yuan stopped his footsteps and said with a faint smile, what? You're really planning on keeping me behind? Sword 13 said, if you dismissed me with a few words, then wouldn't this seat have lost too much face? You're Wuxuang's mental demon, as long as I kill you, even without the 7 stars Mila, he's able to break through to the realm of Void Mystic too. When at the entrance area, I was wary of the others, that's why I didn't make a move. Sword 13, this sort of person, his heart was extremely hard to sway. Yi Yuan's words earlier, the impact on him was indeed tremendous. Yet, his thoughts of wanting to kill Yi Yuan had never changed. No reason other than because Yi Yuan was the fiendish obstruction in Jian Wuxuang's heart. This was already sufficient for Yi Yuan to die 10,000 times over. Being decisive about what he said, Sword 13 did not hesitate in the slightest. His Divine King domain instantly opened up. Countless sword light glinted inside the domain, carrying out an indiscriminate attack. But right then, another Divine King domain suddenly made an appearance and directly clashed together with Sword 13's domain. Entering their sight was a stretch of ocean. Dragon Prancing the 4 Seas. This was Ao Qian's Divine King domain. Even though Sword 13's sword domain was strong, facing a stretch of ocean, his sword light was unable to penetrate through in the slightest. Seeing this scene, Sword 13's face revealed a look of immense shock. Another Void Mystic powerhouse. How is this possible? Sword 13 opened his eyes wide, his eyes filled with disbelief. He already knew at the entrance of the immemorial medicine garden that Yi Yuan created 2 Void Mystic powerhouses all of a sudden. But now, he actually had another Void Mystic powerhouse whose strength was on par with him by his side too. When could Void Mystic experts be mass-produced just like this? Currently, if this force beside Yi Yuan went out, it could completely create a brand new Super Holy Land. A Super Holy Land's Void Mystic experts, on the low end were 3 to 5, the high end were 6 or 7. This group of people beside Yi Yuan was already sufficient. Void Mystic powerhouses could not be piled up just by relying on piling resources. Wanting to groom a Void Mystic expert, one must firstly expend a very terrifying amount of resources. But just this was still not enough. A major faction could forcefully use resources to push a person to the Divine King realm, but it was absolutely impossible to use resources to push someone to the Void Mystic realm. Want to take this step, without incredible talent, one absolutely could not reach it. To the average person, it was impossible for them to step into the Void Mystic realm in their entire lives. Just take Zhang Taking and Wu Luo for example, if there weren't Yi Yuan's medicinal pills, they could not take this final step at all. Hence, after the two of them reached the realm of Void Mystic, they were already wholeheartedly devoted to Yi Yuan. Yet, the Divine King powerhouses around Yi Yuan suddenly became Void Mystic powerhouses one by one just like that. How could Sword 13 not be shocked? About Yi Yuan's performance in Cloudmarsh City during this period of time, Sword 13 was perfectly aware of it. Last time, when Yi Yuan used the Golden Needle acupoint piercing method, Zhang Taking and Wu Luo merely just reached peak Divine King too. As for this Ao Qian in front of him, he totally did not have such formidable strength as well. But now, Ao Qian already truly had the strength to contend head-on with him. Yi Yuan did not care about Sword 13's astonishment. His expression turned cold, and he said, although Jian Wushwang and I don't really get along, that are merely small spats between youngsters. Now, is your Heavenly Sword sect really planning on being irreconcilable enemies with me? Then you'll have to be prepared to suffer my wrath. Sword 13's expression turned apprehensive. He was actually taken aback by Yi Yuan's aura. Everyone thought that with Yi Yuan losing the colossal Medicine King Hall's support, he would definitely find it hard to prop up the situation single-handedly. Anyone could come and take a bite. But only now did Sword 13 discover that Yi Yuan was simply a piece of tough bone, one that could not be cracked. This guy's alchemy skills were even more monstrous than his previous life. Finally, Sword 13 walked out from his shock and put on a smiling face as he said, "Ha, just cracking a joke just now. My Heavenly Sword sect doesn't have much enmity with you. The past matters, it was all Wushwang who was insensible. I apologize to you on his behalf. How about our two households bury the hatchet? The 500,000-year region, the Heavenly Sword sect's disciples could not enter it at all. Otherwise, if they saw their own vice sect master actually lowered his head to a first-level Dao profound breath, their eyeballs would probably pop out." In truth, Jian Wushwang's eyeballs were pretty much popping out at this time too. "Uncle 13, I cannot live under the same sky with this guy. Isn't it just 3 void mystic realm experts? How can our Heavenly Sword sect be scared of him? Returning this time, I'll request Father to take action. We must strike this guy dead." Jian Wushwang howled. Sword 13's expression darkened, and he reproached, "Shut up for me. You disappointing thing. Say any more nonsense and I'll seal your essence energy C right now and let someone send you back to the Heavenly Sword sect. Also, from here on, you're not to find trouble with young Master Ji anymore. Otherwise, I won't let you off." Jian Wushwang looked at Sword 13 in disbelief, his entire person frozen there. All along, Uncle 13 doted on him the most and had never flown into such a great rage at him before. This time, it looks like he was truly enraged. Although Jian Wushwang's status in the Heavenly Sword sect was high, he held Uncle 13 in great awe and veneration all along. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Hoo, Brother 13, you don't have to be like this. With your attitude, I can set my mind at ease. However, you also know that I'm all alone in the world now. It's impossible to be as magnanimous as in the past in the way I conduct myself. If someone provokes me over and over again, I won't have such a good temper anymore." Yi Yuan's meaning was very clear: watch over your nephew well. Don't let him come out and randomly bite people anymore. Even a clay bodhisattva had some anger. The next time, he would really deal a killing blow. The moment Sword 13 heard, his head ached endlessly too. How could Jian Wushwang's hatred towards Yi Yuan be so easy to dispel? Sword 13 nodded and said, "Rest assured. Returning this time, I'll make Wushwang go into seclusion. Before breaking through to the void mystic realm, I absolutely won't let him out." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Since that's the case, then I'll give a plum in return for a peach, and gift this 7 stars Mila to the two of you." As he said, Yi Yuan slowly walked towards the 7 stars Mila in the distance. The next instant, their eyeballs popped out. The 7 stars Mila actually completely did not unleash attacks at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan reached his hand out and plucked, grasping the 7 stars Mila in his hand once more. This time, Yi Yuan sealed the 7 stars Mila. Storing it into a jade bottle, he directly threw it to Sword 13. "If my conjectures are right, you guys entering the immemorial medicine garden this time is likely aiming for him, right? As for that divine ranked spirit medicine, I advise that you guys had best not get involved in this messy situation," Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Chapter 1057, Dao Defying Pill. Sword 13's brows furrowed, and he said, "Is it possible that you know something?" "I don't know, but I keep having a bad feeling," Yi Yuan said. Actually, 500 years ago, Ji Zhengyang had once brought him into a very deep area before. At that time, he did not know anything yet, but Ji Zhengyang told him that in this immemorial medicine garden's depths, there was a presence that even he felt his heart palpitate at. Yi Yuan reckoned that this time, it was very likely that existence having some unusual activities. But what on earth this unusual activity was, Yi Yuan did not know either. You yourself don't even know, and you want to make me not get involved in the messy situation. I have good intentions, believe it or not, it is up to you. Divine rank spirit medicine, heh. Can this world still give birth to divine rank spirit medicines? Also, no idea who has ulterior motives, spreading such rumors, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Sword 13 did not refute Yi Yuan's words. Musing for a moment, he said, then thank you very much for young Master Ji's good intentions. However, you also know what deity realm means to existences like us. It's impossible for me to back out of this struggle because of a word from you. Otherwise, when I return, I'm unable to give an account to sect master as well. Yi Yuan nodded his head and did not say anything else. He directly left. He was just conveniently mentioning it. As for whether or not the other party would withdraw, that was not what he could decide. But Yi Yuan was certain that the immemorial medicine garden's change this time was likely not that simple. Divine rank spirit medicines coming into existence was probably just a cover. Furthermore, even if there were really divine rank spirit medicines coming into being, who could subdue? After Yi Yuan left, Jian Wuxuang said indignantly, Uncle 13, why did you boost other people's morale while diminishing your own prestige? Could my heavenly sword sect be afraid of him, an utterly loner? Utter loner. In 10 short days, he created 3 void mystic powerhouses. You're still capable of treating him as a loner. Wuxuang, it's true that you're the divine realm pinnacle most genius, but compared to him, you're still far too lacking. This boy reincarnating is no longer that Medicine King Hall's young lord back then anymore. In my view, his alchemy skills have probably already surpassed the Ji Zhengyang back then. As long as his strength recovers to its peak, he'll likely be the divine realm's most powerful alchemist. Even though my heavenly sword sect doesn't fear him, such an opponent, we have no need to provoke. This Ji Qingyan, we better leave him for Ji Candlin to fret over, Sword 13 said earnestly in a grave tone. Jian Wuxuang's expression flickered incessantly. It was not that he did not acknowledge that he was inferior to Yi Yuan, he was just not willing to admit it. He had always liked Mu Lingshe, liked very much. But everyone in the divine realm all knew that the person Mu Lingshe liked was Ji Qingyan. Making him to admit that he was inferior to his love rival, he was not willing even if he was beaten to death. Originally, Jian Wuxuang thought that with Yi Yuan reincarnating and coming back, regardless of whether his strength or status, it would not be able to compare with his previous life anymore. That was why Jian Wuxuang wanted to trample on him ruthlessly. In the end, he was trampled instead. However, that was just Yi Yuan borrowing the might of a divine artifact. He did not think anything about it at all. But now, Yi Yuan actually relied on alchemy skills and created 3 void mystic realm powerhouses. Now this was horrifying. Although extremely unwilling to admit it, Jian Wuxuang also understood that what Sword 13 said was the truth. If he was still the previous life's Ji Qingyan, I wouldn't pay attention to him too. But experiencing the Medicine King Hall's change 20 years ago, he's clearly much more mature compared to the past, and also much more terrifying. If you go and provoke him again, it's hard to guarantee that he won't deal a killing blow. Wuxuang, you've already idled away for several dozen years and should also mature already. Although Big Brother's strength is monstrous, he can't protect you all your life too. The one who's truly able to protect you is only yourself. Think it over well. Yi Yuan brought everyone and shuttled back and forth the 500,000-year region, and found a stock of Tier 9 spirit medicine called Sword Astral Immortal Grass. This Sword Astral Immortal Grass was used to purge the sword chi within a martial artist's body. It had a miraculous effect. After helping his 3 servants all broke through, he naturally would not forget his own brother, Kuang Tianming. After obtaining the Sword Astral Immortal Grass, Yi Yuan helped Kuang Tianming refine a medicinal pill. Brother Kuang, Ji Candlin's sword chi is incomparably tyrannical. Even with the assistance of medicinal pills, it also can't get rid of it within a short time. This period of time, you'll go into closed seclusion within the vast heaven pagoda. After completely expelling the sword chi, I'll let you out, Yi Yuan said. Kuang Tianming shook his head and said, younger brother, within this immemorial medicine garden lurks danger in all corners. Perhaps I'll come in handy to you. Either way, this injury isn't 1 or 2 days already, there's no immediate rush either. Yi Yuan said with a smile, at present, Ao Qian has already recovered a portion of his strength. Compared to Sword 13, that level of existence, he's also not at all inferior. You just set your mind at ease and go into seclusion. Huang Tianming could not change Yi Yuan's mind and finally still entered the vast heaven pagoda to enter closed seclusion. After Huang Tianming went into closed seclusion, Yi Yuan continued bringing people to search for spirit medicines, and finally found a stalk of blossomface proudheart fruit. But the other spirit medicine that Ao Qian required, void nether heavenly orchid, even Yi Yuan was unable to find it. Even though spirit medicines were extremely abundant in the immemorial medicine garden, it was also not everything under the sun. Void nether heavenly orchid was an exceedingly rare spirit medicine. The last time Yi Yuan came here, he never saw it. There was naturally no place to start searching. After lingering in the 500,000-year region for 10 days, Yi Yuan brought everyone and entered the most dangerous region, the million-year region. The million-year region was the limits where void mystic powerhouses were able to step foot into. Heading further in, people had entered before, but nobody had ever come out before. Back then, when Ji Zhengyang brought Yi Yuan along, they also merely came to the million-year region. Previous life, Yi Yuan's self-created pinnacle medicinal pill, he named it as Tao-defying pill. This Tao-defying pill was where the quintessence of his life's work lied, costing him close to 100 years to perfect. In this 100 years, Yi Yuan did countless experiments and researched 58,000 over kinds of Tier 9 spirit medicine, and the medicinal properties of over 213,000 kinds of Tier 8 spirit medicines, before finally creating it. This was virtually all of the high-level spirit medicines recorded in the divine realm that Yi Yuan could find. The grade of the Tao-defying pill absolutely surpassed any pill formula in the divine realm at present. Just the core ingredients were 300 over kinds. The process of refining was incomparably complicated. Even if Yi Yuan reached peak strength, refining the Tao-defying pill was also exceedingly difficult. These 300 over kinds of core ingredients were all Tier 9 spirit medicines. But the most critical core ingredients of this Tao-defying pill were 9 types of 1,000,000-year-old spirit medicines, incomparably rare. In Yi Yuan's impression, there were 2 kinds inside this immemorial medicine garden. Yi Yuan entering the immemorial medicine garden this time, the primary objective was to look for these 2 kinds of spirit medicines. These 2 kinds of 1,000,000-year-old spirit medicines, one was called Ice Flame Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma. The other was called Flame Soul Vast Universe Lotus. Entering the million-year region, Yi Yuan discovered that the corpses by the roadside became significantly more. Clearly, the degree of danger here was not comparable to before. Even with void mystic powerhouses protecting, it was hard for these divine king experts to escape doom as well. But these were not an issue to Yi Yuan. He naturally had ways of avoiding these dangers. Just as they were walking, intense sounds of battle came from ahead. Chapter 1058. You guys continue, I'll accept it. Waves of terrifying undulations came from above the skies. The people fighting were actually all void mystic realm powerhouses. He Dazhong, you despicable scum. To actually take advantage of when we're fighting with the Ice Flame Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma to ambush me. Ha ha ha. Natural treasures are obtained by those fated. Shu Yunqing, you're already severely wounded and absolutely not my match. Resign yourself to fate. Pooh. Today, my heavenly dawn palace will not rest until your 7 absolute city is dead. You old fogey, how troublesome. At this rate, none of us can get any benefits. Turns out that the 2 parties fighting intensely in the sky were people from the heavenly dawn palace and the 7 absolute city. The strength of each and every one of the medicine spirits in the million-year region pierced the heavens. Even experts like Shu Yunqing and He Dazhong found it hard to gain any advantage too. But the spirit medicines in this million-year region, as long as one stock was brought back, that would be extremely precious. Even for major factions like Super Holy Lands, it would be akin to obtaining a treasure. When Yi Yuan heard the name Ice Flame Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma, his heart involuntarily stirred. The reason why he searched until here was for the sake of the Ice Flame Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma. In the sky, Shu Yunqing fought 3-on-1, appearing very ragged, while Ding Zongguo maintained the array formation with all his strength, trapping the Ice Flame Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma that was currently rampaging. It was not that he did not wish to help Shu Yunqing, but it was really that he was completely powerless to do anything. A 1,000,000-year-old Ice Flame Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma already transformed into a half-humanoid, half-demon appearance. Its appearance was very odd, especially that polyporous head, which looked extremely comical. However, no one could laugh. Its strength virtually made people despair. Ding Zongguo was hailed as an existence second only to the Grand Yan Divine King in the Divine Realm. His formation's path strength was transcendent. But currently, he could only barely maintain the array formation to not be breached. If he withdrew the array formation, he would be the first one to bear the brunt. The first one that the medicine spirit would want to kill would be him. Through just a few words, Yuan already figured out the sequence of events. It was definitely the Heavenly Dawn Palace who discovered the Ice Flame Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma first. Ding Zongguo laid down an array formation to trap the medicine spirit while Shu Yunqing took charge of attacking. In the end, they were ambushed by He Dazhong's party. Shu Yunqing getting injured, facing He Dazhong's party of 3 mighty void mystic experts, how could he still be a match? Yo, fought until pretty lively. You guys continue. This Ice Flame Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma, I'll accept it on your behalf. Yi Yuan leapt and arrived beside Ding Zongguo's array formation. Yi Yuan's sudden appearance startled everyone. Gee brat, you dare. He Dazhong nearly jumped up. He had expended a considerable price for this Ice Flame Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma. Originally, he thought that victory was within grasp. Did not expect someone to throw a wrench into the works. Yi Yuan said smilingly, why wouldn't I dare? A 1,000,000-year-old Ice Flame Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma, tisk tisk, this is good stuff. Wu Yuanchao saw Yi Yuan and his flames of fury immediately billowed to the skies. He had suffered a major loss at Yi Yuan's hands this time, resulting in him having to go through the method of signing his life away before he could obtain time to purge the poison and treat his wounds. Although the bulk of the poison was forced out at present, there was still a small part of residual poison that could not be forced out. This reduced his strength greatly. Brother I cannot live under the same sky with Ji Qingyan. Shu Yunqing is already a spent force, nothing to fear. I'll go and kill this punk. Wu Yuanchao gritted his teeth and said. He Dazhong's expression fell slightly, and he said, fine. I'll support this side, get it over with quickly. He expended such a huge price before severely injuring Shu Yunqing. He was naturally unwilling to give the fruit that landed in his hand to Yi Yuan. It was only to see a lightning flash. Wu Yuanchao tore through the air and arrived, his speed swift to the extreme. Prepare to die, Ji Qingyan. His voice had yet to reach, but his person arrived first. Towards this, Yi Yuan seemed to be completely oblivious. He actually turned around and slowly walked over towards Ding Zongguo's array formation. A massive dragon claw suddenly appeared, sending Wu Yuanchao back with a slap. Wu Yuanchao somersaulted quite a few times in the air before barely managing to stand still. You trash, to actually dare be disrespectful towards my lord. This old man will tear you apart today, Ao Qian said in a solemn voice. This scene stunned everyone. They were all guarding against Zhang taking and Wu Luo taking action. Did not expect that the Ao Qian overlooked by them all along. The moment he made his move, it was earth-shattering. Void mystic powerhouses did not have much difference from ordinary peak divine kings in terms of cultivation realm. Not taking action, one could not tell at all. But Ao Qian's attack just now astonished everyone. When was there another void mystic powerhouse by Yi Yuan's side? Moreover, this void mystic powerhouse seemed to be very extraordinary. Especially He Dazhong, him witnessing that blow from Ao Qian, his entire person was in a state of confusion. These super holy lands, by roping, pulling, tugging, lugging, also just scraped together 3 void mystic powerhouses. In less than 10 days' time, 3 void mystic powerhouses appeared by this Yi Yuan's side all of a sudden. Did they still want people to live? Wu Yuanchao was even more astonished until his shock could not be any greater. He thought about finding Yi Yuan to take revenge because it was impossible for those 2 guys that just entered Void Mystic to be his match at all. Who knew that several days of not seeing, Yi Yuan brought an even more terrifying guy and showed up. Shu Yunqing was silent the whole time, but waves of delight gushed up in his heart. He Dazhong was insidious to the max and actually played a mantis stalking the cicada. He probably never would have thought that he was actually eaten by the Oriole now, right? If there wasn't Yi Yuan showing up, he might just perish here today. But, regarding Yi Yuan's means, he was also incomparably shocked. This Ao Qian was the most unremarkable existence among Yi Yuan's subordinates. He did not think that in a short 10 days' time, Yi Yuan actually made him become so strong. With their cultivation realm, they were naturally able to tell that because Ao Qian's martial Dao foundation was ruined, that was why his strength would fall drastically. But, to let Ao Qian recover to this strength currently, it was not what ordinary medicinal pills could accomplish. Yi Yuan was only first level Dao profound right now. How did he refine such high-grade medicinal pills? Ao Qian, accompany Wu Yuanchao to play well. Take revenge for my brother. Yi Yuan's voice transmitted over nonchalantly. Ao Qian gave a response. Dragon prancing the four seas instantly expanded outward. A terrifying water attribute power of laws rushed over toward Wu Yuanchao. Wu Yuanchao's expression changed. Lightning domain instantly expanded out. Two mighty experts started exchanging blows in the air just like that. But in a few moves, Wu Yuanchao's declining trend already showed. He was not Ao Qian's match at all. Seeing this scene, He Dazhong knew that he could not carry on observing from the sidelines anymore and said to Yu Xinping, "I'll go and substitute Wu Yuanchao. The two of you get the fight over with fast. Quickly take Shu Yunqing down." Done talking, He Dazhong charged right into the group battle. But at this time, Yi Yuan slowly came before Ding Zongguo, patted his shoulder, and said smilingly, "Old Ding, you've worked hard. I'll go in and subdue it right now." Ding Zongguo's expression changed and was rather unwilling. Their Heavenly Dawn Palace had expended a considerable price for this Ice Flame Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma. But on second thought, currently this sort of situation, they totally did not have the strength to contend for the Ice Flame Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma anymore. "You be more careful. This fellow isn't simple," Ding Zongguo said with a nod. Chapter 1059, Battling Ice Flame. Glimpsing Yi Yuan entering the array formation with his peripherals, He Dazhong's heart involuntarily palpitated. If Yi Yuan could really subdue the Ice Flame Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma, then their group of people would be in danger. Ding Zongguo's strength was very formidable, at least he was not beneath Wu Yuanchao. Once he broke free, the Heavenly Dawn Palace would definitely counterattack. At that time, the three of them would be facing three great void mystic powerhouses. The situation would be reversing at once. He Dazhong was also a figure who had made a name for himself long ago. At this time, he did not panic in the face of danger and directly cut into Wu Yuanchao and Ao Qian's battle, saying with a loud roar, "Quickly go and deal with Shu Yunqing. Take the chance when he's down to claim his life." Wu Yuanchao's heart turned cold, not expecting the situation to turn around so quickly. This member of the dragon race in front of him, his strength was too fearsome. He Dazhong was also intrepid. His divine king domain was a domain of blades. Battling against Ao Qian, he actually firmly suppressed Ao Qian. These super holy lands deputies, each and every one was old monster class. Their strength was unfathomable and would normally never reveal their capabilities. But their strength, nobody dared to underestimate. The 8 great holy lands' strongest people were also not at all inferior when compared to the 10 great divine kings. Adding in the foundation of the super holy land, the 10 great divine king would not easily become enemies with them either. As for someone like He Dazhong, he could be said to be the strongest one in the second tier. If Ao Qian recovered all of his strength, he naturally would not fear him. But this state at present, he was still slightly inferior compared to He Dazhong. Currently, He Dazhong was also anxious and immediately opened up with his full firepower, wanting to finish the fight quickly. Even though Ao Qian's strength did not recover to its peak state and he was still a hair's breadth away compared to He Dazhong, his seniority was far greater than even an old monster like He Dazhong. He knew that He Dazhong was anxious for success and was not in a hurry anymore. Instead, his dragon prancing the 4 seas did not look like it had any lethality, but actually, it surged with undercurrents. At this time, he went completely on the defensive and defended with a water attribute Divine King's domain. It was truly seamless. Even if He Dazhong's domain of blades was any more powerful, it also could not breach the continuous domain of water. At that time, because Shu Yunqing's injuries were too severe, facing Wu Yuanchao and Yu Xinping duo's pincer attack, he actually appeared to be teetering on his feet. He Dazhong's ambush previously was dealt extremely viciously. Currently, Shu Yunqing could at most unleash 30 to 40% of his full strength. Wu Yuanchao was also a veteran void mystic powerhouse. Although his strength did not reach He Dazhong's sort of level, it could not be underestimated either. Through a big battle, Shu Yunqing was already increasingly falling short of strength. Zhang Taking duo exchanged a glance and joined in the group battle very tacitly. Even though the two of them had just entered void mystic, they were not much worse off compared to void mystic powerhouses like Yu Xinping. Fighting 2-on-1 would not fall into a disadvantage either. This way, Shu Yunqing's pressure suddenly eased up. For some time, both sides actually fell into a stalemate. Now, it would depend on when Ding Zongguo could break free. This battle's balance would utterly lean in favor towards Yi Yuan's side. He Dazhong was secretly anxious but completely could not breach Ao Qian's defenses. At this very moment, he could only secretly pray that Yi Yuan could not subdue the Ice Flame Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma. On his side, Ding Zongguo operated the array formation with all his power, not daring to ease up in the slightest. The array formation that he laid down was called Profound Heaven 9 Battles Formation. It was one of the most powerful array formation inheritances in the Heavenly Dawn Palace's Ding family. However, even though Ding Zongguo was hailed as the #1 person in the formation's path beneath the Grand Yan Divine King, his strength compared to Lu Linfeng was still far too lacking. Even this Profound Heaven 9 Battles Formation, Ding Zongguo merely comprehended 80%. I'll open up a gap. You take the chance and enter inside the array formation. But there's only a breath of time. Otherwise, once his ice flames creep out, this old man can't resist it either, Ding Zongguo said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, no need, I'll just go in myself. Ding Zongguo was stunned and blurted out, how are you entering? His words were only said halfway when he saw Yi Yuan lift his foot and went into the array formation, incomparably effortlessly. Ding Zongguo opened his eyes wide, looking at this scene in disbelief. How is this possible? Ding Zongguo muttered to himself. A massive impact force made Ding Zongguo come back to his senses. He hastily put away his thoughts and operated the array formation, stabilizing the array formation. However, the astonishment in his heart could not be any greater. The Profound Heaven 9 Battles Formation was the Ding family's ultimate ancestral legacy. It was incomparably profound. He had already studied it for several thousand years and also merely comprehended 80%. Even so, ordinary void mystic experts, it was too easy for him to deal with them. Ding Zongguo knew that Yi Yuan was a Tier 9 Formations Emperor, but it should not be possible for Yi Yuan to crack the Profound Heaven 9 Battles Formation with his Formations Path level. But now, Yi Yuan entered the array formation so effortlessly. That could only mean that Yi Yuan's Formations Path level was at the very least on the same level as him already. What he guessed was right. Yi Yuan comprehended the array formation's 3 volumes. These few years, his Formations Path level already had significant improvements. Although it did not reach Lu Linfeng's height yet, entering the Profound Heaven 9 Battles Formation was nothing difficult. Yi Yuan twirled around inside the array formation and closed in on the Ice Flame Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma very quickly. The reason why the Ice Flame Mystic Ganoderma got its name was that it could release a type of extremely terrifying ice flame. The ice flame spat out by a 1,000,000-year-old Ice Flame Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma, even if void mystic powerhouses got hit, it was at the very least the outcome of severe injuries too. However, an expert like Ding Zongguo would not behave like facing a great adversary either. This ice flame could actually also be grouped in the same category as essence fires. But it was not suited for refining pills, because it did not have warmth and was a kind of cold flame. But the destructive power of this ice flame was exceedingly powerful. It could even burn ordinary people until nothing remained. When that Ice Flame Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma saw Yi Yuan approaching, it seemed to be like a startled little bunny, shooting out ice flames at him crazily. In virtually an instant, Yi Yuan's entire person was enveloped inside the ice flame. Even his profile could not be seen anymore. Seeing this scene, Ding Zongguo was alarmed in his heart and secretly cursed inwardly. But he Dazhong laughed wildly without ceasing and said, I thought how great a capability this brat had. This time, bit off more than he can chew, right? I want to take a look at how he walks out from these ice flames. In the outside world, Yi Yuan's aura already completely could not be sensed, as if his entire person was devoured by the ice flames. Ao Qian could not help sneering coldly in his heart when he saw He Dazhong's delight. One move utterly settled Yi Yuan. That Ice Flame Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma also danced with joy excitedly, as if obtaining some great victory. But right then, that tuft of ice flames suddenly no longer pulsated. It was as if it was frozen. The next instant, those ice flames actually really froze over. After that, a series of cracks appeared. The ice flames thoroughly splintered apart, becoming pieces of ice scraps, falling onto the ground. Inside the ice flames actually had an additional person. A girl. This girl was incomparably cold. It was as if her entire person was transformed from 10,000-year-old profound ice. Chapter 1060, Displaying Invincible Might. Well done, Lu. Yi Yuan said to the cold girl beside with a grin on his face. This cold girl was none other than precisely the Lu who was in closed seclusion for a long time. These few years, Lu had been in closed seclusion inside the vast heaven pagoda the whole time. With the help of Yi Yuan's medicinal pills, she advanced swiftly and vigorously, and already broke through to Tao Profound Realm Not long ago. The 9 Yin Divine Link Meridian was indeed a spirit physique hard to come across. Her cultivation speed was actually even a bit faster than Yi Yuan's. Especially after Yi Yuan converted Lu's frost poison into a vortex, her cultivation speed became even greater than before. Lu had a blissful look. Her cold face instantly melted, seemingly like a glacier melting, instantly stunning everyone. Lu has followed young master for so many years. Finally, I can be of help to young master, Lu said happily. Yi Yuan said with a smile, your 9 Yin Divine Link Meridian is a physique of extreme cold, the jinx of ice flames. Although your cultivation realm is not there yet, the ice flame mystic sovereign Ganoderma can't do anything to you at all. Lu nodded and said, young master, you just bother with catching it. Leave this ice flame to Lu. Yi Yuan nodded his head and stomped forward. When the ice flame mystic sovereign Ganoderma saw the situation, it was seemingly like it had its tail stepped on, spraying out a massive cloud of ice flames in one go. Lu followed closely behind Yi Yuan, Emperor Qi spitting wildly, freezing those ice flames into ice in an instant. This scene stunned everybody, especially Ding Zongguo and Shu Yunqing. The two of them were well aware of the ice flame's prowess. Did not expect that Yi Yuan let out a young lass who was actually completely immune to the ice flames. Ding Zongguo said absent-mindedly, truly didn't think that the jinx of the ice flames was actually the 9 Yin Divine Link Meridian. Looks like that Ji kid was long prepared. Yi Yuan wanted to refine the Tao-defying pill. Naturally, he studied these 9 great spirit medicines very in-depth. This ice flame mystic sovereign Ganoderma was long researched thoroughly by Yi Yuan already. He Dajong secretly gnashed his teeth. Little did he think that Yi Yuan actually dealt with the ice flames, this big problem, with the greatest of ease. But the more anxious he was, the more he could not take Ao Qian down. Instead, Ao Qian almost reversed the situation quite a number of times by taking advantage of when he was distracted. Hey, want to fight, got to focus a bit. It's out of the question for you to be like this. Ao Qian said with a scoff. Inside the profound Heaven 9 Battles formation, Yi Yuan had been wandering around erratically the entire time and did not unleash attacks at the ice flame mystic sovereign Ganoderma immediately. Lu followed slowly behind and opened up the path for Yi Yuan. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's fingertip quivered. A streak of cold light flashed past, piercing straight for the ice flame mystic sovereign Ganoderma. A row of ice flames lit up, instantly striking that streak of cold light. A bit of flying ash landed from the sky, turning into dust. Yi Yuan was not discouraged. He continued walking and said to Lu, keep your eyes on my movements. Lu understood tacitly and said, don't worry, young master. Yi Yuan hastened his movement technique, and another streak of cold light flashed past. This time, Lu learned her lesson. A fine streak of Emperor Qi struck out, instantly turning that trace of ice flames into ice cubes. A light ring echoed out as if there was something pricked into the ice flame mystic sovereign Ganoderma's body. The ice flame mystic sovereign Ganoderma trembled all over as if it was convulsing. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest hesitation. Flinging his hands, several streaks of cold light was fired out again, hitting the ice flame mystic sovereign Ganoderma. This time, the ice flame mystic sovereign Ganoderma's body stiffened up and collapsed onto the ground with a loud bang. The ice flame mystic sovereign Ganoderma that even two great void mystic powerhouses could not take down was finished off by Yi Yuan just like this. Those few streaks of cold light were silver needles prepared by Yi Yuan in advance. It was dipped in a medicinal liquid that Yi Yuan concocted to specifically target the ice flame mystic sovereign Ganoderma. As long as the medicine spirit was hit, it would reveal its original form. After the ice flame mystic sovereign Ganoderma fell to the ground, it transformed into the appearance of a Ganoderma very quickly, being returned to its original form. Yi Yuan did not say a word and directly put it away. This first of the 9 great core medicines was obtained without much trouble at all. 2 great super holy lands restrained each other. In the end, it actually benefited Yi Yuan. He Dajong never thought that Yi Yuan would take care of the medicine spirit in no time flat, and his expression could not help changing greatly. "Quickly withdraw," He Dazhong shouted. As he was speaking, He Dazhong suddenly urged his divine king domain to the limits, attempting to shake off Ao Qian's pestering. Ao Qian gave a cold laugh and said, "Want to run? How can it be that easy?" He Dazhong's move was earth-shaking. But Ao Qian was a character who had already become incredibly cunning with age. How could he let He Dazhong go so easily? He Dazhong's move was unleashed, but his expression changed drastically. When did you? He Dazhong discovered that Ao Qian's divine king domain actually already corroded his divine king domain imperceptibly, utterly sticking onto him. Ao Qian laughed loudly and said, "Brat, when your grandpa Ao was playing with divine king domains, your grandfather wasn't even born yet. Dragon prancing the four seas is hailed as the dragon clan's strongest domain. With the likes of you, you also dare to play with your grandpa Ao. Watch closely, Maelstrom Garroter." At this instant, countless miniature vortexes suddenly appeared in the two people's divine king domains. That terrifying garroting power actually ground He Dazhong's blade lights into smithereens. He Dazhong immediately sprayed out a mouthful of blood, the wound on his chest deep enough to see bones. When everyone saw this scene, they were all struck dumb with amazement. He Dazhong suppressed Ao Qian all round, not giving him even a hint of a chance to catch his breath. He did not think that in the end, Ao Qian actually directly finished him off, akin to the weak overcoming the strong. "Brother are you alright?" Wu Yuanchao cried out in alarm and immediately shook off Shu Yunqing, heading over to support He Dazhong. Wu Yuanchao was not someone loyal to friends. But at this time, he also knew that the three of them were ants on a rope. He Dazhong waved his hand and said, "W won't die." His injuries looked terrifying but did not harm the foundation. He hurriedly fished out a medicinal pill and swallowed. The injuries on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. But his aura compared to just now was weakened by a great deal. Yi Yuan also looked at Ao Qian very astonishedly and said, "Nicely done, old Ao. Your title of Dragon Clan's #1 powerhouse really isn't for show." Ao Qian laughed loudly and said, "Haha, isn't this still all thanks to your excellency bestowing pills? This battle today, old Ao, I finally vented this vexation in my chest." Ao Qian was really endlessly grateful towards Yi Yuan. Without Yi Yuan, he would not even be able to get out of the White Tiger dungeon, let alone talk about having a great battle with the current Divine Realm's apex powerhouses. The dragon race was a proud race. Ao Qian was even the best of them among this race. The grievance in his heart these few years could be imagined. This period of time, he watched Zhang Taking and Wu Luo, the two of them successively breaking through to the realm of Void Mystic. His heart was long itching unbearably already. In this battle, he did indeed fight to his heart's content, unleashing his understanding towards Divine King domains to the limits. Just as he said, when he was playing with Divine King domains, He Dazhong's grandfather wasn't even born yet. Him being able to overcome the strong as the weak today was absolutely not by accident, but a true manifestation of his strength. Yi Yuan said with a laugh, "Medicinal pills can't increase your strength one. Being able to defeat He Dazhong from the standpoint of the weak, this is your capability. Looks like I've underestimated the title of the dragon race's #1 powerhouse." What Yi Yuan said were heartfelt words. Regardless of whether it was Ao Duo or Ao Yong, Yi Yuan somewhat looked down on them both. But today, Ao Qian blew his mind. Chapter 1061, 9-9 Illusionary Spirit Heaven Slaughter Formation. Shu Yunqing's gaze was filled with shock. His strength was originally evenly matched with He Dazhong, chances of victory being around 50-50. Since Ao Qian defeated He Dazhong, he naturally could defeat Shu Yunqing too. Shu Yunqing did not expect that this subordinate of Yi Yuan, his strength was actually daunting to such an extent. Shu Yunqing was silent for a long time, but still stepped forward and clasped his hands at Yi Yuan and said, "Young brother Ji, this time, this Shu thank you very much." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Palace Lord Shu don't need to be courteous." With the Ice Flame Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma as the reward, were considered even too. The corners of Shu Yunqing's mouth twitched slightly. He and Ding Zongguo expended so much strength. He did not think that in the end, it benefited Yi Yuan. But he also knew that without the three fierce generals under Yi Yuan joining in, he might have already fallen at this time. Now, Ao Qian directly quelled He Dazhong, and Ding Zongguo was completely free. Both parties' strength had a reversal all of a sudden. This sort of situation, even after Yi Yuan joined the battle royale, he never thought before too. Shu Yunqing swallowed a medicinal pill and slightly recovered his wounds. Looking at the He Dajong not far away, he said with a cold smile, He Dajong, even if you calculated everything, you probably never thought of such a result, right? He Dajong's expression became incomparably ugly and said with a cold snort, this seat failed miserably in a simple task today. But if you guys want to keep this seat back just like this, it probably won't be that easy either, right? Shu Yunqing said, regardless whether you remain behind or not, Heavenly Dawn Palace and 7 Absolute Cities grudge is sowed this time. 2 super holy lands turning hostile, a fierce struggle between a dragon and a tiger was indispensable. A single misstep and one party might even be utterly destroyed, but at this time, Yi Yuan looked at He Dajong and said with a smile that was not a smile, can't hold you back, is it? Old Ding, according to what I know, you still have a final ultimate array formation haven't used, right? The moment these words came out, everyone's face changed. Ding Zongguo's strongest array formation was not the Profound Heaven 9 Battles formation, but the Falling Rain Skymark formation that he used back then when facing Lu Linfang. This set of array formation was extremely profound. Back then, it really caused quite a bit of trouble for Lu Linfang. At present, Lu Linfang left people far behind in the dust and had long flung Ding Zongguo behind until his silhouette could not be seen anymore. But, using this move to deal with He Dajong and the rest was sufficient. Ding Zongguo shook his head and said, if he really wants to run, the Falling Rain Skymark formation can't prevent it either. He Dajong burst into laughter when he heard that and said, gee brat, do you take this old man to be a fool? Will I fight to the bitter end with you all here? All right, not accompanying anymore. This old man is leaving. If any one of you wants to keep this old man behind, you can very well give it a shot. Even though Ao Qian severely wounded He Dajong, that was only through elaborate plotting. Doing it one more time, He Dajong would definitely be cautious and not give Ao Qian any opportunities to take advantage of. Furthermore, if He Dajing wanted to escape with all his heart, it was really very hard to stop it. Wanting to kill a void mystic powerhouse, that was simply even harder than ascending to the heavens. Finished talking, He Dajong's figure instantly transformed into a streak of flowing light, wanting to escape. Old Ao, no need Yi Yuan to instruct, Ao Qian already went over to impede. The two people clashed together in a great battle once more. Yi Yuan said, Old Ding, the Falling Rain Skymark formation naturally can't make He Dajong stay. But adding on my array formation, he'll be hard-pressed to escape even if he grew wings. What you need to do now is to delay him together with Old Ao. Ding Zongguo could not help looking at Yi Yuan in puzzlement, uncertain where his confidence came from. But he hated He Dajong to the bones too and was unwilling to let him leave at this point. He nodded his head right away. The Falling Rain Skymark formation silently formed and enveloped over toward He Dajong trio. With the cooperation of Ding Zongguo's array formation, the pressure on Ao Qian instantly eased up considerably. He Dajong was akin to have fallen into a bog and really could not extricate himself for a while. As for over there, Shu Yunqing trio also delayed Wu Yuanchao and Yu Xinping firmly, not giving them the slightest chance to get away. Lu help to defend me. I'll set up the formation, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. For so many years, this was the day that Lu was happiest. She never even dreamed that she would be able to step into Dao Profound Realm one day. Recalling vaguely, back then in the Yi Manor, Lu did not even know what kind of concept Dao Profound Realm was. Now, she could finally help young master. Lu already knew that this young master was no longer the original young master. But in her heart, she actually liked this young master a little more. This young master was gentle, caring, would become furious for her, even kill people. Back then, Yi Yuan battled Lin Tiancheng, and he challenged the entire Danwu Academy with his power alone. How could Lu not be moved? Back then, Yi Yuan entered deep into the endless forest and escaped danger by a hair's breadth. It was in order to find spirit medicines for her. How could Lu not lose her heart? Moreover, this young master currently was still old master and Madame's son, right? Hence, he was still her young master. Lu looked at Yi Yuan's bustling profile, her fluid gaze roaming around. For her to be able to silently watch young master behind him, this was already sufficient. Yi Yuan naturally would not know Lu's little thoughts. He was giving it his all to set up the array formation. Array formations were things that could exert tremendous power with little force. Although Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was not high, he could completely rely on array formations to cross realms and kill the enemy. Of course, with his present strength, setting up this set of array formation was still overly forceful. Putting aside the great expenditure, more important was that the time needed was too long. During a genuine battle, it could not have an effect at all. Lu Linfang's array formations 3 volumes was derived from the vast heaven steel. Yi Yuan was the master of the vast heaven stone steel and also a tier 9 formations emperor. Comprehending the array formations 3 volumes was naturally not much trouble. After the array formations 3 volumes, Lu Linfang definitely had other fortuitous encounters, before he could reach his present level. But the Asura confounding formation was indeed the divine stroke of the formation's path. Its power was incomparably daunting. Yi Yuan was sitting on the vast heaven stone steel. Naturally, he would not miss out on the chance to comprehend array formations either. These few years, he already deduced the Asura confounding formation many times through the vast heaven stone steel, and he turned it into another grand array already. A grand array that was sufficient to eradicate void mystic powerhouses. Of course, this was something after he acquired the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil. Yi Yuan fused the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil's illusionary art into this array formation, making this array formation's power skyrocket. 9-9 Illusionary Spirit Heavenly Slaughter Formation, form. Yi Yuan gave a light cry. A grand array suddenly lit up and enveloped everyone inside. The moment the array formation formed, Yi Yuan's entire person collapsed. But Ding Zongguo's expression changed drastically as he said stammeringly, could this be Lu Linfang's greater Asura confounding divine array? To talk about who understood Lu Linfang best in this world, it had to be Ding Zongguo. For so many years, he had been chasing after Lu Linfang's footsteps the whole time. Although the two people were pulled further and further apart, Ding Zongguo's research towards Lu Linfang was the most thorough. This array formation gave him a very familiar feeling. Yi Yuan said with a smile, this array formation was self-created by me. Considered to be based off his Asura confounding formation, I guess. However, it's different from his greater Asura confounding divine array. Inside the array formation, He Dajong trio suddenly felt a blur before their eyes. All of the opponents completely vanished all of a sudden. Chapter 1062, Yin-Yang Samsara. He Dajong turned pale with fright. He knew that he had fallen into an illusion. No idea how many years it had been since he had fallen into an illusion. Void mystic powerhouses comprehended powerful powers of law and could practically see through most illusionary realms. But now, he had indeed fallen into an illusion. This illusionary formation, could it be done up by G-Brat? When had his formation's path attainments actually become so terrifying? He Dajong said in shock. Just based on this grand array before his eyes, Yi Yuan's formation's path level had probably already surpassed Ding Zongguo. How could this not shock him? After the astonishment, He Dajong said with a cold laugh, however, wanting to trap this seat with a mere illusionary formation is also indulging in the wildest fantasy. As he said, He Dajong's divine king domain instantly opened up. A massive black essence energy long saber instantly condensed and formed. Even if your formation's path is comprehended to the realm of void mystic, your cultivation realm is still below that after all. As long as this seat breaks the formation with strength, I don't believe that with just the likes of you, you can stop this seat. Destructive tyrant saber. As he said, He Dajong controlled the long saber. Carrying an aura that pressed forward. With an indomitable will, it chopped onto a point in space. A void mystic realm powerhouse focused all of his attacks onto a point. The terror of this attack could be imagined. Following this saber landing, intense tremors appeared on the grand array. When He Dajong saw the situation, a hint of a cold sneer involuntarily flickered across the corners of his mouth. The result was indeed just as he expected. This grand array could not withstand his all-out attack at all. Although, in the entire divine realm, how many people were able to withstand an all-out attack from him? Just as he was being pleased with himself, an extremely terrifying killing intent suddenly arrived in a twinkle. He Dajong practically could not react in time and instantly unfurled his protective essence energy to the greatest. It was only to hear a rumble. He Dajong's body was just like a kite with a broken string, flying out horizontally. Shu Yunqing and the others who were currently in the midst of fierce fighting were taken aback by this unexpected scene and ceased fighting. They looked at this scene in disbelief. How could the powerful He Dajong be severely injured until such a manner? Currently, He Dajong was lying on the ground at a distance, his life and death unknown. But looking from the aura, he was already impossibly weak. Ding Zongguo looked at Yi Yuan like he had seen a ghost. He did not understand why an array formation laid down by a first-level Dao Profound could seriously injure He Dajong to such an extent. What on earth did you do? Ding Zongguo drew a cold breath and asked. This achievement was simply too startling. Even Shu Yunqing's face was also flickering erratically right now. Ever since this Ji Qingyan returned, the feeling that he gave people was seriously too bizarre. An existence like He Dajong, even if the 8 great super holy land's strongest powerhouses went into action, they did not dare say to be able to severely wound him so easily either. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, not what I did, but what he did himself. This guy fancied himself smart and thought that he could break the formation with strength. As a result, he used his strongest move and injured himself. Fancied himself smart, not using this sort of method to break the formation, then use what method? Ding Zongguo asked curiously. My 9-9 illusionary spirit heaven slaughter formation isn't perfected yet at the moment. The function of the killing array isn't very strong yet, but the power of the trapping formation and illusionary formation doesn't allow underestimation. With 9-9 as the name, it's that this array formation secretly encompasses heavenly Tao. 9 is the root, as the end, as the limit, but as the beginning, serving as a link between the past and the future. Although his saber intent was strong, his array formation is yin and yang complementing mutually to begin with. Where it exits, is where it returns. He used his own move to severely injure himself, who can be to blame? Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. It was just that his smile in the perspective of other people gave rise to a chill in people's hearts. Martial artists breaking formations with strength, focusing all of their strength onto one point, this was general knowledge. Yet, Yi Yuan acted in a diametrically opposite way and introduced the idea of yin-yang samsara into the array formation. It was very easy for martial artists to fall for it without understanding the inside story. Such a profound array formation was still just a semi-finished product. Once he was able to perfect it, then how terrifying would it be? Actually, Yi Yuan did not say some things. With He Dajong's strength, as long as he did not muster up all of his strength and focus onto one point, but use the domain of blades to whittle away the array formation, this array formation could not last for a very long time too. After all, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was placed there and could not accomplish making the 9-9 illusionary spirit heaven slaughter formation weakness to exploit yet. But Yi Yuan calculated that He Dajong would definitely have preconceived ideas firmly entrenched, that as long as he focused his strength onto one point, he would be able to break the array formation. Sure enough, He Dajong was very cooperative. But Yi Yuan was filled with a vicissitude of emotions too. The vast heaven steel was indeed terrifying. This 9-9 illusionary spirit heaven slaughter formation, as long as his cultivation realm reached, it would definitely be a major killing tool. At that time, the weak point of the array formation not being stable enough would also be non-existent. Yi Yuan looked at Wu Yuanchao duo with a smile that was not a smile and said, are the two of you doing it yourselves? Or making everyone take action together? Wu Yuanchao and Yu Xinping had already long been astounded by Yi Yuan's means. Someone as powerful as He Dajong was actually messed up to such a manner. Ji Qingyan, I have no grudge and enmity with you, why do you keep biting onto me and not let go? As long as you let me leave, our grudge is wiped off the slate. I, Wu Yuanchao, can swear an oath to never find trouble with you again from hereafter. Wu Yuanchao said with a solemn look. Yi Yuan smiled and said, no grudge or enmity. Putting aside that Brother Kuang almost lost his life at your hands, ever since entering the immemorial medicine garden, you have been sneaking furtively behind us all along. If there was an opportunity, don't tell me that you won't make a move on me. It's just that you didn't have this chance. Wu Yuanchao's expression was incomparably ugly, and he said in a solemn voice, then what the hell do you want? Yi Yuan said coolly, waste your dantian yourself, and I can spare you from death. Wu Yuanchao's face turned black, and he said, you, not willing, then there's nothing to discuss. Ao Qian, do it. Yi Yuan gave the order without the slightest hesitation. Ao Qian's strength was lacking to deal with He Dajong, but dealing with Wu Yuanchao, it was more than enough. The two people clashed together. Ao Qian forced Wu Yuanchao into a fluster in a few rounds. When Yu Xinping saw this scene, his expression became all the more uglier. At present, Both parties' strengths were not on equal footing at all. The disparity was too great. Yu Shinping could not resist it anymore and turned around to flee. Shu Yunqing was watching him long ago. How could he give him the chance to escape? Shu Yunqing was, at any rate, an expert on the same level as he Dazhong. Although seriously injured at the moment, there was still plenty to spare to deal with Yu Shinping. Very soon, the two people's signs of defeat already showed. Go and kill He Dazhong. This guy isn't anything good, leaving him is a calamity too. Yi Yuan instructed. Zhang Taking was just about to make a move when several figures arrived with a howl. One streak of unrivaled sword light after another charged towards Ao Qian and Shu Yunqing, respectively. This sword light was too fierce and swift. Even Ao Qian had no choice but to avoid the blade for the time being. Seeing the arrival, Yi Yuan's face sunk. The arrival was none other than precisely Sun Man. Sun Man appearing at this time was not a good omen. Beside Sun Man was a black-clothed person. When Yi Yuan saw this black-clothed person, his brows involuntarily knitted together. Chapter 1063, You Don't Understand Me. The black-clothed person beside Sun Man gave Yi Yuan a very familiar feeling. But he could not recall it for a moment either, where in the world he had seen this black-clothed person before. This black-clothed person concealed his entire body. His divine sense was also completely shielded, unable to see his true nature at all. But Yi Yuan just felt that he seemed to have seen him somewhere before. 7 Absolute City and Heavenly Dawn Palace have both sustained heavy losses. This result is for the best. Now, this seat is here to clean up the household. There shouldn't be anyone who has objections, right? Sun Man's gaze swept past everyone's faces and finally landed on Yi Yuan. When at the entrance of the immemorial medicine garden, the various major forces mutually restrained each other. It was inconvenient for Sun Man to take action too. But now, he just so happened to run into the 7 Absolute City and Heavenly Dawn Palace, the 2 great Fosses Peak Void mystic powerhouses seriously injured. It was a good opportunity. The moment Yu Shinping saw, he could not help being overjoyed as he said, "No objections, no objections. Hall Master Sun, feel free to take action. I've long been irked by this punk. I hope for Hall Master Sun to succeed. This you be leaving first." Done talking, Yu Shinping's figure moved and immediately disappeared before everyone's eyes. Zhang Taking and Wu Luo were naturally unwilling to accept it, but Sun Man's aura locked onto them from far away, making them not dare to act rashly without careful consideration. Sun Man was in existence on the same level as He Dazhong and Shu Yunqing. His strength was unfathomable. More importantly, their side just experienced a great battle, while Sun Man was in a state of full health, virtually without any losses. When Wu Yuanchao saw that Yu Shinping left and Sun Man did not stop it, he could not help being overjoyed. He immediately bid his farewell. Arriving beside He Dazhong with a flash, he picked him up and disappeared. Not that he wanted to save He Dazhong, but he already swore an oath. So he had no choice but to rescue him. Inside this immemorial medicine garden, Wu Yuanchao was equivalent to a member of the 7 Absolute City. He currently wished that he could exit this immemorial medicine garden right away. He no longer wanted to get involved in these murky waters. After the 3 people left, Sun Man looked at Shu Yunqing and said coolly, "Palace Lord Shu not leaving, could it be that you want to become enemies with my Medicine King Hall? This is my Medicine King Hall's family matters. Hope that Palace Lord Shu don't interfere." Shu Yunqing's expression changed several times and finally heaved a sigh and said to Yi Yuan, "Young Master Ji, not that this Shu isn't willing to help, but I'm seriously powerless to do anything." Finished talking, he signaled Ding Zongguo with a look. The 2 people left by themselves. In a blink of an eye, a large group of people was only left with Yi Yuan's group of people. Sun Man's eyes narrowed slightly. Looking at Yi Yuan, he said, "Hand over the medicine god's soul cannon and the divine artifact. This seat can give you a quick and painless death." Yi Yuan looked at Sun Man and smiled. "Don't you think that talking with me using this sort of rubbish is somewhat a waste of time? Make your move." Sun Man's face fell, and he said, refusing a toast only to drink to a forfeit. Sun Man raised his hands, and several streaks of sword light assailed Yi Yuan. Ao Qian's expression turned cold. Opening up his domain, it instantly blasted away those few streaks of sword light. Ao Qian had just been through a great battle. Currently, his expenditure was not little either. Dealing with Sun Man appeared rather taxing. "Milord, leave this guy to old Ao to deal with. You leave first," Ao Qian said coldly. Zhang Taking and Wu Luo were naturally unwilling to show weakness either. The two people stepped forward together with Ao Qian and formed a triangle battle formation. Old Ao, your expenditure earlier was too great. We'll lend you a helping hand. Zhang Taking said. Ao Qian nodded his head and did not show bravado as well. If talking about before, for them to want to protect Yi Yuan, that might be compelled by the restrictions of the soul contract still. But now, the three of them were sincere in wanting to escort Yi Yuan to leave. It was Yi Yuan who gave the three of them new life. Yi Yuan already used his means to thoroughly win over these three people. Of course, it even included Ruan Shuangzhou. Sun Man gave a cold laugh and said, the three of you coming up together, who is protecting this brat then? Bingyan, take that brat down for me. Ji Bingyan's aura had long locked onto Yi Yuan from far away already. It was completely impossible to give him any chance to escape. At this time, Lu Er blocked in front of Yi Yuan and said, young master, you leave first. I'll deal with him. Ruan Shuangzhou also blocked in front of Yi Yuan with a look of resolution. Clearly, he had already made preparations to die. Yi Yuan extended his hand and knocked on Lu Er's head. Carrying a doting smile, he said, don't put on a brave front. You're not his match. Lu Er's tears flowed, and she said aggrievedly, young master, Lu Er is still so useless. Yi Yuan said smilingly, nonsense. If not for you, I'd really not know what to do about those ice flames. All right, quickly go inside the vast heaven pagoda. Young master is fine. Finished talking, he did not wait for Lu Er to agree either and directly drew her into the vast heaven pagoda. Little junior brother, I urge that you better give up resisting. Although you have some tricks, this bit of capital is still insufficient to contend with the current medicine King Hall. Ji Bingyan said coolly. Yi Yuan looked at him with a smile that was not a smile and said, you have a manner like you've got me. Don't you know that I have a divine artifact in possession? Deploying the sacred dragon token with Yi Yuan's current strength, fighting to a draw with Ji Bingyan was still doable. Ji Bingyan's strength was almost on par with Jian Wushuang. It was not easy for Yi Yuan to want to kill him. But protecting himself was still achievable. Ji Bingyan was unmoved and said calmly, of course I know. You can endure under my hands. But what about the rest? The three of them are already arrows at the end of their flight. Even if they teamed up, it's impossible to be Hall Master Sun's match either. Yi Yuan said coolly, enough crap. Make your move. Ji Bingyan's expression turned cold. Sword intent surged towards the sky. Tranquil sword dance. Ji Bingyan gave a cold cry. The longsword shook, and countless sword light immediately wandered around between heaven and earth, and stabbed straight towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh, his figure abruptly vanishing from sight. The sword rain that covered the skies all hid nothing. Wanting to lock onto Yi Yuan without a divine king domain was simply even harder than ascending to the heavens. Ji Bingyan's expression changed. He had long known that Yi Yuan had this merging into heaven and earth trick. But after experiencing it for himself, he still felt that it was somewhat fantastical. This little junior brother, Ji Bingyan, was very familiar with him. He was just a fanatic who was devoted to the alchemy Tao with all his heart. How was he actually able to reach such a terrifying boundary in the hard realm after 20 years of not seeing? Little junior brother, is it possible that you plan to keep on hiding like this? Or you really plan on abandoning these subordinates of yours and leave by yourself? Ji Bingyan put away his sword and said coolly. Ji Bingyan had lived together with Ji Qingyan for several hundred years and naturally understood his character very well. Ji Qingyan was someone who valued loyalty and friendships immensely. Even if his personality changed a lot in this life, it was impossible for this point to change too. Although Ao Qian and the rest were just his servants, from just a few words, one could also tell that there was absolutely no way for Yi Yuan to abandon them and leave by himself. He guessed correctly. It was naturally impossible for Yi Yuan to leave. He slowly revealed his figure and looked at Ji Bingyan with a smile as he said, Bingyan, you understand me very well. But there's one thing that you gauged wrongly. I likewise understand you very well, while you don't understand the current me enough at all. Yi Yuan slowly drew the Starmoon sword. A terrifying sword intent rippled out. When Ji Bingyan saw this scene, his expression could not help changing tremendously. Chapter 1064, Limitless Life-Death Sword. Sun Man, Ao Qian, and the others who were currently in the heat of fierce fighting all revealed looks of astonishment. Little junior brother, your only first-level Tao profound and actually comprehended divine king domain. Ji Bingyan opened his eyes wide and stared at Yi Yuan, his eyes filled with shock. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes and said with a faint smile, "Divine King domain, is it? This is considered a quasi-divine kind domain, I guess. But dealing with you, it should be sufficient." At this very moment, a bizarre force field formed around Yi Yuan. This force field was not different from Divine King domains from the perspective of bystanders. Inside the domain, three supreme true intents mixed together in complete harmony, forming a terrifying power. Seeing this scene, it was not up to Ji Bingyan to not be shaken up. He originally thought that Yi Yuan's ace in the hole should be the myriad soul extinction, and he had long made preparations. Being fellow apprentices with Yi Yuan for so long, how much capability Yi Yuan had, Ji Bingyan felt that he understood him very well. But now, he finally understood the meaning of what Yi Yuan was talking about. Ever since Yi Yuan revealed his identity, he rarely exhibited his martial path cultivation in the outside world. Even the last time when facing Ji Kanglan, Yi Yuan never exhibited it before as well. In the people's impression, Yi Yuan was still that alchemist who could only rely on divine soul mystic arts. This time, he could even create 3 void mystic realm powerhouses. But nobody would have expected that Yi Yuan's martial path cultivation was actually so high. Ji Qingyan's concept's comprehension, Ji Bingyan was perfectly clear. Just 20 years' time had passed, and Yi Yuan's concept's comprehension actually utterly shook him off behind already. This sort of comprehension speed was truly a bit too freakish, right? Furthermore, when had it been heard of that someone comprehended a Divine King domain at the first level Dao Profound? Take this. Yi Yuan's indifferent voice sounded out. A terrifying power of domain rushed over towards Ji Bingyan. The so-called power of domain was that within a certain boundary, I alone reign supreme. Within the domain boundary, the martial artist was the true king. Only experts who similarly possessed powers of domain could have the qualifications to have a showdown with them. However, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was not sufficient to support the powers of domain at all. His domain looked powerful, but in reality, it was not as impressive as a genuine domain. Even so, for ordinary Dao Profound experts to want to beat Yi Yuan, it was not quite enough. 3 great supreme true intents fusing, Yi Yuan's offensive power was virtually unparalleled. Rain falling on scattered dust, Ji Bingyan's sword intent could not be said to not be strong. But upon contact with Yi Yuan's quasi-divine king domain, it was immediately ground into smithereens. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he smiled and said, "Ji Bingyan, it's been 20 years, it seems like your improvement is far from as great as Ji Kanglan's. Do you feel that there's hope in dealing with me using these moves?" Ji Bingyan could not help feeling exasperated. He did not think that 20 years' time, Yi Yuan was actually terrifying to this sort of degree. "Forget it, since you can't come up with anything new, then receive this move of mine." Limitless life-death sword, Yi Yuan's sword stabbed out. Ji Bingyan's expression abruptly changed. The slaughter concept presided over death, scorching concept presided over life, while the concept of sword was that wheel that controlled life and death. Yi Yuan used the Azure Dipper Floating Zero sword as the axle and perfectly fused the slaughter concept and concept of fire. The power of this sword was incomparably outrageous from start to finish. Even if Yi Yuan only had first-level Dao Profound strength, when Ji Bingyan saw this scene, he had a feeling of not being able to use force to overcome it as well. 2 kinds of extremely contradicting concepts intertwining together, yet, the 2 were harmonious. This made Ji Bingyan had a feeling of his mind splitting up. The sword being unleashed, arrived in front of Ji Bingyan in a blink of an eye. Ji Bingyan was greatly astonished and completely unleashed out all the abilities in his lifetime. 2 rays of sword light intersecting, only to see Ji Bingyan's body fly out in reverse like a cannonball. Yi Yuan had a tough time too, similarly being slammed flying out in reverse. But this sword, it was clearly Yi Yuan who won. Yi Yuan was just rebounded by the recoil strength, while Ji Bingyan could not block that terrifying sword intent of Yi Yuan's at all. Yi Yuan being able to perfectly fuse 3 kinds of supreme true intents, this was entirely thanks to the vast heaven steel. Ever since Yi Yuan opened up the vast heaven steel with Emperor Qi, he discovered that this place was completely a treasure trove. Inside the vast heaven steel space, his speed of comprehending concepts was simply heaven-defying. In this period of time, Yi Yuan achieved comprehending the Azure Dipper Floating Zero sword concept to the 8th stage without extra effort, then comprehended the Slaughter Supreme True Intent to the 7th stage. Even the worst scorching supreme true intent, Yuan comprehended it to the third stage too. And inside the vast heaven steel space, Yuan successfully merged together three kinds of supreme true intents, and had an initial grasp of divine king domain. This sort of improvement could simply use exaggerated to describe. Yuan finally knew why Fang Tian was able to grow into such a terrifying powerhouse. With the vast heaven steel, whatever void mystic realm was completely a cinch. Activating the vast heaven steel, Yuan seemed to have opened up another huge door. Behind this huge door could amplify his comprehension ability to the limits. However, Yuan's essence energy realm was still a little too low in the end. Even if he could defeat Ji Bingyan, he was still unable to deal him a lethal blow. Ha ha ha, Milord is Milord, really too mighty. First level Tao profound and able to comprehend a divine king domain, Milord is likely the entire divine realm's first person. Zhang Taking said with a big laugh. Milord is mighty, rather, it was us who looked down on his excellency. Wu Luo was also abnormally excited. Ao Qian could not contain his joy even more and said, Milord, you're simply too freakish. Elder Tang truly has discerning eyes like burning torches, to actually be able to find a successor like you. The three people were originally suppressed by Sun Man firmly, but seeing Yuan actually had a display of invincible might, each and every one of them was like injected with stimulants, their spirits rising by a great deal all at once. For some time, they actually fought with Sun Man until they were evenly matched in skill and strength. The three people were all people whose combat experiences were extremely rich. Ao Qian restrained Sun Man while Zhang Taking and Wu Luo were responsible for harassment by the side. It was also that Ao Qian's divine king domain was powerful. Ao Qian practically unleashed the divine king domain to its limits. The domain of water was equipped with a tremendous inclusive attribute and could change into myriad forms. It was truly extremely rich in combat strength. Swapping anyone else to come and deal with Sun Man, they would have long been taken down by him. Yuan raised his sword and stepped forward, preparing to charge towards Ji Bingyan once more when that black-clothed person finally moved. Did not see that he had any movements either. In a blink of an eye, he arrived before Yuan. A punch without the slightest hint of flashiness directly slammed onto Yuan's quasi-divine king domain. Yuan vomited a mouthful of fresh blood crazily and immediately fled out backward. Toward this black-clothed person, Yuan had actually paid very close attention all along. But he also did not think that this black-clothed person's strength was actually so powerful. Yuan's fleshy body was extremely powerful. Hence, he could perceive that this punch earlier was completely the fleshy body's explosive power and not some essence energy martial technique at all. Moreover, his speed was exceedingly swift. It was not a movement martial technique, but entirely the power of an explosive nature, making his movements unbelievably fast. Yuan crawled to his feet. Reaching his hand out to wipe away the fresh blood at the corners of his mouth, he looked at the black-clothed person and said coolly, "Have we met anywhere before?" Chapter 1065, Divine Ranked Spirit Medicine Coming into Being. Zhezhe, what's a person like you who's about to die asking so much for? Done talking, the black-clothed person was clearly still standing on the spot when the sound of wind howling arrived with a whistle. The ground behind Yuan directly had a large crater smashed out. But as for Yuan, he merged into heaven and earth, his figure vanishing from sight. Heh, merging into heaven and earth. Paltry tricks. The black-clothed person gave a cold laugh, his figure disappearing once more. The next instant, a terrifying undulation came from the void. Yuan was actually blasted right out of the void by that black-clothed person. Milord, when Ao Qian trio saw this scene, each and every one of their faces could not help changing drastically. Sun Man gave a cold laugh and said, "You guys had best bother about yourselves first." Seizing this opportunity, Sun Man suppressed the three people firmly all at once. Under his divine king domain, Ao Qian trio's divine king domains were suppressed until it was only left with a very small piece of area. For some time, the three people were surrounded by perils, especially Zhang Taking and Wu Luo. Their divine king domains were virtually suppressed to the limits already. Their bodies also sustained considerable injuries. Compared to a powerhouse like Sun Man, the two of them were still too weak. Yuan had yet to stand up when the black-clothed person arrived before his eyes again instantly. Yuan was startled inwardly and displayed merging into heaven and earth once more. The black-clothed person laughed coldly and smashed Yuan out of the void a second time. Your understanding of the heavenly Tao is too shallow. This degree of merging into heaven and earth doesn't have the least bit of threat to me at all," said the black-clothed person nonchalantly. With these few blows, Yuan's body was almost falling apart. If not for his fleshy body was powerful, he would likely have already been killed at this time. The black-clothed person's strength was unexpectedly powerful. Furthermore, this black-clothed person completely did not utilize a trace of other powers at all up until now. Just relying on the power of the fleshy body, he beat Yuan until he did not have the slightest bit of strength to counterattack. But Yuan did not doubt in the slightest that his understanding of the heavenly Tao was absolutely above his own. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to resolve his merging into heaven and earth move. Up till this present moment, this was Yuan's first time encountering someone who could resolve this move of his. This black-clothed person was too strong. The black-clothed person walked slowly and arrived in front of Yuan. He said coldly, "Zhe, brat, prepare to die." The black-clothed person suddenly brandished his fist and smashed towards Yuan. This punch had an overwhelming momentum and incredible power. It was as if it could shatter space. But right then, a terrifying power came out of Yuan's body. The black-clothed person's body flew out backward. However, he was fine. This is Sacred Dragon Token, couldn't tell that this brat's fortunes aren't shallow. However, it benefits this seat. Forcefully receiving the Sacred Dragon Token's attack, the black-clothed person actually did not seem to have been affected at all, and still talked in a jovial manner. Yuan's face sunk. The feeling that this guy gave him was just like a great mountain, unable to budge at all. However, the more they exchanged blows, the more certain Yuan was that he had definitely met this guy before somewhere. It was just that the things that the black-clothed person revealed were seriously too little, unable to judge at all. The black-clothed person still wanted to take action. Right then, the depths of the immemorial medicine garden released a blinding light. A terrifying pressure instantly spread throughout the entire immemorial medicine garden. Roar, roar, roar. Those desolate beasts' roaring sounds echoed out everywhere, as if they were frightened, clamoring to scatter in flight. Yuan was just planning on having a great battle with the black-clothed person. He did not think that this black-clothed person actually pulled back himself. Heh, boy, consider yourself lucky. I'll get down to proper business first. Later, I'll come and claim your little life again. Son man, we're going. Done talking, the black-clothed person's figure instantly vanished before Yuan's eyes and sped toward the immemorial medicine garden's depths. Sun Man also repelled the three people with one move and together with Ji Bingyan, followed the black-clothed person and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Seeing Sun Man and the others withdrawing, Ao Qian trio also heaved a long sigh in relief. Inclusive of Ao Qian, they were all forcefully hanging in there with a strand of willpower. At this time, the moment the pressure on their bodies eased up, each and every one of them all gasped heavily for air. "My lord, are you all right?" Ao Qian asked. Yuan waved his hand and said, "I'm fine. You all seize the time to recover essence energy. This immemorial medicine garden doesn't seem to look too good. My lord, has a divine ranked spirit medicine come into being? Such powerful essence energy undulations, tier 9 spirit medicines can't reach it at all." Zhang Taking asked. Yuan sneered coldly and said, "Maybe. But I feel that it's likely not some auspicious object instead." When Zhang Taking and the rest heard that, their hearts involuntarily turned cold and they started recovering essence energy. This terrifying undulation spread throughout the entire immemorial medicine garden in an instant. Desolate beasts and medicine spirits all seemed to have received a tremendous stimulation, all becoming restless and uneasy. Originally, these desolate beasts and medicine spirits all had their own territories. But currently, they seemed to be having a great migration, leaving their territories. Ha ha ha. The divine ranked spirit medicine finally came into being. Obtaining a divine ranked spirit medicine, I'll be able to soar to the heavens in one bound and become the divine realm's supreme powerhouse. Wealth is sought in the midst of danger. This is a divine ranked spirit medicine. Perhaps I'll be the first person to break through to deity realm in these 100,000 years. Divine ranked spirit medicine. It must be a divine ranked spirit medicine. This undulation, apart from divine ranked spirit medicine, there's absolutely no other possibility. The divine ranked spirit medicine is mine. The martial artists that entered the immemorial medicine garden all seemed to be in a crazed state. The allure of a divine ranked spirit medicine was seriously too great. In these 100,000 years, deity realm had always been an exceedingly sensitive topic. As long as there were items related to deity realm coming into being, there would definitely be a sanguinary slaughter. This time was no exception as well. How could those martial artists still care about whatever danger, surging over towards the immemorial medicine garden's depths altogether? In an area within the million-year region, Jian Wuxuang had a cold smile on his face as he said, "Uncle 13, I said that Ji Qingyan was deliberately scamming us, right? Such a terrifying essence energy undulation, what is it if not a divine rank spirit medicine? Still saying not letting us get involved in the messy situation. Heh. He was probably hoping for one less competitor, right?" But Sword 13's face was slightly hesitant as he said, "You look at those desolate beasts. Each of every one of them seems to be fleeing for their lives. Even those medicine spirits are also all avoiding like the plague." The moment Jian Wuxuang heard, he immediately stomped his foot and said, "Sigh, Uncle 13. How can divine ranked spirit medicines be obtained so easily? Those desolate beasts and medicine spirits, they are dreading the divine ranked spirit medicine. That's why they are escaping. But to us martial artists, this might be the only chance to achieve deityhood." Sword 13's entire body trembled. Jian Wuxuang's last sentence ultimately still moved him. The temptation of achieving deity realm, no one could resist it. "Go." Sword 13's face fell as he said this. Jian Wuxuang was overjoyed and hurriedly kept up. In a concealed corner of the 500,000-year region, a middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes, his gaze exuding rays of brilliant light. Finally came into being. This divine ranked spirit medicine, I, Cao Tianyu, must obtain it. Similar scenes were currently happening in the immemorial medicine garden. Each and every one of the powerhouses did not take action to contend for those rare spirit medicines. Their target was only this divine ranked spirit medicine. Chapter 1066. Dao Spirit Fruit. Due to those desolate beasts and medicine spirits fleeing everywhere, the entire route was actually smooth without any obstruction. These martial artists virtually did not encounter much obstacles and arrived at the immemorial medicine garden's depths. This place already surpassed the million-year region and belonged to the deepest area of the immemorial medicine garden. If not for the abnormal activities this time, it was practically impossible for martial artists to reach here. Yuan and his group recovered their strength and also followed the main force and entered the region that they had never stepped foot in before. "You guys, look, that's a 500,000-year-old wisteria cord. That's a 300,000-year-old gold antelope wisp." The martial artists all cried out in shock. This stretch of region was filled with extremely old spirit medicines everywhere. These spirit medicines needed to expend tremendous effort in the outer regions before one could run into them, and even lose their lives because of it. But here, they could be seen everywhere. But at this time, they could not be bothered to harvest these spirit medicines at all. Everyone rushed over towards the place where the essence energy undulations were the most intense. They did not wish to fall behind others. Following the people entering deep, the essence energy undulations became increasingly stronger. Some martial artists stuck on the gateway of a realm actually directly broke through cultivation realms under the impact of this surge of essence energy. Such thick essence energy strengthened everyone's belief even more. What came into being this time was definitely a divine ranked spirit medicine. Yuan, who was currently walking, furrowed his brows and came to a halt. "What is it, my lord?" Wu Luo asked. "You all help to guard me. My cultivation already can't be suppressed anymore under this surge of essence energy impact." Yuan said. The moment Ao Qian and the rest heard, they could not help being overjoyed. Immediately, everyone found a remote place, and Yuan started breaking through. Yuan had already remained at first level Dao Profound for a considerable amount of time. Following his concept's comprehension advancing by leaps and bounds, his essence energy had long reached peak first level Dao Profound already. Being rushed by this surge of violent essence energy, his cultivation realm could not be controlled anymore and was going to break through to second level Dao Profound. After 2 hours, the Emperor Qi above Yuan's essence energy surged and become over 10 times thicker than before. Tisk tisk, His Excellency's second level Dao Profound, putting aside concept's comprehension, it's not at all inferior to ordinary martial artists' peak initial stage Dao Profound too. Zhang Taking said with an emotional sigh. Ao Qian and the rest nodded their heads, deeply feeling the same way too. The Emperor Qi when Yuan broke through was incomparably violent. Ordinary third-level Dao Profounds were indeed not as solid as Yuan. Dao Profound Realm, one world. The disparity between each minor realm was immensely huge. Even if ordinary martial artists cultivated for several hundred years, they might not be able to break through a minor realm too. But Yuan shook his head and said, the cultivation method that spirit bristle. That fellow gave me probably only had the upper half. If my conjectures are right, the lower half cultivation method might be written with divine inscriptions. That's where the quintessence lies. The spirit bristle 9-yang divine art, the more Yuan cultivated, the more he felt that it was extensive and profound. At present, he had already reached Dao profound realm, but Yuan had a feeling of it being still incomplete. Legend said that the spirit bristle divine king only obtained the spirit bristle 9-yang divine art's upper half back then. This rumor was probably not true. Ever since after he comprehended the medicine god's soul canon, he had an even deeper understanding of divine Dao laws. He dared to confirm that if the spirit bristle divine king only obtained the upper half, there was absolutely no way of achieving that kind of horrifying accomplishments. Aoqian trio did not know what kind of existence the spirit bristle divine king was. But Ruan Shuangzhou was perfectly clear. Hearing Yuan's words, Ruan Shuangzhou opened his eyes wide and said, what my lord is cultivating is actually the spirit bristle 9-yang divine art. Yuan said with a smile, back then, I helped that guy refine a mystic-grade medicinal pill. He used this cultivation method as remuneration and gifted it to me. Ruan Shuangzhou's eyeballs nearly popped out. Using the spirit bristle 9-yang divine art as the reward, how heaven-defying that medicinal pill was, just using one's behind to think and one would also know. Shuangzhou, is that whatever spirit bristle divine king very incredible? Zhang Taking said, very unconvinced. When he became famous, the spirit bristle divine king's reputation was still unknown. Therefore, he completely had not heard of the spirit bristle divine king's great reputation before. More than incredible, this cultivation method that my lord cultivates is known as the divine realm's number 2 cultivation method. It's the primary cultivation method of the spirit bristle divine king, ranked 2 among the 10 great divine kings. Would you say it's impressive or not? Ruan Shuangzhou exclaimed with admiration. 10 great divine kings, is it very impressive? Aoqian said very disdainfully. But Yuan nodded his head at this time and said, those like Sun Man, are completely inadequate to look at in front of the 10 great divine kings. If I really have to make a comparison, I think Senior Long Tang's strength should be on the same level as them. So powerful. With this, Aoqian was convinced. Aoqian refused to yield to anyone in this life and was only convinced by Long Tang. He knew that even if he was known as the Dragon Clan's number 1 powerhouse, the disparity was immense with Long Tang's strength too. Yuan nodded his head and said, not Senior Long Tang's strength when at the Dragon Clan, but his strength after he met Senior Fang Tian. Looks like I have got to think of a way to get the lower half of the cultivation method. In his previous life, Yuan did not care about cultivation methods. Even if he received the spirit bristle 9-yang divine art, he never thought of cultivating it before either. But this time, Yuan yearned for cultivation methods considerably. Especially after witnessing the might of the medicine god's soul canon, Yuan thirsted for the lower half of the spirit bristle 9-yang divine art even more. You guys, look, that is a Dao spirit tree. It's really a Dao spirit tree. I didn't think that inside this immemorial medicine garden, there's actually a Dao spirit tree of the legends. The Dao spirit tree is a divine tree. Legend has it that the Dao spirit tree blooms once every 500,000 years, bears fruit once every 500,000 years, and only matures after another 500,000 years. The Dao spirit fruit after maturing, it's said that as long as one consumes it, they will be able to affirm their Dao and achieve deityhood. There seems to be a fruit on the tree. Could it be the Dao spirit fruit of the legends? The moment these words came out, the atmosphere immediately became not quite right. A Dao spirit fruit able to immediately corroborate one's Dao and become a deity. This temptation, in an era where one was incapable of becoming a deity, no one could resist it at all. Everyone held their breaths, eyes looking towards the Dao spirit fruit without even blinking. Several figures finally could not hold back and took off, rushing over towards the Dao spirit tree. These few people's strengths were immensely powerful. The weakest was a divine king realm expert. How could the others be willing to fall behind? Seeing these few people rush towards the Dao spirit fruit, each and every one of them sped over like the wind. Several streaks of powerful flames flashed past. Those few Divine King experts who were the first to sweep towards the Tao Spirit fruit were instantly burned into flying ashes. There's a grand array protecting. This Tao Spirit tree has a grand array protecting. Everyone, don't go forward. Someone yelled loudly, but it was already too late. There were several people following close on the heels and could not pull back in time at all, and were similarly burned into nothing by the grand array. This grand array was too terrifying. Divine King powerhouses actually could not even stir up a single wave inside. At this time, an old man divided the crowd, walked to the front ranks, and said, "This is the ancient divine rank grand array, heaven burning annihilation chaos grand array. Everyone, don't act rashly. This array formation, even deity realm powerhouses might not be able to break through." Chapter 1067, Sun Man's Proposal. The old man's words made everyone fall into despair. An array formation that even deity realm powerhouses could not break, how could they all, these people, possibly crack it? The Tao Spirit fruit that could help them break through to the deity realm was placed before their eyes, and they actually could not reach it. Nothing was more tormenting than this. "Master Ding, you're a formations path master. Can you lead us to break through the grand array?" somebody asked. This old man was none other than precisely the Heavenly Dawn Palace's formations path master, Ding Zongguo. After the Heavenly Dawn Palace's people left Yuan and his group, they went all the way deep in. When the essence energy here surged, they also rushed over right away. When Ding Zongguo saw this grand array, he had a look of despair at that time as well. Ding Zongguo shook his head when he heard that and said, "If divine rank array formations were so easy to crack, what did this old man come to find what Tao Spirit fruit for?" Hearing his words, everyone had even more hopeless looks. They all looked at the Tao Spirit fruit overflowing with essence energy, their hearts like being scratched by cats, abnormally itchy and hard to bear. Could it be that we can only watch blankly like this? That is a Tao Spirit fruit. Someone said with unwillingness in their heart. This kind of situation, no one would be willing either. Deity realm, this was countless martial artists' lifelong pursuit for 100,000 years. Within easy reach, but while right under their noses, was far away at the horizon. In the crowd, Yuan asked Yuan softly, "My lord, is that really a Tao Spirit fruit?" Yuan nodded his head slightly and said, "Indeed, exactly the same as a Tao Spirit fruit. It's just that, I keep feeling that something is not quite right. If this place has a Tao Spirit tree, it's impossible that Father didn't bring me over to have a look back then. Moreover, the Medicine King Hall was shut for 20 years, and Sun Man had never appeared before. His sudden appearance this time also makes me feel rather odd. Also, that black-clothed person is definitely not an ordinary person. I keep feeling that I've seen him before somewhere. The Tao Spirit tree was a heaven and earth spiritual plant. It was born as a divine ranked spiritual object and was incomparably rare. If the Tao Spirit plant was sealed inside the heaven-burning annihilation chaos grand array, there would not be any danger at all. With Ji Zhengyang's strength, he could totally bring him over and experience it. But Ji Zhengyang did not. "My lord, could it be that you're thinking too much? A divine-ranked spirit medicine coming into being, the Medicine King Hall is likely unable to stay calm either, right? Moreover, the Tao Spirit fruit's undulations that surpasses Tier 9, it shouldn't be fake, right?" Zhang Taking said, "Yeah, my lord, this essence energy undulation absolutely surpasses Tier 9. It's also no different from the legendary Tao Spirit fruit's aura. Shouldn't have any problem, right?" Yuan also said. Yuan let out a sigh and said, "I hope so." Yuan's heart realm breaking through to heaven man unity, he more or less had some inferences toward many things in the unseen world. He kept feeling that his concern was not groundless. Just as Yuan was wavering hesitantly, Sun Man suddenly rose up into the air and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, since you've already arrived here, how can there be the logic of entering a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed? This sun has a proposal, I wonder if everyone is willing or not." Sun Man's words immediately aroused everyone's attention. Hearing the meaning in these words, Sun Man had a way of dealing with this divine rank grand array. At present, everyone was currently in the midst of despair. Suddenly hearing that there was a way, how could they be unwilling? What method does Hall Master Sun have? Just feel free to say it. Yeah, Hall Master Sun. The chance to achieve deity realm is right before our eyes. We can't just give up like this, right? These martial artists could not wait to listen to Sun Man's method. Even Ding Zongguo did not have any means. At this time, there was only making a Hail Mary effort. Sun Man sneered coldly in his heart. Just the likes of you fools also wish to achieve deity realm. But he naturally could not bring it out on the surface. He just slowly said, Master Ding is a formation's path great master second only to the Grand Yan Divine King in the Divine Realm. Although this Grand Array is an ancient divine rank Grand Array, I feel that he should be able to see through where this array formation's vulnerable area lies. Since we can't pass through this array formation, why not everybody joins forces and break this Grand Array together? We have so many people here, even a divine rank Grand Array probably can't withstand so many of our attacks too. Following Sun Man saying finish, the crowd burst into an uproar all of a sudden. They felt that Sun Man's proposal was truly brilliant and immediately echoed voices of assent. Yeah, we probably have 100,000 martial artists here. If we're of one heart and join forces, the power is extremely terrifying. Perhaps we really can break this Grand Array. Hall Master Sun's suggestion is really too reliable. 100,000 martial artists, among which even have quite a few Void Mystic Realm powerhouses, I don't believe that it can't break the Grand Array. Hall Master Sun, how about this, you take command, we'll all listen to you. Sun Man made a hand gesture, making everyone shush, and said in a clear voice, I wonder what are the opinions of the fellow Void Mystic Realms. Ding Zongguo and Shu Yunqing exchanged a glance, and both nodded their heads. Ding Zongguo said in a clear voice, this elderly self has no objections. I have no objections. Sword 13 also voiced out. I have no objections either. He Dajong also spoke up at an appropriate time. His injuries finally recovered a little through a period of recuperating. But his current state was even worse than Shu Yunqing's. No objections. Cao Tianyu, who appeared before everyone's eyes for the first time, also spoke up. Right on the heels of that, one voice after another sounded out. They did not have any objections towards Sun Man's proposal. Counting it, the Void Mystic Realm experts were actually as many as 13 people. Close to half of the people among them did not reveal themselves in front of people after entering the immemorial medicine garden. At present, it seemed like apart from Sun Man's suggestion, there was no other path that could be taken. These Void Mystic powerhouses asked for nothing else. Their only pursuit was the Tao Spirit Fruit. Letting them leave at this point, that was impossible. When the other martial artists heard all of these Void Mystic Realm powerhouses agree, they immediately felt the pressure on their bodies surmount. Without a doubt, these Void Mystic Realm powerhouses were the strongest competitors for the Tao Spirit Fruit. But the temptation of the Tao Spirit Fruit was seriously too great. They were unable to refuse at all. Furthermore, who knew that they could or could not obtain the Tao Spirit Fruit? Before the Spirit Bristle Divine King acquired the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art, who knew him? Among the martial artists present, there were quite a few Divine King realm experts. There were even many peak Divine King powerhouses. These people were also just a step away from the Void Mystic Realm. How could they be willing to give up on the Tao Spirit Fruit? Quite a few of them already made the decision in their hearts, once they caught the Tao Spirit Fruit, they would swallow it at all costs. As long as they could escape and find a place to enter closed seclusion, when they came out again, they would be able to sweep across the Divine Realm. This sort of temptation, nobody could resist it. Sun Man nodded his head, very satisfied with these people's replies. But finally, he turned his gaze to Yi Yuan and said coolly, Qingyan, the others have all agreed. What about you? This sentence drew everyone's gaze toward Yi Yuan. Only then did they recall that Yi Yuan brought along 2 Void Mystic Realm powerhouses. As for Ao Qian, they were still unaware that he had already broken through to Void Mystic. Under everyone's gazes, Yi Yuan mused for a moment, but said coolly, we withdraw. Chapter 1068, We Were Wrong. The moment Yi Yuan's words came out, everyone burst into an uproar. Especially those Void Mystic powerhouses, each and every one of them used inconceivable gazes and looked towards Yi Yuan. Sun Man's expression darkened, and he asked, do you know what you're saying? Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, bullshit, would I not know what I said? Fine, since you withdraw, this Tao Spirit Fruit doesn't have your share. If at that time, you dare to snatch the Tao Spirit Fruit, then it is becoming public enemies with everybody. Sun Man said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan shrugged indifferently and said, you guys play yourselves then. Although I very much want to urge everyone to not join in this matter, you definitely wouldn't listen. As for the consequences, shoulder it yourselves. Yi Yuan's words made Sun Man's heart sink. As for the rest, they all used a peculiar expression and looked towards Yi Yuan. Because Yi Yuan's words were very odd, this was the one and only chance to break through to deity realm. What kind of consequences could there be? Any more severe consequences, they would also be willing to bear it. Hey, you want to mislead the masses with fallacies. The chance for deity realm is within reach, who's willing to give up this opportunity? Sun Man said with a cold smile. His words reached the bottom of everyone's hearts. Not that Yi Yuan did not wish to stop these people, but because he knew that even if he dissuaded them, it was useless too. There were so many void mystic realm powerhouses here, dissuading with martial strength was even more futile. The chance for deity realm, you probably want to utilize everyone's strength to open this grand array, right? I'm very curious though, just what the hell is inside here, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. The more Yi Yuan said, the more alarmed Sun Man got. Could it be that this brat knew something? Sun Man's expression darkened, and he said in a clear voice, everybody heard that. Ji Qingyan gives up the right to fight for the Tao Spirit Fruit. Later, if he dares to make a move to snatch the Tao Spirit Fruit, it's becoming public enemies with everyone. Everyone did not speak up, because Qingyan Zi's prestige was too high. But from their expressions, one could also tell that they absolutely did not allow Yi Yuan to encroach on the Tao Spirit Fruit. After all, he was not willing to put forth strength. Sun Man said again, let's say the nasty things first. If the array formation opens, everybody gets the Tao Spirit Fruit based on your own capabilities. As for who it ends up with, it will depend on each one's good luck. This was also an inherent right to the problem. Everyone was already aware of it. Regarding Yi Yuan's decision, Aoqian Trio naturally did not dare have any dissent. But looking at the Tao Spirit Fruit, the four of them were still incomparably hankered after it. My lord, do we really not want that Tao Spirit Fruit? Zhang Taking could not resist asking. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile that was not a smile, are you guys very moved? All feel that I'm making a big fuss over nothing, is that so? Zhang Taking's expression was ugly, and he said with an obsequious smile, my lord, old Zhang doesn't mean that. Yi Yuan said with a smile, if any of you wish to join in, I won't stop you either. After all, this is the chance to become a deity. If I bar the way, I might appear to be too unreasonable. Zhang Taking hurriedly waved his hands the moment he heard and said, no, 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 my lord, I was just saying, you just take it as me, old Zhang, letting out a fart. Aoqian could not watch on any more and spoke up, my lord, Taking he. Yi Yuan used a hand gesture to stop Aoqian and said coolly, there is little common ground for understanding between people of differing Daos. If anyone among you guys want to contend for that chance to become a deity, you can tell me. I absolutely won't stop it and can even undo the soul contract. But our fate will come to an end here. Yi Yuan's words made the four people palpitate with fear. His Excellency normally had a kind and pleasant countenance and rarely restrained them. But this time, he seemed to have really become angry. Done talking, Yi Yuan minded his own business and went to one side, and shut his eyes to rest his mind. The four people exchanged glances, their expressions all incomparably ugly. Over there, ding. Zhongguo was already feeling out the weak area of the grand array. Everyone was looking at him anxiously. While Aoqian, the four of them were akin to ants on a hot pan. The time they followed Yi Yuan was not long, but they received tremendous grace from Yi Yuan. They were long dead set on Yi Yuan already. It was just that this time, it concerned becoming a deity. They were really unable to remain composed, that was why they would question Yi Yuan's decision. Heh, he's already giving you guys the cold shoulder, you all are still chasing after him. G-Brat already said that he's willing to undo your soul contracts. This is a chance to achieve deity realm, do you all want to give up? At this time, Yu Xinping suddenly appeared and said with a laugh. Starting from Yi Yuan saying to give up on the Tao Spirit Fruit, he had been paying attention to the situation on this side. Seeing that Yi Yuan actually fell out with his subordinates, Yu Xinping was abnormally excited. He saw that Aoqian and the rest could not make the decision. Hence, he wanted to incite them to betray Yi Yuan. This way, Yi Yuan being all by himself would be much easier to deal with. Those wanting to kill Yi Yuan here were not one or two people. Without these void mystic realm powerhouses, he would not be far from death as well. It was fine if he did not show up, but with this shooting off his mouth, Zhang Taking immediately exploded. He pointed at Yu Xinping's nose and cursed, What the hell has it got to do with you here? What has it got to do with you if your father can't become a deity? Your father just doesn't want to become a deity, so what? Worrying over people eating salty carrots, you want to sow discord, is it? When your grandpa Zhang is playing this trick, you were still in your mother's tummy. Get lost for your father, otherwise, I'll beat you until you look all over the floor for your teeth. Done talking, he did not bother with the dumbfounded and mouth-gaping Yu Xinping either, and directly scurried before Yi Yuan and knelt down, slapping himself non-stop as he said viciously, "My lord, it was old Zhang, who was befuddled. Old Zhang understands that my lord, you, are doing it for our good. In this life, old Zhang isn't going anywhere. I pledge allegiance to my lord for life." Seeing this scene, Yu Xinping opened his mouth wide, with a look of disbelief. This scene's change was seriously too quick. He did not think that this guy was actually really able to resist the temptation of becoming a deity. Right at this time, Ao Qian glared at him fiercely and said icily, "Asked you to get lost, didn't hear. Want your grandpa Ao to send you off, is it?" Yu Xinping did not fear Zhang taking, but he was not Ao Qian's match. Seeing Ao Qian about to fly off the handle, he said with an awkward look, haha, going right now." Seeing Yu Xinping walk far away, Ao Qian trio came before Yu Xinping and directly knelt down. "My lord," Ao Qian was muddled. "My lord, please punish." Done talking, he also gave himself 2 tight slaps. Wu Luo and Ruan Shuangzhou also imitated Ao Qian and said, "My lord, please punish." Yi Yuan's gaze swept over the 4 people's face, his tone somewhat cold as he said, "This is the first time, and also the last time. Everyone says that if you use a man, don't suspect him. If you suspect him, don't use him. To me, this is the case. To you guys, it's similarly like so. Although you all are my servants in name, I've never treated you guys as servants. If you all don't even trust me, then our fate has also come to an end." The 4 people's hearts turned fearful, and they said in unison, "My lord, we were wrong." Yi Yuan nodded slightly, his tone relaxed a little and said, "Talking about deity realm, I yearn for it more than any of you. But this time, trust me, this Tao spirit fruit definitely has something wrong." Yi Yuan's such firm tone made the 4 people startled in their hearts. Chapter 1069, 100,000 martial artists breaking the formation together. Perk. Ding Zongguo, who was currently studying the heaven-burning annihilation chaos grand array, suddenly spewed out a mouthful of blood, giving everyone a scare. "Master Ding, are you all right?" Seeing his appearance, there was immediately someone who went up to show great concern. At this very moment, he was everyone's hope. Even if there was a bit of rustling of leaves in the wind, it would affect everyone's hearts. Ding Zongguo waved his hand and said, "I'm fine. It's just overly exhausting my mind. This divine rank grand array is indeed incomparably profound." This old man comprehended for 3 days and nights, and finally caught a trace of inkling. Hearing Ding Zongguo say so, everyone all had excited looks. Sun Man came forward and said with clasped hands, "Since Master has some gains, please advise on how to break the formation." Ding Zongguo slowly nodded his head and said, "I dare not say give advice, but everyone should be of one mind and work together. This heaven-burning annihilation chaos grand array truly seizes the good fortune of heaven and earth. Even among divine rank grand arrays, it should be an immensely powerful existence too. It's just that through the devastation of time, it's already far from before. Otherwise, no matter how many people we have, it's impossible to break it too." Everyone waited for Ding Zongguo to continue with looks of anticipation. They were completely unconcerned with how profound the grand array was. They only wanted to know how to break the formation. 3 days of waiting, they were already burning with impatience. Ding Zongguo continued slowly, "Initially, this grand array is without any weakness to exploit, as if it's chaos, making people having no way of making the first move. But no idea why, there's a nodal point in the southeastern direction that's very weak. When the time comes, everybody must attack this point together. There should be hopes of breaking the formation." When Ding Zongguo finished talking, the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled up slightly, appearing very disdainful. These 3 days, he had nothing to do and was also observing this grand array the whole time. "My lord, did Master Ding say incorrectly?" Ruan Shuangzhou asked softly. Yi Yuan said, "This grand array has clearly sustained heavy damage before and is long a far cry from before already. Although that node in the southeast direction is a weak area, it's one of the array formation's strongest nodal points. Its power is bound to be extremely strong. Even if they can break the array formation, probably over half of the martial artists present will be dead or injured. The words made out Qian and the rest feel a chill run down their spines. Over half dead or injured, that was at least 50,000 martial artists. Such terrifying power was simply unheard of. Very clearly, Ding Zongguo did not see through this point. Yi Yuan's comprehension of this grand array had far surpassed Ding Zongguo. While talking, that side already prepared to break the formation. It was only to see them all rub their fists and wipe their palms, abnormally excited. However, they did not know that the god of death had already quietly arrived. Once they broke the formation, the vicinity would definitely become hell on earth. The densely packed crowd of martial artists came to that weak node in the southeast direction. Sun Man stood in the air and called out in a clear voice, "Now, everyone, each of you, circulates your strongest attacks and await my command. Everybody make a move in unison and attack this nodal point at the same time. We only have one chance. If we can't break the grand array, we'll likely suffer the grand array's backlash immediately. Hence, I hope that everyone doesn't think about holding back strength. Once the others are annihilated by the grand array, you all can forget about getting the Tao spirit fruit as well." One had to admit that Sun Man was an expert in stirring up the atmosphere. With him saying so, the expressions on everyone's faces became solemn. Among them, there were clearly quite a number of people harboring the mentality of fishing in troubled waters. They planned on showing up for the work but not exerting themselves, saving strength to snatch the Tao spirit fruit at the back. With Sun Man saying so, probably the vast majority of the people would not dare to have this notion anymore. A grand array's backlash was no joke. Those few Divine King experts' outcomes previously, everyone already saw it. Sun Man slowly swept a glance over everyone and said coldly, "Now, begin." Following Sun Man's order, all of the martial artists each displayed their strongest martial technique, accumulating power and awaiting release. With over 100,000 martial artists displaying martial techniques at the same time, this spectacle was truly incomparably astonishing. Casting one's gaze over, as far as the eye could see was filled with a dazzling multicolored light, incomparably breathtaking. Everyone was accumulating power and awaiting release. But the essence energy undulations which everyone exuded virtually made people asphyxiated. This point, it was not just Yi Yuan and his group felt it, even they themselves felt it too. At this instant, they suddenly had a sort of blind confidence. They felt that this round of collective volley, even deity realm powerhouses would have to nurse a grievance too. They had never felt that they were so powerful before. Release. Sun Man gave a fierce cry. All of the martial artists practically fired over towards that grand array's nodal point at the same time. Those who entered the immemorial medicine garden, even the weakest had faceless realm strength. This round of collective release was truly unbelievably astounding. One wave after another of incredibly powerful attacks converged to form a terrifying destructive power, blasting on the grand array. That sort of feeling was akin to two armies facing off, 10,000 arrows releasing together, the whole process being incomparably grand. But these martial artists' control over their own attacks, those soldiers could not hold a candle to it. Each attack did not deviate in the slightest. 100,000 attacks landed on that node accurately, giving off a series of rumbling sounds. The entire grand array started trembling intensely, especially that nodal point, which actually fragmented apart. When those martial artists saw this situation, each and every one of them was incomparably excited. But, in the next instant, their smiles froze on their faces. Terrifying fire essence power sprawled out above the grand array, turning into countless streams of light and shooting into the crowd of martial artists. That spectacle was akin to a meteor shower raining down. Except, the destructive power of these flames were countless times stronger compared to a meteor shower. Waves of miserable cries sounded over. How could those martial artists still bother with snatching what Tao spirit fruit? Each and every one of them scattered in all directions, shrill miserable cries rising one after another. In a blink of an eye, this immemorial medicine garden really became hell on earth. Virtually, half of the martial artists were directly burned to death by this raging flame. Yi Yuan hit the mark. "Yi Yuan, let me out." Suddenly, a voice came from Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness. It was Yi Qing. Ever since after Yi Yuan went to Bright Moon City, he had been in closed seclusion in the vast heaven pagoda all along. After giving birth to a primordial spirit, Yuan helped him to tidy up his meridians too. This made his cultivation speed became very fast. At present, he was already middle stage tier 9. Yuan's brows furrowed, and he let Yi Qing out. What is it? Yuan asked curiously. Ever since Yi Qing entered the vast heaven pagoda, he never came out again. But this time, he had a rare show of initiative to request to come out. Yi Qing said, that Tao spirit tree is already dead. I sense a terrifying aura transmitting over from underground. These fools seem to have poked a hole in the sky. Yuan, quickly run. Any slower and you won't be able to escape anymore. The moment these words came out, the expressions of Ao Qian and the rest all changed drastically. Unfortunately, Yuan's prophecy had come true and hit the mark. This whatever Tao spirit fruit indeed had a problem. Right then, within the heaven-burning annihilation chaos grand array, a massive vine broke out of the earth and slammed onto the grand array from inside. The position it attacked was precisely that vulnerable nodal point. Cracking sounds as if glass breaking transmitted over. Thin lines of cracks appeared on the grand array. Chapter 1070, Terrifying Holy Mother Devil Flower. Ha ha ha, Holy Mother Devil Flower, you finally see the light of day anew. From this day forth, my fiend race shall rule the divine realm. Ha ha ha, Yuan was just about to cast merging into heaven and earth to leave when he suddenly heard that black-clothed person he exchanged blows with previously let out a burst of crazed laughter. At this moment, black gas wove around the black-clothed person's body, emitting a shocking power, not the slightest bit weaker compared to void mystic powerhouses. It was not just that black-clothed person, but on the bodies of those Medicine King Hall's martial artists as well. Each and every one of them were swathed in black gas. Seeing this scene, Yuan's expression could not help changing drastically. He finally recalled who this black-clothed person was. Fian God Jia Lan. This guy actually ganged up together with the Medicine King Hall's people. No, wait, why would fiendish energy also billow to the skies on the bodies of those Medicine King Hall martial artists? Especially Sun Man, the fiendish energy on his body was not at all inferior to Jia Lan's either. Yuan's head rumbled and went blank all of a sudden. All of the doubts were suddenly cleared up in this instant. Turns out that the fiend race had long infiltrated into the Medicine King Hall. That was why there was that massive accident back then. Most likely, Ji Kanglin was completely a member of the fiend race. He laid low in the Medicine King Hall. The goal was to be able to take over the position one day. Ji Kanglin was simply an ambitious and savage wolf. The current Medicine King Hall had already been utterly reduced to a den of monsters. Even Sun Man already fell into the demonic path. "Milord, what's with you? Are you alright?" Zhang Taking asked concernedly. The current Yuan was trembling from head to toe due to agitation. He never would have thought that the fiend race actually concealed so deeply. As early as several hundred years ago, they were already plotting to devour the Medicine King Hall. If Ji Kanglin was of the fiend race, then everything could be explained. Why he betrayed betrayed the Medicine King Hall. The root of all this was because of the fiend race. Moreover, Father Ji Zhengyang had also said it back then. Ji Kanglin still had an even stronger faction behind him. Then this faction should be the fiend race. Even if Yuan was impossibly smart, he was also unable to predict that the truth of the matter was actually like this. Yuan sucked in a deep breath. Forcefully composing himself, he waved his hand and said, "I'm fine. But, this devil vine coming into being, the divine realm will likely have a change in rule." No need Yuan to say, the few people already deeply sensed the might of the devil vine. That surging fiendish energy already gradually overflowed from inside the fragmented grand array. Just this tip of the iceberg practically made people give up all hope already. The Tao spirit tree originally fluctuating with essence energy actually directly withered to death at this time, while the Tao spirit fruit immediately disappeared. This was completely a hoax, a scheme. Only then did those martial artists fleeing in any path they could, after swiftly coming to a realization. These 100,000 people, were utterly wrapped around Sun Man's little finger. What Tao spirit tree, Tao spirit fruit, what becoming a deity, it was utter rubbish. This Sun Man really acted out a full play, deceiving everybody. And the only one who saw through Sun Man's play was only Lord Qingyunzi. However, they shrugged off Lord Qingyunzi's warning. As expected, it's a scheme. If I'd long known, I should have listened to Lord Qingyunzi's word and immediately leave this place. The Medicine King Hall has already been thoroughly reduced to the fiend race's lackeys. They deceived all of the people in the divine realm. What the hell is that? It's going to break the seal and come out right away. Q quickly run. At the moment, those martial artists who were lucky to not be burned to death all put a desperate fight, wanting to escape. This devil vine had not come out yet, but they knew that this was not an existence that they were capable of dealing with. That Holy Mother Devil flower accumulated for a long time and gave the Grand Array another great attack. With this, the Grand Array fragmented with a loud bang. The next instant, a terrifying thing happened. The moment the Grand Array broke, countless vines grew crazily from underneath the earth, and they intertwined over towards those martial artists running desperately for their lives. A vine directly pierced through a 7th-level Tao Profound Powerhouse's chest. That martial artist drooped down without any strength in his entire body. Following that, his whole body was shriveling at a speed visible to the naked eye, then was directly absorbed to become a human jerky. Those countless vines rose and covered the skies, enveloping everyone inside in virtually an instant. Those martial artists' fleeing speed was already very fast, but the speed of the vines was even faster than them. As long as they were slightly touched by the vines a little, they would immediately be sucked into a human jerky, looking horrifyingly ghastly. In virtually a blink of an eye, there was a large group of martial artists killed by the vines. These vines were seriously too powerful. Beneath Divine King, there was virtually not much leeway to resist, and they were instantly killed. Those Divine King powerhouses also all exerted themselves to the utmost before barely managing to resist and not letting the vines easily kill them. "My lord, seize the chance that that vine has not charged over to our side here and quickly run." Yuan said. "Yes, my lord, this damn vine is too powerful. If it's really as you said, the divine realm's great catastrophe has come," Zhang Taking said with lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, their group of people was far away. If they were close, it would be hard to avoid a great battle at this time too. That devil vine seemed to not have noticed the situation over here yet. This made everyone involuntarily heave a sigh in relief. They wanted to escort Yuan away from here. Who knew that Yuan shook his head and said, "I can't let this thing come into existence. Otherwise, it will likely be even more hopeless for me to want to kill Ji Kanglin." Yuan's words made everyone's hearts thump a bit. No way, right, my lord was. Could he be wanting to go and clash head-on with that Holy Mother Devil Flower? Even Void Mystic powerhouses were not this Holy Mother Devil Flower's match either. "You guys, look." Everyone looked over in the direction that Yuan pointed at and could not help getting a huge shock. They were drawn by the Devil Vine's frenzied slaughter earlier and did not notice the situation inside the Grand Array. At this time, on that withered Tao Spirit Tree, an incomparably beautiful giant flower actually formed. Following the martial artist's blood essence that the Devil Vine absorbed becoming more and more, this beautiful flower became even more bright-colored and luxuriant. In contrast, that originally incomparably outrageous fiendish energy was actually still in the middle of growing steadily. Yuan's expression changed greatly, and he said, "It's absorbing martial artist's blood essence to recover strength. This Holy Mother Devil Flower, it's definitely an existence that surpassed the deity realm originally. At this time, the outcome will be too ghastly to imagine." Yuan said, "You guys look at that black-clothed person, and also Sun Man they all. Their fiendish energy are also growing. Especially that black-clothed person, in this short while, his fiendish energy already grew by a great deal." Yuan's eyes were filled with an expression of shock. That black-clothed person's strength was originally equivalent to late-stage Tao Profound martial artists too. In just this short while, he already directly broke through to Divine King realm. Furthermore, his aura was still steadily rising. At this time, the black-clothed person's strength was simply going to be unimaginable. Yuan's expression was calm and uttered words that made everyone shudder with fear. "That black-clothed person is called Jia Lan, Fian God Jia Lan. Back then in the boneyard, he broke free and was seriously injured by me. I didn't think that in these few years' time, he actually ran to the Medicine King Hall and found a suitable physical body, and recovered to Emperor realm strength. You look at his expression, it's incomparably respectful toward this Holy Mother Devil Flower. That can only mean that this Holy Mother Devil Flower's rank is even higher than his." Chapter 1071, Undying Body. The few people exchanged a glance, each seeing thick astonishment from the other party's eyes. The information that Yuan's words revealed was too many. Firstly, it was Fian God Jia Lan. Fian God, this term, only deity realm powerhouses were worthy of possessing. Which was also to say that that black-clothed person they bumped into previously was actually a deity realm powerhouse. Although Jia Lan was a far cry from before, deity realm was deity realm. It was the realm that all of the martial artists yearned for. Of course, this was not what shocked them the most. What made them the most shocked was that when Fiend God Jia Lan came into being, Yi Yuan was actually present. Moreover, he even seriously wounded the Fiend God. Yi Yuan did not break through to Dao. Profound realm for very long too. Then when he encountered Jia Lan, just what was his cultivation realm at that time? The Yi Yuan, who was inferior, actually defeated the Fiend God at the latter's own ground. This was too inconceivable. One could imagine that if not for Yi Yuan, the current divine realm would probably long have had a wave of sanguinary slaughter set off already. Because there was that serious injury that time, that was why it made Jia Lan have no choice but to cease all activities and search for a physical body anew to recover strength again. This delay was several years' time. Except, everyone did not expect that the Medicine King Hall's connection with the Fiend race was actually so deep. If not for the Medicine King Hall, probably Jia Lan's recovery of strength would still have to postpone several years, even as long as several dozen years. Another thing, this Holy Mother Devil Flower was actually an existence even more terrifying than Fiend God Jia Lan. What kind of existence was that? They could not imagine it. But it must be very dreadful. The only thing worthy of us rejoicing over is that this Holy Mother Devil Flower's strength is likewise greatly discounted due to being suppressed for too long. It should be incredibly weak right now. If we don't get rid of it at this time, it would likely sow seeds of trouble in the future. Moreover, I feel that it's just like a mother, inoculating fiendish energy. In my view, this Holy Mother Devil Flower should be a very important thing to the Fiend race. We absolutely cannot let it come into being just like that, Yi Yuan said solemnly. But, my lord, even if it's very weak, it's also not what we're able to deal with. You look at those few. Zhang Taking said. Everyone looked over but saw that Sword 13 and Shu Yunqing, these void mystic realm powerhouses, were all put in a miserable state by the Devil Vine. Furthermore, in pace with the increased in slaughtered martial artists by the Devil Vine, its strength was gradually building up. The more it dragged, the greater the danger those void mystic powerhouses would be in. The weak Holy Mother Devil Flower was also not what they could shake. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said, "My mind is made up, don't say any more. In a while, you guys enter the vast heaven pagoda, I'll dash to the vicinity of its main body with merging into heaven and earth. Everyone listen to my command and attack its main body together." The four people's expressions turned austere, all nodding their heads. Although they were somewhat fearful, they also knew that what Yi Yuan said was right. Not dealing with the Holy Mother Devil Flower today, there would likely not be any more chance in the future. Yi Yuan and Ji Candlin's score had to be settled sooner or later. If Ji Candlin got the Holy Mother Devil Flower up the Medicine King Hall, Yi Yuan would virtually have no hope of taking revenge anymore. Moreover, if they let this Holy Mother Devil Flower out, the Divine Realm would definitely be plunged into an abyss of suffering. Whether for the collective or personally, eliminating the Holy Mother Devil Flower was a must. "I'm going to," Yi Qing suddenly said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan was somewhat puzzled. Today's Yi Qing seemed to be rather unusual. But he did not say much either and just nodded his head. Yi Yuan's mind stirred and took everyone into the vast heaven pagoda, then directly vanished on the spot. The next instant, he already arrived in the proximity of the giant flower. However, Yi Yuan still underestimated the Holy Mother Devil Flower. His figure had yet to appear when a devil vine suddenly stabbed out diagonally, slamming directly onto the void. Yi Yuan's figure was actually directly smashed out. His merging into heaven and earth actually lost effectiveness a second time. Attack! Yi Yuan seemed to have been long prepared about this. With a loud cry, he led everyone out. Aoqian, the 5 people, had long already been accumulating power and awaiting release, getting ready their attacks. Yi Yuan also took out the sacred dragon token without any hesitation and immediately extracted 10% of his blood essence and a large quantity of divine essence, and poured it into the sacred dragon token. 6 attacks with overwhelming power blasted over at that beautiful flower. Yi Yuan's sacred dragon token even left people far behind in the dust, drawing a stream of dazzling light in the sky, heading straight for the giant flower. The beautiful flower was naturally unwilling to be captured without putting up a fight. It summoned out countless vines to surround and suppress the 6 people. The devil vine was incomparably fearsome from beginning to end. Ouchian 5 people's attacks were actually directly blocked by the vines. Only Yi Yuan's attack directly tore open a large hole in the devil vine, its power not reducing in the slightest, and headed towards the flower's main body. Right at this time, the fiend god Jia Lan, who had been consolidating fiendish energy all along, suddenly opened his eyes. His figure instantly vanished on the spot, devil flames billowing to the skies. Jia Lan's figure reached first despite moving later, immediately appearing between the giant flower and the sacred dragon token's attack. At the same time, a violent black-colored flame erupted with him as the center, and pounced straight for that attack. 2 terrifying attacks collided together. Jia Lan's figure was instantly blasted until he flew out backward, viciously smashing him deep underground. This attack, Yi Yuan prevailed. But his assault target was the giant flower and not Jia Lan. This attack was neutralized by Jia Lan just like that. In a blink of an eye, vines coiled over towards him crazily. As if enraged by Yi Yuan's attack, vines rose out of the ground one by one and unleashed terrifying attacks at Yi Yuan the 6 people. Yi Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest. Operating merging into heaven and earth, he avoided the attacks of those vines. Yi Yuan, send me to the Tao spirit tree here. Yi Qing suddenly yelled out. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised but did not think too much either. He knew that Yi Qing would not do any meaningless thing at this time. Immediately, without hesitation, Yi Yuan directly put the 5 of them away into the vast heaven pagoda again and merged into heaven and earth once more. Yi Yuan just thought about approaching the giant flower, when he was smashed out of the void by the crazed vines. He was not discouraged and merged into heaven and earth once more, attempting to skirt around those vines. But no matter how he went around, he would always be smashed out from the void by the devil vine. This devil vine's comprehension of laws had clearly far surpassed him. Haha, a useless brat. The Holy Mother Devil Flower is a heaven and earth spiritual plant. Its comprehension of heavenly Tao laws is far stronger than yours. Your merging into heaven and earth can't even pass through my round, so how can you possibly pass it persistently? A black figure scurried out from underground. It was precisely the fiend god Jia Lan who was just smashed underground by Yi Yuan. Jia Lan was still surging with fiendish energy at this time and actually did not look the least bit injured. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan could not help being slightly surprised too. For the sake of that attack just now, he extracted away 1/10 of his blood essence and expended a large amount of divine essence. Jia Lan actually did not sustain any injury. Seeing Yi Yuan's expression, Jia Lan was delighted to the extreme and laughed wildly as he said, "Why? Are you very surprised why I'm not hurt? Ha ha ha, the sacred dragon token is indeed formidable, but the Holy Mother Devil Flower is the mother of the fiend race. With it around, I'm of the undying body. Therefore, prepare to die." Chapter 1072, Complete Dragon Transformation, Golden Right Claw. Undying body. Jia Lan's words made Yi Yuan startled in his heart. He knew that Jia Lan was not deceiving him. This Holy Mother Devil Flower seemed to be able to provide him fiendish energy unceasingly. Yi Yuan knew how terrifying his attack earlier was. Even if Jia Lan had Divine King Cultivation Realm currently, it was also not possible to be completely unscathed. This was also to say that if he was unable to destroy that flower, he would forever not be able to defeat Jia Lan. Furthermore, there were still so many devil vines giving him help. Undying body, is it? Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he suddenly took out the Starmoon sword. Limitless life-death sword. The moment the quasi-divine king domain appeared, even Jia Lan felt incomparably amazed too. Fine lad, just second level Tao profound and you actually comprehended divine king domain already. Your talent is truly heaven-defying in this age of declining laws. However, using it to deal with me, still too tender. Shock was only shock. Jia Lan's present strength was much stronger than Yi Yuan. Jia Lan was not what trash could compare to. He was once a fiend god cultivation realm powerhouse. His comprehension of laws was far stronger than ordinary martial artists. He did not avoid the incomparably sharp sword intent in the slightest and directly smashed a punch over towards Yi Yuan. After one blow, Yi Yuan's divine king domain was actually struck until it directly crumbled, his figure being sent flying out too. Those vines also seized the opportunity and wanted to capture him, coiling over towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared, evading the devil vine's attack ingeniously. What a powerful physical body! Jia Lan actually only relied on the power of the fleshy body to forcefully scatter Yi Yuan's divine king domain. Once the fiend race obtained a fleshy body, they were truly unbelievably powerful. The current Jia Lan was more than several times stronger than when at the boneyard. Ha ha ha, boy, your divine king domain is too weak. If you really reach the realm of void mystic, I'd really not be your match. But the current you, I can crush you casually, Jia Lan said insolently. Toward Yi Yuan, Jia Lan hated to the max in his heart too. If not for Yi Yuan severely wounding him, he would have long already recovered to a considerable strength now, and not reach an extent of making compromises to salvage the situation for the past few years. Being seriously injured by the soul-suppressing peel that time, he had not recovered his vitality until now as well. Using a trick to let the Holy Mother Devil flower out this time, a very large part of the reason was in order to recover vitality. Now that he ran into Yi Yuan a second time, Jia Lan would naturally have to overpower properly, so as to give vent to the hatred in his heart. Yi Yuan spat and said with a cold smile, casually crushing me, huh? Bring it on. A shocking dragon roar tore through the horizon. Yi Yuan's figure suddenly disappeared. The place he was originally standing at, a 1,000-foot-long massive azure dragon actually appeared at this time. Different from ordinary azure dragons, this azure dragon's right claw presented a golden color. Seeing this scene, Jia Lan's pupils constricted, unbelievably shocked. Complete dragon transformation. This boy actually wants to compete in fleshy body with me. Golden right claw, coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. The massive azure dragon spoke human language, its right claw smacking out with a whistle. Immediately, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. An enormous essence energy palm carried the might of heaven and earth, smacking over in the direction where Jia Lan was standing. After complete dragonification, the power of Yi Yuan's physical body skyrocketed several times. Adding on the late-stage spirit rank coiling dragon heaven devastating palm as well as the golden right claw refined and formed with the primeval dragon bone. The might of this palm was incomparably shocking. This palm could absolutely blow up an ordinary divine king. Jia Lan's expression changed and suddenly slammed a fist out. Peerlessly violent fiendish energy headed for that enormous palm incomparably savagely. A Vilfian divine fist. In the sky, one azure and one black, two terrifying attacks collided together, stirring up an incomparably violent air billow. The 1,000-foot-long azure dragon that Yi Yuan transformed into was struck until he flew out in reverse, but Jia Lan was even more tragic. He was smacked into the ground by Yi Yuan's palm once again. Terrifying essence energy rippled out, directly destroying a large stretch of the devil vines. But with this, it rescued a large group of martial artists. They looked at that incomparably magnificent huge dragon in the sky, incredibly in awe and veneration in their hearts. 20 years in a blink of an eye, Lord Qingyanzi is truly remarkable. Now, he's no longer that Qingyanzi who only knows how to refine pills. Divine King Domain, complete dragon transformation, also, that golden right claw. Simply too terrifying. That blow earlier could absolutely blow up an ordinary divine king. Lord Qingyanzi is truly the only one awake while the world is drunk. To think that we were still afraid of him snatching the Tao spirit fruit with us previously. Thinking about it now, really ashamed. Yeah, Lord Qingyanzi originally could run away, but he chose to stay behind. We can't watch him fight alone. Everyone, attack together and exterminate that devil flower. Those martial artists saved by Yi Yuan were all incredibly ashamed. Quite a number of people were moved by Yi Yuan and charged over toward the Holy Mother Devil flower without heed for their lives. Don't! Yi Yuan roared. Countless vines extended out from under the ground once more, virtually devouring those martial artists in an instant. At present, of the 100,000 martial artists, those who died were dead, those injured were down. There were already less than 10% remaining. In this short while, the devil vines already slaughtered several tens of thousands of martial artists and absorbed large quantities of blood essence. And these blood essences were currently regurgitation feeding the Medicine King Hall's martial artists. Up till now, only Jia Lan alone took action, while the Medicine King Hall's martial artists all had not made a move yet. Sword 13, Shu Yunqing, He Dazhang, what are you all still waiting for? Once the devil flower comes into being, none of you can escape. Yi Yuan roared furiously in the air. He knew that these guys had been watching the fire on the opposite shore the whole time, and did not exert their utmost effort. Void Mystic Realm powerhouses were unlikely to be effortlessly finished off by a few tendrils of the devil vine. Being exposed by Yi Yuan like this, the few people knew that they could not carry on feigning any longer. Each and every one of them had a grand display of invincible might and dispersed the vines very quickly. After He Dajong broke apart the vines, he did not remain but sped straight for the immemorial medicine garden's entrance. He Dajong, you're shameless. Shu Yunkun cursed, but he had not finished scolding yet when several more figures fled outwards. They were precisely Wu Yuanchao, Yu Shinping, and the others. At this time, Zhao Lan tunneled out from underneath the earth again and still surged with heinous fiendish energy, without any hints of suffering injuries at all. He looked at the few profiles currently leaving at full speed and said with a cold smile, "Heh heh, want to run? You all are also looking down on Lord Holy Mother too much." His voice had yet to fade when intense tremor sounds suddenly came from below the ground. Several vines suddenly tunneled out from underground and bound He Dajong trio up with a momentum like a sudden peal of thunder, which left no time for covering ears. But these vines were different from those in front of them. They were all purplish black color. When Sword 13 and the rest saw this scene, they all turned pale with fright. Turns out that until now, this devil vine hasn't used its full strength yet. Sword 13's expression was very ugly as he muttered, "These purplish black devil vines should be that Holy Mother Devil Flower's main body. Previously not attacking was because it hasn't broken free from beneath the earth yet. Now that it absorbed so many martial artists' blood essence, its strength has already recovered too much." Yi Yuan said solemnly. Chapter 1073, Withered Tree Sprouting New Leaves in Spring. Absorbing several tens of thousands of martial artists' blood essence, the devil vine finally revealed its fangs. He Dajong Trio's bodies were currently shriveling at a speed visible to the naked eye. Void mystic powerhouses of an era actually perished just like that. This scene made everyone suck in a cold breath. Zhao Lan laughed loudly and said, "Lord Holy Mother will become more and more powerful after absorbing blood essence. Although the current divine realm's laws don't allow deity realm powerhouses to exist, with her foundation, there isn't any difficulty in reaching half-deity realm. Hence, none of you can escape today. Everyone here today, all have to die." Zhao Lan's words made Sword 13 and the rest incomparably horrified. Half-deity realm sounded extraordinary. But they did not know that Yi Yuan knew what half-deity realm was. Back then, Fang Tian and that heavenly fiend god were half-deity realm. Any one among them was an existence capable of sweeping across the divine realm. If the Holy Mother Devil Flower could reach that kind of existence, forget about them, it was a catastrophe to the entire divine realm too. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile, "Is that so? Then I'll kill you first." Done talking, Yi Yuan deployed the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm once more, planning to severely injure Zhao Lan again. Zhao Lan laughed loudly and said, "It's no use, boy. Your golden right claw is indeed formidable, but no matter how you fight, it's impossible to kill me." Yi Yuan sneered coldly and said, "We'll only know if I try." When Sword 13 they all saw He Dajong's miserable state, they could not hold back anymore as well. Sword 13 cried out, "Fight it out with them. Exterminate the Medicine King Hall's people first." Sword 13 was the one whose strength was the most intact among all of the void mystic powerhouses right now. He did not hesitate in the slightest before charging towards Sun Man. The other void mystic powerhouses knew that there was no way to resolve things today anymore, and also threw the last trace of mentality of getting lucky to the back of their minds, all charging over towards the Medicine King Hall that side. The Medicine King Hall's experts were surrounded by a cloud of fiendish energy at this time, appearing very dark and frightening. Seeing Sword 13 they all took action. Sun Man laughed coldly and stepped forward wielding his sword. The two groups of people instantly clashed together. What made this group of people astounded was that they all, so many void mystic powerhouses, did not form a one-sided suppression. Those Medicine King Hall's divine king powerhouses, each and every one of their strength was actually not beneath theirs. Especially Sun Man, in just the work of a few moves, he forced Sword 13 until he was teetering on his feet, all the way until Shu Yunqing joined the group battle, before both sides barely managed to fight to a draw. As for the others, they could not gain any advantage at all. Furthermore, the purplish-black vines also harassed those void mystic powerhouses from time to time. These void mystic powerhouses were actually surrounded by peril. While on another side, a violent coiling dragon heaven devastating palm arrived with a howl once more. Zhao Lan was not careless either. It was the Avilphian divine fist again, heading straight for Yi Yuan. Two terrifying attacks looking as if they were about to collide in the air. But, a change suddenly occurred. Yuan carried the horrifying coiling dragon heaven devastating palm and vanished before Jia Lan's eyes. At virtually the same time, Yuan's figure suddenly appeared in the vicinity of the Holy Mother Devil Flower. At this time, the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm was just about to finish accumulating power. Yuan suddenly smacked a palm out. Seeing this scene, Jia Lan revealed a look of shock. He completely did not think that Yuan actually pulled this trick on him, making use of merging into heaven and earth to ruthlessly play with him. This bit of distance was seriously too near to merging into heaven and earth. Even if his speed was any faster, he could not keep up with Yuan's speed either. He could only watch Yuan's coiling dragon heaven devastating palm rumble towards the Holy Mother Devil Flower helplessly. That Holy Mother Devil Flower clearly had intelligence, but also did not expect Yuan to pull this move. But its reaction was also extremely swift. The instant Yuan merged into heaven and earth, it detected Yuan's intentions. Purplish-black vines rose to the sky, desperately wanting to block off Yuan's coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. This move of Yuan's directly caught a time lag. From merging into heaven and earth to revealing his body, the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm's palm force already completed. It was just moving places. The vines were directly treated as meat cushions for the Holy Mother Devil Flower, being pulverized into shreds by the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. But with this block, the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm did not have much power remaining anymore as well. This bit of attack could not cause the least bit of threat to the Holy Mother Devil Flower at all. Yuan still wanted to attack when another wave of devil vines flew out. Jia Lan also rushed over already, not giving him any opportunity at all. Helpless, Yuan battled together with Jia Lan once more. But all of the people did not notice that when Yuan unleashed the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm just now, an azure light quietly entered inside the already withered Dao spirit tree under the cover of the coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. The attack this time, Yuan had long predicted that he would return without accomplishing anything. His true objective was in order to send Yi Qing over. Jia Lan intercepted Yuan. This time, he was really seething with rage. Boy, to actually pull this trick on me. If a tiger doesn't demonstrate its prowess, do you really take this Lord Fiend God as someone to be trifled with? Jia Lan said with a furious roar. Dogfart Fiend God, aren't you just a divine king right now? What's there to be cocky about? Yuan said with a disdainful look. When Jia Lan came into being back then, Yuan was merely just a heaven enlightenment realm martial artist and could already play with him by relying on various kinds of methods. Several years passed. Yuan's progress rate far exceeded Jia Lan's imagination. For Jia Lan to want to thrash Yuan again like back then, it was already impossible. But Yuan's words stepped onto Jia Lan's tail. He howled furiously, "Boy, your Lord Jia Lan will let you take a look at what's a true Fiend God." Fiend God 9 Transformations, 6th Transformation. Jia Lan's body grew rapidly all of a sudden, and actually grew as much as 100 feet. His fiendish energy also instantly skyrocketed several dozen times. At the same time, sinister protruding fangs grew out of his mouth. The human hands also grew sharp talons. He looked just like a fiend god descending to the earth. Still the same move, but displaying it at this time was entirely different from earlier. Yuan had no time to display any move and was directly struck by this punch. The massive dragon body was smashed into the depths under the ground like a cannonball. At this moment, Jia Lan utterly went berserk. That terrifying power, even other void mystic realm powerhouses also trembled with fear when they felt it. After Jia Lan went berserk, his strength skyrocketed more than 10 times compared to earlier. This whatever Fiend God 9 Transformations was truly powerful to the extreme. Those void mystic realm powerhouses were all endlessly alarmed and secretly rejoiced that their opponent was not Jia Lan. Jia Lan's figure instantly vanished on the spot. Then, a series of rumbles came from beneath the earth. The vines slaughtered the remnant martial artists wantonly. While on the other side, the group of void mystic powerhouses was also beaten until they did not have the least bit of strength to ward off blows. The entire battle situation was already completely controlled by the fiend race firmly. Yet, everyone did not notice that on that Dao spirit tree which had long withered already, was akin to a withered tree sprouting new leaves in spring, growing out a tender shoot. The delicate shoot was incomparably weak but was growing and strengthening at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 1074, Yi Qing showing his might. The tiny bud became a little shoot. The little shoot became a small tree. The small tree gradually grew thick, the branches and leaves gradually flourishing. A large evergreen tree grew on the Tao Spirit tree's dead wood. The Holy Mother Devil flower was currently absorbing the martial artist's blood essence crazily when all of a sudden, it started quivering intensely. That bright and juicy petal actually gradually became dim. Those void mystic powerhouses were currently put into a sorry state by the devil vines. Suddenly, those vines retreated like tidewater. The vines pursuing martial artists similarly retracted back. Everyone looked at this scene, all incomparably astounded as if returning to the human world from hell. In a twinkle, that small tree already grew into a large tree. Although it was less than a 1/10,000th of the Tao Spirit tree, it was currently rapidly growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In contrast, the Holy Mother Devil flower actually seemed like it withered. Not only did its color dim, but the giant flower petals were also currently gradually shrinking. Holy Mother Devil flower looked like the small tree absorbed away all of the nutrients. Jia Lan's punch sent Yi Yuan rumbling out of the surface of the earth, but he did not pursue it anymore. He felt that the strength in his body was disappearing bit by bit. At this time, Yi Yuan had long recovered to human form already. But his body was lacerated with wounds everywhere, looking very miserable. The strength of the Fian God 9 transformations Jia Lan was truly incomparably terrifying. But the expression on Jia Lan's face was even more terrifying than Yi Yuan's injuries. "You, what the hell did you do to Lord Holy Mother? Why is my strength disappearing?" Jia Lan said in terror. Yi Yuan flashed a miserable smile and said, "Hoo, looking at that strange flower's appearance, it seems to be suffering. Don't ask me what I did, because I don't know either." Jia Lan's expression turned black, and he roared angrily, "I'll kill you." Jia Lan suddenly slammed a fist out, aiming for Yi Yuan. Right at this time, that giant glower actually gave off a shrill and miserable cry, piercing until everyone's eardrums hurt. This cry made all of the martial artists jittery, goosebumps breaking out all over the body. The Holy Mother Devil flower was becoming small at a speed visible to the naked eye, finally becoming the size of a person. Then it actually transformed into a beauty. The beauty collapsed beside the large tree that had just grown weakly, unconscious to the world. That large tree suddenly transformed with a sway of its body and became the appearance of a youth. Who could it be if not Yi Qing? But Yi Qing's current condition, even Yi Yuan was greatly shocked too. Just how long had it been? Yi Qing actually directly rose to peak tier 9. What on earth did this guy do? Just as Yi Yuan was in amazement, Yi Qing already mustered up enough essence energy, planning on giving that beauty a lethal blow. Jia Lan's expression changed drastically. How could he still care about Yi Yuan? His figure sped towards Yi Qing like lightning. However, it was too late. The place the beauty was at was directly smashed into sludge by Yi Qing. The attack power of the peak tier 9 Yi Qing could not be underestimated. Everything was over. Jia Lan looked at the debris all over the ground blankly but already could not find traces of that beauty. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded with shock. This great fiend came into being and was actually finished off by a youth right away. Yi Yuan looked at Yi Qing and said with a tragic smile, "You punk, really have some capabilities. What on earth did you do? Why would your strength advance tremendously?" Yi Qing said with a smile, "You all know that the Tao Spirit fruit is able to let martial artists step into deity realm. Then do you know the origin of the Tao Spirit tree?" Yi Yuan was stunned. The him who boasted of being all-knowing was also stumped this time. Legends only had it that the Tao Spirit tree was a divine tree that could only bear one Tao Spirit fruit every 1.5 million years. But the origin of the Tao Spirit tree, Yi Yuan had never heard before. Because it was likely very hard for even deity realm powerhouses to live for as long as 1.5 million years. Looking at Yi Qing's expression, Yi Yuan suddenly had some realization. Tao Spirit tree, Azure Spirit tree, one word apart, could it be? The two actually had some connections. Sure enough, Yi Qing said, once the Azure Spirit tree attains Tao, it will transform into a Tao Spirit tree. But the time required for the evolution of this process is far too long. Hence, there are virtually very few people who know. Hearing these words, Yi Yuan was endlessly amazed too. He even thought that the Tao Spirit tree was a heaven and earth spiritual plant and was born a divine tree. He did not think that it actually evolved from an Azure Spirit tree. But this Tao spirit tree is clearly already withered, so how did you? Yi Yuan said curiously. This Tao spirit tree should be what an ancient powerhouse used to assist the Grand Array in suppressing the devil flower. It's just, they never expected that this devil flower was incomparably cunning, and actually planted a devil seed on the Tao spirit tree, leeching onto the azure spirit tree. Countless years passed, but the life force of the azure spirit tree was drained away by the devil flower. The Tao spirit tree and Tao spirit fruit that we saw previously were merely an illusion formed by the devil flower. Because she leached on the Tao spirit tree, we were completely unable to differentiate the truth and false through the Grand Array at all. Yi Qing's words made Yi Yuan sigh endlessly. A perfectly fine Tao spirit tree was actually gone just like that. Yi Qing continued unhurriedly, although the Tao spirit tree died, how vibrant was its life force. Furthermore, even though that devil flower exhausted the Tao spirit tree to death, countless years of suppression still made her expenditure immense. I'm from the same origin as the Tao spirit tree, latching onto it directly severed that devil flower's escape route, then I siphoned her life force crazily. Under my scheming, her vitality was greatly injured as well. Yi Qing did not avoid Jia Lan when talking. After Jia Lan heard, his face turned livid with rage. He gnashed his teeth in hatred, but without the Holy Mother Devil Flower, he was completely powerless and alone currently. Retreat. Jia Lan gritted his teeth and said. He was just thinking of moving but discovered that a large group of martial artists already encircled the surroundings. These martial artists were all remnants under the Holy Mother Devil Flower's besiegement. 100,000 martial artists, only 2,000 to 3,000 people remained. Their hatred towards Jia Lan was completely unable to use words to describe. Run. Go on and run. You, these insidious and cunning fiends, didn't think that there would be instant retribution, right? Everybody, attack together. We must rip this guy's corpse apart. The martial artists able to survive were all experts among experts. Even if not divine king powerhouses, their concept's comprehension was definitely very high as well. Their strength left no room for doubt. These 2,000 to 3,000 martial artists attacking together was really more than what Jia Lan could handle. Except, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, still feeling that something was not right. Logically speaking, the die was cast. But why was the foreboding premonition in his heart getting heavier and heavier? Right then, a glint appeared in Yi Yuan's gaze. He caught a hint of a mocking smile at the corners of Jia Lan's mouth. Although it was only that instant, it was absolutely not wrong. Not good. Everybody, quickly scatter. The Holy Mother Devil Flower isn't dead at all. She lured everyone over to catch all in one fell swoop. Yi Yuan yelled. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, everyone's faces changed greatly. They would no longer doubt Yi Yuan's words. Each and every one urged their movement technique to the limits, wanting to escape this stretch of land. Right at this time, black gas rose up on the surface of the ground and enveloped everyone inside all at once. Chapter 1075, Despairing Laughter. In a blink of an eye, countless devil vines broke out of the earth. In a relatively narrow and small radius, these martial artists had no time to even run at all. Those countless devil vines towered up into the sky, sealing off all of their escape routes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Purplish-black devil vines entangled these people tightly. Not a single one escaped, including Yi Yuan and Yi Qing. With this, it was actually total annihilation. Yi Yuan was still thinking of merging into heaven and earth, but the devil vines did not give him any chance at all, directly smacking him out of the void. Yi Yuan's hands and legs were completely restrained. All the essence energy in his body actually could not be used at all. This Holy Mother Devil Flower was seriously too bizarre. That Holy Mother Devil Flower was not finished off by Yi Qing at all, but infiltrated underground, in order to prepare this final blow. The more those martial artists killed, the more scattered they got, and the more powerful their strength as well. Routing individually was rather difficult. But this Holy Mother Devil Flower acted out a big play together with Jia Lan, appearing weak to the enemy, and deceiving everyone. Waves of tragic screams lingered incessantly. The remaining martial artists were also drained of blood essence one by one. Yi Yuan and Yi Qing, however, the devil vines seemed to not have the intention of making a move for the time being yet. That beautiful woman walked out from among the devil vines and came before Yi Yuan and Yi Qing, while Jia Lan followed closely behind. Giggle. Little babies whose hairs aren't even fully grown yet actually pulled tricks with this Holy Mother. You guys are still a bit too inexperienced, the beautiful lady said with a chuckle. This beautiful woman was peerlessly amorous. Slender and graceful, blue upper garment half exposed, one look, and it could hook away a person's soul. With this chuckle, she was even more stunningly beautiful. But how could the current Yi Yuan be in the mood to go and admire her beauty? This fiendish woman was not a kind person. That was an existence that could claim lives. The devilish woman lightly caressed Yi Qing's face and said with a smile, "Azure Spirit Tree child, even your ancestor wasn't my match, let alone you. Allowed you some benefits, but you know how to give a plum in return for a peach and lured so many people over. This holy mother really doesn't know how to thank you." Yi Qing glared at the devilish woman, bared his teeth in anger, and said, "You despicable and insidious woman, this young lord will definitely kill you personally." But the devilish woman did not care a whit. She still giggled and said, "Why does it sound like you're praising me? Little child, you can't even fend for yourself right now, still thinking about killing me. Shameless." Yi Yuan spat. The devilish woman spun in front of Yi Yuan, her breath like orchids as she said with a light laugh, "Little child, you're very decent. All of the people were beguiled by the Tao spirit fruit, but only you were able to maintain your original heart. Truly not easy. It's just a shame that your strength is a little weak. Otherwise, you really might pose a threat to this holy mother." At this time, Jia Lan stepped forward and said to the devilish woman, "Lord Holy Mother, this boy is this era's son of heaven's mandate. Not only does he have absolute heaven's vast heaven steel, even the soul-suppressing pearl, which the Heaven One sect lost, is actually in his hands too. This boy can't be spared. Lord Holy Mother better kill him as soon as possible." The moment Jia Lan said that, even the devilish woman was endlessly shocked too. "What did you say? The vast heaven steel and soul-suppressing pearl, these two items are both in his possession?" The devilish woman's voice raised an octave, looking at Yi Yuan with flickering bewilderment. Jia Lan nodded and said, "Absolutely true." He recounted the matter of just breaking open the seal several years ago, leaving the devilish woman unbelievably astonished. The vast heaven steel and soul-suppressing pearl were existences capable of threatening the fiend race but gathered in the hands of one person. It could be seen how powerful Yi Yuan's destiny was. If it's as you said, this boy absolutely can't be spared. Forget it, kill and be done with things here. With the death of the son of heaven's mandate, nobody can stop the footsteps of my fiend race's ascent," said the devilish woman. No one saw the devilish woman made any action. But then, vines started to devour Yi Yuan's blood essence frenziedly. The vines seemed to have grown roots and sprouted on his body, directly growing into his flesh, drawing all the blood in his body out. Yi Yuan's body started to be like the other martial artists, rapidly shriveling. This devilish woman killed people with batting an eyelid from start to end and was not the least bit long-winded at all, killing right away. At this time, the essence energy in Yi Yuan's entire body was being controlled. He was completely unable to use an iota of strength. Yi Yuan knew that at this rate, he was dead for sure. Gritting his teeth, Yi Yuan poured all of his emperor qi into the vast heaven steel in one go. A surge of terrifying strength that originated from the primordial suddenly awakened within Yi Yuan's body, directly sending the devilish woman and Jia Lan flying out. The devil vines immediately collapsed under this surge of power that swept away all obstacles in the way, turning into a pile of fine powder. The devilish woman's expression suddenly changed and said, "Not good, this boy is already capable of controlling the vast heaven steel." Yi Yuan gave a loud cry. He shouted, "Vast heaven steel, suppress for me." The vast heaven steel immediately flew out from inside the vast heaven pagoda and suppressed down on the devilish woman and Jia Lan, akin to an enormous mountain. The earth immediately started quaking. The vast heaven steel directly suppressed the devilish woman and Jia Lan below. Yi Yuan was very clear that the vast heaven steel's suppression carried powers of law. Back then, when resisting the greater five elements' heavenly tribulation, it was evenly matched too. Using it to suppress a few fiendish things should not be any problem. Those vines retreated like tidewater once more. It was just that this time, the martial artists that still survived were scanty few. Even a void mystic powerhouse like Sword 13 was also more dead than alive at this time, only left with one breath. How could those divine king experts still be capable of surviving? But Yi Yuan completely could not be bothered with them anymore. His blood essence was also drained as much as 40% in one go. Adding the 10% blood essence that using the sacred dragon token previously expended, half of the blood essence within his body was drawn away. Adding on activating the vast heaven steel, the emperor qi in his body was stripped empty. Current Yi Yuan's entire person was dispirited and inert, also merely left with one breath hanging in there. This devilish woman was too terrifying. In just this half a day's time, close to 50,000 martial artists were actually slaughtered clean by her. However, Yi Qing's condition was much better than Yi Yuan's. He came over to support Yi Yuan and said, rather embarrassedly, "Sorry, it was my oversight." Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "Nothing to do with you. This devilish woman is too cunning. Furthermore, she's an existence that even an ancient major power could not take care of. How could she be so easy to kill?" His voice had yet to fade when the vast heaven steel suddenly started to shake vigorously. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan and Yi Qing's expressions both changed drastically. Could it be that this devilish woman still had the strength to spare? The vast heaven steel was already Yi Yuan's final means. If it was still useless, they could only wait to die. Yi Yuan's expression became incomparably ugly. However, the matter still developed in the worst direction. Hee, such a shame. You've only barely managed to activate the vast heaven steel and can't even use 1/10,000th of its capabilities. Using it to suppress this holy mother is still inadequate. Boy, you can go and die already. The devilish woman's coquettish voice suddenly sounded out, making Yi Yuan and Yi Qing give rise to despair in their hearts. Chapter 1076, Divine Sword, Evil Extermination. The vast heaven stone steel suddenly started trembling intensely. Clouds of black gas crept out from the bottom of the vast heaven stone steel. The more black gas that gathered, the more terrifying the fiendish energy. That violent fiendish energy actually propped the vast heaven stone steel up. The vast heaven stone steel was actually pushed flying just like this. This surge of fiendish energy was seriously too powerful. The devilish woman's lithe figure indistinctly appeared and disappeared in the black gas. Hee, without heaven and earth laws, there's no way to achieve the deity realm. Even if you're the son of heaven's mandate, you're unable to unleash the true power of the vast heaven stone steel. You're still too tender to be suppressing this holy mother. Little child, this big sister will send you on your way right now. It won't be too painful. At this time, the devilish woman's fiendish energy surged to the sky, dyeing the entire sky black. Jia Lan's fiendish energy simply paled in comparison in front of her. However, even though the devilish woman was fine, Jia Lan's fleshy body was crushed into pieces by the vast heaven stone steel. The fleshy body that he cultivated for several years was actually ruined just like this. The current Jia Lan became a cloud of black gas once more, even emitting wailing sounds continuously. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he revealed a look of despair as well. No wonder Jia Lan was so respectfully in front of her. Being suppressed for countless of years, she actually still had such formidable strength. The terrifying devil vines turned into sharp spikes and directly stabbed over towards Yi Yuan. This was a lethal blow. Yi Yuan no longer had strength left over to resist. Yi Qing's expression changed. Two hands forming a seal, he similarly summoned innumerable vines, attempting to resist those sharp spikes' assassination. It was just that his vines could not stand up to a single blow at all in front of the devil vine. The sharp spikes broke through the blockade like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, charging towards Yi Yuan and Yi Qing. Yi Yuan shut his eyes painfully. Even the vast heaven stone steel could not deal with this devilish woman. He was really completely out of ideas. He knew that this devilish woman still had not recovered to her peak state currently. Once this devilish woman came into being, probably even the 10 great divine kings were not a match either. Just as Yi Yuan was at the boundary of awaiting death, a change suddenly occurred. Inside the void, incomparably piercingly cold sword energy suddenly erupted. Above the sky, countless pale yellow sword energy surged willfully, giving people an extremely strong sense of oppression. That towering fiendish energy was actually gradually dissipated by these. A ray of pale yellow sword energy tore through the sky, directly chopping down from high up in the air. The vines currently stabbing towards Yi Yuan were actually forcefully chopped in half by this ray of sword energy. The devilish woman was just being pleased with herself when all of a sudden, her expression changed greatly, and she looked towards above the sky abruptly. Damn it, absolute heaven, that old bastard, he actually even prepared a contingency plan. This sword energy is definitely evil extermination. The devilish woman cried out in alarm, her scream filled with dread. On the face of the all along incomparably composed devilish woman, a look of panic finally appeared on her face. Seizing the opportunity where the devilish woman was absent-minded, Yi Qing grabbed Yi Yuan and sprinted into the distance. Toward Yi Qing's action, the devilish woman did not stop him at all. She had a look of panic on her face and yelled, "Quickly leave. It's the evil extermination sword. Absolute heaven, that old bastard, so irritating even after he died." How could the devilish woman still care about finding trouble with Yi Yuan? She immediately turned into an afterimage, speeding for the immemorial medicine garden's exit. Jia Lan, Sun Ma, and the rest also knew that things were bad, all fleeing for their lives like flying. At this time, shattering sounds came from above the void. A rift was actually directly torn open in that space. An enormous threaded pommel longsword slowly came out from within the void. The entire space was trembling. The originally already incomparably piercingly cold sword energy became several times more violent at this time. Several streaks of sword energy directly tore through the sky and struck the devilish woman and the others, who were currently running with a momentum like a sudden peal of thunder, which left no time for covering ears. A series of miserable cries reached over. Those few whose strengths were slightly weaker were actually immediately ground to death by the sword energy. The devilish woman also let out a shrill miserable scream, but her body only slightly paused for a bit before speeding hastily into the distance again. That threaded pommel longsword already appeared fully from within the void. The sword energy that exuded made Yi Yuan's scalp tingle, virtually unable to breathe. Is this the might of a deity realm powerhouse? So powerful, really so powerful. Yi Yuan could not be bothered with the injuries on his body as he muttered. After the enormous threaded pommel longsword appeared, it stopped in the air just like that. The void behind it gradually closed up. The devilish woman could not resist turning around to take a look at the longsword. Her eyes immediately became wide saucers. "Damn it, absolute heaven, you old bastard. Don't let this holy mother find your grotto. Otherwise, I'll definitely dig you out and whip your corpse." The devilish woman cried out shrilly. However, the threaded pommel longsword naturally would not be threatened by her. After it stopped in the air for a few breaths of time, it transformed into a streak of flowing light with a whoosh, chopping towards the devilish woman. The threaded pommel longsword's speed was unbelievably fast. It drew a beautiful half-arc in the air. In virtually a blink of an eye, it caught up to the devilish woman. A shrill wretched cry cut across the sky. Even when separated so far away, it made Yi Yuan break out in goosebumps all over too. A cloud of faint black gas surged to the skies. But Yi Yuan discovered that the black gas aura was incomparably weak, practically on the verge of withering away already. Yi Yuan used all of his abilities and was also incapable of shaking the Holy Mother Devil Flower. But she was actually nearly eradicated by this slash. Yi Yuan and Yi Qing exchanged a glance, both seeing the look of shock in the other party's eyes. "Lord Holy Mother, quickly leave." The target of this slash was the Holy Mother Devil Flower. But the threaded pommel giant sword was too terrifying. Jia Lan was implicated by the sword energy, aggravating his existing injuries even more. However, Jia Lan's condition at this time was slightly better compared to the Holy Mother Devil Flower. He grabbed hold of the Holy Mother Devil Flower, transformed into two clouds of black gas, and vanished from within the immemorial medicine garden. All of the dust settled. Yi Yuan finally let out a sigh in relief. This great battle was truly perilous to the extreme. If that threaded pommel giant sword was any slower, Yi Yuan was dead for sure. Looking at the immemorial medicine garden in disarray, Yi Yuan sighed unceasingly too. Over 100,000 martial artists entered inside and were actually slaughtered easily. Even Yi Yuan did not think that this immemorial medicine garden was actually a place where an ancient major power suppressed a fiend race's major power. And this fiend race major power was even adept in schemes, and actually deceived 100,000 martial artists into breaking the formation together, letting her break free. That devilish woman's strength was too horrifying. Even if Yi Yuan possessed a heaven-defying item like the vast heaven stone steel, he felt powerless to handle too. Right at this time, a streak of flowing light flew over from a distance. Incomparably fierce and sharp sword energy approached from far away, making Yi Yuan's expression change drastically. "Not good, this sword wouldn't kill even us two, right?" Yi Qing turned pale with fright and said. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "If it wants to kill us, we can't run either." That threaded pommel longsword flew right in front of Yi Yuan and stood in the air quietly. At this time, the threaded pommel longsword was already no longer as massive as when it just appeared. It was just slightly longer than an ordinary sword. There was not much difference. It was just that the sword energy emanating off its body still made one's blood run cold. Yi Yuan looked over and discovered that 2 words were engraved below the sword hilt: evil extermination. Chapter 1077. Had you known this day would come, why act as you did back then? Yi Yuan, it wouldn't kill us, right? Sensing that oppressive sword energy, Yi Qing still had some lingering fear in his heart. The impression that evil extermination's unyielding slash left for Yi Qing previously was simply too deep. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Doesn't seem like it." "It seems to be, making me accept it." Yi Qing was stunned and said in disbelief, "Are you joking? This evil extermination sword is a divine artifact. On what basis would it want you to accept it for no reason whatsoever?" Yi Yuan struggled, wanting to get up, but because his injuries were too severe, it made him feel a wave of heart-tearing pain. "Help me over," Yi Yuan said. Really have to go over?" Yi Qing was still rather afraid. "No shit, if it wanted to kill us, we'd be long dead. Hurry up," Yi Yuan urged. Yi Qing had no choice and could only support Yi Yuan, following him at every step, and came before the evil exterminating sword. When Yi Yuan drew close, the evil extermination sword became resplendent all of a sudden, giving off a pale yellow light. Yi Qing jumped in fright and involuntarily took a step back. But this retreat tugged onto Yi Yuan's wounds, making it hurt until he winced in pain. "I say, you're a heaven and earth spiritual plant too, so why are you intimidated by a sword? Isn't it shameful?" Yi Yuan said crossly. Yi Qing said, rather embarrassedly, "The power of deity realm is unimaginable." Yi Yuan rolled his eyes. But he actually understood Yi Qing very much in his heart too. That attack earlier, forget about Yi Qing, even he was also deeply shaken. That was the true power of deity realm. Yi Yuan knew that even though that blow did not surpass the limits of deity realm, what it used was absolutely divine Tao laws. The power of that sword should be the strongest attack that could be released at present in this world. This sword made Yi Yuan feel a deep longing towards deity realm. But Yi Yuan understood that he was currently too far away from deity realm. Sucking in a deep breath, Yi Yuan stepped forward and grabbed hold of the evil extermination sword's sword hilt. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, directly sending Yi Qing flying. Yi Qing tumbled a few rounds on the ground, scrambled to his feet, and was just about to go save Yi Yuan, but discovered to his shock that the injuries on Yi Yuan's body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This evil extermination sword was actually helping Yi Yuan treat his wounds. Currently, Yi Yuan's entire person was enveloped in a ball of yellow light, his expression serene, an appearance of enjoying immensely. Seeing this scene, Yi Qing was incredibly shocked. Could it be that this evil extermination sword really acknowledged Yi Yuan as its master? Really strange. Yi Qing knew that Yi Yuan acquired many treasures these last few years. It could be said to be heaven-defying destiny. But something like today where a divine artifact took the initiative to come knocking on the door, was too preposterous, right? Even obtaining the sacred dragon token, Yi Yuan escaped death by a hair's breadth too, only obtaining after passing the final trail. But speaking of which, the treasures currently on Yi Yuan were simply heaven-defying. Tier 9 Primordial Spirit Essence Fire, Tier 9 Origin Magnetism Spirit Wood, Sacred Dragon Token, Vast Heaven Pagoda, Vast Heaven Stone Steel, Soul Suppressing Pearl. Taking any item out would drive the world insane. But something like today where a divine artifact was urging Yi Yuan to accept it, it was really for the first time still. One had to acknowledge that Yi Qing's eyeballs fell to the ground. In truth, how was Yi Qing the only one whose eyeballs dropped onto the ground? Sword 13. The few of them were not thoroughly dead yet. Although they had quite a bit of blood essence drawn away, they were not in danger of losing their lives. It was just that their strength would likely have to be greatly diminished. Their bodies were unable to move currently, but they did not fall unconscious. This scene of Yi Yuan taking in evil extermination landed in their eyes, nearly making them faint dead. This evil extermination's shocking slash earlier, they all saw it crystal clear. That power simply sent their minds reeling. Such a supreme treasure actually acknowledged Yi Yuan as master without doing anything at all. Why didn't this sort of good thing land on their heads? Currently, Yi Yuan was basking in comfort from head to toe. The pain and fatigue brought about by the battle earlier were swept clean very quickly. Abundant essence energy flowed into his essence energy sea. Emperor Qi also rose densely. What gave Yi Yuan a pleasant surprise was that these essence energies were not ordinary essence energy, but divine essence. In the essence energy sea, that tiny bit of divine essence was going to be depleted fully very soon. He did not think that evil extermination actually replenished it for him. Before long, the divine essence within Yi Yuan's body grew to even more than when Yi Yuan entered the vast heaven pagoda in the past. With this evil extermination sword, the power of Yi Yuan's divine king domain would increase greatly. Yi Yuan knew that these divine essences were merely a tiny residual bit of what remained after that slash by evil extermination. But this bit was already sufficient to Yi Yuan. Even if inside his essence energy sea was full of divine essence currently, Yi Yuan was also unable to unleash evil extermination's true power. His current strength was too weak. Yi Yuan completely did not think that he actually profited from a misfortune this time. Not only did divine essence spike greatly, he even obtained a divine artifact again. The Starmoon sword was already somewhat impeding to the current Yi Yuan. Absorbing so much divine essence, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm already reached peak second level Dao Profound, looking as if he was about to break through to third level Dao Profound already. But his current blood essence losses were too severe, and he was totally unable to break through. Helpless, he could only suppress his cultivation realm, and make a breakthrough again after recovering blood essence. Done with these, Yi Yuan deployed a spell and put the vast heaven stone steal away into the vast heaven pagoda. While at this time, the evil extermination sword disappeared with a whoosh. Yi Yuan was first startled, then immediately revealed a look of realization. Inside the vast heaven pagoda, the evil extermination sword suspended quietly in the sky above the vast heaven stone steel. The two chimed to each other across a distance and actually seemed like old friends who had not met for many years. No wonder the evil extermination sword would acknowledge him as its master. It seemed like it was all because of the vast heaven stone steel. Furthermore, when the devilish woman came into being previously, the evil extermination sword held off on coming out. The moment the vast heaven stone steel emerged, it came into being. Looks like the crux of drawing out the evil extermination sword was still the vast heaven stone steel. Could it be that these two treasures were actually of the same source countless years ago? Finishing with all this, Yi Yuan came beside Sword 13 and the rest, and said with an emotional sigh, if you brought Jian Wuxuang away back then, he wouldn't have ended up in such a state either. This world has divine objects, but it's easier said than done to want to break through to deity realm. At present, how can this heaven and earth possibly give birth to the Tao spirit fruit, this kind of miraculous item? Hearing Yi Yuan's words, Sword 13 turned his head over painfully and ashamedly. In the great battle previously, Jian Wuxuang ultimately still could not escape misfortune and was killed by the devil vines. Thinking about it, how sincere was Yi Yuan's warning back then? If they were not blinded by obsession, how could they have this outcome today? Jian Wuxuang's demise was a tremendous blow to the Heavenly Sword sect. Although he was not a void mystic powerhouse, he was the sect master successor that the Heavenly Sword sect spent extremely great resources to groom. With his demise, the Heavenly Sword sect would have to face the danger of an interrupted generation. The decline of a great holy land would most likely start from this incident. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, today's situation, you all experienced it too. The fiend race has already plotted for God knows how many years for the sake of today. There's already not the slightest bit of meaning for us to carry on fighting internally. The spirit medicines in this immemorial medicine garden are extremely abundant. Later on, I'll refine several mystic-grade medicinal pills to help you all recover blood essence. Chapter 1078, Holy Region. Inside the immemorial medicine garden, Sword 13, Shu Yunqing, Ding Zongguo, and the others, all 5 void mystic powerhouses, looked towards Yi Yuan with a grateful look. 2 months had already passed since the incident with the fiend race. In this period of time, Yi Yuan collected quite a few spirit medicines inside the immemorial medicine garden and refined a batch of blood essence recovering medicinal pills, letting these few people recover blood essence at long last. Including Yi Yuan, the injuries this time was too severe. Even with large quantities of spirit medicines, everyone also spent 2 months' time before barely managing to recover. But after the few of them went through this, even if they recovered blood essence, their strength was greatly diminished too. These few people's age were not young anymore. This battle could be said to have greatly damaged their vitality. They were already no longer able to reach peak condition anymore. The void mystic powerhouses that entered this time, not counting Yi Yuan's side, were as many as 13 people. But currently, there were only a measly few people left. The brutality of this great battle could be imagined. Young Master Ji, this time, it was all thanks to you. I am ashamed. Sword 13's gratitude carried bashfulness as he said, "Young Master Ji saved this Shu twice altogether. Such a great favor, this Shu will never forget it. In the future, if young Master Ji has anything you need my heavenly Dawn Palace to help with, feel free to ask away," Shu Yunqing said gratefully. He was schemed against by He Dazhong the last time and almost died. It was Yi Yuan who saved him. Even though Yi Yuan snatched away the Ice Flame Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma, Yi Yuan saving his life was a fact. The other few people were also endlessly grateful, expressing thanks to Yi Yuan. This great battle, from start to end, it was Yi Yuan restraining the Holy Mother Devil Flower and Jia Lan, these two great fiends. These void mystic powerhouses, basically played supporting characters. Even that deadly slash at the end had extremely deep connections to Yi Yuan too. These few people were all extremely perceptive people. They could naturally discern that a divine artifact like evil extermination absolutely would not acknowledge Yi Yuan as master without rhyme or reason. Prior to this, their impression of Yi Yuan still stopped at that kid who only wholeheartedly knew pill refinement. But now, their impression of Yi Yuan was already thoroughly overhauled. Scheming, strength, destiny, plus alchemy path cultivation, Yi Yuan was a heaven-defying existence in all of them. The present Yi Yuan was already totally different from that Ji Qingyan back then. He had already matured into a genuine powerhouse. Everyone, no need to be courteous. Saving you all isn't because this Yi is very kind-hearted. I just want to preserve a portion of strength for the divine realm. Probably before long, the calamity of the fiend race will utterly erupt. At that time, the human race is bound to have a great battle with the fiend race. All of you leaving behind a useful body, when the time comes, contribute a portion of strength for the human race. Yi Yuan said coolly. If it were before, Yi Yuan definitely would not care about the few of them and just let them run their own course. But now, Yi Yuan's thinking was different. Evil extermination sword acknowledging him as master made a sort of mission spontaneously well up in his heart. Even though many things were buried in the annals of history, after going through so much, Yi Yuan knew that the war between the human race and fiend race had actually been continuing all along. The vast heaven stone steel should have already changed several masters. Each master likely had an earth-shaking great battle with the fiend race. The most recent one should be Fang Tian. Very clearly, the fiend race was suppressed. But no matter how they were suppressed, the fiend race did not die out. Yi Yuan walking along the way, one after another fiend race's powerful existences were clearly intentionally let out by people. Coupled with the Medicine King Hall's change, the fiend race was probably scheming another counterattack to regain lost ground. And this time, it was likely different from any one time in the past. That time 50,000 years ago, there was only one heavenly fiend god. But this time, there was the additional Holy Mother Devil Flower and Jia Lan. Once these fiends recovered strength, they absolutely did not pale the slightest in comparison to the heavenly fiend god. Where would the present human race go to find a second Fang Tian? Even the 10 great divine kings likely could not reach Fang Tian's level 2. Furthermore, what Yi Yuan was most apprehensive of was still that faction behind Ji Canglan. Just how long had that faction been infesting in the divine realm, Yi Yuan did not dare to imagine at all. The vast heaven stone steel found him. Now, the evil extermination sword found him too, making the pressure on Yi Yuan's shoulders suddenly become heavy. Natural law's cycle, the great responsibility in this age may fall on him. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, the expressions of Sword 13 and the rest turned fearful. Those two fiends were seriously too powerful. Such a horrifying slash of evil extermination was actually unable to kill them. Young Master Ji, rest assured. After returning this time, our Heavenly Sword sect will officially declare war on the Medicine King Hall. Sword 13 pledged solemnly. Our Heavenly Dawn Palace will also declare war on the Medicine King Hall right away. Shu Yunqing said, but Yi Yuan shook his head and said, the Medicine King Hall being closed for 20 years, their present strength, we have no way of finding out. With my understanding of Ji Canglan, he probably won't wait passively for the end. If we're a pile of loose sand, we might suffer a huge loss instead, when the time comes. When the few people heard these words, they did not say anything on the surface, but in their hearts, they were very disdainful. The Medicine King Hall's strength at their prime could only rank in the middle among the 8 great super holy lands as well. Now that Ji Zongyang and Ji Qingyan, these two people were no longer around, how great could the Medicine King Hall's strength be? How many powerhouses could be created in 20 years' time? With two great super holy lands declaring war on them at the same time, the pressure on them would increase suddenly. Even if they sought refuge from the fiend race, how many powerhouses could the fiend race groom in 20 years' time? Super holy lands powerhouses, the majority had a kind of fervent self-confidence. Of course, one could not say that they were wrong to have this sort of fervent self-confidence. Because in normal understanding, they were that group of people standing at the very summit of the divine realm. They controlled the direction of the entire divine realm. Yuan knew that this sort of perception could not be changed in a short time. He thought about it and said, "How about this, after you two return, notify Sect Master Jian and Palace Lord Lin first. This Yi will head for the holy region within the next few days and inform those few old fellows about the fiend race's matters, let them come forward and unite the other holy lands to launch an attack towards Jikanglan together. At that time, he'll be hard-pressed to escape even if he grew wings." Among the 8 great super holy lands, the holy region was one of the most powerful super holy lands. Those few old monster-class powerhouses, each and every one of them was not at all inferior compared to the 10 great divine kings. The divine realm's matters were normally each acting of their own free will. But everyone would still answer and gather under the holy region's rallying call. The state of affairs was so serious this time. Yuan reckoned that those few old fellows should also be incapable of sitting still anymore. As long as they eradicated Jikanglan and dug out the faction behind them, then dragged the Holy Mother Devil Flower and Jia Lan in seriously injured conditions out, the crisis of the fiend race would be easily resolved. Alright, then we'll have to trouble young Master Ji to make a trip. When we eliminate Jikanglan, I welcome young Master Ji to come to my Heavenly Sword sect to be a guest. I'll take my leave here. Done talking, Sword 13 immediately left the immemorial medicine garden. Young Master Ji don't need to worry too much. That Jikanglan throwing his lot with the fiend race has already infuriated public wrath, he absolutely won't have a good end. Once this matter is over, young Master Ji must come to my Heavenly Dawn Palace to be a guest and let this Shu carry out the hospitality of a host somewhat. Shu Yunqing and Ding Zongguo greeted and also left. Chapter 1079, Reverse Checkmate. Looking at the few people's departing back view, Yuan could not help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Seemed like Sword 13 and Sword 13 did not take his words in at all. But a super holy land's every movement and action was also not that easy. He needed to hurry and make a trip to the holy region. With a bout of great battle, the entire immemorial medicine garden was already in utter disarray. Those few million-year-old medicine spirits had long run to God knows where. The matter of finding spirit medicines, Yuan could only give up as well. 2 months had passed. The outside world still did not know what kind of accident happened. This trip to the holy region was best as soon as possible. At Cloudmarsh City, inside the City Lord Manor, Old Man Han furrowed his brows when he finished hearing Yuan giving an account of the immemorial medicine garden's events this time. Old Man Han, you're also a divine realm's bigwig class figure. It's absolutely impossible to not have heard about the fiend race's matters. Now that the fiend race has come into being once more, you probably can't look on with folded arms, right? Yuan said. Old Man Han said with knitted brows, such an important matter, this old man naturally won't look on with folded arms. When exterminating the Medicine King Hall, send a word. This old man will naturally make my way over. It's just that. Sigh. As Old Man Han was talking, he let out a long sigh. The Holy Mother Devil Flower coming into being virtually extracted all of the immemorial medicine garden's essence energy dry. The current immemorial medicine garden was practically just an empty husk. Those several dozen million-year-old spirit medicines virtually all fled in all directions and could not be gotten back at all. With a great battle, no idea how many spirit medicines were ruined either. Just think about it, a great battle that affected over 100,000 martial artists, that destructive power was simply unimaginable. The entire immemorial medicine garden was practically a wasteland. Without the immemorial medicine garden, Cloudmarsh City's status in the divine realm would naturally be greatly reduced. As Cloudmarsh City's city lord, Old Man Han naturally had sorrow in his heart. Yuan looked at this scene in front of him, but he simply said with a cold smile, Old Man Han, your skin is really getting thicker and thicker. I had a great battle inside the immemorial medicine garden with fiend race and barely escaped death, you actually still want to extort the spirit medicines on me. Old Man Han had a problem. that was that he liked to collect all kinds of spirit medicines. Even though this was the common disease of all alchemists, Old Man Han was clearly much more ill than the others. This Cloudmarsh city did not restrict outsiders from entering the immemorial medicine garden. But the things that martial artists obtained inside the immemorial medicine garden, Cloudmarsh city took a cut. Below void mystic experts, even if they were a peak divine king, they also had to hand over the share obediently. Otherwise, they would die very miserably. These several thousand years, how many spirit medicines Old Man Han collected was already unimaginable. The immemorial medicine garden's upheaval this time, only Yuan the few of them escaped. Old Man Han naturally wanted to take his share of the loot. However, Yuan rebuffed him with a word. Old Man Han's face did not turn red nor did his heart beat any faster. He said with a broad smile, "The immemorial medicine garden is already ruined, this Cloudmarsh city of mine won't live up to its reputation anymore. Younger brother Ji, you can't fold your arms and not save me from ruin." Yuan shook his head and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Old Man Han, don't give me that. The fiend race lurked by the side, but you did not detect at all, resulting in poking such a large hole in the basket. My small life was almost lost inside. Aren't you going to give me a bit of compensation?" Old Man Han was stupefied, not expecting Yuan to actually make a false countercharge. Haha, younger brother Ji, making a joke, don't take it for real. I don't want it anymore, alright. Old Man Han joked about it. Yuan said with a smile, "Old Man Han, don't think that I'm joking with you. I recently want to refine some medicinal pills and just happen to still lack several spirit medicines. Have a heart and compensate me." Old Man Han was startled and said with a black face, "Younger brother, you know that spirit medicines are this old man's lifeblood. If you really have designs on them, don't blame me for not being courteous." Old Man Han was a first-rate expert, an apex existence in the divine realm. Even void mystic powerhouses did not dare to be impudent in front of him too. But Yuan did not buy it in the slightest. "Don't you want to know how I escaped from the hands of the fiend race? Old Man Han, how about, we try it out? You can give it a shot whether your medicine garden can still be preserved or not." Yuan threatened. Old Man Han's face became black as the bottom of a pot. Currently, his intestines were already green with regret. If he had long known, he would have met Yuan outside and not bring him inside. Previously, hearing Yuan talk about the events inside the immemorial medicine garden, Old Man Han was very astonished in his heart too. Over 100,000 martial artists all died inside. The fiend race's strength was definitely incomparably fearsome. How did Yuan escape? Old Man Han was very confident in his own strength. But facing Yuan, he had no confidence in protecting his medicine garden. The immemorial medicine garden was even ruined, let alone talk about his medicine garden. Finally, Old Man Han still yielded. "You punk, when did you become a scoundrel? Forget it, forget it. Consider yourself ruthless. Whatever spirit medicines you require, pick yourself. But above 300,000 years, you're absolutely not allowed to take them away." Old Man Han said hatefully. He did not expect that he failed to fleece a sum and was blackmailed by Yuan instead. Yuan chuckled and said, "Don't you worry, the spirit medicines for my refinement, 200,000-year-old is already enough." Looking at Yuan pluck away the spirit medicines in his medicine garden one stalk by one stalk, Old Man Han's heart was dripping blood. "Yuan, any discovery yet?" Kwang Tianming asked when Yuan returned to the residence. Through 2 months plus of refining medicinal pills, Kwang Tianming finally recovered to his peak state. When he was informed about that unbelievably tragic battle in the immemorial medicine garden, his shock could not be any greater. And today, Yuan going to extort Old Man Han was not targeting his spirit medicines at all. He felt that Old Man Han was very suspicious, so he deliberately wanted to go and probe things out. Except, the result made him very disappointed. Yuan shook his head and said with furrowed brows, "Old Man Han is a cunning old fox. He doesn't have any flaws at all. But I keep feeling that he's somewhat unusual. He has been adjacent to the immemorial medicine garden for several thousand years. Could he be completely unaware of the situation inside? Moreover, the news of the divine ranked spirit medicine coming into being this time was also very fishy. I initially thought that it was news disseminated by the Medicine King Hall, but thinking back for a bit, it doesn't feel too probable either. If say who's the most convenient to spread this intel, it's naturally Cloudmarsh City. With this bout of probing today, Yuan did not find any clues at all. Huang Tianming let out a sigh and said, "The matter of the fiend race is complicated and confusing. The only thing that we can be certain right now is the Medicine King Hall. Looks like wanting to open up new prospects, there's only starting from the Medicine King Hall." Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "There's only like this. It's just that those few old fellows from the Holy Region aren't that easy to convince." Huang Tianming said, "The matter concerns the rise and fall of the human race. It's not up to them to not take it seriously." Yuan shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "The higher the cultivation realm, the greater the power, and the more selfish. Wanting them to take action, it is difficult." The two people were currently chatting when Ruan Shuangzhou suddenly came in to report, "My lord, someone who calls himself Yu Zhanfeng arrived outside, saying that he's paying a visit to Miss Li Er." Yuan was stupefied and could not help being somewhat doubtful. What did the Yu family send Yu Zhanfeng to come to find Li Er for at this time? Chapter 1080, Breaking Destiny. After Yuan left the City Lord Manor, a figure appeared beside Old Man Han. "Looks like he's already suspicious of you," said that person. "This brat is too clever. In the past, he didn't place his thoughts on this. Returning this time, even I, this old antique, feel a headache towards him." Old Man Han said, "Hoo, this junior apprentice brother of mine is a peerlessly talented person to begin with. Previous life, it was the environment he grew up in that was too comfortable. Hence, that's why he could not be bothered to place his thoughts on scheming and conspiring. Once he gets serious, even I'm not a match either." This figure was actually Yuan's senior apprentice brother, Ji Canglin. Yuan attempted to probe Old Man Han, but he never would have thought that Old Man Han actually got together with Ji Canglin. Hearing Ji Canglin's words, Old Man Han deeply felt that way too as he nodded his head and said, "This brat's maturing speed is too terrifying. The last time he came, I already wanted to make a move to keep him behind. But I discovered that I couldn't see through him at all. That's why I didn't act rashly without careful consideration." Ji Canglin said, "Luckily, you didn't make a move against him. Otherwise, this time, Lord Holy Mother probably won't have a chance to escape. You really view him so highly. The two of us taking action, keeping him behind shouldn't be hard," Old Man Han said in surprise. Ji Canglin said with a faint smile, "It's not that I view him highly, but that it's heaven that thinks highly of him. The Son of Heaven's mandate isn't said for fun. If it was so easy to be killed, then it wouldn't be called the Son of Heaven's mandate. I've already killed him once, except, he's not dead yet, isn't it so? Our fiend race has counterattacked God knows how many times in the divine realm. But each time, it's foiled at the hands of the Child of Destiny. This time, we must be doubly cautious." Old Man Han's expression turned austere as he said, "Could it be that, Holy Son, you infiltrating into the Medicine King Hall, was actually because of him?" Although Old Man Han's strength was formidable, this sort of top-secret matters, he naturally did not know. Most likely, the only ones who knew were the Lord Divine Master out of Ji Canglin's mouth, as well as Ji Canglin himself, right? Only hearing Ji Canglin say so at this time, did Old Man Han have a feeling of suddenly seeing the whole thing in a clear light, thinking through the cause and effect. The divine realm had 8 great super-holy lands. Even if it was infiltrating, they should also pick the most powerful holy region. Although the Medicine King Hall was powerful, it was still not worth the Divine Master doing so. Moreover, after the Holy Son killed the Ji father and son, he did not seem to have any further actions either. Looking at it now, the Holy Son infiltrating the Medicine King Hall, his goal from the very start was Ji Qingyan. Ji Canglin smiled slightly and nodded as he said, "That's right. Lord Divine Master purged the fiendish energy in my body with a great magical ability, sealed my memories, and sent me into the Medicine King Hall. The goal was precisely Ji Qingyan. Long during 1,000 years ago, Lord Divine Master somewhat sensed that this era's Child of Destiny will appear in the Medicine King Hall. I laid low for several hundred years and plotted for a long time before finally finding an opportunity to take action, striking dead with one blow. It's just, I never thought that that didn't kill him either. Hence, if Ji Qingyan died here muddle-headedly, then he wouldn't be the Son of Heaven's mandate." Hiss. Old Man Han drew a cold breath. Such detailed setup, such a deadly blow, was actually unable to kill Ji Qingyan too. This boy's life was also truly too tenacious. In the past, he still scoffed in contempt towards the saying of Son of Heaven's mandate. But now, he believed it. Ji Canglin continued slowly, I even suspect now that 20 years ago, when I made a move and killed him, it precisely gave him the chance to have a nirvanic rebirth. It was also precisely because I killed him, that it gave him a chance to soar up to the heavens with one bound. Perhaps, all of this was long foreordained already. If without me, maybe he'll still be that Medicine King Hall's young lord who's wholeheartedly obsessed with alchemy Tao. Thinking about it further back, perhaps Divine Master's response might also have been something long predetermined. The more Ji Canglin talked, the more alarmed old man Han was. These words sounded very incredible, but thinking about it carefully, wasn't it exactly so? With Ji Canglin's status, he definitely would not utter such incomprehensible words. These words were definitely after he thought it over carefully. The life of the Son of Heaven's mandate was too tenacious. Doesn't that mean that no matter what we do, we ultimately still can't escape the outcome of defeat? This Ji Qingyan can't be killed at all, Old Man Han said in amazement. According to Ji Canglin's way of saying things, everything that they were doing right now was all futile. Then, what was the point? Ji Canglin smiled and said, not unkillable, it's just that the time hasn't arrived yet. Since we've already failed once, we absolutely can't fail a second time. The next time we make a move, there must be 100% assurance. How to kill? Old Man Han said speechlessly. Ji Canglin's expression turned intent, and his gaze was deep as he said, want to kill the child of destiny, one must first break his destiny. As long as one breaks his destiny, killing him will be as easy as blowing off dust. Old Man Han was stunned and blurted, breaking destiny. How to break? Fate was determined by heaven. Regardless of whether it was the human race or fiend race, how could one possibly break destiny? Ji Canglin just smiled, and he did not answer Old Man Han. Uncle Feng, why have you come? Seeing Yu Zhanfang, Li was very surprised too. Yu Zhanfang looked to be laden with worries, an appearance of wanting to speak but swallowing the words back. The moment Li saw this appearance, her heart thumped. To be able to make Yu Zhanfang personally make a trip, something unforeseen must have happened to Bright Moon City. Yu Zhanfang heaved a sigh and said, Ancestor's longevity is drawing to an end and is going to pass away in meditation very soon. How can it be? Wasn't Ancestor in closed seclusion all along these few years? Why would he suddenly? Li said in disbelief. Yu Zhanfang also let out a sigh and said, Ancestors matters, I believe you also know. In his early years, he had a battle with the Zhou family's ancestor and had long left behind hidden injuries already. A few days ago, his hidden injuries relapsed. Hence, his lifespan is exhausted ahead of schedule. Passing away in meditation is also a matter of these few months. Li you're my Yu family's most important junior presently. His elderly self hopes to meet you before passing away. There are some things that he wants to instruct you face to face. The moment Li heard, she became caught in a dilemma. As a matter of fact, she and the Yu family's ancestor did not have overly deep feelings. Ever since birth, the ancestor was in closed seclusion all year round and never showed face before. But now that his elderly self was about to pass away in meditation, she had to make a trip back no matter what. It was just that Yi Yuan's pressing matter on hand right now was to make a trip to the holy region. This way, it would be marching in opposite directions to Yi Yuan. Big brother Yuan, Yi Yuan smiled and said, since your ancestor wants to see you, you naturally have to make this trip back. Making a trip to the holy region, I'm just having a couple of words with those few old freaks. It won't take too much time either. Once the matters over there are settled, I'll go to Bright Moon City to find you. Actually, Yi Yuan could not bear to part with Li too. But a person's death was major. The Yu family's ancestors passing away in meditation was near at hand. If he did not let Li return, it was seriously going against moral principles. Others might, but he himself would not be able to disregard his own conscience on this. Chapter 1081, City in the Sky. During his previous life, Yi Yuan had heard before that the Yu family still had a void mystic ancestor who stood aloof from worldly affairs. It was just that, did not think that his longevity actually drew to an end coincidentally at this time. The Yu family had already gotten to know Yu Mengli's potential and would naturally take her to be the Yu family's hope. How could such an important figure not show up? No matter how Yi Yuan loathed to part with Yu Mengli, he also could not do such a thing. Yu Mengli hated to part with Yi Yuan even more. To her, She only walked together with Yi Yuan after going through hardships and dangers. She wished that she could keep sticking onto Yi Yuan and forever not part with him. But the affairs of human life were hard to predict. The Yu family's important matter, she obviously could not really ignore it. Qian, follow Li Er. Make sure not to let her suffer any bit of harm. Otherwise, I'll hold you solely responsible. Yi Yuan's tone was a never-before solemn. Qian's expression turned stern as he said, "Yes, my lord." But Li Er refused and said, "Big brother Yuan, this trip of yours is perilous. Those few holy regions' major powers aren't that easygoing. Elder Ao's strength is very strong, you'd best bring him along beside you. I'm just making a trip back to Bright Moon City, why would I need any protection? If you really can't put your mind at ease, just let Wu Luo take a trip back with me." Yu Zhanfeng also said, "Yeah, Lord Qingyanzi. Bright Moon City is Li Er's home, could it be that there are still people who dare to bully her?" Yi Yuan was helpless and could only let Wu Luo accompany Li Er and leave together. Watching Li Er's silhouette disappear in the transmission array, Yi Yuan felt a sense of loss. Holy region, it was a very special existence. It only had one large domain. But this place, it was the entire divine realm's strongest place. Not one of. The lord of the holy region was the heaven-stabilizing divine king. And the holy region was also the one and only faction that possessed a 10 great divine king among the 8 great super-holy lands. Apart from this, the alchemist association that established the entire alchemist system was also situated in the holy region. Of course, there was still the heaven's secret tower that was veiled in mystery. So many powerful forces, including major forces, gathered in one region. The magnitude of might could be imagined. The title of void mystic powerhouses was mostly passed down from mouth to mouth. But the titles of the 10 great divine kings were set by the heaven's secret tower. Whether or not the rankings of the 10 great divine kings were accurate or not, nobody knew as well. Because they had never fought before amongst themselves. At least, they had never exchanged blows before in front of people. But the 10 great divine kings themselves did not seem to have much dissent towards this ranking. They tacitly acknowledged this ranking. The lord of the holy region was titled the heaven-stabilizing divine king. Such a peerlessly tyrannical name naturally also represented his incomparably powerful strength. This holy region is simply miraculous. Supporting the divine realm's largest city in the sky, how terrifying the essence energy does this require? Zhang Taking looked at that city high above the clouds and exclaimed with shock. The holy city was the holy region's hub, and also the divine realm's largest city. Except, this city was not on the ground. It was established in the sky. The city was submerged in the clouds, unable to see through the actual situation at all. It could even be claimed as miraculous. Yi Yuan said with a smile, "The holy city is a miracle in the first place, so what's there to kick up a great fuss over? If talking about which faction's inheritance in this divine realm is preserved the most completely, it's none other than the holy city. If not for this case, how could it give birth to Zhuge Qingshan, that kind of monster?" Zhuge Qingshan, Zhang Taking could not help being stupefied when he heard this name. Clearly, it was very unfamiliar. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That is the heaven-stabilizing divine king out of everybody's mouth, the rank 1 existence among the 10 great divine kings." With this, even Qian could not help perking his ears too. He had long heard of the name of the 10 great divine kings, known as the 10 strongest people in the divine realm presently. Then wouldn't this rank 1 be the present divine realm's number 1 person? Such an existence, how could they not be interested? Ruan Shuangzhou muttered, "Turns out that the heaven-stabilizing divine king's true name is called Zhuge Qingshan." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "I told you all long ago that these guys like to pretend to be mysterious. But Zhuge Qingshan is really very strong. The other divine king's titles are mostly related to their most skilled fields, while Zhuge Qingshan's isn't. This guy has virtually no weakness to exploit. His might practically makes people despair." The so-called 10 great divine kings were unfathomable existences to other people. To a divine king expert like Ruan Shuangzhou, he did not even know Zhuge Qingshan's name. But Yi Yuan had friendly relations with quite a few of the 10 great divine kings. Their mysterious veil was nothing in front of Yi Yuan. But toward Zhuge Qingshan's strength, Yi Yuan still admired greatly. Even such a proud fellow like the spirit-bristled divine king was full of praises towards Zhuge Qingshan. His might naturally need not be elaborated. Really that impressive. When I recover my strength, I want to find him to exchange views. I want to take a look if this divine realm's #1 person currently is really that incredible or not. Qian said with an unconvinced look. Yuan said smilingly, the reason why Zhuge Qingshan is powerful is also that the holy city's inheritances are very complete. The holy city's foundation has lasted all the way from the divine Tao era until today. It's what ordinary factions can't imagine. Just take this grand array for example. It has operated for countless tens of thousands of years and didn't wane for a long time. Probably only deity realm powerhouses had such ability. The secrets in the holy city were numerous. Just this divine rank grand array before their eyes made people marvel endlessly with admiration. Among those fleeting and ephemeral clouds, concealed an incomparably powerful grand array. This grand array had operated all the way from the divine Tao era till today but did not have the slightest trend of weakening. Such a foundation was naturally not what ordinary forces could compare to. There had once been many powerhouses who wished to enter into the clouds to check things out. But without exception, they were all turned to dregs. Over the course of time, nobody dared to enter inside anymore. "Milord, everyone says that the holy region is easy to enter, but the holy city is hard to go into. How should we enter inside?" Ruan Shuangzhou said. Yuan said with a smile, "You look, hasn't the ones fetching us arrived?" Everyone looked over. Sure enough, they saw a group of people floating down from the holy city. A young man leading cupped his fists towards Yuan and said, "May I ask if it's Lord Qingyanzi?" Yuan nodded and said, "Precisely so." The young man said very cordially, "Haha, it's really Lord Qingyanzi. This one is Huyu, Holy City Purple Gold Hall's 5th seat disciple. Half a month ago, Huyu received Lord Cloudsky's dharmic decree to let me welcome your excellency here. I didn't think that today, your excellency finally arrived." Regarding the holy city knowing about his arrival, Yuan was not surprised. The holy city was the divine realm's central. It was incomparably well informed. Yuan did not deliberately conceal his whereabouts either. With their strength, grasping his whereabouts was beyond easy. When this Huyu said that he was a disciple of the Purple Gold Hall, a trace of pride flickered across his eyes. The Purple Gold Hall was the hall where the holy city's most elite disciples were at. Inside were virtually divine king powerhouses. To be able to rank 5th, his strength was rather out of the ordinary. Yuan looked at Huyu and said with a smile that was not a smile, "What haughty airs Cloudsky old punk has. This young master arrived, and he actually doesn't receive personally." Chapter 1082, Golden Cloud Sky Stairs. The moment these words came out, the countenance of Huyu and the group of disciples behind him suddenly changed. This guy proclaimed to be Qingyanzi before their eyes. His age was much younger than them. But he behaved like a senior when saying these words. Who was Cloudsky? Cloudsky was one of the 3 titans of Holy City. His status in the Holy City was second only to the heaven-stabilizing Divine King. Such a character personally appointing a disciple to come out and welcome, could it be that it was still not grand enough? This fellow in front of them was also a little too insolent, right? Haha, Lord Cloudsky is too busy and truly can't find time to come and receive your excellency. I hope that your excellency doesn't take offense. Your excellency, enter the city first. When Lord Cloudsky is done with work, he'll definitely come and pay a courtesy call to Lord Qingyanzi, Huoyu said with an obsequious smile. Yuan gave him a glance and said with a cold smile, "Hey, this Cloudsky old punk, isn't it seeing that this young master is no longer the man I was, having a high opinion of his identity, that's why he dispatched you all to come forward. Forget it, coming this time is for important matters on hand. I won't stoop to the level of you all, these juniors." Huyu had an appearance as if a heavy burden was lifted off. He extended his hand to lead the way as he said, "Lord Qingyanzi, please." The place Huyu pointed at was a mass of golden-colored cloud. Under the shine of the sunlight, it appeared glistening. Yuan was slightly surprised as he said, "Yo, Golden Cloud Sky Stairs. Cloudsky old punk is still giving a lot of face, huh?" Huyu said smilingly, "What's Lord Qingyanzi saying? Your excellency is the divine realm's pinnacle most alchemist. With your status, naturally, there's only the Golden Cloud Sky Stairs that's fitting." But Qian's expression changed, and he looked at Huyu viciously as he said, "What do you mean, brat?" But Huyu said calmly, "This senior, I don't understand your words. The Golden Cloud Sky Stairs is the holy city's highest treatment of receiving distinguished guests. 1 step, 3,000 stairs, what do you think I mean?" Qian was tongue-tied for a moment and could not help looking at Yi Yuan as he said, "My lord, we'd best go up from the ordinary cloud sky stairs." Qian, this kind of old monster, naturally came to the holy city before. Flying was prohibited within 10,000 miles of the holy city. If someone attempted to fly into the holy city, they would be decimated by the divine rank Grand Array. The only way to enter the holy city was this cloud sky stairs. Under the holy city, there were masses of clouds. The shade of colors varied. As long as one stepped onto the clouds, a cloud and mist staircase would naturally form step by step. It was called cloud sky stairs. The color of the cloud sky stairs went from light to dark. It was divided into a total of 9 ranks, corresponding to martial artists' 9 ranks, respectively. Rank 1 cloud sky stairs, 1 step 1 stair. Reaching the holy city from the bottom required a full 1 year's time. While the rank 9 cloud sky stairs, 1 step, 300 stairs. Ascending to the holy city required a day's time. While above rank 9, there was an even higher level staircase still, named Golden Cloud Sky Stairs. The Golden Cloud Sky Stairs, 1 step, 3,000 stairs. One only needed several hours to be able to reach the holy city. This Golden Cloud Sky Stairs assumed a golden color, looking extremely deluxe. It was indeed what the holy city used to welcome distinguished guests. But this Golden Cloud Sky Stairs, even ordinary void mystic powerhouses might not be able to ascend it safely either. When Qian saw Hu Yu's very cautious manner, he even thought that Hu Yu was really apprehensive of Yi Yuan's identity. He did not expect that Hu Yu was scheming something. He was also perplexed earlier. His Excellency normally treated people very modestly. Why did he have a high and mighty attitude toward this brat in front of him? One had to know that him calling Cloudsky old punk was placing him and Cloudsky on the capacity of the same generation. These few were merely the Purple Gold Hall's disciples. They immediately became a generation lower compared to Yi Yuan. Only then did Qian come to a realization why Yi Yuan had a very cocky appearance just now. Turns out that he had long seen through this Hu Yu's little thoughts and deliberately postured for him to see. Hearing Qian's words, Hu Yu feigned surprise and said, "How can this do? Lord Qingyan Zi is the divine realm's pinnacle most alchemist, a person of the same generation as Lord Fengxian. How can he go up from the ordinary cloud sky stairs? This way is also too deigning, right?" Qian's face turned black, and he berated, "Brat, shut your mouth for this old man. Do you believe this old man will tear your mouth or not?" But Hu Yu did not care about him at all and pretended to have a sudden realization again as he said, "Ah. I know, could it be that Lord Qingyan Zi reincarnating? He can't even mount this golden cloud sky stairs now. Lord Qingyan Zi, this. Hu Yu had good intentions. I didn't think that your excellency actually can't go up. Sorry, truly sorry." His words being uttered, the group of disciples behind him all roared with laughter. Hu Yu apologized verbally but was delighted in his heart. Ask you to posture. Ask you to offend eldest senior brother. Isn't it just a lousy alchemist? Only climbed on top of eldest senior brother's head by taking advantage of trickery. Really think that you're some important character. Reaching the holy city, even a dragon had to coil for your father. Qian was just about to fly off the handle when Yi Yuan used a hand gesture to stop him from speaking. He looked at Hu Yu and said smilingly, "Guo Shu made you do it, right? Already been so many years, that fellow is still so small-minded. How will he take on big responsibilities in the future?" The Guo Shu out of Yi Yuan's mouth was precisely Hu Yu's eldest senior brother, the Purple Gold Hall's head disciple. This Guo Shu was the same as Yi Yuan and Jian Wushuang, genius. Martial artists that grew up in the same generation. But Guo Shu's growing speed was similarly far from comparable to Yi Yuan. When Yi Yuan became a peak alchemy emperor, Guo Shu was still just a peak divine king and had not stepped into the realm of void mystic. Originally, the two were of the same generation, but with Yi Yuan's breakthrough, Guo Shu became a junior all of a sudden. How could this not make him depressed? Back then, Guo Shu was known as the divine realm's #1 genius, with hopes of inheriting the heaven-stabilizing divine king's mantle. But he was crushed by Yi Yuan until he was black and blue all over. Even though the two people never had a frontal clash before, every time Guo Shu saw Yi Yuan, that thick enmity could not be concealed no matter what. Living in the same era as Yi Yuan, regardless of what kind of a genius, it was all a tragedy. Jian Wushuang was like that, Guo Shu was similarly like so. Huo Yu was choked badly by Yi Yuan's words. But he forcefully pressed it down in the end and switched to a smiling face as he said, "What's Lord Qingyanzi saying? Hu Yu doesn't understand. Hu Yu has good intentions. What has it got to do with eldest senior brother? Sigh, it was Hu Yu who was rash. If your excellency can't ascend the golden cloud sky stairs, then change to an ordinary one then." Hu Yu was certain that Yi Yuan could not ascend the golden cloud sky stairs. Hence, that was why he kept on using words to squeeze Yi Yuan ceaselessly. This trip here for him was indeed sent by Cloudsky. But before coming, Guo Shu greeted him and told him to make things tough for Yi Yuan. His current thoughts were very simple, that was to give Yi Yuan some trouble. Either way, he could not ascend the golden cloud sky stairs. Even eldest senior brother, this void mystic powerhouse, could not ascend the golden cloud sky stairs, let alone Yi Yuan, this third level Dao profound. He deliberately raised Yi Yuan's status high in order to extol him to death. It was just that he did not think that Yi Yuan's present bit of strength, he actually dared to climb up along the shaft too. But he had also repulsed enough for him to choke on. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, forget it. Since Guo Shu is so cordial, wouldn't it brush off his good intentions if I don't mount this golden cloud sky stairs? Chapter 1083, Child's Play. Yi Yuan lightly leapt and stepped right onto the golden cloud sky stairs. Seeing this scene, Hu Yu's face revealed a look of derision. The cloud sky stairs was this divine rank Grand Array's subsidiary, containing extremely profound powers of law. If one's cultivation realm fell short, there was no way to stand firmly on top at all. Yi Yuan's cultivation realm was simply inadequate to stand on it. Cultivation realm not match, the Grand Array would immediately eject Yi Yuan out, even get injured by powers of law. This move of Hu Yu's was in order to make a fool of Yi Yuan. If he could let him suffer a big loss, that would be for the best. Sure enough, the moment Yi Yuan stood on it, the golden cloud sky stairs spilled over with light and was about to throw Yi Yuan off. Beneath Yi Yuan's foot quaked unceasingly, making his entire body start swaying, looking as if he was going to be thrown off. Ha ha ha, this is our Lord Qingyanzi. You're a major power of the divine realm. To actually not even be able to stand on the golden cloud sky stairs. Hu Yu laughed loudly and said, haha, what's wrong, Lord Qingyanzi? The golden cloud sky stairs, one step 3,000 stairs, you haven't taken this step yet. Hold steady, quickly hold it there steady. Being flung off the golden cloud sky stairs isn't that pleasant. Is this really that Lord Qingyanzi? Hailed as closest to the alchemy god realm. Wouldn't be a fake one, right? Ha ha ha. For a moment, mocking laughter sounded out everywhere. The group of purple gold hall disciples laughed themselves into convulsions, all mocking Yi Yuan non-stop. Aoqian and the rest all had black faces. This bunch of fellows was clearly long prepared to watch a spectacle. If not out of fear of delaying the important matters, they wished that they could teach these guys a good lesson. But on the golden cloud sky stairs, Yi Yuan was not panicky. A faint surge of power of laws slowly spilled over from his body, converging into the golden cloud sky stairs. Very soon, his body no longer swayed. The golden cloud sky stairs also stabilized. This surge of power of laws was precisely those divine inscriptions, divine Dao laws. The eyeballs of those purple gold hall disciples all popped out. The original mocking laughter abruptly ceased. Why was a third-level Dai profound martial artist able to stabilize himself on the golden cloud sky stairs? This was something that had never happened before. This face slapping was simply resounding. A lot of their faces were still carrying that strange smile earlier, currently frozen on their faces. But now, they could not smile no matter what. Yi Yuan turned around and gave Hu Yu a pitiful glance as he said with a smile, I was only teasing you just now. You expended such a great effort, if I didn't let you be happy for a bit, it would seriously let you down. Done talking, Yi Yuan took a step out and immediately appeared above 3,000 steps. Zhang Taking also froze there. Seeing Yi Yuan disappear before his eyes, he let out a guffaw and said, you see it? You bunch of dumbasses, take a good look. This is disparity. You guys think that Qingyanzi, these 3 words, is casually shouted. Aoqian was also akin to being relieved of a heavy burden and said with a cold snort, a bunch of things who overestimate their own abilities. Really unbelievably foolish. Eldest senior brother, Qingyanzi reincarnating, he's merely an initial stage Dao profound minor character now. Lord Cloudsky actually made you come and receive personally. We really feel not worth it for you. Yeah, eldest senior brother. Why don't you go back? This sort of minor character, we'll do the waiting. You're a void mystic powerhouse now. How can you humble yourself and bend your knee to welcome a puny little initial stage Dao profound martial artist? For him to want to come up from the rank 9 cloud sky stairs, it still needs a day's time. But I'm looking very forward to his badly battered appearance when he comes up, ha ha ha. Outside the holy city's gates, several young men were gathered together. The one at the front was actually a void mystic powerhouse. Who could it be if not Guo Shu? Toward the group of junior apprentice brothers' flattery, Guo Shu quite enjoyed it. Except, he had a reason that he must be here as well. He very much wished to personally take a look at what kind of state the Qingyan Zi, who commanded the wind and clouds back then, ended up in. Especially the appearance of tumbling until his nose was bloody and his face swollen. Guo Shu felt very thrilled in his heart even thinking about it. Of course, he would not utter this sort of words in front of a group of junior apprentice brothers. Talking rubbish, how can Lord Cloudsky's orders be brushed over? Although I broke through to the realm of void mystic, I'm just the purple gold hall's head disciple in the end, Guo Shu reproached. Although it was a reprimand, not a hint of reproof could be heard in his words. Right at this time, a silhouette burst right through the clouds and appeared in everyone's line of sight. It's the golden cloud sky stairs. Somebody exclaimed in shock. There was no need for him to say this, because Guo Shu already discerned that it was the golden cloud sky stairs. Moreover, that unfamiliar young man on the golden cloud sky stairs was precisely 3rd level Dao profound. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Guo Shu looked at Yi Yuan absent-mindedly with a look of disbelief. How could 3rd level Dao profound possibly come up from the golden cloud sky stairs? Yi Yuan leapt, jumping down from the golden cloud sky stairs, and arrived before Guo Shu, and said with a smile, "Long time no see, Guo Shu." Guo Shu said in a daze, You're really Qingyan Zi, but how did you come up from the golden cloud sky stairs?" Yi Yuan reached his hand out and patted on his shoulders twice, and slowly walked into the city as he said without even turning his head back, "So many years of not seeing, you're still such a good for nothing. You're at any rate a void mystic powerhouse now too, still playing this sort of child's play tricks. Don't you find it disgraceful?" The moment Guo Shu heard, his lungs wanted to explode from fury. This guy still postured just like in the past, to actually use the tone of a senior to reprimand me. You're merely a 3rd level Dao profound right now. To actually dare talk this way to a void mystic powerhouse. You really don't know how the word death was written. Ji Qingyan, stop right there for me. Guo Shu looked at Yi Yuan's back view and shouted coldly. Yi Yuan seemingly did not hear it and paid no heed to all as he walked into the city. Guo Shu's expression sunk, and he said, "If you're looking for a bashing yourself, then you can't blame me." Finished saying, he immediately reached his hand out to grab at Yi Yuan. This grab, Guo Shu intentionally wanted to embarrass Yi Yuan, mustering up essence energy fully. As long as he grabbed hold of Yi Yuan's shoulder, it could absolutely make him hurt until he knelt down. The power of a void mystic powerhouse's grab could be imagined. The group of junior apprentice disciples only saw a blur before their eyes, and Guo Shu vanished before them. While at this time, Yi Yuan seemed to be oblivious and still walked forward neither too fast nor too slowly. With a whistle, a strong wind already arrived. Guo Shu's grab directly aimed at Yi Yuan's shoulder. However, just as his hand was about to touch Yi Yuan, he only felt a blur before his eyes. His body actually passed right through Yi Yuan's body. Guo Shu abruptly turned his head back and discovered that Yi Yuan was still standing there perfectly well. It was as if he never moved before at all. He looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief as he said with a shocked look, "Heaven-man unity. You actually already comprehended heaven-man unity. Just 20 years' time, how is this possible?" Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "Don't play such childish stuff anymore. Bring me to go see Cloudsky. Coming this time, I have important matters to discuss with him." Chapter 1084. Sit idly and reap the fruits of others' labor. Lord Cloudsky is currently in closed seclusion, and it's inconvenient to meet him. I'll bring you to the courier stations first. Other matters, talk again later. Guo Shu came back to his senses and said impatiently. Hearing Guo Shu's words, Yi Yuan had a bad premonition. This trip probably would not be that smooth. Where's Nangong Zifeng and Zhuge Qingshan? Yi Yuan asked with a frown. The holy city's 3 titans. Zhuge Qingshan, Nangong Zifeng, and Cloudsky. These three people were the holy city's most powerful existences. Since Cloudsky was in closed seclusion, Yi Yuan could only look for Nangong Zifeng. Lord Nangong and Lord Zhuge are both not in the city. If you have urgent matters, there's only waiting for Lord Cloudsky to exit seclusion, Guo Shu said. Yi Yuan's brows knitted tightly together. Cloudsky was clearly intentionally avoiding and not meeting here. Could it be that he had already guessed his intention of coming and did not plan on intervening in the Medicine King Hall's matters? If it was like this, the matter would be rather troublesome. Without the Holy Region's support, it was very hard for the 8 great super holy lands to join together. Wanting to deal with the Medicine King Hall would be doubly difficult. Moreover, Yi Yuan kept feeling that the Medicine King Hall was likely not as easy to deal with as on the surface. There were no walls without any cracks under the heavens. The immemorial medicine garden had such a huge commotion, it was impossible for the 8 great super holy lands to not have any intel at all. The Medicine King Hall concealed so deeply. Taking the risk of being exposed this time and drawing so many experts, it was impossible for them to never have thought that they would become a common target for scorn. If Seiji Kanglin had no preparations at all, Yi Yuan would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. Cloudsky said that he was in closed seclusion. Yi Yuan had no other methods too. He could only follow Guo Shu to the courier station together. Guo Shu escorted Yi Yuan inside the courier station and left on his own without caring about the latter. Inside an independent space in the holy city, 2 elderly men were currently conversing. Ji Qingyan coming to the holy city this time is definitely for the matter of the Medicine King Hall. With his character, not seeing our faces, he probably won't easily leave. To think that after a time interval of 50,000 years, the fiend race staged a comeback once again. Looks like this time, it can't dispense with a bout of sanguinary slaughter again. Hey, since Yi Yuan is this era's son of heaven's mandate, then we naturally don't need to poke our noses into what isn't our business. How many times have the fiend race jumped around? They never truly succeeded before even once. With the son of heaven's mandate around, just let them fight first. After fighting finish, we'll come out again to clean up the messy situation. I didn't think that Ji Qingyan is actually this era's son of heaven's mandate. Since he came to the holy city, it means that he won't sit idly by and remain indifferent to the fiend race's matters. Ji Kanglin failed to kill Ji Qingyan, but helped him instead, indicating that his destiny is extremely strong. As long as one lets him mature, he'll naturally be able to exterminate the fiend race. If Yi Yuan was here, he would be able to recognize that these two were precisely the Nangong Zifeng and Cloudsky, who avoided meeting him. Except, Yi Yuan probably also did not think that the Divine Realm's secrets that the Holy City was aware of were far more than he imagined. Hearing the meaning in their words, they actually wanted to watch indifferently regarding the fiend race's matters without lending a hand, harboring the idea of sitting it out and reaping the spoils later. The matter of Yi Yuan being the son of heaven's mandate, they were also perfectly aware. Looking at it like this, the matter of the fiend race gradually surfacing, they were actually long aware. Except, they did not have the intention of stopping. Instead, they had the intention of letting it develop unchecked. Qingshan, that fellow has already entered the Godsfall mountain range for 20 years' time. I wonder if he really has any harvests or not. Without him holding down the fort, once the crisis of the fiend race erupts, the two of us probably can't suppress it. Cloudsky said, there's no big deal. Once the Holy City's array formation activates, even deity realm powerhouses are unable to break through. Even if the fiend race was any stronger, it's also impossible to breach the Holy City. Furthermore, divine artifacts coming into existence consecutively, heaven and earth will presumably have a great change. Perhaps, deity realm powerhouses will really descend upon the mortal world anew. If that's really the case, Qingshan will definitely be the first powerhouse to step into deity realm. Nangong Zifeng said, makes sense. Our holy region's foundations are deep and profound. Furthermore, we've avoided several great battles of two races. Our accumulations are very deep. If say talking about who has the greatest hope of breaking through to deity realm in this world, it's definitely Qingshan, Cloudsky said. Ji Qingyan, that brat, leave him out in the sun to dry first. When he feels snubbed, he'll naturally leave, Nangong Zifeng said. Cloudsky nodded and said, there's only like this. After encamping at the courier station, out of Yi Yuan's expectations, Long Teng manifested himself. Senior Long Teng, you are? Yi Yuan asked rather surprisedly. Long Teng looked at Yi Yuan and said, "Are the Holy Region's personnel in charge avoiding you and not meeting?" Yi Yuan nodded his head and said unhappily, "No idea what's with Cloudsky, that old man. The Holy Region is the human race's leader. At present, the fiend race's feathers are gradually fluffing up, but he's avoiding meeting me. Truly detestable." When Long Teng heard that, he could not help giving a cold laugh. Over 50,000 years have passed. Looks like this Holy Region is still so shameful. Yi Yuan could not help being stunned when he heard that. Hearing the meaning in Long Teng's words, there seemed to be veiled criticism towards the Holy Region. Thinking about it, Yi Yuan could not help feeling rather odd. The pandemonium of the heavenly fiend god 50,000 years ago, it was actually the Dragon Clan who had a great battle with him in the end. Then, where did the Holy Region, such a super faction, go to? Although the Dragon Clan was at the height of its power and splendor 50,000 years ago, possessing a large batch of void mystic powerhouses, looking at the Holy Region's strength, it shouldn't be inferior to the Dragon Clan. Why didn't news of them resisting the fiend race pass down? With this thought, Yi Yuan felt that something was not right. Long Teng clearly saw through Yi Yuan's puzzlement and said with a cold smile, "Do you know why the Holy Region was able to become the human race's #1 power?" "Why?" Yi Yuan asked puzzledly. "All along, the impression that the Holy Region gave people was powerful. Very powerful. Regardless of how the other super holy lands changed, the Holy Region stood firm from beginning to end. There had never been a faction that was able to shake the Holy Region's position of a Goliath. In the people's view, the Holy Region possessed the rank 1 of the 10 great divine kings, the heaven-stabilizing divine king, and also had an incomparably terrifying divine rank Grand Array. They could naturally claim to be the human race's #1 faction. But, a faction like this, could it be that they did not have any losses during the turmoil of the fiend race?" Long Teng said with a contemptuous look, "Over 50,000 years ago, the Blood God Temple swept throughout the entire divine realm. The Dragon Clan had once issued an invitation to the Holy Region before, inviting them to encircle and quash the Blood God Temple together along with them. But they actually did not respond to the Dragon Clan's invitation in the slightest. From start to finish, they never sent a single soldier. Furthermore, they activated the Grand Array, sealing off the Holy City, cutting off all connections with the outside world. That battle, they did not have any losses at all. Naturally, they could become the Divine Realm's #1 faction." Yi Yuan could not help being stupefied when he heard. He did not think that the Holy Region actually still had such a past. It seemed like they did not wish to tread into the muddy waters at all by relying on that they had a divine rank Grand Array protecting. Whether the Divine Realm fell into the enemy's hands or not, seemed to not have any relation with them at all. But, if the fiend race truly occupied the entire Divine Realm, even if they sealed off the Grand Array, they can't last for a long time either, right? Yi Yuan thought about it and said. Long Teng had a cold smile as he said, "But in reality, the Divine Realm didn't fall into the enemy's hands, isn't it so? Fang Tian's sudden emergence salvaged the entire Divine Realm, while they are just a group of trash that sat idly by and reaped the fruits of others' labor." Chapter 1085, Blocking the Front Door and Face Slapping. Senior's meaning is that the Holy Region is probably long aware of the existence of the Son of Heaven's mandate already. Hence, that's why they would intentionally preserve their strength. Yi Yuan understood with a snap and guessed. If the fiend race really unified the Divine Realm, even if the Holy Region was a tortoise shell, with the fiend race gathering the entire Divine Realm's strength to assault it, its shell would also be broken. This point, it was impossible that the Holy Region's powerhouses did not figure out. The only possibility was that they knew that there was someone capable of saving the Divine Realm. That was why they harbored the thinking of not taking sides in order to save their own skin, and deliberately not exert strength. Long Teng smiled coldly and said, "The human race and fiend race's war has lasted for at least 1,000,000 years. What's strange about a major power with a long-standing inheritance like the Holy Region knowing about this? It's just that their actions are truly beneath contempt. Didn't think that 50,000 years have passed, but they are still like this." Hearing Long Teng say so, Yi Yuan was also contemptuous toward the Holy Region to the extreme in his heart. This kind of major matter that concerned the entire Divine Realm's survival, the Holy Region, as the Divine Realm's #1 major force, actually wanted to look on with folded arms. Truly disgraceful to the extreme. Other people fought dauntlessly in bloody battles, but they sit idly and reap the fruits of others' labor, stepping on other people's skeletons to move up. Furthermore, this actually even became a tradition. 50,000 years ago was like this, 50,000 years later today, was similarly like so. Yuan said, Cloudsky old punk definitely didn't enter closed seclusion. He wants to use the delay tactic to let me beat a retreat in the face of difficulties. Heh, how can I, Yuan, be so easy to send away? Long Teng shook his head and said, it's no use. He has already made up his mind to not see you. Even if you knock on his door to beg him, he won't meet you either. Yuan did not speak and started pacing slowly inside the room. When Long Teng saw the situation, he shut up and did not speak as well. He knew that Yuan was definitely thinking of a way. After some time, a hint of a smile surfaced on Yuan's face. When Long Teng saw the situation, he knew that there was a chance. Heavenly Saint Plaza was the Holy Region's largest public square. The human traffic here was immensely heavy. It could be said to be one of the Holy City's most prosperous areas. The second day morning, an additional stall appeared in the Heavenly Saint Plaza. On the left and right side of the stall, each had an enormous vertical scroll. On the left-hand side of the scroll was written, all requests will be granted. While on the right-hand side of the scroll, it was, not taking a single penny. The moment this lineup was put out, it immediately drew a large group of martial artists to crowd around. What's this? Is it fortune-telling? Martial artists all defy the heavens and change fate. How many believe in fate? Are you dumb? You look at this lineup, does it look like fortune-telling? Quite a few medicinal cauldrons are placed over there. It's clearly refining pills on people's behalf. This means that, helping people refine pills for free. There's still such a good thing. But, even if it's free pill refinement, this brat is also too cocky, right? Still, all requests will be granted. Who does he think he is? Heh, you're out of touch with the outside world and its affairs, right? This young man isn't an ordinary person. He's the peak alchemy emperor, Qingyan. Back then, Qingyan didn't die. A trace of remnant soul fled to the lower realms, and he seized possession and revived. Qingyan, my god, Qingyan actually set up a stall to help people refine pills here. What does he want to do? Right beside is the Alchemist Association's headquarters. This is also too provocative, right? Yuan's identity was already not some secret now. The Holy City had no lack of some well-informed people who knew that Yuan was Qingyan. With this wave of discussion, the crowd immediately burst into an uproar. What kind of status did the peak alchemy emperor Qingyan have? If it was in the past, forget about begging him to refine pills, even meeting him was extremely hard to come by. Today, he was actually helping people refine pills for free. Furthermore, on the scroll, it stated that all requests would be granted. More importantly, he actually set up a stall at the front gates of the Alchemist Association's headquarters. This was simply monumental. There had never been anyone who dared to provoke the Alchemist Association like this before. Even at the Medicine King Hall's most powerful and prosperous, they never did such a face-slapping action before either. The Medicine King Hall and the Alchemist Association's contending, that was all playing tricks in the dark. This sort of posturing and face-slapping action, it never happened before. Of course, even though the Medicine King Hall was impressive, the Alchemist Association was not to be trifled with either. Ji Zhengyang's alchemy path strength was merely around on par with Jing Fengxian. Where did Qingyan's courage come from, to dare slap people's faces at their front door? At this time, the people surrounding the watching were many. But people who genuinely dared to come forward and request for pills, there was not a single one. This place was the Alchemist Association's front gate. Requesting Qingyan for pills, wasn't this slapping the Alchemist Association's face? Not everyone had this nerve to dare oppose the Alchemist Association. Right then, a person suddenly scurried out from within the crowd. It was a middle-aged martial artist. It was only to see him come before Yuan and immediately kneel down with a thud. Lord Qingyan, I beg you, save this lowly one's wife. The middle-aged martial artist made a pitiful plea. This middle-aged martial artist was merely a Heaven Enlightenment realm martial artist. In this holy city, he was merely a minor character that was not important. Yuan, who was originally sitting rigidly upright, hurriedly went up to support the middle-aged martial artist when he saw him getting so worked up and said, "This elder brother, you don't have to be like this. Since I said that all requests will be granted, no matter who comes, I won't reject it." Speak about it, what's the matter with your wife? The moment the middle-aged martial artist heard, he could not help being overjoyed, and hastily recounted his wife's situation briefly. This middle-aged martial artist was called Lu Wu. Half a year ago, he and his wife went to a mystic realm in the holy region to search for treasures. He did not expect that his wife would be bitten by a little snake. A small snake that did not take human form. They did not pay attention at that time as well and continued going deep in after expelling the poison. But very soon, Lu Wu discovered something amiss. Many red spots quickly erupted on his wife's body, then her skin started to fester. Until now, Lu Wu's wife's body was practically completely rotten already, looking as if her life was almost going to be lost. He sought medical help from the Alchemist Association's alchemists, but the Alchemist Association's alchemy saint could not diagnose it at all. As for alchemy venerable powerhouses, Lu Wu could not afford that money at all. And the alchemy venerable that he found said that without heavenly essence crystals, there was no talk. Lu Wu loved his wife deeply. Hence, he pestered that alchemy venerable every day, hoping to be able to use his sincerity to move the other party. Except, he did not appreciate it at all. He did not think that coming over today, he just happened to see Yi Yuan set up a stall here. He did not recognize Yi Yuan either, but when he heard that this one in front of him was the widely renowned Lord Qingyan, he did not hesitate in the slightest to be the first one to step forward. Hearing Lu Wu's circumstances, Yi Yuan immediately had a sudden realization and said, "That's a 7 extreme dual flower snake. Its venom has 2 kinds of toxins. One type is active, very easy to expel. But the other type is dormant, exceedingly difficult to detect. Want to expel this poison, one requires a tier 8 medicinal pill, the Tai Clear Wind pill." The moment Lu Wu heard, his face revealed a look of wild elation. A peak alchemy emperor was a peak alchemy emperor. Just listening to his description, he determined what kind of poison his wife was inflicted with. That alchemy saint was simply weak to the max. But the elated feelings on his face died down very quickly. He said with a dejected look, "Lord Qingyan, I can't afford tier 8 spirit medicines." Yi Yuan said with a smile, "No worries, I still have some tier 8 spirit medicines on me. Just happen to have the spirit medicines to refine the Tai Clear Wind pill. I'll refine it for you right away." Chapter 1086, Quan Xingzi's Headache. One rock kicking up a tidal wave. After consuming the medicinal pill, in less than an hour, Lu Wu's wife recovered. He brought his wife to the Heavenly Saint Plaza and was endlessly grateful towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan only urged this husband and wife couple away after a bout of persuasion. With this, many people were no longer calm. The Alchemist Association's alchemists all had their noses pointing up at the sky. How could they be as amiable and approachable as Lord Qingyan? More importantly, Lord Qingyan did not take a single cent for the pill refinement, and even chipped in spirit medicines. This sort of opportunity, go where to find. I was recently just about to refine a tier 9 medicinal pill, 3 lives profound gate pill. The spirit medicines are finally collected. But the price demanded by the Alchemist Associations. Alchemy Emperor, I can't afford it at all. Me too. My immortal polyporous soul recall pill has also just gathered together the spirit medicines, emptying out my bank, and even almost losing my small life. How is there still anything that those great deities in the Alchemist Association will take fancy on? Lord Qingyan is a peak alchemy emperor. This kind of powerhouse personally refining pills for us, this sort of treatment can't be encountered even once in 10,000 years. Going past this village, there wouldn't be this shop anymore. Yi Yuan said he would only refine tier 9 and above medicinal pills. The rest would be handed to his pupils and grand pupil to refine. Lu Wu's medicinal pill was refined by Ji Yu, Xiao Ruyan, and Ren Dong, the 3 people taking action. Ordinary medicinal pills were naturally nothing difficult. With somebody striding out the first step, how could each and every one of those Dao Profound Realm powerhouses still be able to remain calm? It was not that these Dao Profound Realm powerhouses were miserly, but that tier 9 spirit medicines seriously burned too much money. And inviting ordinary alchemy emperors to take action, the price normally far exceeded the price of a medicinal pill itself. There was no choice. Alchemists were really a scarce species. Each and every one was in high demand. Even if you did not look for them, there would already be a whole group of people queuing to find them to refine pills. How could there be like today, refining pills completely free? What was damnable was that Lord Qingyan was far stronger compared to those guys with eyes at the top of their heads. Finally, someone could not hold back anymore. A Dao profound realm martial artist came before Yi Yuan, bowed down, and said, "This lowly one wants to refine a 3 lives profound gate pill. Can your excellency please take action and refine it?" Yi Yuan did not put on the slightest bit of airs and said with a nod, "Take out the spirit medicines then." In less than 4 hours, a 3 lives profound gate pill came into existence, a transcendent grade pill. That Dao profound realm martial artist held the transcendent grade 3 lives profound gate pill, feeling like he was dreaming. If he went to find the Alchemist Association's alchemy emperors to refine the 3 lives profound gate pill himself, it would at most be middle grade, even low grade. Because he could not afford the price to let high-level alchemists take action. When ordinary initial stage alchemy emperors refined tier 9 medicinal pills, being able to refine out middle grade was already considered pretty good. But now, he obtained a transcendent grade 3 lives profound gate pill. "Thank you very much, Lord Qingyan. Thank you very much, Lord Qingyan." He held the medicinal pill in both hands and immediately knelt down. To be able to make a Dao profound realm powerhouse agitated, how important this medicinal pill was to him could be imagined. Peak Alchemy Emperor is Peak Alchemy Emperor. This alchemy skill is simply a godlike technique. Yeah, I saw before the Alchemist Association's high-rank Alchemy Emperor refined pills before. At that time, it was greatly astonishing. But compared to Lord Qingyan, he's too trashy. Furthermore, this is a tier 9 medicinal pill. Refining it in 4 hours and it's even transcendent grade, what kind of concept was this? If Lu Wu's incident was just a preface, then this 3 lives profound gate pill just now ignited a bomb, and immediately blew up in the Heavenly Saint Plaza. No one could resist the allure of a transcendent grade tier 9 medicinal pill. Those Dao profound powerhouses swarmed forward like bees, scrambling after one another to let Yi Yuan help them refine medicinal pills. At this time, they already could not be bothered with whatever Alchemist Association anymore. Could the Alchemist Association let a peak alchemy emperor help them refine pills? Would the Alchemist Association help them refine pills for free? They would not. This sort of situation was precisely what Yi Yuan had foreseen long ago. What he wanted was this effect. He did not believe that those Alchemist Association fellows could still sit still. As the Holy City's subsidiary, the Alchemist Association helped the Holy City to amass innumerable riches, letting the Holy City's alchemists have endless resources to groom their descendants' strength. Smacking the Alchemist Association's face, they would definitely go find Cloudsky. This was Yi Yuan's plan. "You don't come out, I'll force you out." Yi Yuan's comprehension of divine Dao laws became increasingly deeper currently. Right now, refining these tier 9 medicinal pills was already at his fingertips and did not take too much time at all. If he was willing, he could even refine a large pile of arcane insight rank medicinal pills. Yi Yuan called out in a clear voice, "No need to worry, one by one. Those that need to refine tier 9 medicinal pills, queue up on my side. Those who need to refine tier 8 and below medicinal pills, go to the 3 of them there to queue. The few of them are my pupils and grand pupil. Their alchemy path strengths are still passable, so everyone rest assured. However, if there are people who want to stir up trouble, don't blame me for not being courteous." Qian and the few void mystic powerhouses released their auras. Those martial artists who were just about to cut queue and start a fight immediately shriveled up. Without Qian, Kuang Tianming, and Zhang taking present, the order at the scene was maintained very quickly. Hence, Yi Yuan and the others started refining pills one by one according to the order. Inside the Alchemist Association, Quangxing Zi smashed the cup in his hand into pieces one. Bullying others too much. Bullying others too much. Qingyan Zi, this punk, is getting more and more lawless. To actually dare block the Alchemist Association's front door and use this sort of underhanded trick to deal with the Alchemist Association. He's challenging the entire alchemy world here. Quangxing Zi howled. Only later on did Quangxing Zi know that that young man he wanted to recruit was actually Ji Qingyan. Even he, this person who was almost entering the coffin, felt his face burn red hot at that time too. Before reincarnating, Ji Qingyan's strength already surpassed him, this veteran peak alchemy emperor. Furthermore, the Medicine King Hall and the Alchemist Association had always been at loggerheads. He was actually silly enough to go and recruit Yi Yuan. No wonder Yi Yuan had an incomparably arrogant attitude back then, making practically unable to step down the stage. Thinking about it now, he was completely making things hard on him on purpose back then. And now, this guy actually ran to his doorstep to slap faces. One had to know, inviting alchemists to take action to refine pills, the price was very costly. This was the alchemy world's rule. Because the resources required for grooming an alchemist was far greater compared to a martial artist. Yuan helping martial artists refine medicinal pills for free, this was breaking the rules. How could Quangxingzi not be furious? But, Ji Qingyan is all alone in the world right now without any attachments. We can't do anything to him at all. Unless, the one speaking was one of the Alchemist Association's 3 great peak alchemy emperors, Gudaozi. At this time, he made a neck-swiping hand gesture. The meaning was actually to kill Yuan. But Quangxingzi shook his head at that and said, "Do you think that Ji Qingyan, that boy, is so easy to deal with? You look at who those people around him are. Just the Void Mystic Realm martial artists number quite a few. Jing Fengxian isn't around either. Sigh, what a headache." Chapter 1087. Still need you to teach me. He merely brought along 3 Void Mystic powerhouses. Inside the Holy City, there are no less than 5 Void Mystic powerhouses. Wanting to deal with him shouldn't be difficult, right? Gudaozi said with a frown. The Holy City was the place where powerhouses gathered. Although Void Mystic powerhouses were seldom seen, they were no big deal to the Holy City. Even if the strongest heaven-stabilizing Divine King and Jing Fengxian were not around, no one dared to act wildly in the Holy City too. Quangxingzi gave Gudaozi a glance and said with a bitter smile, "You just exited seclusion and might not know yet. The current Yuan is already no longer that Ji Qingyan, who studies alchemy Dao wholeheartedly. The Holy City's strength, even a fool knows. For him to dare to do this, could it be that he would have something to rely on? This brat has a divine artifact in his hands. If he were so easy to deal with, you think Cloudsky, that fellow, wouldn't covet it?" When Gudaozi heard the 2 words, divine artifact, his entire body involuntarily quivered, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had just left seclusion and really did not know about the outside world's affairs. Did not think that the Ji Qingyan, who disappeared for 20 years, actually had such a precious treasure on him presently. "Then, you and I go out to work things out with him. If he loses, he can't go so far as to be utterly devoid of shame, and still refine pills for free here, right?" Gudaozi thought about it and said, "He left seclusion recently and had new comprehension of alchemy Dao again. Just nice. Borrow this opportunity to display his strength in front of the world." Quangxingzi shot him a glance and said with a sigh, "You might not believe it if I say it. You go and take a look at him refining pills yourself then." These 20 years, not only did his alchemy path strength not decline, it improved further instead. If he has Divine King cultivation realm currently, his alchemy path strength would probably already not lose out to the Ji Zhengyang before death. "What did you say?" Gudaozi's eyes went wide, filled with disbelief. He had just exited seclusion and was called over by Quangxingzi, and had yet to have time to go see Yuan refine pills. But Yuan stirring up such a huge commotion, it was impossible for Quangxingzi to not pay attention at all. He had long observed Yuan refine pills in secret. It would have been fine if he didn't, but this observation really gave him a fright. He had never thought that refining Tier 9 medicinal pills would be so effortless. Even for the Ji Qingyan back then, there was also absolutely impossible to reach this sort of degree. That could only mean that Yuan's current alchemy path strength was even stronger than his past life. Going to find him to compete in alchemy now, wasn't it looking for a face slapping himself? It was fine if they won, but if they really lost, the Alchemist Association would not be able to lift its head up. It has just been 20 years' time. What right does he have? Gudaozi felt that this world was too unreasonable. In just 20 years, he only improved that tiny hint and was already patting himself on the back. But he, Ji Qingyan, actually already reached the true pinnacle of this divine realm. What was the true peak? That was the likes of Jing Fengxian and Ji Zhengyang. Gudaozi was very confident in his alchemy skills. But compared to Jing Fengxian, he could only concede. Quangxingzi let out a sigh and said with a bitter smile, "This is a true genius. Even if you and I exhausted all the strength of a lifetime, we're also unable to catch up. Although I don't wish to admit it, that title of being hailed as the closest to alchemy god realm, it wasn't joking around. You think about it yourself, apart from him, who else is capable of achieving such heights at this age? Gu Daozi was demotivated. Quanxing Zi's words beat him down until he was black and blue all over. This can't do, that won't work either, then what in the world should we do? Gu Daozi said rather frustratedly. Quanxing Zi said helplessly, forget it, you brat producing such a great commotion, isn't it in order to force me to go look for Cloudski? I'll go, alright. Quanxing Zi did not hesitate and immediately came over to find Cloudski. Cloudski could choose not to give Yi Yuan face and avoid meeting him, but towards Quanxing Zi, he was unable to ignore. For the Holy Region to have such a flourishing situation today, the Alchemist Association contributed immensely. Furthermore, the Alchemist Association spanned the entire Divine Realm. From a certain degree, it controlled every corner of the Divine Realm. This was another type of reigning method, but it was very effective. Putting aside official business, Cloudski himself also had to look for Quanxing Zi for help. The medicinal pills that his level required, only Quanxing Zi could refine them. If they really pressed the Alchemist Association into a corner, the Holy City would also not be able to bear the consequences. Upon meeting, Quanxing Zi had a stomach full of grievances. Cloudski, the matter outside is stirred up so significantly, don't tell me that you don't know anything at all. I say, what's your idea here? Could it be that the association's reputation getting damaged have benefits to the Holy City? Quanxing Zi said with a black face. Cloudski originally still had the idea of sitting it out and watching the tigers fight, but did not think that the Alchemist Association did not even let out a fart, and Quanxing Zi immediately rushed over already. Haha, old chap, don't be agitated. How can this cloud have that intention? I even thought that you had immediately come out and bring down that punk's prestige. Isn't this a chance to walk with your head held high to you guys? Cloudski said with a laugh. It was fine if Cloudski did not say it. The moment he said it, Quanxing Zi became even more incensed. Walk with my head held high my ass. What will I compete with him in? Competing in mystic-grade medicinal pills? There are so many people at the Heavenly Saint Plaza. You want this old man to thicken the skin on my face to bully an initial rank alchemy emperor? Quanxing Zi said crossly. Cloudski said with an obsequious smile, then compete in tier 9 medicinal pills. Old chap, could it be that your strength can't beat a 3rd level Dao profound brat still? Even though he seized possession and revived, his reputation of a peak alchemy emperor is still there in any case. If you beat him, nobody would talk behind your back, right? Quanxing Zi darted him a glance and smiled coldly without speaking. In front of Cloudski, he could not very well say that he was not Yi Yuan's match, right? But him not speaking, the meaning was already very apparent. The moment Cloudski saw, he understood in his heart and could not help being very amazed as he said, this brat is actually so formidable. Quanxing Zi said with a cold smile, what do you think? Could it be that this old man doesn't know such a simple logic either? Still need you to teach me. His meaning was that, if he could beat Yi Yuan, he would have long taken action. Why would he wait until now still? Cloudski was endlessly astonished in his heart. He knew about Yi Yuan's commotion outside but did not pay attention as well. Yi Yuan was merely 3rd level Dao profound currently. Even if he had his past life's alchemy path strength, he could not unleash his full strength either. A veteran guru like Quanxing Zi, dealing with him should not be an issue. He did not expect that they had not competed yet, and Quanxing Zi already conceded straight away. Yi Yuan reincarnating was merely just roughly 20 years. During these 20 years, he definitely placed most of his energy on the martial path. Then the problem came, where did he have excess energy to continue studying alchemy Dao? Seeing Cloudski stay silent, Quanxing Zi said with a cold snort, Cloudski, I don't care what method you use, send Ji Qingyan away for me. Otherwise, you can forget about taking away a single medicinal pill from the Alchemist Association from now onwards. This old man will do what I say. Goodbye. Quanxing Zi did not give Cloudski a chance to speak either. Throwing down this sentence, he immediately left. Cloudski frowned for an instant and instructed people, called Guo Shu to invite Yi Yuan over. Immediately, at once. Chapter 1088, Who has your attitude when inviting people? When Guo Shu came to the Heavenly Saint Plaza, it was as unpleasant as having eaten a fly in his heart. He really could not figure it out. Lord Cloudski already said that he would not meet Ji Qingyan, so why would he made him come and find him again so anxiously? Furthermore, he even had to have a pleasant countenance and be sure to invite over. This Wasn't this wanting a person's life? Waves of shocked exclamations came from the Heavenly Saint Plaza from time to time. Those were all cries of shock due to Yi Yuan's consummate alchemy skills. Yi Yuan already refined for a day and night in the plaza and refined over 20 medicinal pills. Even so, when those people saw Yi Yuan's godlike alchemy skills, they still felt lost in wonder. The refinement of a peak alchemy emperor was not what anyone could see. Too newfangled. All move aside for me. Guo Shu shouted fiercely in a cold voice. Those Dao profound powerhouses were all taken aback with fright by this roar. That void mystic realm pressure immediately sent their displeasure packing. Looking again, it was actually Guo Shu, the purple gold hall's head seat. They were all incredibly astonished. Especially those Dao profound realm martial artists that had not reached their turn yet. Each and everyone could not help crying bitterness without ceasing. Looking at Guo Shu's appearance, it was clearly coming to find trouble. It seemed like the holy city finally could not resist and was going to intervene. This way, wouldn't their medicinal pills have no way of refining anymore? Guo Shu parted the crowd and came before Yi Yuan, but he was immediately stopped by Ao Qian. Guo Shu's brows furrowed and he said icily, "What? This place is the holy city. You dare to act wildly here?" Ao Qian said with a disdainful look, "A baby whose hair hasn't grown fully, using the holy city to scare your grandpa Ao. Your father will act wildly today, so what about it? If you dare to interrupt His Excellency's pill refinement, do you believe that your father will pummel you until even your mother can't recognize you?" Everyone drew a cold breath of air. Someone who dared to be so rampant in the holy city, this was still their first time seeing. Guo Shu was the Purple Gold Hall's head disciple. Furthermore, he was a void mystic powerhouse. It was basically able to represent the holy city's attitude already. Moreover, they all knew that this Purple Gold Hall's head disciple was not so easygoing. Just as everyone thought that Guo Shu was going to explode, something that made their eyes fall out happened. At first, Guo Shu really blew his top. But upon recalling Lord Cloudsky's words, he forcefully suppressed his fury and said in a cold voice, "Then I'll wait for him to finish refining." Done talking, Guo Shu hugged his sword and retreated to one side and stared at Yi Yuan refining pills coldly. Eyeballs dropped onto the floor. When did the Guo Shu whose arrogance reached the clouds become so nice to talk to? Ao Qian looked at him and similarly said with a cold smile, "Good that you're sensible." By the side, Guo Shu's expression gradually became solemn as he watched Yi Yuan refine pills. He had seen before Yi Yuan refine pills. But the current Yi Yuan seemed to be even more formidable than compared to the past. Prior to this, Cloudsky called him over and said a whole bunch to his face, but did not give a reason to invite Yi Yuan over. But now, he seemed to somewhat understand. Even though Guo Shu was conceited, he was also an extremely intelligent person. Guessing it to the Alchemist Association delaying in taking action, then linking it to Cloudsky's change in attitude, he finally figured it out. But letting him come and invite Yi Yuan, he was still 100 times unwilling. Without a doubt, Yi Yuan definitely would not give him a good attitude in a short while. Yi Yuan seemed to spend significantly more time compared to before when refining this medicinal pill. Originally, he required roughly 4 hours to refine a tier 9 medicinal pill, even lesser time. But this medicinal pill was already refined for a full 4 hours. Guo Shu was restless and uneasy by the side but was powerless to do anything. He did not know, but the other martial artists all saw through it. Yi Yuan was deliberately hanging him out to dry. Finally, this medicinal pill was done. Guo Shu, whose patience was already wearing thin, already immediately stepped forward, stopped Yi Yuan, and he said with a somber look, "Ji Qingyan, may I have a word with you?" However, it was like Yi Yuan did not see him, circling right past him and came to the side of a Dao profound realm martial artist, giving the medicinal pill to the other party cordially. Transcendent grade medicinal pill again. Lord Qingyan Z is truly remarkable. The medicinal pills refined these 2 days, each one was transcendent grade. No idea who let out a sigh of admiration in the crowd. Everyone all deeply felt that way too and nodded their heads. This tier 9 withered glory pill's medicinal strength is too powerful. With your current strength, you're completely unable to fully refine it. At that time, it will cause considerable damage to your internal organs. After going back, you can search for Essence Creek Spirit Milk to dissolve this pill, then split into 5 times to consume. This way, not only can it let you absorb the medicinal pill's medicinal strength adequately, there won't be any side effects. Understand? Yi Yuan instructed that martial artist. That martial artist had a look of gratitude. Prostrating on the ground, he said, "Thank you very much, Lord Qingyanzi." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "No need to be overly courteous. Who's next?" With this question, there was complete silence. Guo Shu was currently glaring like a ravening tiger. Who dared to answer him? Ji Qingyan, this is the holy city. I'm currently standing here. Without my approval, which of them dare to find you to refine pills? Guo Shu said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan turned around and looked at him as he said smilingly, "Is that so? Then that means that, as long as you're not here, they can find me to refine pills." Guo Shu was stunned and had yet to figure out what was happening when Yi Yuan said to Ao Qian, "Old Ao, throw this noisy fellow out." "Yes, milord." Ao Qian had an excited look and was about to take action to deal with Guo Shu. Guo Shu's face fell, and he said furiously, "Ji Qingyan, you're simply impervious to reason. I'm not here to pick a fight with you. I just want to invite you to make a trip to the Heavenly Saint Pagoda." Heavenly Saint Pagoda was the holy city's core, also the place where the holy city's 3 titans were at. One could say that the Heavenly Saint Pagoda was the holy city's brain. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, "Inviting people. Is there inviting people with your attitude? This young master refining pills for free here is benefiting the holy city's martial artists. You actually threaten them. What are your intentions?" Yi Yuan's words struck the heart one by one. Guo Shu's face turned black, and he said, "Lord Cloudsky is waiting for you in the Heavenly Saint Pagoda." When Yi Yuan heard that, he said with a look of surprise, "Cloudsky? Isn't he in closed seclusion, not seeing anyone?" Lord Cloudsky is one of the holy city's 3 titans. Each time he enters closed seclusion, it will affect the holy city's safety. If he wants to be in closed seclusion, then let him stay in seclusion a while more. How can I go and meet him? Guo Shu's face became as black as the bottom of a pot. He even hauled Cloudsky out. He did not think that Yi Yuan would not give face at all. Back then, Cloudsky used closed seclusion as an excuse. But now, Yi Yuan used these words to retaliate. How ironic. Yi Yuan continued saying unhurriedly, "You go back and tell Cloudsky, say that I have plenty of time. So let him slowly be in closed seclusion. There is no need to hurry. The holy city's martial artists are still very warm-hearted, and their need for medicinal pills are also very great. Just nice, I can let my few pupils in grand pupil practice. When everybody's strength increases and the fiend race attacks, our human race can also have an additional portion of assurance." Yi Yuan's words made everyone shudder from head to toe. Fiend race. What did Lord Qingyanzi's words mean? Guo Shu was also stupefied, not expecting Yi Yuan to say such words. The matter of the fiend race, only the 3 titans, that level, knew. Although he was a void mystic powerhouse, he completely had not entered the holy city's true nucleus yet. Chapter 1089, Not stooping to the same level as a junior. Lord Qingyanzi, just now, you said, fiend race. A divine king powerhouse said flusteredly. Although legends of the fiend race were few, the divine realm's martial artists were not absolutely ignorant. In history, the human race and the fiend race fought several times. It was impossible to not leave behind any traces at all. Except, legends were legends after all. Now that it was uttered from Yi Yuan's mouth, it was another feeling. Yeah, Lord Qingyanzi, the fiend race that you mentioned just now, what on earth is happening? Another divine king powerhouse asked. One could feel that the atmosphere in the plaza became somewhat different. A kind of atmosphere called fear gradually spread out. In the fragmented legends, the fiend race was famous for being powerful. They virtually possess undying bodies. Ji Qingyan, lay it out straight. What the hell is going on? Guo Shu said with a grim look. At this time, a horrifying to the extreme pressure descended from the sky. An old man in luxurious clothing stood in the air, appearing in the sky above the heavenly Saint Plaza. Lord Cloudsky, it's Cloudsky, paying respects to Lord Cloudsky. This old man in magnificent clothing was precisely one of the holy city's 3 titans, Cloudsky. The holy city's 3 titans possessed a paramount position. Each and every one of them was existences equivalent to the 10 great divine kings. Even though Cloudsky was not in the ranks of the 10 great divine kings, that was only because the Heaven's Secret Tower only picked 10 great divine kings. His strength was similarly not at all inferior compared to the 10 great divine kings. The moment Cloudsky appeared, the martial artists in the holy city all bowed down in submission. The three titans were the gods in their eyes and hearts. Hoo, younger brother Ji, many years of not seeing, your elegance is even more pronounced than in the past. This old man was in closed seclusion a few days ago, resulting in neglecting younger brother. I hope that younger brother doesn't take offense. Cloudsky stroked his beard and said to Yi Yuan with a smile. This old man really could act. Yi Yuan viciously looked down on this old dog in his heart. His appearance was really opportune. He was just about to say out the matter of the fiend race, and this guy jumped out. It was clearly deliberate, but, since Cloudsky personally showed up, it was inappropriate for him to carry on saying some things. Yi Yuan looked at Cloudsky and said with a smile that was not a smile, hoo, not to the extent of neglecting. The Holy City's brothers and sisters are still very warm-hearted. I even thought that elder brother Cloudsky is going to be in seclusion for 8 to 10 years, I may as well get closer to everybody. Cloudsky knew that Yi Yuan was intentionally repulsing him. Forget about 8 to 10 years, at the rate you mess around with, wouldn't the entire Holy City be turned upside down by you in another few days? Haha, look at what younger brother is saying. This old man just had some comprehensions recently and went into seclusion for a month's time. I just happened to exit seclusion today and let Guo Shu invite you over. Who knew that this brat failed to live up to expectations and actually offended younger brother Ji? Going back, I'll definitely punish him severely. How could a cunning old fox like Cloudsky be so easy to get along with? When speaking, there was no leakage of any kind, not giving Yi Yuan any chance to launch an attack at all. Yi Yuan understood that whatever severe punishment was complete rubbish. Even though Guo Shu was just a purple gold hall's disciple, in terms of status, he was comparable to an elder. Severely punish. Punish how? These words were merely said for Yi Yuan to hear. Except, these words in Guo Shu's ears, was unprecedented humiliation. Lord Cloudsky actually said that he wanted to punish him in front of so many martial artists for an outsider. Yi Yuan smiled and said, elder brother Cloudsky is treating me as if I am a stranger. With my status, could it be that I'm going to stoop to the level as a junior? Guo Shu had not pulled himself together yet when Yi Yuan's sentence gave him another 10,000-point violent strike, nearly spewing out a mouthful of old blood. This was too freaking capable of posturing. You are clearly someone of the same generation as me, to actually raise your status yourself without any sense of shame at all. Not feeling ashamed uttering these sort of words. But the current situation, even if he was any more displeased, he could only swallow the broken teeth into his stomach. Didn't he hear Cloudsky called younger brother again and again? Cloudsky was his senior. The two people calling each other brothers, wouldn't Yi Yuan become his senior? But, the way the other martial artists saw it, Yi Yuan's words did not have any inappropriateness. The martial artist world had always been the one who attained first as the revered. Before reincarnation, Ji Qingyan was already talking on equal footing with the likes of Cloudsky. Saying that he was a junior was also something very normal. Even though Guo Shu already broke through to Void Mystic, compared to an existence like Cloudsky, the disparity was still too wide. It was just that Guo Shu himself did not think so. Cloudsky chuckled and said, younger brother Ji's heart is big enough to sail a boat. Since that's the case, then I'll thank younger brother Ji on behalf of Guo Shu, this child. Younger brother Ji, this place isn't a venue to talk, is it all right to have a hearty talk at the Heavenly Saint Pagoda? Yi Yuan did not hesitate much either and nodded his head. Cloudsky coming out, free pill refinement this play naturally could not carry on acting out anymore. But Yi Yuan was not really putting on an act either. Although his words were partially true, partially false, him helping these people refine pills naturally also had the intention of resisting the fiend race in it. It was impossible for him to help every martial artist refine pills. He could only do his best and leave the rest up to fate. Inside the Heavenly Saint Pagoda, Cloudsky appeared incomparably cordial. But in his heart, he had a splitting headache over Yi Yuan. He discovered that the present Yi Yuan was really not that straightforward youth back then who only pursued alchemy Dao wholeheartedly anymore. Although it was just a small twisting of his arm, Cloudsky was thoroughly defeated. In terms of scheming, in terms of methods, Ji Qingyan was absolutely a troublesome adversary. He was calculating in his heart how to send away this great deity. Serving up good tea, Cloudsky retreated to the side and asked Yi Yuan with a radiant smile, I wonder what business younger brother Ji came to the holy city this time for. Yi Yuan did not reply. He just looked at Cloudsky with a smile that was not a smile, staring until he got goosebumps. Seeing ghosts. What kind of fortuitous encounter did this brat obtain in 20 years? His entire person was completely reborn. Cloudsky secretly cursed in his heart. Hoo-hoo, elder brother Cloudsky asking this, could it be that I can't come and find you if there's nothing? Calculating it, you and I have not met for 50 to 60 years as well. Just as Cloudsky was at a loss on what to do, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Cloudsky froze, not expecting Yi Yuan to actually say such words. He thought that Yi Yuan was going to mention the fiend race's matter the moment he opened his mouth and had long thought of a strategy to respond already. Either way, Zhuge Qingshan was not around. As long as he used, unable to make the decision, as the reason and pushed everything to Zhuge Qingshan, it would do. But Cloudsky never thought that Yi Yuan actually started to chat about everyday life with him. The cannon that was prepared could not be fired. Cloudsky nearly stifled out internal injuries. What kind of expression does elder brother Cloudsky have? Could it be that elder brother Cloud doesn't care for this G to come and see you? Yi Yuan suddenly furrowed his brows and said. Only then did Cloudsky come back to his senses and hurriedly waved his hand and said smilingly, no, of course not. For younger brother G to be able to think of elder brother can't even wait to be happy, how can I not care? Since younger brother came, why not stay in the holy city and play for a few more days? It also lets elder brother carry out the hospitality of a host. I care my ass. If I were to dare say a word of disagreement, you'd probably go to the plaza right away to refine pills again, right? This guy simply craves to see the world plunged into chaos. When Yi Yuan heard that, he nodded and said, since elder brother is so warm-hearted, then this G thanks elder brother for your hospitality. Chapter 1090, Bloodrain Wilderness. The smile on Cloudsky's face was somewhat awkward. He did not think that Yi Yuan actually climbed up along the shaft and immediately agreed to it. What was the meaning of this? Could it be that this brat was planning on staying behind to fight a protracted war? Cloudsky discovered that he actually could not figure out Yi Yuan's thoughts. This punk completely did not play cards according to order. He clearly came for the matter of the fiend race and also successfully forced him out, but kept his mouth shut about the fiend race's matter. Yi Yuan's words were said until Cloudsky did not even know how he should follow up. Yi Yuan did not care about Cloudsky's awkwardness at all and said smilingly, the holy city is the divine realm's leader. This G has admired for a long time already. Coming this time, I can just nice take this opportunity to go on a proper sightseeing. Cloudsky was unhappy in his heart, but had a smile on his face as he said, if younger brother G wants to sightsee, this old man can personally be a guide. Yi Yuan said smilingly, no need for that. Elder brother Cloudsky deals with a host of problems every day. How can you take time from your main duties and attend to this sort of small matter? Moreover, there are still quite a number of people in the Heavenly Saint Plaza waiting for this G to go and refine pills. If elder brother Cloudsky were to follow me and refine pills all the way, how boring is that? Cloudsky was speechless. This brat went one big circle and actually circled back around. Cloudsky's expression darkened. He had also discerned that Yi Yuan had long known about the holy city's attitude. Hence, that was why he did not mention a word about the matter of the fiend race. But now, Yi Yuan continued to linger around and not leave. It seemed like he had other requests. This beating around the bush, no idea how long this brat was going to beat around for. Gee brat, what the hell do you want? But I warn you, don't be too overboard. The holy city's mane are not what you're capable of stroking. Cloudsky's speed of turning hostile was even faster than turning pages of a book. Just now, he was still all smiles and friendliness. At this instant, he struck with the force of a thunderbolt. The moment his void mystic realm aura released, that sense of oppression came from head on. A profound power of laws instantly appeared on Yi Yuan's body. Cloudsky's oppressive sensation instantly dissipated to nothing. Cloudsky's expression changed, and he said grimly, divine Tao laws. You actually comprehended divine inscriptions. Yi Yuan looked at him with a smile that was not a smile as he said, elder brother Cloudsky's skill of turning hostile has truly attained the acme of perfection. This G is in admiration. But, to say stroking your whiskers, it seems like I've already stroked before. After that, you still invited me here. Cloudsky could not help freezing when he heard that. When did this boy become so razor-tongued? Put away that ruse of yours. With your strength and status, if you really have confidence in making me stay, you'd have probably long made a move, right? About the divine artifact on this G, I don't believe that you aren't moved at all. Yi Yuan continued with a calm and composed appearance. Cloudsky was utterly defeated and instantly recalled his aura, looking at Yi Yuan like he had seen a ghost. It was not once or twice that he had dealings with Yi Yuan. But he had never felt nowhere to bite down like today before. As one of the holy city's 3 titans, Cloudsky always held a pearl of wisdom in his hands, taking every conceivable possibility into account. But facing Yi Yuan, he had a feeling of having his hands and feet tied up today. What the hell do you want? Cloudsky asked with a black face. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, I want to enter the Bloodrain wilderness. Cloudsky's expression changed, and he immediately said, impossible. Toward Cloudsky's reaction, Yi Yuan did not feel surprised. He just said calmly, you know that I'm the son of heaven's mandate, so you want to let me duke it out with the fiend race unchecked. Hence, that's why you didn't make a move on me. But how much threat do you think I can pose to the fiend race with my current realm? Cloudsky's expression changed again and again. He was almost breaking down. Yi Yuan actually even knew this sort of thing. The son of heaven's mandate, as well as the matter of the fiend race, were both the divine realm's secrets. Many super holy lands with shallow foundations did not even know. He did not think that Yi Yuan had actually long known that he was the son of heaven's mandate. That was fine, but he actually even knew that the holy city knew that he was the son of heaven's mandate. It sounded somewhat awkward, but the astonishment in Cloudsky's heart could not be any greater. A faint smile hung on Yi Yuan's face, and he welcomed Cloudsky's gaze just like this. After a long time, Cloudsky finally recovered from his shock and drew a deep breath as he said, how did you know? If you didn't want people to know, best if you didn't do it. How I found out, you don't need to care. I'm only asking you, agree or not? Yi Yuan said coolly. Cloudsky narrowed his eyes and said, if I don't agree, I'll go right now, but before long, the entire divine realm will know about the holy city's filthy past. How do you think martial artists all over the world will view you guys? Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Do you think that they will believe you or believe the holy city? Cloudsky said with a cold snort. My words alone are naturally inconsequential. But if the demon region's 4 great divine beasts' progenies united and voice up 50,000 years ago, the ones who fought dauntlessly in bloody battles were them. I think nobody has a greater right to speak than them, right? Cloudsky discovered that the things Yi Yuan knew were far more than he imagined. Humph, this old man knows that you're bearing dragon blood, but how proud are the 4 great divine beasts' progenies? Will they listen to you ordering them around? Cloudsky said with a cold snort. Not that Cloudsky was out of touch with the outside world, but that the exchanges between the human race and demon region were too few. The matter of the Medicine King Hall ambushing the White Tiger clan, the holy city had somewhat heard of it. But the rest, he did not know. Especially the Azure Dragon clan and White Tiger clan's internal affairs. Cloudsky was even less informed. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, you might not know yet, but this Ji is currently the Dragon clan's common lord. While my brother, White Light, is of the perfect White Tiger physique that's hard to encounter once in 100,000 years in the White Tiger clan. Do you think that I have this capability or not? Cloudsky's body trembled all over, and he looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief. He wanted to see through that Yi Yuan was lying from his eyes. But he was disappointed. No idea when, Yi Yuan had an additional fire rod in his hands. Seeing that fire rod, Cloudsky's eyeballs nearly fell out. I think you should be very curious about what this divine artifact in my hand is. With the holy city's foundation, it shouldn't be that you don't recognize it, right? Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Sacred dragon token, this. How is this possible? Before divine Tao disappeared, the sacred dragon token had already vanished. Why would it appear in your hands? Cloudsky said in disbelief. At this instant, he no longer doubted Yi Yuan's words anymore. The Dragon clan's ancestral teachings, Cloudsky was naturally aware. Yi Yuan holding the sacred dragon token in his hands, then he was the Dragon clan's common lord. This point, there was nothing to doubt. Except, he was very perplexed. Why would the Dragon clan's supreme divine artifact acknowledge Yi Yuan, a human, as their leader? Looking at the sacred dragon token in Yi Yuan's hands, Cloudsky suddenly had an intense notion of forcibly taking possession of it. He knew that this sacred dragon token was not an ordinary divine artifact, but a legendary heavenly divine artifact. Even in the divine Tao era, it was exceedingly rare as well. However, After a fierce mental struggle, he finally still gave up. The Son of Heaven's mandate carried the mandate of heaven. There had never been a slip-up since time immemorial. No matter how strong he, Cloudsky, was, it was also not possible to defy heaven. Today, the shock that Yi Yuan gave him was too many. He was seriously unable to imagine what on earth Yi Yuan experienced in these 20 years. Fine then, I promise you. But you can only go in alone. Cloudsky finally still compromised. Chapter 1091, Forever Can't Compare to. The Divine Realm had two great lands teeming with spirit medicines. One of them was naturally the immemorial medicine garden, while the other was the holy city's bloodrain wilderness. Different from the immemorial medicine gardens once every 500 years opening, the bloodrain wilderness was the private property of the holy city and the Alchemist Association. If they wanted to go in, they could do so at any time. The bloodrain wilderness was a mystic realm. The entrance was inside the heavenly saint pagoda. Bystanders were completely unable to enter. Of course, the bloodrain wilderness was similarly very dangerous. Inside was the playground of desolate beasts. It was precisely because so that the bloodrain wilderness had always been the place where the holy city trained the disciples under them. However, the bloodrain wilderness had a total of 7 levels. Each level was more dangerous than the other. The holy city training their disciples was also merely within the first 2 levels. After the 3rd level, without void mystic realm strength, those who enter would definitely die. Yi Yuan had heard Ji Zhengyang mention before. It was said that the deepest area of the holy city reached even the 6th level. But no one had ever ventured into the fabled 7th level before. Even Zhuge Qingshan also did not dare to enter the 7th level. Of course, all of these were just legends. Whether or not Zhuge Qingshan entered the 7th level before, probably only he himself knew. The reason why the bloodrain wilderness got its name was that blood rain was always falling inside this mystic realm. This blood rain was not a bad thing. Instead, it contained terrifying essence energy and could help martial artists to break through. All in all, this bloodrain wilderness was a treasure land. Originally, it was not the time yet for the trial of the holy city's disciples. But because of Yi Yuan's request, Cloudsky had no choice but to bring forward the trial this time. Opening the bloodrain wilderness naturally had to expend considerable resources. It was impossible for Cloudsky to open it specifically for Yi Yuan alone. Moreover, if he really let Yi Yuan go in alone, Cloudsky would be worried too. Entering the bloodrain wilderness this time was a trial in name. But in reality, it was more important to keep tabs on Yi Yuan. Of course, it was not by relying on those Dao Profound Realm and Divine King Realm disciples, but by relying on Guoshu and the Spirit Hound Divine King. The Spirit Hound Divine King was a void mystic powerhouse on the same level as the Extreme Sword Divine King. But if they really fought, the Extreme Sword Divine King was probably not the Spirit Hound Divine King's match. The reason why the Spirit Hound Divine King got his name was that he always brought a contract beast along by his side, the Howling Sky Divine Hound. This Howling Sky Divine Hound was similarly a void mystic powerhouse. He did not take human form. When coupled together with the Spirit Hound Divine King, ordinary void mystic powerhouses were really not a match. With him leading the team to keep watch on Yi Yuan, Cloudsky was naturally reassured. It was because Yi Yuan agreed to his request to enter the bloodrain wilderness alone. Ao Qian, Huang Tianming, Zhang Taking, even Ruan Shuangzhou, they were all not allowed to enter this time. Yi Yuan agreeing to this request naturally made his group of subordinates endlessly worried. "My lord, it's too dangerous for you to enter by yourself. Better bring old Ao along." Ao Qian said, "My lord, this bloodrain wilderness isn't a safe place. I heard that the holy city once had quite a few void mystic realm elders perish inside too. How can it do for you to enter alone?" Zhang Taking said, "Younger brother, this trip is perilous, you need to think thrice before you act. That pair of dog person isn't anything good. What if they harm you inside?" Huang Tianming also urged. The dog person he was talking about was naturally the Spirit Hound Divine King and his dog. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You all don't have to worry. Just wait for me outside. At most half a year's time, I'll definitely come out." Yi Yuan agreed to Cloudsky's terms. He naturally would not stupidly leave a bunch of people at the holy city either. He made Cloudsky swear a heavenly Dao oath to ensure the safety of Ao Qian and the rest inside the city before setting his mind at ease and leaving. Cloudsky not daring to make a move on him was because he could not see through him. But once he entered the bloodrain wilderness, it was hard to guarantee that he would not make a move on Aoqian and the rest. On the other side, Cloudsky also grabbed hold of the Spirit Hound Divine King and Guo Shu, and personally gave confidential instructions on how to proceed. For Ji Qingyan to want to enter the Bloodrain Wilderness, he's definitely aiming for the spirit medicines inside. He already swore a heavenly Tao oath that he would at most only harvest 5 stalks of spirit medicine. But I feel that the spirit medicines he wants to find are definitely not simple. Perhaps, he's aiming for the 5th level. You guys got to remember to absolutely not let him enter the 5th level, understood? Cloudsky said with incomparable solemnness. The Spirit Hound Divine King remained silent. He just nodded his head slightly. But Guo Shu answered, yes, Lord Cloudsky. Cloudsky gave Guo Shu a glance and reminded, I know that you remain unconvinced towards him in your heart. But trust me, you're not his match. Guo Shu, you're the holy city's future. You have to have a longer-term view of the situation. Ji Qingyan is someone destined to die. But the one who kills him definitely won't be you. When you reign the divine realm in the future, he'd long be a withered skeleton in the graveyard already. When Guo Shu heard that, he had all sorts of emotions jumbled up in his heart. Cloudsky's words had a deep meaning. But, one thing was very clear, that was that he was inferior to Ji Qingyan. Furthermore, it was that he was forever inferior. Only after Ji Qingyan died could he have a chance to surpass the former. He understood the logic but was even more unconvinced in his heart. Based on what that he was inferior to Ji Qingyan, he could not compare to the previous life's Ji Qingyan. Could it be that he could not even compare to this 3rd-level Tao profound rookie in front of him? Carrying this grievance and unwillingness to submit, Guo Shu entered the Bloodrain Wilderness. A continuous pattering of blood-red drizzle lightly brushed on everyone's faces, rousing people's spirits. Traces of essence energy entered the body through the skin, then converged into the essence energy sea. Yuan felt that his 3rd-level Tao profound that had just broken through not long ago gradually consolidating. Originally, Yuan forcing Cloudsky out, he did indeed thought of ruthlessly berating the other party by enumerating his wrongdoings. But later on, he changed his mind. Rather than hope for the holy city to deal with the fiend race, he might as well increase his strength himself to defend the divine realm. Since he was the son of heaven's mandate, then he should shoulder the responsibility of this era. Exterminating the Medicine King Hall, rather than doing it through others, it was way more satisfying for him to take revenge himself. The actions of Cloudsky and the others were naturally deplorable, but why not borrow the holy city's strength to make himself powerful? If the Tao-defying pill was really able to let him charge up to deity realm, then dealing with the fiend race might not need to borrow the holy city's strength at all. At that time, even Zhuge Qingshan would also have to be at his mercy. When they knew that he was able to break through to the deity realm because he borrowed the holy city's strength, who knows what their mood would be like. Thinking about it, Yuan also looked forward to it very much. Yuan only obtained the Ice Flame Mystic Sovereign Ganoderma inside the Immemorial Medicine Garden. Out of 9 core medicines, it was still missing 8 strains. If the 8 strains of spirit medicines had the greatest hope to be found, it was undoubtedly the Bloodrain Wilderness. Hence, that was why he threatened to disseminate the holy city's scandal, and made Cloudsky let him into the Bloodrain Wilderness. After a round of meditation, Yuan's 3rd-level Tao profound thoroughly consolidated. His cultivation advanced significantly again. He could not help sighing emotionally in his heart. No wonder the holy city was so powerful. This blood rain's baptism could roughly match ordinary martial artists' 10 years of bitter cultivation. Although the absorption effects of the essence energy would continuously diminish, staying in this Bloodrain Wilderness for as long as half a year was likely comparable to several decades of bitter cultivation in the outside world already. This sort of condition, which faction could match it? Just as Yuan was filled with vicissitudes of emotions, Guo Shu suddenly came over and said coldly, Ji Qingyan, I want to challenge you. Chapter 1092, Pseudo-Sword Domain vs Sword Domain. Yuan shot Guo Shu a glance and said smilingly, held it in for very long, right? One sentence made Guo Shu flush till his entire face turned scarlet red. It turned out that Yuan had long seen through his thoughts. Cloudsky's words made him extremely unconvinced in his heart. Actually, in his view, with him holding the line was already sufficient. There was no need to send the Spirit Hound Divine King here at all. Even if Yuan comprehended Heaven Man unity, it also would not work too well in front of him, this void mystic realm powerhouse. At most, it was just a little troublesome. Just say whether you dare to agree or not. Guo Shu said with a cold face. Yi Yuan did not answer him but looked towards the Spirit Hound Divine King. The Spirit Hound Divine King had an unconcerned appearance. It was as if he did not have the intention of interfering. Looks like you also wish to measure my current strength, Yi Yuan said coolly. The Spirit Hound Divine King did not speak the entire time, but when he heard that, he opened his mouth and said two words, "That's right." Yi Yuan slowly got up and let out a sigh as he said, "Looks like not thrashing you, you'll forever not know how great the disparity between us is." "All right then, as you wish," Guo Shu said with a disdainful look. "Do you think that I'm still that person back then? A mere third-level Dao Profound also dares to be so cocky in front of me, Guo Shu. Today, I'll let you broaden your knowledge at what's called a true martial Dao genius. Heaven Massacring Sword Domain." Done talking, the moment Guo Shu's Divine King domain released, horrifying sword energy instantly enveloped Yi Yuan inside. The Heaven Massacring Sword Domain was Guo Shu's Divine King domain. Furthermore, it was the Holy City's divine rank martial technique with boundless power. These few years, Guo Shu devoted to comprehending supreme true intents, improving exceedingly quickly. He was already almost catching up to those older generation void mystic powerhouses. The likes of Yu Xinping was utterly not worth mentioning in front of him. By the side, when the Spirit Hound Divine Realm saw the Heaven Massacring Sword Domain, he also nodded his head slightly. Guo Shu was treated as the next heaven stabilizing Divine King to groom by the Holy City. This Divine King domain was indeed praiseworthy. Eldest senior brother is mighty. Come on, eldest senior brother. Beat this dogfart Qingyan Z down. Eldest senior brother is the junior generation's #1 person. The ones who came this time, apart from Yi Yuan, were all the Purple Gold Hall's disciples. These people would naturally stand on Guo Shu's side, but their admiration toward Guo Shu came from the bottom of their hearts. These few years, Guo Shu already hardly ever made an appearance in the Purple Gold Hall. They also extremely seldom saw Guo Shu take action as well. Seeing Guo Shu's Heaven Massacring Sword Domain this time, each and every one of them all exclaimed with incomparable admiration. Third-level Dao Profound against Void Mystic, this was a battle without the least bit of suspense in the first place. But they all knew that Yi Yuan had a divine artifact in his possession. Although a Divine King domain was strong, divine artifacts were nothing to be trifled with. In this world, only divine artifacts could make up for the tremendous gap in between this. Guo Shu's sword domain made a showy display of his ability. Within a 500 feet radius around him, it formed a death zone. Anything that entered this field would be sliced into shreds by countless sword lights. He suddenly unleashed his Divine King domain. Yi Yuan was right within these 500 feet radius. This first round was already considered as a sneak attack. Facing Yi Yuan, Guo Shu would not lower his guard. He knew that Yi Yuan had a divine artifact in his hands. Hence, he did not plan on killing with one blow. He already prepared contingency plans to cope with the power of Yi Yuan's divine artifact. Yet, Yi Yuan did not seem to immediately use the divine artifact, allowing the countless sword lights to engulf him. What's going on here? This Ji Qingyan was still posturing just now. Could it be that he died all of a sudden? Haha, really not doing up an act when bragging. He died without even using the divine artifact. Eldest senior brother is mighty. This Ji Qingyan is simply a paper tiger. Looking from the outside world, one could not see the actual situation inside the sword domain at all. But Guo Shu's face was incomparably solemn at this time. The Spirit Hound Divine King, who had been steady as a mountain all along, also trembled all over. He opened his eyes wide and stared fixedly at the Heaven Massacring Sword Domain. They distinctly sensed that inside the Heaven Massacring Sword Domain, there was still a miniature Divine King domain. Ji Qingyan actually comprehended a Divine King domain with third-level Dao Profound Cultivation Realm. This sort of thing was truly too startling, right? Damn it, I really underestimated you. But, with such a weak Divine King domain, how long can it resist? Guo Shu gnashed his teeth hatefully and suddenly deployed 70% of the Emperor Qi within his body. The power of the Heaven Massacring Sword domain skyrocketed several times all at once. For a moment, sword light surged within that 500 feet radius and was incomparably gorgeous. Guo Shu's juniors finally detected a hint of something not right. The shouting also gradually ceased. Each and every one of them was incredibly shocked, not understanding how a third-level Dao Profound survived inside the Heaven Massacring Sword domain under the situation where he did not deploy a divine artifact. But, seeing Guo Shu's appearance akin to facing a great enemy, they knew that this Ji Qingyan was really not easy to deal with. Sensing Yi Yuan's Divine King domain becoming smaller and smaller, a look of smugness surfaced on Guo Shu's face once more. How strong could the Divine King domain displayed by a third-level Dao Profound be? Still not using the divine artifact? I admit that you're very impressive. But carry on pretending like this, you'll die very horribly, Guo Shu said with a cold smile. Guo Shu's voice had yet to fade when a voice transmitted out from inside the Heaven Massacring Sword domain. Immediately after, Guo Shu suddenly sensed that his Heaven Massacring Sword domain actually showed signs of imminent collapse. Yi Yuan's Divine King domain was actually in the midst of rapid expansion. Several azure sword lights broke out akin to breaking out of a cocoon, piercing right through Guo Shu's Divine King domain. After that, more and more sword lights penetrated out, poking Guo Shu's Heaven Massacring Sword domain until it was like a wasp's nest. Seeing this scene, Guo Shu's expression changed greatly and knew that he could no longer suppress Yi Yuan's Divine King domain, and hastily retreated. A tremendous force spread out, immediately blasted Guo Shu out far away. Yi Yuan's pseudo-Divine King domain finally emerged in everyone's field of vision. At this time, Yi Yuan stood while holding his sword, his aura imposing. It was actually not much weaker compared to Guo Shu in the least bit. The Spirit Hound Divine King's gaze turned intent, looking at the longsword in Yi Yuan's hands in disbelief. Longsword Divine Artifact. The Spirit Hound Divine King's voice exuded thick astonishment. Without a doubt, Yi Yuan's Divine King domain was very weak, extraordinarily weak. But through this evil extermination sword's augmentation, his Divine King domain was actually able to stand up to Guo Shu's Heaven Massacring Sword domain as equals. This evil extermination sword was simply a divine artifact custom-made for Yi Yuan. Guo Shu being sent flying, this round was clearly Yi Yuan taking the upper hand. Guo Shu did not think that Yi Yuan's martial Dao cultivation was actually fearsome. To such a degree, even if not borrowing the power of the divine sword, just based on him comprehending a Divine King domain at the third-level Dao Profound, this point left him far behind in the dust. Guo Shu was very clear that before reincarnating, Ji Qingyan did not comprehend any supreme true intents. But now that a mere 20 years passed, Yi Yuan actually comprehended a Divine King domain. This sort of improvement speed, saying that it was number one in the divine realm was not the slightest bit over the top. However, this blow to Guo Shu was all round. Chapter 1093, Killing Intent. I refuse to believe that a trifling third-level Dao Profound can that heaven-defying. Heaven Massacring Sword art. Guo Shu finally still erupted. He completely could not accept this fact before his eyes. Hence, he unleashed his strongest sword. Right then, a figure suddenly barged into his Divine King domain, slamming a palm onto his longsword. Ring. The longsword flew out of his hand and drew a single arc in the air, stabbing into the ground. Forget it, you can't beat him. Even if you won, it's also winning through unorthodox means, the Spirit Hound Divine King's voice sounded out by Guo Shu's ear. Guo Shu knelt down with a thud, a look of helplessness. His junior brothers had long lowered the banners and muffled the drums already. Currently, each and every one of them exchanged glances, uncertain how they should step forward to comfort eldest senior brother too. Many years ago, Ji Qingyan surpassed eldest senior brother all round, that was because his alchemy Dao was heaven-defying. But now, even Ji Qingyan's martial Dao was so terrifying. Tis, how to make people accept this. The Spirit Hound Divine King did not have the intention of going to console Guo Shu. He just nonchalantly said a sentence and turned around and left. Yi Yuan put away the evil extermination sword and set off toward the depths of the first level following the Spirit Hound Divine King. Several hours after Yi Yuan and the others left, a series of ripples surfaced in the space of the Bloodrain wilderness. 3 black-clothed people actually directly shuttled out from within the void. This Spirithorn shattering mirror is indeed formidable. As long as there's a coordinate, one can freely shuttle through space. The Bloodrain wilderness is the holy city's restricted land. No outsiders have ever came before, a black-clothed person said. The black-clothed person held a treasure mirror in his hands. It was shockingly the Spirithorn shattering mirror that escaped through the void inside the vast and bright moon realm. With Lord Divine Master casting the spell, what does shuttling through space count as? Before long, the entire divine realm will be ours. Another person said. This time, Lord Divine Master put down an arm and leg. Even the mountain and river state painting, this kind of heaven-defying divine artifact, was brought out. We mustn't mess up in the slightest. The third person said, relax, with the 3 of our strength plus 3 great divine artifacts, that Yuan absolutely won't get lucky. The first black-clothed person said, this mountain and river state painting isn't that Bright Moon City's girl's counterfeit. Not only is its power boundless, it even has the effect of concealing heaven's secrets. As long as Yuan is taken inside, with the 3 of our strength, could it be that we can't kill him still? Heh, the son of heaven's mandate perishing prematurely, I want to see what the human race used to withstand my fiend race's great army this time. The second person said, better not lower our guard. Yuan, this boy is extremely freakish. Lord Divine Master's schemes had already been ruined at his hands several times. If not for him, Lord Divine Master would have long been fighting for the throne of the divine realm already, his momentum unstoppable. Moreover, you all have to know, Yuan's cultivation realm back then was completely insignificant. But now, he's already a 3rd-level Dao profound martial artist and even comprehended a divine king domain. Wanting to kill him is not an easy matter. You guys don't forget how Lord Divine Master instructed before departure. The third person said in a solemn voice. The moment these words came out, the other 2 people's expressions turned stiff. Alright, enough crap, we have to enter the 3rd level ahead of schedule and set up an ambush and wait for him to enter. Only if he enters the mountain and river state painting will we have a chance to kill him. If we can't kill him, we can only die here. Done talking, the first black-clothed person deployed the Spirithorn shattering mirror once more. The 3 people immediately vanished on the spot. Yuan never would have thought that a certain death scheme targeting him was already waiting for him in the depths of the Bloodrain wilderness. While walking, Yuan's brows suddenly furrowed, and he stopped his footsteps. What is it? TT Spirit Hound Divine King said. Zhao Lingdong, did you feel that the place we entered seemed to have a hint of undulation? Yuan said with a frown. Zhao Lingdong was the Spirit Hound Divine King's original name. It was just that the people who dared to directly address without honorifics were already exceedingly few. Just earlier, he detected a trace of faintly discernible spatial undulation flash and passed right away. And the direction was precisely the place they entered. Although this kind of undulation was next to nothing, Yuan had long entered the realm of heaven-man unity already. He was exceptionally sensitive towards the surrounding environment. When the Spirit Hound Divine King heard, he said, no. You wouldn't have had a false impression, right? We're already 100,000 miles away from the entrance area. You're actually still able to perceive the undulations over there. Furthermore, the Bloodrain wilderness is situated within a spatial rift. Having a trace of undulation is also normal. Moreover, if there's really any situation, with Halski's one sharp sense, he'll definitely be able to detect it. What undulations? You're thinking too much, right? The Bloodrain wilderness has never had outsiders enter before. Apart from us, who else is able to come in? Don't try to find fault. Guoshu said with a cold snort. Although he recovered to his senses from the shock, Guoshu currently still found Yuan displeasing no matter how he looked at him. He knew that he was being jealous of Yuan, but he just could not control his own emotions. Yuan could not be bothered with him and shook his head as he said, maybe I was overly sensitive. Carry on walking then. Finished talking, Yuan took the lead and left. Following Yuan, a glint flickered across the Spirit Hound Divine King's eyes. He did not think that Yuan's perception was actually so sharp. This Bloodrain wilderness's spatial coordinates were precisely given to those black-clothed men by the Spirit Hound Divine King, Zhao Lingdong. For so many years, the Spirit Hound Divine King had been lying low within the holy city all along. He was the same as Ji Kanglin, both members of the fiend race. That mysterious Lord Divine Master had long plotted for a long time already. The holy city, such an important place, how could he possibly not plant informants? The entire holy city, apart from the 3 titans who knew that Yuan was the son of heaven's mandate, there was still Zhao Lingdong. He passed the news of Yuan about to enter the Bloodrain wilderness to Lord Divine Master. Lord Divine Master immediately decided to carry out an encirclement campaign against Yuan. This time, these 3 black-clothed men that Lord Divine Master sent out were all Holy King-class powerhouses. The strength of Holy Kings could absolutely rival the human race's void mystic powerhouses. The strength of any person among the three of them was not beneath Zhao Lingdong. This was also to say that, adding in the Howling Sky Divine Hound, a total of 5 Void Mystic Realm powerhouses were planning on ambushing Yi Yuan. Except, Zhao Lingdong did not think that his companions had just sneaked into the Bloodrain Wilderness, and Yi Yuan detected it already. This first level did not pose much of a danger to them. Along the way, their party practically pushed in as far as 100,000 miles with a sweeping attitude. The perception radius of a Dao Profound powerhouse was at most just 10,000 miles. But Yi Yuan's perception was actually 10 times as far as ordinary Dao Profound powerhouses. This was simply too freakish. Moreover, Zhao Lingdong knew that opening up space with the Spirathorn Shattering Mirror, the undulations produced was extremely minute. Even within a 20,000 miles radius, ordinary martial artists might not be able to perceive it either. But, they were actually unable to hide from Yi Yuan's eyes and ears. Even though it was just an exceedingly subtle whiff, Yi Yuan had indeed detected it. Perhaps Guoshu they all felt that Yi Yuan was finding trouble. But Zhao Lingdong knew that he was not. Chapter 1094, Giant Ape Desolate Beast. Navigating for 3 days straight, Yi Yuan's party finally arrived at the second level's entrance area. Second level, the desolate beasts belong to me, spirit medicines belong to you guys. Yi Yuan said this one sentence, and then immediately entered the second level. At the second level, desolate beasts were basically divine king rank. These desolate beast strengths were extremely strong. Furthermore, their skin was coarse, and their flesh thick. These purple gold hall disciples might not be a match for a desolate beast individually. But Yi Yuan said that he wanted to cover the second level's desolate beasts. If it were before, they would definitely feel that Yi Yuan was boasting. A third level Dao Profound, based on what to match a divine king rank desolate beast. But after witnessing his face-off with Guoshu, there was already no one who dared to underestimate Yi Yuan. Even if he did not use that divine sword, Yi Yuan's strength was also much stronger compared to the vast majority of the people among them. Looks like him entering this Bloodrain Wilderness isn't just for spirit medicines. He even wants to borrow the desolate beasts here to temper himself, the Spirit Hound Divine King said. Humph, at most half a year's time, how much improvement can he have? Guoshu said disdainfully, I just don't know what method he used to make Lord Cloudsky agree. The Bloodrain Wilderness has never had a precedent of opening up to an outsider before. I didn't think that this time, an exception was actually made, the Spirit Hound Divine King said. Guoshu had a gloomy look but did not speak, keeping pace with Yi Yuan's footsteps. An earth-shaking roar echoed out. An ape-like desolate beast suddenly dashed out, pouncing straight for Yi Yuan at the foremost of the team. When Yi Yuan saw the situation, he was not alarmed but delighted instead. Casually drawing the Starmoon sword, he wielded the sword and was going to step forward and battle. But right then, an afterimage drew across by his side, speeding towards that desolate beast with even swifter speed. Heaven Massacring Sword Domain. The moment the Divine King domain opened, countless sword light immediately cut countless holes on that desolate beast. The desolate beast did not have time to flare up and was slain by Guoshu neat and tidily. The attack of a void mystic powerhouse, how could this ordinary Divine King rank desolate beast be a match? Guoshu returned the sword to its sheath, incomparably elegant. Yi Yuan's face sunk, and he said, Guoshu, what's the meaning of this? Guoshu had a look of composure as he said coolly, what meaning of what? This Bloodrain Wilderness is my holy city's territory. I, as the Purple Gold Hall's head disciple, am training martial techniques here. Could it be that there's anything improper? Done talking, Guoshu shot Yi Yuan a glance like putting on a show of force and strutted off. His objective was very simple. Since Yi Yuan wanted to borrow the desolate beasts here to increase his strength, then he would not let Yi Yuan increase it. He was going to immediately take action and kill the desolate beasts encountered, not giving Yi Yuan any chance at all. Unless Yi Yuan used that divine sword. But, if he used the divine sword, it could not achieve the effect of tempering at all. As for whether or not Yi Yuan would rampage, he was even less worried. With the Spirit Hound Divine King here, 2 men and 1 dog, 3 great void mystic powerhouses, could Yi Yuan overturn the heavens still? Divine King Realm desolate beasts were currently the most suitable opponents for Yi Yuan. Under the circumstances of not using divine artifacts, Yi Yuan should be evenly matched with peak Divine King rank desolate beasts. All of a sudden, an ear-splitting roar sounded out without a break. Hearing the sound, it was very similar to that ape desolate beast that was killed by Guo Shu earlier. The earth trembled. In the distance, 7 or 8 desolate beasts galloped over. Looking from the imposing momentum, these 8 desolate beasts' strengths were actually all peak Divine King. Haha, came right on time. Guo Shu laughed loudly. Stepping forward with his hand resting on his sword, he charged towards those 8 ape desolate beasts. The moment the heaven massacring sword domain opened up, Guo Shu totally thought that he would rampage in all directions. Alas, he miscalculated. The moment those 8 ape desolate beasts saw Guo Shu bearing down menacingly, they actually each displayed a very odd posture. When Guo Shu approached, the 8 desolate beasts suddenly attacked with full force. The 8 streams of essence energy were like a cannonball, instantly gathering together. An outrageous energy undulation spread out. Guo Shu was just about to show off his power, but when he saw this scene, his expression changed drastically. Except, it was already too late for him to want to switch moves. That essence energy cannonball immediately slammed onto his heaven massacring sword domain. A large crater was actually smashed out on the powerful Divine King domain. While Guo Shu's body immediately flew back in reverse. Guo Shu's body landed on the ground, and his junior apprentice brother hurriedly went up to support him. But he spewed out a mouthful of blood straightaway. The 8 ape desolate beasts let out a heaven-shaking roar. That appearance was like dancing for joy at this attack's victory. Damn it, these 8 apes actually had this sort of strange joint attack method. The power of an attack is actually not beneath void mystic powerhouses. Guo Shu said hatefully. It was clearly just 8 peak Divine King rank desolate beasts. But the power of that joint attack earlier was actually so formidable. Guo Shu was careless for a moment. 2. Wanting to steal a march on Yuan and slay the desolate beasts as soon as possible. He did not expect to actually suffer a major loss. Currently, his blood and chi were in turmoil. A mouthful of essence energy was actually unable to be mustered up within a short time. Those 8 ape desolate beasts actually still understood the logic of following up a victory with hot pursuit. After a brief celebration, they chased over to this side with large strides. 8 100-foot-tall giant apes galloping his unison, it felt like the earth was going to be cracked. These 8 giant apes even displayed that strange posture earlier while running. They actually wanted to do it a second time. Right then, Yuan moved. His figure instantly vanished from where he stood, merging into heaven and earth. In a blink of an eye, Yuan plunged in the middle of the 8 giant apes. His pseudo-divine king domain opening up, violent sword energy instantly threw the tempo of the giant apes' joint attack into disorder. Clink clank, clink clank. Countless sword energy hacked onto the giant apes and actually emitted the sound of metal clashing. These 8 giant apes' bodies were actually comparable to holy artifacts. Yuan's sword lights were also unable to breach their defenses for a short time. Of course, this was still primarily because Yuan's cultivation realm was lacking. His sword intent concept was attained, but he did not have powerful essence energy to support it. If he had Divine King realm essence energy, he would have killed at least 2 giant apes at this time already. These giant apes clearly did not expect that this seemingly unremarkable human actually took them by surprise. Yuan's random entry immediately upset the giant apes' joint attack. They were each fighting their own battle currently. But Yuan had plenty of room to play, shuttling back and forth between them. For some time, both sides actually fought until they were equally matched. Although Yuan's Divine King domain was temporarily unable to breach the giant apes' defenses, as time passed, they could be exhausted to death by Yuan. 8 giant apes howled incessantly. Each and every one of them wanted to display that strange posture. But Yuan did not give them a chance at all. Every time they wanted to make a joint attack, Yuan's countless sword lights would focus on a giant ape to greet it. Even if his Divine King domain was any weaker, once it went to say hello on a person's body, it would be too much for the other party to take as well. In their joint attack, as long as one could not keep up, it would directly be broken. Guo Shu looked at this scene, his expression unspeakably gloomy. He did not think that he actually failed miserably in an easy task. Chapter 1095, Concepts Breakthrough. Under the hard realm of Heaven-Man Unity, the 8 giant apes' every movement and action were mapped in Yuan's mind, revealing every tiny detail. These 8 giant apes were perfect as opponents for him. These 8 giant apes' strengths were very fearsome. Even if they did not use joint attacks, Yuan also felt exceptionally strenuous to cope with it. But it was precisely this feeling of limit-like that could stimulate Yi Yuan's potential. The giant ape's iron fists produced fierce winds by Yi Yuan's ears. Although Yi Yuan could accurately avoid their fists, the essence energy force wind howled from the fists also made it too much for Yi Yuan to bear. 8 giant apes, 16 iron fists weaving together, forming an exceedingly terrifying force wind web in the air. Even if Yi Yuan possessed a divine king domain, he also sustained injuries on many parts of his body. However, those 8 giant apes were nowhere better. Yi Yuan was too nimble. Under the whittling of the limitless sword domain, the 8 giant apes had many cuts sliced open on their bodies by him. The 8 giant apes all suffered varying degrees of injuries. All along, the opponents that Yi Yuan encountered were all overly powerful. Many times, he had to borrow the power of divine artifacts before he could barely manage to force the opponent back. But now, he was truly relying on his own strength to be evenly matched with these 8 giant apes. By the side, the purple gold hall disciples watched until they were incredibly terrified. In their understanding, the reason why Yi Yuan was powerful was likely still by relying on his divine artifact. But just how powerful his true strength was, they had never experienced before. This time, they really experienced it. A third-level Dao profound, battling 8 giant apes, was actually evenly matched. This strength, forget about laughing proudly among the same rank, even among them peak divine kings, it was also far greater. I didn't think that Ji Qingyan's martial Dao strength had actually reached this step. My strength, dealing with 1 giant ape is already enough to choke on. He actually didn't fall into a disadvantageous position in the slightest dealing with 8. A peak divine king purple gold hall disciple said. Truly remarkable, this guy's alchemy Dao is heaven-defying. But looking at it now, his martial Dao is not the slightest bit weaker than his alchemy Dao. Another divine king powerhouse sighed with admiration. Didn't he reincarnate for around 20 years? How can he possibly comprehend such a profound supreme true intent? Could it be that it was all a guise in his previous life? These disciples were all stunned silly, not at all aware that Guo Shu's face was already as black as the bottom of a pot. All shut your mouths for me. Guo Shu clutched his chest and reprimanded furiously. These disciples became aware that they misspoke and involuntarily stuck out their tongues and no longer spoke. Praising Ji Qingyan in front of eldest senior brother, wasn't this slapping his face? But right at this time, the spirit hound divine king suddenly opened his mouth and said, Ji Qingyan seems to be breaking through. Guo Shu could not help being alarmed when he heard and hurriedly looked over towards Yi Yuan there. Currently, Yi Yuan was wounded on many parts of his body. Quite a number of areas even oozed dark red fresh blood. But, his divine king domain radiated with a resplendent light and was actually even sharper compared to before. Those sword lights became stronger and stronger and also became sharper and sharper. For a moment, Yi Yuan's divine king domain gave off a brilliant azure light. The energy of life and death rampaged willfully. Originally, Yi Yuan's pseudo-divine king domain was only roughly 50 square feet. This level of divine king domain could not compare to even the lowest of void mystic powerhouses. But now, Yi Yuan's divine king domain actually expanded to 100 square feet already, expanded a full 1-fold. Don't look down on this 1-fold square feet. To void mystic powerhouses, even expanding 10 feet was an exceptionally difficult matter. The size of a divine king domain could show the strength of a void mystic powerhouse to a certain extent. Guo Shu devoted to comprehending Dao, breaking through from the initial most 100 square feet to 500 square feet these few years. The improvement could be said to be tremendous. It was just that his strength was not considered very strong among void mystic powerhouses. Divine king domain reaching 1,000 feet radius, this was a dividing crest for void mystic powerhouses. Reaching this sort of degree, one would roughly be in existence in the same class as the extreme sword divine king. Reaching this step required 2 kinds of supreme true intents to both reach the level of rank 9, and must be fused together perfectly. As for Yi Yuan, his concept's comprehension was actually even stronger compared to Guo Shu already. The reason why his divine king domain was only 50 feet radius was that his essence energy was completely insufficient to support such a large sword domain. But now, Yi Yuan's cultivation realm did not break through. It was his concept's comprehension that broke through. Just earlier, Yi Yuan's sword intent finally broke through to rank 9. It was only a step away from the great circle of perfection. Rank 9 sword intent was an existence that many void mystic powerhouses were unable to attain. Yi Yuan only used 20 years and did it. The azure-colored sword lights were akin to a group of azure-colored wandering dragons, puncturing a giant ape in front of Yi Yuan full of wounds. Hence, this giant ape could not hang in there anymore and collapsed with a loud crash. These 8 giant apes had excellent teamwork. One suddenly collapsing, their strength reduced greatly. With this, Yi Yuan brought along innumerable azure light, like a walking monster ravaging these giant apes wantonly. Yi Yuan's control of essence energy was extremely exquisite. A prolonged battle was not an issue at all. Those external wounds were not worth mentioning at all to a tier 9 fleshy body powerhouse like him. One giant ape after another collapsed with a loud bang. Yi Yuan's speed of slaughtering also became increasingly faster. Finally, the last giant ape toppled at Yi Yuan's feet. Yi Yuan actually annihilated 8 peak divine king giant apes with his strength alone. This sort of battle achievement could simply be rated as a miracle. Those purple gold hall disciples were all stunned silly. They even thought that Yi Yuan was only making use of these 8 giant apes to temper himself. In the end, he would still utilize a divine artifact to be able to slay these 8 giant apes. But they never could have thought that Yi Yuan spent an entire day's time, and forcefully exhausted these 8 giant apes to death. The moment the giant apes died, Yi Yuan was also practically on the brink of giving out already. He fished out a medicinal pill and meditated on the spot to recover strength. He collected a large batch of spirit medicines at the immemorial medicine garden. Refining a few tier 9 medicinal pills was naturally nothing difficult. The spirit hound divine king looked at the Yi Yuan currently meditation and said in a solemn voice, Ji Qingyan's combat experience is extremely abundant. From start to end, he never gave those giant apes even a gleam of chance. Looks like during these 20 years, he experienced a lot. Guo Shu, actually, having such an existence isn't a bad thing to you. He can make you strive harder after knowing the humiliation and make you not dare to slack off in the slightest. Whether a success or a failure, it depends on your own mindset. When Guo Shu heard that, his entire body involuntarily trembled. That turbid gaze gradually became resolved. Yeah, such a monstrous existence like Ji Qingyan was still cultivating by risking his life. What energy did he still have to be jealous here? As long as he cultivated continuously, there would come a day where he would be able to surpass him. Because Lord Cloudsky said before, Ji Qingyan was someone certain to die. Although Guo Shu did not understand why Ji Qingyan was dead for sure, he was certain that Lord Cloudsky absolutely would not lie to him. He slowly stood up, his body radiating a fierce fighting intent. From today onwards, I, Guo Shu, will strive doubly hard. There will come a day where I'll surpass Ji Qingyan. Chapter 1096, 4th Level Dao Profound. An azure light flashed past. A snake-formed desolate beast was immediately killed by Yi Yuan. This was the 65th desolate beast that Yi Yuan slew within 10 days. These 65 desolate beasts, all of them were super strong peak divine kings. Some desolate beasts even had some talent ability, making Yi Yuan suffer a huge loss too. But with this bout of tempering, Yi Yuan's improvement speed was also extremely evident. The holy city's disciples watched Yi Yuan grow bit by bit with their own eyes. This sort of growth could virtually be visible to the naked eye. However, just 10 days' time had passed. Even though they no longer dared to anyhow appraise in view of eldest senior brother's face, their astonishment towards Yi Yuan was not ambiguous at all. The breakthrough of Dao Profound Realm powerhouses, even just a tiny bit, was also calculated in years. But for Yi Yuan, it was calculated using days. These 10 days of tempering completely did not have elements of resorting to unorthodox means. It was bona fide battles after battles. Although battles could help martial artists to increase strength rapidly, such an increase was also too apparent, right? What made Yi Yuan surprised was that Guo Shu actually did not come to find trouble with him anymore. It seemed that after the giant apes, Guo Shu became wiser. And the eyes Guo Shu looked at him with also seemed to be different from in the past. But these had nothing to do with him. He had no spare time to care about this. To the current Yi Yuan, the most pressing matter at hand was to increase strength. That hint of undulation at the entrance area made Yi Yuan somewhat uneasy. He believed that Heaven Man Unity Heart Realm would not lie to him. Since that was the case, his strength being an iota stronger, it would naturally be an iota safer too. In a twinkle, half a month passed. Yi Yuan charged all the way into the 3rd level. But at this time, he finally sensed that he was about to break through to the 4th level Dao Profound. 3rd level Dao Profound and 4th level Dao Profound were similarly a threshold. By crossing it, Yi Yuan's essence energy and Emperor Qi would have a substantial increase. The increase in essence energy would naturally also let his Divine King domain be strengthened. After entering the 3rd level, the desolate beasts here were evidently much stronger. Although they had yet to encounter Void Mystic Realm desolate beasts, the strength of the desolate beasts presently were extraordinary. Furthermore, quite a few desolate beasts showed up in packs and bands. The weakest also had first-rate Divine King's strength. However, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of stopping. Once he recovered essence energy, he would immediately go over and kill desolate beasts. At the moment, he was currently fighting with a group of wolf-form desolate beasts. He was currently dealing with several hundred wolf-form desolate beasts by himself. The majority among them were first-rate Divine Kings, while peak Divine King realm Wolf Kings also had no less than 20. This sort of cooperation between desolate beasts was much more tacit than even those 8 giant apes. Yi Yuan was bold and unconstrained, being locked together in battle with the wolf pack. When everyone saw this scene, they were all unbelievably shocked. This guy really went crazy. Such crazed cultivation, how the hell did he survive? Guo Shu said with a frown. Along the way, Yi Yuan never stopped before, spending it in the midst of slaughter all along. This intensity of cultivation, Guo Shu questioned himself and was certain that he absolutely could not hang in there. The Spirit Hound Divine King said, to be able to obtain such startling accomplishments in 20 years, it was definitely not a fluke for Ji Qingyan. His talent need not be commented no more, but this tenacity is even harder to come by. Such high-intensity cultivation, even void mystic powerhouses will have their spirits crumble too. Suddenly, Guo Shu's expression changed, and he said, this guy is really a madman. He is actually going to break through in the midst of the wolf pack. In the sky, tribulation clouds rolled. He had already fought for a day and night with this wolf pack and killed over 100 wolves. But just earlier, Yi Yuan finally detected that the turning point for breakthrough arrived. If it were others, they absolutely would not dare to break through at this time. Once he was pinned down by the wolf pack, Yi Yuan would definitely be smitten to death by the heavenly tribulation. One had to know that there were over 20 peak Divine King realm wolf kings in the wolf pack. But Yi Yuan was bold stemming from his superb skills and did not care at all. He directly opened up his essence energy sea and allowed himself to break through freely. Heavenly tribulation was nigh. The movements of Yi Yuan's hands were not the least bit slow, killing 2 wolves in a blink. A coarse lightning bolt streaked down, rumbling over towards Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan gave a long cry and actually did not dodge nor evade. These wolf kings' intellects were exceedingly high and had long been waiting for this moment. Just as the heavenly tribulation was about to land on Yi Yuan, 5 peak Divine King wolf kings arrived with a howl, baring their sharp teeth, and biting down towards Yi Yuan's calf. These few wolf kings' teeth were no joke. If bitten by them, Yi Yuan's leg would be thoroughly crippled. They eyed precisely this opportune moment to attack. Yi Yuan had to deal with the heavenly tribulation. It was totally impossible to deal with 5 wolf kings at the same time. Hey, arrogant fellow, this time, played yourself to death, right? I want to see how you avoid this certain kill strike. Guo Shu said with a cold smile. Such an evenly matched battle and he actually still dared to be careless. He truly did not know how the word death was written. But right at this time, a hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. Waited very long for you all. Limitless life-death sword. Yi Yuan gave a loud cry, his Divine King domain instantly erupting. 5 azure lights flowed out from inside the Divine King domain bizarrely, heading straight for those 5 Divine Kings. As for that heavenly tribulation, Yi Yuan could not even be bothered to give it a glance at all. Yi Yuan forcefully suffered this bolt of lightning tribulation, while those 5 wolf kings did not manage to bite him at all due to receiving Yi Yuan's attack. Instead, they were implicated by the heavenly tribulation because they were too close to Yi Yuan. This heavenly tribulation was virtually equivalent to the full power attack of a peak Divine King. The power could be imagined. The 5 wolf kings were directly left in ruins by the heavenly tribulation. While Yi Yuan stood up like he was completely fine, patting the dust on his body, his figure suddenly vanished from where he was. Seeing this scene, Guo Shu's eyes became wide saucers. Could it be that this guy was a freak? Forcefully withstanding such a horrifying bolt of heavenly tribulation, he was actually completely fine. He did not know that for Yuan, who transcended a greater 5 elements heavenly tribulation, this kind of minor heavenly tribulation was completely no big deal anymore. Yuan just extended a golden right claw at the last second just now and forcefully withstood it. Although this heavenly tribulation was equivalent to a peak divine king's all-out attack, the effect was greatly discounted to Yuan. Towards heavenly tribulation, Yuan could virtually be said to be immune. The next instant, Yuan was just like a walking heavenly tribulation. Areas that he passed through, miserable cries echoed. The wolf pack let out a series of wretched cries from time to time. When the minor heavenly tribulation passed, only wolf corpses that covered the land remained. While Yuan broke through to 4th level Dao Profound successfully. How can this be? How could someone transcend heavenly tribulation like this? Guo Shu muttered to himself. He was struck dumb with amazement by this scene of Yuan transcending tribulation. Not just him, those purple gold hall disciples were similarly staring blankly with their mouths agape. Those wolves wanted to ambush Yuan but had a large group bombarded to death by Yuan using heavenly tribulation. This outcome was too miraculous. The spirit hound divine king looked at Yuan with a heated gaze. The originally almost guaranteed ambush made him somewhat worried at this time. Could it really kill Yuan? Chapter 1097, Sudden Impulse. Ji Qingyan, just what kind of spirit medicines do you want to find? Carry on heading down, and everybody will fall into danger. Guo Shu said solemnly. Outside of the 3rd level were all still some peak divine king desolate beasts. Heading further in and there would be some void mystic realm desolate beasts. With these disciples' strengths, they were naturally unable to go deeper in. Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, do you feel that ordinary spirit medicines can enter my arcane sights? Aren't you all here for training? Didn't make you follow me either. How about you bring your junior brothers and continue the training? I'll go find my spirit medicines. If I get killed by desolate beasts, you should be happy instead. Guo Shu could not help being tongue-tied. At this time, the spirit hound divine king suddenly spoke up. Guo Shu, you bring the junior brothers to train over here for a bit. I'll follow Ji Qingyan to carry on advancing ahead. With this, Guo Shu became anxious, and hurriedly said, how can this do? The spirit hound divine king gave him a glance and said, the spirit medicines that Ji Qingyan wants, barring no accidents, should be in the 4th level. Upon entering the 4th level, I won't be able to care about you anymore. Furthermore, you also saw his strength. If we were to really come to blows, you can't gain any advantages either. Guo Shu's expression could not help turning stiff. Only now did he notice the fact that made people embarrassed. The spirit hound divine king's meaning was already very clear. Carry on following, and you would drag us down. Even if Yuan had any funny ideas, not only would Guo Shu not be of help following by the side, but might become Yuan's breakthrough point instead. That would be awkward. Then, be careful, spirit hound divine king. Guo Shu said dejectedly. The spirit hound divine king patted his shoulders and said, relax. With me around, he can't play any tricks. Guo Shu nodded his head. The spirit hound divine king's strength, he could naturally trust. It was just that he never thought that he would actually become a burden one day. Bidding the purple gold hall disciples farewell, Yuan, one person, and one dog headed even deeper in. Going further into the depths, Yuan naturally could not be like before, using desolate beasts to practice. Unless he used a divine artifact, otherwise, it was very hard to beat those void mystic realm desolate beasts. Hence, along the way, Yuan and Zhao Lingdong, the two people were both very low profile, avoiding those powerful auras as best as they could. Being cautious along the way, a month's time passed in a blink of an eye. The distance of separating with Guo Shu and the rest was roughly 100 million miles already. In between this, there naturally could not dispense with encountering some powerful desolate beasts. It was basically all the spirit hound divine king taking action to dispose of them. But this also let Yuan witness the spirit hound divine king's might. Ordinary void mystic desolate beasts were not a match for the spirit hound divine king at all. Along the way, as long as they encountered void mystic desolate beasts, the spirit hound divine king would cut down the other party with an overwhelming stance. However, from start to end, that howling sky divine hound never made a move before. Prior to reincarnating, Yuan did not have contact with the spirit hound divine king before. But regarding his might, he had still heard of it somewhat. But only today did Yi Yuan know that Zhao Lingdong was even more powerful than in the rumors. On this day, the two people finally arrived at the entrance area leading to the 4th level. Ahead was a small-scale transmission array. A small cluster of light pillars gave off a bright light. As they were walking, Yi Yuan suddenly stopped his footsteps. Zhao Lingdong asked doubtfully, "Why aren't you walking anymore?" Yi Yuan said with a calm expression, "Let's walk around in the 3rd level some more. I need a 500,000-year Jadeblood Azureski. This place is the 3rd level's deepest area, it might have it. If we can find it, we can also reduce the amount of time that we stay at the 4th level. This way, the danger will naturally also be lesser." The Spirit Hound Divine King was able to rampage unrestrained in the 3rd level. But reaching the 4th level, he would also have to tuck his tail between his legs and behave. The 4th level's desolate beasts were too strong. With the Spirit Hound Divine King's strength, the 4th level was also the limit. Concerning the 5th level, he absolutely would not enter the area. The Spirit Hound Divine King frowned and said, 500,000-year Jadeski Azureski, the chances of finding in the 4th level should be far greater than the 3rd level. Don't you forget, we only have half a year's time. If we waste too much time at the 3rd level, we won't have time to find the spirit medicines at the back. Yi Yuan thought about it again and said with a nod, "What you said is correct, let's go." The Spirit Hound Divine King's heart eased up and nodded his head, and was about to advance forward. But Yi Yuan had just taken a step and actually stopped again. What is it again?" The Spirit Hound Divine King looked at Yi Yuan and said doubtfully. Yi Yuan turned his head to look at the Spirit Hound Divine King and suddenly said with a smile, "Your heart," it moved. The Spirit Hound Divine King's heart thumped. Could it be that Yi Yuan saw through something? From start to end, he examined himself and was certain that he did not reveal any flaws. Zhao Lingdong frowned and said, "What do you mean?" The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly, and he said with a faint smile, "My meaning is, you want to make me enter the 4th level very much." The premonition in Zhao Lingdong's heart became increasingly foreboding. But he did not give up. Another step forward and Yi Yuan would be caught in the trap of the Devil Ridge Three Freaks. As long as Yi Yuan was taken into the mountain and river state painting, there was absolutely no possibility of escaping with his life. Even if the Son of Heaven's mandate, being shielded from heaven's secrets, only had one road that led to hell too. Moreover, dealing with Yi Yuan would be 5 Void Mystic Realm experts. But it was just missing one step. His heart pounded, but Zhao Lingdong did not show even a hint on his face. His person was incomparably level-headed to begin with. Even if dreadful waves that billowed to the skies were stirred up in his heart, he would not reveal the least bit either. If he did not have this shrewdness, how could he dare to stay undercover under the leadership of the Holy City's 3 titans for so many years? It was also precisely because of this confidence that Zhao Lingdong knew that he definitely did not reveal a flaw along the way. But how did Yi Yuan see through him? Could it be because of that trace of spatial undulation? That trace of spatial undulation, even he did not detect it. It could be said to be trivial to the extreme. Moreover, even if Yi Yuan had his suspicions, why would it be right at this time? Zhao Lingdong could not figure out after racking his brains. What are you implying? You were the one who wanted to find spirit medicines, not me. If you're not willing to enter the 4th level, then just don't go in, Zhao Lingdong said solemnly. Yi Yuan looked at Zhao Lingdong and said coolly, still refusing to give up hope. Since I said such words, I naturally have some assurance. With this, Zhao Lingdong utterly gave up. He knew that Yi Yuan really saw through something amiss. But there were no flaws in front of him at all. If not for knowing in advance, Zhao Lingdong absolutely would not know that this place was a trap. Then, how in the world did Yi Yuan perceive it? Zhao Lingdong's brows furrowed, faint killing intent locked onto Yi Yuan, and he said in a deep voice, I examined myself and am sure that I didn't reveal any flaws at all. How did you see through? Yi Yuan did not answer his question. Taking a look at the transmission array in the distance, he said with a smile, like naturally formed, without any flaws in the slightest. If my surmises are right, this should be the legendary mountain and river state painting, right? Zhao Lingdong's gaze turned sharp. He did not think that Yi Yuan could actually even make this out. This brat was simply too freakish. Yi Yuan turned to Zhao Lingdong again and said with a smile, you indeed didn't have flaws. But you should know what's sudden impulse, right? Chapter 1098, Absolute Kill. Hearing sudden impulse, these 2 words, Zhao Lingdong's expression changed greatly. You actually comprehended sudden impulse. When fighting with those 8 giant apes, I already comprehended it, Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. The breakthrough of Heart Realm could let martial artists give birth to some very mysterious skills. Such as merging into heaven and earth, such as sudden impulse. Sudden impulse was actually a kind of sense to chase after good fortune and avoid disaster. This sort of sense, many powerful martial artists all had it. But that sense was just the very, very shallow kind. Furthermore, it was effective and ineffective at times, unable to use it as a reference at all. But sudden impulse could be said to be the superior type of this kind of sense. Before encountering danger, one would be able to sense it in advance, and pursue good fortune and avoid disaster from there. Facing off against the 8 giant apes the last time, Yi Yuan's heart realm already quietly broke through once more. This sudden impulse technique was also born in response to the proper time and conditions. However, you indeed concealed very well, only all the way until a moment ago, did a feeling well up in my heart. It seems like taking another step forward, there will be absolutely no chance of survival, Yi Yuan said unhurriedly. Sudden impulse was not invincible. It was just a fleeting and ephemeral kind of sense. Except, this kind of sensation was more accurate and stronger compared to ordinary martial artists, that was all. Zhao Lingdong's scheming was extremely deep and did not reveal the slightest hint of a flaw at all, and also did not have even a trace of killing intent towards Yi Yuan before. Hence, Yi Yuan did not sense the danger previously. Then why did you come to suspect me? Zhao Lingdong said rather gloomily. I said before, your heart moved. Although it was just that tiny bit, under this sort of crisis, it's exceptionally strong, Yi Yuan said. Zhao Lingdong was thoroughly defeated. He concealed extremely well along the way. Only just now, when Yi Yuan was about to step into the enchantment set up by the mountain and river state painting, his breathing hastened, leaving a tiny trace. But it was this tiny trace that betrayed him. The formidable aspect of sudden impulse lay in here. Of course, sudden impulse was not matchless. Just like this time, although he comprehended sudden impulse, it was still incomparably dangerous. Because the Devil Ridge 3 freaks showed themselves. A layer of ripple oscillated in the space. 3 black silhouettes emerged, truly formidable. Didn't think that the mountain and river state painting, this kind of divine artifact, actually had no way of drawing you in. But, you're still hard-pressed to escape death today, said the Devil Ridge 3 freaks' boss, Mo Detong. Seeing the Devil Ridge 3 freaks, Yi Yuan's heart sunk. These 3 people were all Void Mystic Realm experts. This was to say that there were actually 5 Void Mystic powerhouses who came to besiege him. Furthermore, the things held in the Devil Ridge 3 freaks' hands were clearly all divine artifacts. 5 great Void Mystic powerhouse, 3 great divine artifacts, such a lineup could simply be rated as extravagant. And such a lineup was actually just in order to deal with a measly little 4th level Dao Profound. You're all members of the Fiend race, Yi Yuan said with a frown. Such extravagance, probably only that power-hungry Fiend race, always causing trouble from the shadows, could take out these divine artifacts. It was just that Yi Yuan was very curious about what kind of method the Fiend race used to make these people look virtually identical with humans. Even the slightest hint of fiendish energy was not revealed. It looked like the Fiend race really racked their brains empty for the sake of today's setup. Mo Detong said, that's right. Lord Divine Master ordered the 3 of us to come over and take your life. Once the Son of Heaven's mandate dies, the human race will be of no more threat. Hearing, Son of Heaven's mandate, Yi Yuan was slightly surprised too. But he felt relieved very quickly. He actually ruined the Fiend race's plans several times through sheer dumb luck. Furthermore, Jia Lan knew that the soul-suppressing pearl and vast heaven steel were in his hands. Then guessing that the Son of Heaven's mandate was him would also be nothing strange. What Yi Yuan did not know was that the Fiend race already knew that he was the Son of Heaven's mandate before he was born. The Medicine King Hall's accident was precisely because he was the Son of Heaven's mandate. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and opened his mouth and said with a look of despair, fine then. 5 great Void Mystic powerhouses coming to besiege me, a measly little 4th level Dao Profound. It's also truly thinking highly enough of me. Since I'm dead for sure, can you tell me just who in the world is controlling all this behind the scenes or not? Ji Qingyan, stop making futile efforts. Your trifling little tricks, better don't show it off in front of this lord. Detong, or Tong, Santong 1, Don't talk nonsense with him anymore. We've already lost the initiative. We definitely can't give him any bit of chance. Don't you all forget, if we can't kill him, we'd all have to die. Attack together and kill him, Zhao Lingdong said with a cold yell. He became incomparably cold and fierce at this time, decisive in going for the kill, not giving Yi Yuan any chance at all. The expressions of the Devil Ridge Three Freaks became fearful when they heard that. Yi Yuan's words really made them have some thoughts about mocking Yi Yuan. The three of them wielded divine artifacts. Furthermore, their cultivation realm was much higher than Yi Yuan's. They did not put Yi Yuan in their sights at all. Yi Yuan's words earlier really made them give rise to feelings of belittlement. 5 void mystics against a 4th level Dao profound, it was absolutely a certain kill scenario. But Zhao Lingdong's words were akin to the evening drum and morning bell in a monastery, shocking them awake. At this moment, the three of them had not made a move yet, but Zhao Lingdong's howling sky divine hound moved first. In that instant, Yi Yuan felt his neck turn cold. Halski's incomparably sharp teeth already reached his neck. All of this was just a matter of the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. Even Yi Yuan did not react to it. This was still Yi Yuan's first time seeing the howling sky divine hound taking action. His opening move was a lethal blow. Halski's speed was unimaginably fast. Even those Devil Ridge Three Freaks did not react to it either. Yi Yuan's pupils constricted, his figure instantly vanishing from where he was, fleeing into the void. Yet, Halski was too near to him. Although Yi Yuan's actions were fast, it was still unable to shake off Halski. Sharp dog claws pierced right through the void, swiping toward Yi Yuan's throat. The howling sky divine hound was actually overwhelmingly powerful. While at this time, the Devil Ridge Three Freaks and Zhao Lingdong moved as well. 4 people joined hands, directly sealing this stretch of space off, not giving Yi Yuan the slightest opportunity to escape at all. In the time it took for sparks to fly off a piece of flint, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly fled out of the void, narrowly avoiding that lethal scratch. Yet, one wave had yet to subside, but another wave rose. He had just fled the void when an incomparably vast and mighty spatial power wanted to envelop him inside in an instant. The mountain and river state painting. If taken in by the mountain and river state painting, there was absolutely no chance of survival. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan immediately took out the sacred dragon token, instantly drawing 10% of his blood essence. The space in front of Yi Yuan instantly exploded, sending his entire person flying out. The Devil Ridge Three Freaks did not give him any opportunity to catch his breath. Right at the second he flew out, the Spirathorn Shattering Mirror's killing move already arrived. The Spirathorn Shattering Mirror's power was more than several times fiercer in Moer Tong's hands. Yi Yuan gave a loud cry, put away the sacred dragon token, and took out the evil extermination sword. His Divine King domain instantly activated. Another frontal clash. Yi Yuan immediately spewed out a mouthful of blood in the air. Right then, the third divine artifact arrived too. Under the 2 attacks, Yi Yuan already suffered severe injuries. This attack, he was no longer able to resist it. Chapter 1099, Moonlight Mirage. Ha ha ha, go to hell. Mo Santong wielded a short blade in his hand, bringing along a terrifying energy undulation, and chopping towards Yi Yuan. Suffering 2 tremendous impacts in a row, Yi Yuan, this 4th level Dao profound, already sustained severe injuries. This blow was a certain kill attack. Furthermore, in order to make provisions for contingencies, Zhao Lingdong also rushed over instantly. Charging over together with him, was even the swift to the extreme howling sky divine hound. 3 great powerhouses, all-out attacks, they completely did not give Yi Yuan the slightest opportunity to catch his breath. This kind of successive attacks, even void mystic powerhouses were dead without a doubt too, let alone a puny little 4th level Dao profound. But right at this time, a hint of a faint smile flickered across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. What astonished Mo Santong and Zhao Lingdong was that the corners of Yi Yuan's eyes were actually bleeding. 2 lines of blood tears flowed down along the corners of Yi Yuan's eyes as if crying. But the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth was clearly smiling. Smiling mockingly. Zhao Lingdong's heart thumped, instantly feeling that it was not good. But the movements of his hands were not the slightest bit slow, smacking a palm viciously onto Yi Yuan's chest. At the same time, Mo Santong's divine artifact short blade also chopped onto Yi Yuan's body. Perk. The fresh blood in Yi Yuan's mouth sprayed out like a fountain, making it a horrifyingly ghastly sight. Yuan fell to the ground heavily and no longer had any movements. Looking at the thoroughly dead Yuan, the four people finally heave a sigh in relief. Heh, the Son of Heaven's mandate died just like that. This time, the human race no longer has anything to count on. Mo Detong said, I was wondering how powerful the Son of Heaven's mandate was. It's also merely like this. Without screening Heaven's secrets, didn't he still kick the bucket? Mo Detong said with a disdainful look. Before dying just now, he was still smiling at me. I thought that he had some way of escape, scared me to death. Luckily, he's thoroughly dead. Mo Santong said, ha ha ha, number 3, you're too cowardly. Our 3 great divine artifact attacking, how could he have a chance to survive? Forget about a measly little 4th level Dao Profound, even Void Mystic Realm martial artists will be dead for sure too. Mo Ertong said with a big laugh. Mo Santong also nodded his head when he heard that and said, but this boy was indeed heaven-defying. Just 4th level Dao Profound and he was actually able to comprehend a divine king domain. If we allow him to carry on developing unchecked, he'd really be my fiend race's great enemy. No wonder Lord Divine Master did not stint to deploy 3 great divine artifacts, and also had to eradicate this boy. While the Devil Ridge 3 freaks were talking on this side, Zhao Lingdong had his brows knitted all along at one side and did not speak. He looked at Yi Yuan's corpse as if absorbed in thought. Mo Detong noticed his anomaly and could not help asking, Zhao Lingdong, what's wrong? Zhao Lingdong did not answer him. He said to Halski, go take a look at whether he's thoroughly dead. Halski immediately arrived beside Yi Yuan's corpse with a whoosh. Extending a dog paw, he started fiddling with Yi Yuan's corpse. The Devil Ridge 3 freaks looked at this scene curiously, uncertain about what Zhao Lingdong was playing at. Fiddling for a bit, Halski returned to Zhao Lingdong's side with a flash and barked a few times. After that, Zhao Lingdong's brows knitted together even more tightly. Zhao Lingdong, what in the world did you discover? Speak. Mo Ertong could not refrain from asking. Zhao Lingdong shook his head and said, I keep feeling that something is not quite right. But Halski went over and didn't discover anything either. This Ji Qingyan is indeed completely dead. The 3 people were previously made all fidgety and jumpy by Zhao Lingdong. Upon hearing that at this time, they finally let out a sigh in relief. Sigh, I thought you discovered something. Zhao Lingdong, you wouldn't be making a fool out of the 3 of us brothers, right? Mo Detong said unhappily. Although Zhao Lingdong's strength was that little bit stronger compared to them, the 3 of them joining hands, Zhao Lingdong was absolutely not a match. If not for Lord Divine Master's order to listen to Zhao Lingdong's arrangements on this trip, they would have long fallen out. Zhao Lingdong beat around the bush for half the day. In the end, there wasn't even anything. What was this if not making a fool out of them? Zhao Lingdong gave Mo Detong a glance, but asked Mo Santong, did you see Yi Yuan's eyes bleeding just now? Mo Santong froze and said with a nod, that's right. I saw that his eyes seemed to be bleeding just now. Furthermore, he even gave me a strange smile, smiling until I had goosebumps break out all over. Zhao Lingdong's brows knitted. Thinking about it, he opened his mouth and said, I keep feeling that we killed Yi Yuan too easily. How can the Son of Heaven's mandate possibly be killed so easily? Mo Detong frowned and said, easy. Can't say it like that either, right? The mountain and river state painting that we set up was even seen through by him. Furthermore, to kill him, the few of us also exerted all of our strengths before barely managing to succeed. Zhao Lingdong shook his head and said, it appears that the few of our strengths are indeed much stronger than him. But I keep feeling that Ji Qingyan's trumps cards shouldn't be just 2 divine artifacts. Furthermore, his eyes bled at the final juncture, plus his expression. This point is too suspicious. Zhao Lingdong's entire body trembled, suddenly feeling that he had grasped something. But he could not think of it for a moment either. Eyes. What kind of tricks would he have that are related to the eyes? The composed Zhao Lingdong suddenly became somewhat anxious and fretful. At the 4th level, a white silhouette walked out from inside the transmission array. On the white garment, it was already soaked by fresh blood, appearing incomparably wretched. Screw you, Yi Yuan. Moonlight Mirage 1 is a divine rank illusionary art. Although there is divine essence, if I don't recuperate for a year or so, there's absolutely no way to recover. Inside the sea of consciousness, a voice suddenly shrieked. This white silhouette was precisely Yi Yuan, who escaped into the 4th level from the 3rd level. In that instant, alarm bells sounded in his heart. Yi Yuan was already planning how to escape. Inside his sea of consciousness, Yi Yuan viciously threatened the sun-moon heavenly pupil. Only then did it make him cast the divine rank illusionary art, Moonlight Mirage. The sun-moon heavenly pupil utilized Yi Yuan's divine essence to cast a terrifying divine rank illusionary art. Although it did not reach the power of a true divine rank illusionary art, it also made Zhao Lingdong and the rest fall into an illusionary realm. Except, casting this illusionary art, to the current sun-moon heavenly pupil, the expenditure was incomparably enormous, virtually draining his primordial spirit. His primordial spirit became much weaker all at once. This was also why blood tears suddenly flowed out from Yi Yuan's eyes at the final juncture. This sort of situation was about the same as Yi Yuan using the sacred dragon token. Currently, Yi Yuan's two eyes were tightly shut, incomparably agonizing, completely unable to see things anymore. The sun-moon heavenly pupil required a period of preparation time to cast Moonlight Mirage. Hence, Yi Yuan had been thinking of ways to deal with Zhao Lingdong all along. It was just that Yi Yuan did not think that Zhao Lingdong was so vigilant. He did not give him sufficient time at all. Two great void mystic powerhouses wielding divine artifacts in their hands, Yi Yuan still suffered serious injuries by forcefully clashing twice with them. Luckily, the sun-moon heavenly pupil finally finished casting at the last second. Only then did Yi Yuan take the chance to escape. Enough crap, if I die, you likewise can't survive. If you were to land in the hands of the fiend race, heh. Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. Chapter 1100. Repeating a same old trick. Yi Yuan's divine sense spread out. Under Heaven Man Unity Heart Realm, the surrounding situation was taken in at one glance. Briefly stopping for a moment, Yi Yuan unleashed his movement technique and sped in a direction rapidly. He discovered a cave not far away. Yi Yuan's current condition was very dreadful, and he needed to find a safe place to rest and rehabilitate for a moment. Yi Yuan, you damn fellow. You're a bloodsucker. When you use this lord, you force this lord. When you don't use, you kick this lord to one side. Ah, erg, how did I board your pirate ship? Inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, the sun-moon heavenly pupil howled. Toward this ancient class primordial spirit, Yi Yuan's guard was still very high. Along the way, the sun-moon heavenly pupil yelled out unceasingly inside his sea of consciousness, appearing very aggrieved. Shut your mouth for me. Entering the cave, Yi Yuan barked coldly. Sensing Yi Yuan's cold killing intent, the sun-moon heavenly pupil realized that Yi Yuan was really enraged and immediately shut his mouth and did not speak. How long can your moonlight mirage be maintained? Yi Yuan asked coldly. If those few people did not have divine artifacts in their possession, they absolutely could not escape the moonlight mirage within a short time. But the Spirathorn shattering mirror was the jinx of illusionary arts. Once they realized that they had fallen into an illusion, the moonlight mirage could not trap them for very long at all. This was also the reason why Yi Yuan fled toward the 4th level and not escape toward the 2nd level. Escaping upward was definitely a one-way ticket to hell. While the 5th level, these people absolutely did not dare to enter. It was just that in Yi Yuan's current state, he could not escape to the 5th level at all, and would surely be caught up by them. The sun-moon heavenly pupil said brimming with confidence, this lord's moonlight mirage is a divine rank illusionary art, silent and noiseless. Those amateurs got to at least be trapped inside for 10 days to half a month. Yi Yuan's expression turned cold. I have no time to listen to you talk nonsense here. Keep bragging, and I'll immediately exterminate you. The sun-moon heavenly pupil immediately switched to a smiling face and said, haha, younger brother, calm your anger, calm your anger. They have the Spirathorn shattering mirror, I reckon that at most, it's also just 1 day's time. Yi Yuan drew a deep breath and said solemnly, now, shut your mouth up for me. Done talking, Yi Yuan took out 3 medicinal pills and started to treat his injuries. Ever since obtaining the sacred dragon token, Yi Yuan would basically have a running stock of blood essence replenishing medicinal pills. Fortunately, he only lost 10% blood essence. Replenishing was not too troublesome. What was truly troublesome was that he borrowed the power of the sun-moon heavenly pupil to cast Moonlight Mirage. This burden on his body was too great. With only a day's time, Yi Yuan must seize every second. The Spirathorn shattering mirror was able to shuttle through space. Once they broke free, they would catch up very quickly. With the medicinal pill entering his abdomen, Yi Yuan's blood essence was replenished bit by bit, while his body was also gradually recovering. Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil. That Brad must have acquired the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil. He must have obtained the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil when he entered the vast and bright Moon Realm. Damn it, we fell into an illusion. Zhao Lingdong's entire body suddenly trembled, finally grasping that trace of inspiration. What? We fell into an illusion? Are you joking, Zhao Lingdong? Ordinary illusions completely cannot conceal their traces in front of the Spirithorn shattering mirror. Mo Tong said disdainfully. Zhao Lingdong said coldly, then what if it isn't an ordinary illusionary realm? Don't you guys forget, the Sun-Moon Heavenly Pupil was once tethered to a deity realm powerhouse. Zhao Lingdong's words made the Devil Ridge 3 freaks feel alarmed inwardly. Their expressions also became solemn. If it was really a divine rank illusionary art, they might really be trapped inside an illusionary realm. What are you still in a daze for? Tong, use the Spirithorn shattering mirror to break the illusionary art. Remember, use divine essence. Zhao Lingdong reminded him. Mo Tong was startled and hurriedly injected divine essence inside the Spirithorn shattering mirror. The Spirithorn shattering mirror immediately gave off waves of light. Waves of ripples spread out in the surrounding space with the Spirithorn shattering mirror as the center. Sensing the Spirithorn shattering mirror's change, Mo Tong was startled inwardly. They really got hit by an illusionary spell. This illusionary art was extraordinary. This large group of void mystic powerhouses, actually did not see through a tiny bit. Clearly, Zhao Lingdong did not perceive it either. He guessed it through some fleeting clues. Mo Tong was endlessly shocked. If they did not bring the Spirithorn shattering mirror this time, it was really uncertain how long they would have to be trapped inside this illusionary realm. Now, he finally knew how hard the Son of Heaven's mandate was to tangle with. The belittling towards Yi Yuan previously was completely swept away clean. Not just him, the others were similarly incredibly shocked. Yi Yuan was too scary to actually toy with them, 5 great void mystic powerhouses, in the palm of his hand. No wonder Lord Divine Master regarded Yi Yuan so highly, making them bring 3 great divine artifacts over. A day later, Mo Tong finally broke apart the illusionary realm with help from the Spirithorn shattering mirror. Looking on the ground again, where was their Yi Yuan's corpse? Quickly give chase. Fortunately, Zhao Lingdong's reaction was fast. The time we were trapped was also not very long. He shouldn't have escaped to the 2nd level yet. Mo Tong said. The other 2 people nodded their heads and voiced their assent. They were just about to move out to pursue him but was stopped by Zhao Lingdong. What is it? The 3 people froze. I feel that he shouldn't have escaped to the 2nd level. Zhao Lingdong said. The 3 people were stunned again. Not escaping to the 2nd level, could it be that he escaped to the 4th level still? Being trapped by us inside, he'll be dead for sure. Zhao Lingdong shook his head and said, he knows that we have the Spirithorn shattering mirror. Escaping to the 2nd level, he absolutely can't escape. If I were Ji Qingyan, I'd definitely cut off all escape routes to rise up in the face of a desperate situation, and escape downwards. As long as he escapes to the 5th level, we definitely won't dare to go down. If it were before, the Devil Ridge 3 freaks would definitely be very disdainful towards Zhao Lingdong's words. But now, they were utterly convinced by Zhao Lingdong. It was not without reason that Lord Divine Master made him listen to Zhao Lingdong. If not for Zhao Lingdong, who knew how much time they would have to be trapped by the illusionary art. At that time, the flowers would have really turned yellow. Fine, I'll listen to you. Go, down to the 4th level. Mo Tong said, everybody be more careful. This boy is very bizarre and hasn't pulled out God knows how many trump cards yet. Reaching the 4th level, we mustn't drop our guard. Zhao Lingdong exhorted. A light flashed, Zhao Lingdong's figure appeared at the 4th level. But his brows knitted tightly together. Because the Devil Ridge 3 freaks disappeared. They clearly entered through the transmission array together. Why was everyone gone the moment they came out? Not just the Devil Ridge 3 freaks, even the Howling Sky Divine Hound that had been following him all along also vanished without a trace. Zhao Lingdong instantly felt that things were not right. Could it be an illusionary art again? Mo Tong had the Spirithorn shattering mirror in his hands. What was the use of repeating the same old trick? Furthermore, this illusionary realm was clearly not as powerful as before. But Zhao Lingdong knew that Yi Yuan definitely would not shoot at a non-existent target. This sort of futile work, he definitely would not do it. Then what on earth was Yi Yuan planning to do by playing this? Suddenly, Zhao Lingdong's expression changed, and he said, shit. The Spirathorn shattering mirror in Moer Tong's hands is the greatest threat to him. He definitely wants to deal with Moer Tong. No way, I absolutely can't let him prevail. Chapter 1101, Counter Kill. What Zhao Lingdong was thinking was right. Yi Yuan was planning precisely that. Apart from Moer Tong, the others had all fallen into an illusionary realm. There was completely no way of breaking free within a short time. Only Moer Tong was currently receiving Yi Yuan's special treatment at this time. When at the third level, Yi Yuan was a prey and had no time to respond at all. Being able to unleash Moonlight Mirage was already his limit. But now, Yi Yuan had adequate time to deal with it leisurely. The 9-9 Illusionary Spirit Heaven Slaughter formation was the big meal that he prepared for Moer Tong. When Moer Tong discovered that the others were all gone, he realized very quickly that he had fallen into an illusionary realm again. Compared to Moonlight Mirage, the 9-9 Illusionary Spirit Heaven Slaughter formation was still much lousier in terms of illusionary realms. However, the 9-9 Illusionary Spirit Heaven Slaughter formation was not just an illusionary realm. For Yi Yuan to dare to lay down this formation, he naturally had a killing move to deal with Moer Tong. Falling into the illusionary realm, Moer Tong's first reaction was to deploy the Spirathorn shattering mirror. But right at this time, countless azure sword lights suddenly appeared from the void. Hey, do you really take your grandpa to be easily bullied? Divine King Domain, activate. Moer Tong was a void mystic powerhouse at any rate. How could he be frightened by mere sword lights? The moment his Divine King Domain opened up, it was impregnable. Although the azure sword lights were incomparably fierce and sharp, who asked Moer Tong's cultivation realm to be too high? It could not break open his Divine King Domain at all. Moer Tong was extremely pleased with himself when he saw the situation and said with a loud laugh, haha. Brat, your concept's comprehension is indeed not bad, but dealing with your second grandpa Mo, it's still too tender. Just you wait, second grandpa will break this illusionary realm right away. Then I'll see where you will run to. Done talking, Moer Tong completely ignored those sword lights, and immediately mustered up the Spirathorn shattering mirror, planning on getting rid of the illusionary realm. But right at this time, Moer Tong felt an extreme sense of peril well up in his heart. He raised his head and discovered that above the void, countless sword lights had already condensed since no idea when. Sword lights hanging high in the air, this was not the most important. Most importantly, these sword lights were too terrifying. They were on a completely different level from those previously. Yi Yuan hid inside the void, looking at Moer Tong and smiling coldly incessantly. Do you really think that this young master will allow you all to need me as you please? With the evil extermination sword, the increase in the power of the 9-9 Illusionary Spirit Heaven Slaughter formation isn't just a little bit. Even He Dajong succumbed inside this array formation, let alone even you. Limitless Life-Death Sword, kill for me. Yi Yuan's icy cold voice echoed out from inside the void, akin to a god overlooking all life, controlling the life and death of the mortal world. Following his word of command, the countless sword lights above the 9th heaven charged towards Moer Tong, bringing along the might of heaven and earth. Seeing this scene, Moer Tong's expression turned deathly white like paper. How could he still care about breaking the formation? He poured divine essence frenziedly into the Spirathorn shattering mirror without another word. Moer Tong gave a loud cry. The Spirathorn shattering mirror emitted a brilliant light. Incomparably swift and fierce light emitted out of the surface of the mirror, and welcomed those sword lights. It looked like the two terrifying attacks were about to collide together. Hey, your second grandpa Mo has a divine artifact in my hands. So what even if this array formation was any more powerful? He was very confident in the Spirathorn shattering mirror's offensive power. The attack that he released absolutely did pale in comparison to those horrifying sword lights. But very soon, his pupils constricted. The two surges of terrifying energy actually vanished right in front of him just like this. They vanished without any traces. This bizarre scene made all the hairs on his body stand on its end. Those disappeared sword lights actually passed right through the void and appeared before his eyes once again. Fierce Heaven Blade Domain, break for me. Moer Tong's reaction could not be said to not be quick. Countless blade lights emitted from his Divine King Domain and meshed together with the sword lights dispatched by the Grand Array, giving off a terrifying energy undulation. Except, the limitless life-death sword that went through the evil extermination sword and 9-9 Illusionary Spirit Heaven Slaughter formation's dual augmentation, the power was truly unbelievably terrifying. Moer Tong's fierce heaven blade domain still could not block the impact of these sword lights. He was immediately beaten to severe injuries and vomited blood. That vanished. Spearthorn Shattering Mirror's attack appeared behind him bizarrely at this time. Moer Tong let out a shrill and wretched cry. The Spearthorn Shattering Mirror's attack landed on Moer Tong solidly. Moer Tong's corpse drooped down weakly. Spearthorn Shattering Mirror also fell to the ground following that. Yi Yuan's brows knitted, and he casually fired out a ray of sword light. Not out of Yi Yuan's expectations, the Spearthorn Shattering Mirror escaped through the void with a whoosh. He knew that there was an extremely powerful restriction on the Spearthorn Shattering Mirror. But he could not let the Spearthorn Shattering Mirror fall into the hands of the rest. As long as the owner of the mirror took it back, Yi Yuan's goal was achieved. Against these 4 people and 1 dog, what Yi Yuan was most apprehensive of was the Spearthorn Shattering Mirror. This divine artifact was too powerful. Not only could it shuttle through the void, it even had the ability to shatter illusions. With it around, Yi Yuan was practically stark naked. Hence, that was why he painstakingly set up this killing trap. It was in order to kill Moer Tong and scare away the Spearthorn Shattering Mirror. This attack just now already expended all of the Grand Array's essence energy. The 9-9 illusionary spirit heaven slaughter formation already could not maintain for much longer. Killing Moer Tong, Yi Yuan's expenditure was immense too. His figure swayed and directly merged into heaven and earth. Around 15 minutes later, the Grand Array dissipated with a loud bang. Mo De Tong and the rest only felt a blur before their eyes, and they broke out from inside the illusionary realm. But the scene before their eyes made their eyes turn bloodshot. On Moer Tong's body, there was not a piece of unscathed area, his death state extremely tragic. Number 2. Second brother. Mo De Tong arrived beside Moer Tong with a flash and picked up his corpse, his entire person falling into madness. Ah, Ji Qing Y Yuan, I'm going to kill you. Mo De Tong roared. The 3 of them brothers were originally humans. Furthermore, they were born from the same mother. Right from birth, they were abducted away by the Divine Master, who planted a fiend seal on them, controlling them. But their growing up was together. In this 1,000 years, they improved extremely quickly under the Divine Master's sanguinary grooming, carving out a path of survival from within a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and even became powerful void mystic powerhouses. All along, the 3 of them brothers advanced and withdrew together, and they had never failed before. They did not think that today, one was actually dead by Yi Yuan's hands. How could they not be enraged? Ji Qingyan, I want you to die a horrible death. Mo Santong gripped the divine artifact short blade in his hand even tighter. He soared to definitely kill Ji Qingyan personally. Zhao Lingdong was livid with rage by the side. He never thought that Yi Yuan actually really dared to thrust a spear to the back. Furthermore, he actually succeeded. Moer Tong, who possessed the Spearthorn Shattering Mirror, even he was not a match either. Yi Yuan actually killed him. This brat was bold, meticulous, vicious, with numerous trump cards. He was truly incomparably troublesome. He never would have thought that the originally 100% certain bait kill trap actually played out to become like this currently. He still hasn't gone far away. I'll go and chase after right now. You guys keep up, absolutely can't let him escape. Zhao Lingdong threw down this sentence and disappeared into the distance along with the Howling Sky Divine Hound. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.